So Northern Ireland is under UK law, and they are actively actually moving migrants to Northern Ireland. I know that there was recently a huge riot where they burnt down 3 houses in Ballymena because a girl got raped by 3 migrant boys. They were underage too. They were all underage. But this is the thing, is that it's not like really focused on race or anything like that. The girl who got raped was a mixed ethnic, like half African, half Irish girl. I think the locals care about the Irish, and they're worried about what's happening to specifically underage girls. And the thing about the Irish that's a little bit different from the English culturally is that the Irish actually go out and riot much more than the English do. I think the English are a little bit more passive with this stuff. So yeah, we saw huge amounts of violence when that riot happened. And yeah, I mean, I would say that the entirety of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland is all in like a really weird state right now. I mean, the other thing that's interesting in Ireland that I can highlight is that the Catholics and the Protestants have actually been joining in marches together to defend against this like governmental migration habits that they're bringing all these people in. So seeing these people who would have been murdering each other and fighting each other in the streets 30 years ago joining in marches is pretty wild, because if you live in Ireland that would not normally be the case.
Wow, that's really interesting. I mean, every time there's a school shooting in the States, I go down the rabbit hole, like, dreaming about leaving. And Ireland right now is, like, probably top of my list. But then there's this. So I don't know. There's always something that makes me think twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really sad state of affairs here. I mean, this is the thing, is that I could get a work visa in the U.S. and just move my family out there. I live in the UK, and that's what I think we're gonna have to do. To be honest, I think that the U.S., because of the way that your culture functions, I think that because of your constitution, I don't think that it's possible for what's happening here to happen in the U.S. But with that being said, you guys have to be like really, really, you have to pay attention to this, because I think that this is something that could easily happen to you guys out there. I think there's little rumbles starting, and I feel like the UK is generally about 10 years ahead with social movements, whether it's people that we agree with or disagree with. So I would say you guys gotta pay attention to what's going on in the UK, because it very likely could happen in the US as well. I think that you guys are safer because of your constitution and the safety that it derives. But with that being said, I don't know. I'm severely worried about you guys too.
Well, what is it about the Constitution that you think makes a difference in this matter?
The Second Amendment.
So, specifically what you're saying is...
Actually, the First Amendment and the Second Amendment together. Yeah, because free speech in the UK is gone.
Are you saying we're safer because we have guns?
I mean, yes, partially, but also the First Amendment, you have it in your Constitution. Free speech, we don't have free speech here. This is the problem, is that people that speak out about this get imprisoned all the time. They're in this country. In the UK, last year, there were over 12,000 people arrested, put in jail for social media posts.
I thought you also said that there are demonstrations every day about this.
Of course, yeah. People are still allowed to protest. But you have to understand how people are freaking out. Yeah, but I mean, there's people being arrested left and right over this stuff too. There's lots of people being arrested during these demonstrations. there was a guy who just yelled at a police officer last year during the Southport. Part of it was a riot, but this guy wasn't at a riot. He was at a protest. He yelled at a police officer about it. This is the guy, Axel Ruda Cabana, who murdered 3 girls in cold blood at Taylor Swift dance party thing, and it's like a horrible story. And this older gentleman who was retired, he yelled at a police officer.
Wait, hang on.
And he got arrested.
For the Taylor Swift concert?
No, at the Taylor Swift dance party. It was like a little neighborhood thing. Multiple, I think 8 girls got stabbed, 3 were murdered. He almost beheaded one of the girls. They were like under the age of 10. Axel Ruda Cabana.
Who is that?
He is a Welsh choir boy from Rwanda. But that's how the government portrayed him as. They called him a Welsh choir boy and murders 3 girls. That's how all the news stories portrayed it. And then when his picture came out, he became 18 right afterwards. Everybody's like, yeah, Welsh choir boy. And just look his name up, you'll see the picture. But there was a guy. I mean, this is just one example of many. Who he yelled at a police officer, and he was sentenced to 2 years in prison just for yelling at a police officer during a protest. And he ended up killing himself in prison because he had health conditions, all sorts of, heart problems.
Was that fellow who the killer, was he born in England or in UK?
I believe that he was born in Wales, but he was the son of 2 Rwandan refugees.
So he's Welsh if he's born in Wales, right?
Yeah, of course. He's a Welshman.
Are you being ironic?
Sort of. But yeah, technically he's a Welshman, sure. I would say he's ethnically a Welshman. But, his background is Rwandan. But
You mean his parents are Rwandan?
wait, do you think that Wait, are you saying that a Welsh person, so if I went to Rwanda, no, do you know what, if I went to China and I had a child there with my wife who were both not Chinese, would you say that I am a Chinese child?
I cannot speak to China. I can speak to America because I'm American.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what, America is a bit different because America is like a few hundred years old, and I actually think that, becoming an American is actually like a really great thing. But, I mean, like the English and the Welsh and the Scots have like a, 2,000-year history. So, I mean, it would be sort of like in the, I would say British. I would say that he was a British man, yeah. I wouldn't say he's necessarily ethnically Welsh, though.
I don't know what ethnically Welsh is.
Well, they have a huge history that spans thousands of years. You can look up Wales.
I understand that, but you seem to be resentful, basically, that they called the black guy Welsh because he was black.
No, they called him Welsh choir boy. They called him a Welsh choir boy in the names, which is bizarre.
Well, they were being ironic again.
After killing 3 girls and stabbing 8 others.
It's meant to be lurid. It's meant to be tabloid.
Okay, he's going to be our national news presenter and be a tabloid. I don't think that they should be getting public funding then.
Why?
If they're going to be tabloid, fine. Be a tabloid. Do what you want. But if they're going to actually try to provide accurate coverage of the situation, then I would say that they probably shouldn't be getting national funding.
I don't know. Does BBC get national funding? The rest don't. I mean, it's a.
Well, they were trying to minimize public anger. Okay, that is what they have to do.
Right?
It took them 3 months to put the picture up.
So the day after this happened, it was because he's a kid?
No, nobody knew what he looked like. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew anything for months.
Because he was a minor?
Yeah, he was 17. He turned 18 literally like a week after. you should go out and riot in a horrible situation like that. I'm totally against that.
I think what Ewan is pointing to is a trend with the media, and that happens in our country also. In fact, it did yesterday with the school shooter yesterday, where the media will lie by omission when the narrative doesn't fit what they want the narrative to be. So,
I mean, it took about 5 minutes for me to find out that he was a transgender person.
Yeah, but look at CNN, the New York Times, all their stories yesterday, they weren't talking about that at all. The other trans
for us to know. That it wasn't even a day, it wasn't even an hour. And we got the manifesto.
Okay, so there was another shooter who was, this whole thing about every time there is a shooter and the left tries to say, oh, it was a right-wing nut, and the right tries to say, oh, it was a left-wing nut, that needs to end, because it's clearly more nuanced and complicated than that, and they're just mental people, but so it doesn't need to be a political football. But when you are a media editor, you should be posing to your reporters and your journalists, what are the natural questions that your viewer or reader are going to ask? And if you're leaving out things like, by the way, there's a huge meta trend that first-generation immigrants to England are exponentially more likely to commit crimes against persons. And by the way, you fail to mention that in the story, but if the perpetrator was white, that's in the headline every single time. Then while you may not be directly reporting a lie, you're certainly crafting the narrative to fit the pre-existing narrative that you want to put out.
Thank you, Doris. Yeah, specifically that. He eloquently said my exact thoughts.
It's important that the person is transgender. It's interesting. If it's important, or again, I don't know if it's important that the guy was black. He's black.
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe they're taking drugs that disrupt the natural endocrine systems in a person's body, and that affects more than just their physiology. It affects their psychology.
Well, Elmer was on a call, but even though he's on a call, for the rest of the room, I do want to clarify this as well. Part of the reason why it was important that we found out that he was the son of Rwandan refugees is the fact that he had been, we have an anti-terrorist group, and this is the failure of the UK government. It's called PREVENT. It's an anti-terrorism task force that investigates people to try to stop things like this from happening. He was referred to PREVENT 3 times before he did this mass stabbing. Was a Taylor Swift dance party thing. And in his writings, when he was in high school, he talked about how the Rwandan genocide should have never happened, and that the genocide should have been here. He said that multiple times. This is something this kid got sent to PREVENT 3 times and refused to investigate it, and then he goes to a party with children and he murders 3 of them and nearly beheads one of them. To me, come on. This is important stuff to talk about. The fact that the government failed so miserably in their basic duty of care to look after these girls whose lives are, they're either dead, or the girls who got stabbed whose lives are forever changed. This is basic stuff.
I don't know if you guys talked about this before I got here, but I don't think most people in America know what the grooming gangs are in the UK and in Europe. I certainly didn't until you and I actually talked about it at one point.
I'm starting to talk about, I've been noticing, I listen to a lot of US news and stuff like that. I like to pay attention to what's going on in the US. And I've been seeing, I think even Fox was talking about it. But I'm starting to see a major shift of Americans starting to look in our direction. And I know it's not everyone. I know that there's a lot of people that still need to be sort of educated on it. But I really, really think that the microscope is starting to be put on the UK here. And it's really important that people do look into this, and you tell your friends and you tell your family about it, because it's really really scary stuff. It's not the amount of violence that's going on here. It's not just the amount of sexual assaults or things like that, the rates of it that have gone through the roof in the past few years. It's also the fact that the government is trying to put people who speak out about it in prison any chance they get. So it's a really scary time here, and this is why I want to get the fuck out of this country.
Yeah, and the only reason I said earlier, Darius, if you weren't here, I had noted while Ewan was talking, the only reason why I know about it is because, I spend an unhealthy amount of time on Twitter. And there are a lot, you can find, there are a lot of accounts of people, UK-based people, Londoners, British folks, families who are directly impacted, families who film their family members being arrested for, either protesting against the groomer gang, speaking out, being directly impacted because of loved ones. And not only that, you have a lot of people documenting what they call the two-tiered police system, where you have a lot of natural-born citizens being arrested for just doing something as simple as praying in public. You can't pray in public in some of these areas, according to testimonies being shared. Also being arrested for things you post on social media. You just speak out about if you have a reaction to the groomer gangs or this massive influx of migrants. They're being arrested for taking to social media and using certain words. And seemingly these words are seemingly offensive, but the government has decided the citizens are not allowed to react. You got to be very careful. They police the language very heavily over there, seemingly. So you're right, the mainstream media isn't really covering this. You have to follow, kind of social media accounts, be on certain platforms, follow alternative news to really get the tea about what's going on, and it's very disturbing.
I kind of felt that hesitation in Royfeld when he was here. Like,
Yes.
he really wouldn't go there. It was super awkward because he acknowledged that it existed, but he wouldn't go anything deeper than that. And then he chose to leave the room when it started getting real specific. It was really awkward. I really felt like the blanket of censorship on the way that he responded emotionally and the things he said. Like, he was like sitting up, being careful about every word. It was really weird. It sounded like talking to somebody from Saudi Arabia about, women's rights or something. Like, it was awkward.
See, and it's funny that you mentioned that because I was really paying attention to the Royfield reaction as well. And, I adore you, but, it made me think, well, maybe this is specific to, maybe it's just really bad in the region where Ewan's at, but it's not, really considered a common thought process by a lot. Because Royfield almost felt like he was being attacked. Like, the UK was being attacked.
He's black.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying that he felt like the UK was being attacked. I would say he felt more like black people were being attacked. And I think that if there was any defensive tone in his voice, it was probably because he felt like, hey, it's not all black people. I don't think that he was defensive as a Britishman. I think he was defensive as a black man.
Well, but no, Nye had already had that conversation and addressed the room that she was talking specifically about Muslims.
I can sort of explain it to you because it's actually not a skin color thing. I think that he's actually just much more left wing, and I think that there's essentially just like the U.S. a major culture war that's going on in the UK as well, and it's by any means necessary we need to win. So a lot of people on the left aren't willing to actually address the grooming gang situation. They are the type of people that would actively cover up the victims of this stuff. I'm not saying that he would. I'm not for that. I'm definitely not putting those words in his mouth, by the way. But in that case, I have seen tons of videos, and I know black men personally who would probably stand with the flag wearers, waving the English flag because that is their culture. That's what they were raised in, and they don't want girls in their communities to be attacked like this. So, it's not really a racial thing. It's more of a political differences thing.
Can I jump in for just a quick sec? I love Royfield's a great guy. I don't mean to disparage him in any way, but I think his hesitance and reluctance to address the issue head on is it illustrates actually a lot of the same themes and patterns that were discovered in the inquiry that was done in the Grooming Gangs cover up, and that the main one being that it's not always people. I think this is what's hard to accept is that a lot of the worst things happen from people who are the best intentioned. So that it's not people like actively trying to cover things up, but there's a discomfort, particularly among those who are on the political left, with acknowledging ugly stuff especially when it really. I do think it actually does involve race, but not in the way that was suggested by my friend. I think the way it involves race is any time there are patterns that emerge, people particularly on the left, are extremely uncomfortable with acknowledging it. And I just want to really quickly read some of the key findings from the report from that Grooming Gang. And if I go on too long, just cut me off and tell me to shut up. But the audit exposed systemic, long-standing institutional failures in safeguarding children, turning a blind eye to abuse rather than intervening. There is persistent reluctance to record or confront the ethnicity of perpetrators. In fact, data on it was often omitted or obscured due to fears of being labeled racist or inflaming tensions. Local data, where available, indicated a significant overrepresentation of suspects from Asian and Pakistani backgrounds, but this was ignored or downplayed at the national level because the data collection systems were weak and incomplete. And so I think that's the main issue here, and I think that's where we see some of that from our speaker who left the room.
Gotcha.
And that's the Casey report. That's the report I was talking about earlier.
Yes.
Where it's the report that dragged essentially our current government kicking and screaming to do a national investigation finally after they had said no to two previous ones. And I commented in the chat on that. I know we're talking about two different places. Grooming Gangs primarily being in the UK and the actual little girl in Dundee, Scotland. My only point about that, John, is I did a little bit of digging into it, and it looks like the guy who's recording the video, who's allegedly this migrant who's going after young girls, he was with his wife at the time. Apparently, reports are he was the one doing the recording. In my experience, the guys going around scouting, cruising for young girls usually aren't the ones who are pulling out their phones and recording. All I was saying there is that story and that image of that girl holding the knife went so viral so fast. Everyone superimposed their narrative that they wanted to be true on her. By the way, including myself initially. And I just think it's important to peel one layer back of the onion before we go too crazy with each story, because if we do that, it actually risks, and the facts turn out to be different, it actually risks undermining the real legitimate issues like the Grooming Gang story that we're discussing.
AJ, okay, so respectfully, I agree with you pretty much entirely. I agree that we have to wait for more information to come out with this, but there are two different sides going on at the same time, right? So I did do digging as well.
Yeah, two sides for sure.
And so one of the girls' moms made a statement out to people saying that there was actually 3 girls involved. That man did go up to one of them and like sexually touched her or came onto her or something. Yeah, and this is like the mom's statement or whatever. And that this had happened to them multiple times, hence why the girl was carrying the weapons. And that the third girl actually had gone to call the police. And that's why she's not in the video. But there were 3 girls involved in the video. And the girl who didn't have the knife and axe actually ended up in the hospital with a concussion and a major bump on her head because the guy physically attacked her.
Interesting.
There's a hospital report that comes out.
No, sorry. By the way, I'm not challenging it. I'm not telling you. I actually don't have my mind made up on the story. So that's interesting. I didn't know that information. Thanks for sharing that. But I think you and I would both agree that most people are not doing the digging you and I are doing on this, and they see that knife out and they get really excited because it's like a great way to advance the narrative. And I just worry about that sometimes because it can actually end up undermining. But in this case, it might just be the case. I didn't have those facts, so thanks.
Yeah, I think having the facts is. Oh, sorry, you go second.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that is one thing that Republicans tend to be really bad about, more so than Democrats, is we don't necessarily get all the facts before we express our fake outrage, you know. And so I just wanted to know, I think that's an important point, because I see it way more so in the Republican Party than I do the Democrat.
Yeah, I just wanted to say as well with the girl with the knife in the neck. I think like part of the reason it went so viral in the UK because everybody in the UK is obviously finding it too. And there's like people that stream and talk about politics here that I listen to and follow. I think the reason why it went so viral is the fact that the overall message that little girls are carrying around knives and axes to protect themselves because the police won't do anything for them is sort of the overall message that's being spread. That's like the issue at hand, is that they don't feel safe, especially working class girls. If they're coming from working class backgrounds, they don't feel safe because the police will not respond to their pleas for help. And that's like what made everybody in the UK just like livid at that story.
Well, and honestly, this was just a tactic to shut Jarl down in the chat, which it did work because it appears as though he has left our presence. But he made the statement in chat that there's way more children than being raped in the UK. And just out of curiosity, because I enjoy challenging Jarl, I looked up the statistics, and the 2021 statistics for U.S. children murdered was just under 2,000. I think it was 1,750 or something. If I'm being liberal with that number, and I say, let's say on average, 2,000 children a year are murdered in the U.S., the statistics on rape in the UK for minors is 60,000 over the course of 5 years. So even if I said that same 5-year period, 10,000 U.S. children murdered, he was grossly wrong. So I think that says.
I'm seeing a trend about him being grossly wrong. That's statistics. I'm sorry.
He's grossly wrong per capita.
Yes, per capita.
Per capita.
Of course, we're all the ones that apparently don't understand what per capita means, but, he's grossly wrong on it.
Yeah, Jarl was proven wrong a little bit left and right this morning earlier in the room. He came up and wanted to be spicy.
It was pretty scathing, actually. I was like, damn.
I think his argument style is just to rouse the other side and not actually make a salient point.
Well, what cracks me up is how once he's proven incorrect, how he moves the bar like so belligerently.
Right.
Like America's 5 times worse than Canada, and then it's like no, it's 2. It looks like it's 1.8 times. Yeah, that's double. Double is horrible. It's like wait a second, right? Will you please acknowledge that you doubled the double already?
Just exactly what I said. Just meant to frustrate you.
Oh, it works. That's why I just shut it up.
I think what I wish there were fields of the world would understand is by continuing to refuse to acknowledge the elephant in the room, which is mainly there are significant cultural issues at play here. You're actually going to make life way worse for addressing this issue head on that can be done in a reasonable way that acknowledges, oh, it's not all brown people, right? But there are some serious cultural issues at play here that we have to tackle and figure out how to address, and we're not afraid of calling it out. And if you don't do that, then the only people who are going to do it are going to be people who aren't going to handle it reasonably. They're going to be the people who aren't afraid of being called racist. And I don't think you want those people making the policy. So you neglect this issue at your peril.
Yeah, no, totally valid point. I mean, my next door neighbor here, him and his wife, they're basically fresh off the boat from Pakistan, and we get along great. You know, we have chats all the time. I would never judge all Pakistanis for what has happened with the grooming gangs in the UK. I think it's really important to focus on the actual issue at hand, which is that this specific group of men should all be prosecuted and deported and sent to prison and, punished and I would say publicly flogged at this point. But that wouldn't change my view of my neighbor. Obviously, I would never, think that way. So, I mean, you gotta have a cool head with this stuff. You can't just generalize everyone in these cases. And I mean, this is the problem with people like the woke leftists, is that they generalize all white people, right? So you can't. That's the problem. That's the specific problem at hand. You can't call everybody the same thing if they come from the same background. You can't call all Pakistanis in the UK gringos, because that's just not the case. But you have to at least call out that group. And most importantly, I think that what the people in the UK are angriest about, and I think that this is being misunderstood or purposely, put in the media, is that I don't think that the ethnically English people are angry at Pakistanis. I think they're angry at the government for actively covering this up for so long. That's the anger.
I mean, I think it's a good old saying of you inflict the third world, you become the third world. And it's not that Pakistani and it's not like everyone who's from Pakistan are bad people or again, it's what country are you coming from? What type of culture have you guys created there? And in Pakistan they have a culture where rape is okay for the most part. It's how you developed it.
Well, I think that in this case, I disagree. So I disagree. So I think that what has gone wrong in this specific instance is the fact that the police did not enforce the law. They did not arrest these men and prosecute them for pedophilia on maximum children. They actively covered it up. That is the problem at hand, specifically with the Pakistan grooming gangs in the UK.
But by the way, and just real quick, I think a part of this was also that we often mention is I think, tell me if you disagree, but one less spoken about aspect of this is that a lot of these white younger girls were from lower classes, and there was some interactions with police that seemed to signal that they kind of didn't give a fuck about them, because they're like, what are you doing out there? And then you doing this anyways. And essentially slut shaming them a little bit, because they were so there's many layers to this story. There's also combined with fears of being labeled racism and inflaming racial tensions if it got out. Like if they actually arrested these guys and went forward with it, and the stories got out that there were these brown guys going around raping white girls, what that would do in the community. There was a lot going on that caused this cover up, and all of it is terrible.
Yeah, I did want to make a quick point. You're 100% right, and I forgot to bring this point up earlier, is that as an outsider living in the UK, watching, how everybody behaves around me and stuff like that, I feel like there's a distinct disdain for the English working class here, with specifically the middle class and the upper middle class and stuff like that, where people, and I've heard people make these quips and here and there, like all the time about working class people in this country, and that's the other issue too, is that there's a very definitive class system. Like for me, being from Canada, it's like my neighbor was like, you know, blue collar, and I came from like a more white collar family, and like, you know, the working class versus like the middle class all sort of like combined, and like we never really like the class was a huge thing. I mean, obviously in every country it's still there a little bit, but in the UK it's very distinct, and I think that a huge issue with the grooming gangs is the fact that most of the victims were working class girls. So yeah, 100% correct.
And apparently they were working class from troubled backgrounds who were perhaps already in the social services system, perhaps missing one parent or even both parents, also possibly with drug problems and so forth. I'm reading about this now. And they seem to have first been given drugs and alcohol, and I guess that's the grooming process, and then eventually abuse in a sexual manner.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're 100%.
I take your point, and I see some of the comments in the chat voicing some frustration about the cultural component of this, because I think if we're being honest with ourselves, it's not just make sure to prosecute. There's another issue here, and it's something that is very difficult to grapple with. I don't know what the answer is, because I don't think immigration is going away anytime soon. I mean, I'm an immigrant, okay? And in where I live, there's been, for example, a massive, giant influx of Indian immigrants who for the most part, are law-abiding, hard-working people, okay? I think there's nothing but great things to say. However, there are some cultural issues that are starting to become apparent. There is, for example, a nude beach that I frequent and that I've been going for years, and there are rules there.
Oh, you're in, I don't mean to dox you, you're in Canada, right?
That's right, yeah.
So I'm from Canada, I know all about that nude beach.
Okay, so in recent years, I'm sure you've seen this yourself, there are groups, like big groups of Indian men who come down to this nude beach, fully clothed. Okay, they don't even have a beach blanket, which signals to me they're not there to sit down and have a good time on the beach. And they do walkthroughs. So that they can, and then they stare, like totally without shame, just staring at the women. I've had to confront these men, sometimes while in the nude, and it's made for a funny scene, and tell them to put their phones away, stop taking photos, stop looking at these women. And women have come up to me, with me and my wife while we're there, thanking us for intervening. It's getting really bad, and part of it's like not even their fault. Like they're just from a completely different world. Like imagine you come from a world like that, and then you walk into a beach and there's like all these naked women just laying around. It would fucking blow your mind. So a part of me doesn't even blame them for staring, but at the same time, we've got to figure out as a society, how do we grapple with these significant cultural differences and issues? And step one is acknowledging that they exist.
I mean, I think, but I do, AJ, I think where things go off and where things go wrong is that I think that every country has, you know, to a certain extent, a certain native culture, and I think that it's really important that that culture's laws and, you know, like, it's important to enforce that stuff, right? We need to just kind of like put our foot down and be like, that's just not how you do this here.
Yeah, and I think the biggest hurdle of that is that this obsession with like, look, when my family immigrated here, we assimilated. We were proud to assimilate, and it didn't mean that we have to abandon every aspect of our culture and language. We didn't. We still speak for our city. But we understood that when you come into somebody's house and the rules of the house are you take your shoes off, that's what you do. And we're very grateful, very lucky to be here. are going to be shared unified values, customs, and norms. It's just everything goes because it's a beautiful multicultural place, and that's chaos. So I don't know how to deal with this. Like, a part of me is like, should there be training sessions at the airport when people come in?
No, I mean, this is. I would say this, AJ. I actually think that all you need to do to fix the situation is, I mean, in the UK, for example, is just end. For example, this is like a big one that could probably fix most of the problems. Is end welfare for foreign nationals. Like, we're putting billions of dollars into like welfare for people who are coming here and going on welfare, which is crazy. You should be bringing in people that add to your economy, not people that become a drain on your economy. Okay? So you close all those loopholes, and you fix probably about 80% of the entire problem right there.
Yeah, and I'm also, a part of me is also wondering if the class of immigrant has changed in recent years. By the way, even amongst my own people, I've noticed a difference. I've noticed a trend in terms of the type of Iranian who comes into Canada. It seems to be of a lower class element that didn't exist before. It used to be harder to get into the country. Like, you used to have to meet certain thresholds and hurdles to get in. And I'm thinking, is this a post-COVID thing where all of these Western countries, to make up for the labor shortages, just pumped their countries full of immigrants, and in so doing, brought in a different class of immigrant? In other words, low-skilled labor, essentially. And I think that might be part of it too. Something has shifted. And I'm including my group in that just so people don't think I'm trying to target any other group in the immigration policy in that respect as well.
Yeah, no, AJ, I think you're correct. I think it's like Canada used to have, like, in my opinion, the best immigration system in the world. And Trudeau essentially changed the entire immigration system and allowed for loopholes. For example, like, the student visa situation where there were like 400,000, or no, I think it was even higher. It's like 800,000 students or something like that came to Canada in 1 year, and they were all for sham colleges, so they weren't even coming to get a degree. They were coming to work at Tim Hortons and work at, like, low-wage jobs, which in their case they were making so much more money than where they would have.
And not to talk over you, but when you talk about those kind of immigration figures into Canada, you have to mention the total population of Canada, because most Americans are surprised at how relatively small the population of Canada is. It's, for reference, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, maybe this total population of the size of, like, the New York and Boston region combined, and that's about it.
And by the way, sorry to the room for, I not at all want to shift the conversation to Canada. I know how much Americans hate talking about Canada and other countries, but I was using it as an illustration for what I see be a cultural clash that I see everywhere. For the people in the chat who are saying every man stares, you just don't understand what the norms are at this particular beach that I'm talking about, because if you're not there, when you have just picture a pack of 9 to 12 men fully clothed in jeans and long sleeves, walking up to your blanket as you lay there nude and just gawking at you. It's absolutely unheard of at this beach, and it's a massive problem. And it requires guys like me to unfortunately have to get up and police it to keep it under control. Where I wish there'd be some other kind of enforcement mechanism for this kind of thing. I just don't know how to grapple with it. Because you know what? Most people don't do what I do. Most people just keep their head down, especially white people, because they're so afraid of being called racist. And that's kind of why I feel more of an obligation to stand up, because I know the white people are scared to do it.
Yes, I mean, what I've heard specifically specifically about Indian immigration into Canada, is it something in the order of 2 million people over the last several years. And when you talk about the population of Canada being somewhere around 30 million total, imagine 10% of the country was just imported from one specific region in just the last few years. What that does to especially housing stock in the big metropolitan areas. I've been reading about, what this was a cliche in New York for many years, but a one-bedroom apartment where maybe 7 people are living. And, when you talk about sort of, to be crude, the horny Indian boys who are going to the nude beaches to ogle women, like, they may be this is true in India also, just young men. They have no privacy to themselves because they're in such overcrowded housing conditions. They're just fucking young and horny. And there was nothing like that in their society. And they can just go and sort of, get their jollies by just ogling women on the beach. And it's definitely a cultural clash at best. And I'm also jealous because there are no nude beaches in my state. I know there are some in the U.S., but as someone who respects the work of Dr. Jack Cruz, I wish I could sun my nether regions, but I don't have any private outdoor space. I live in a condo community.
Yeah, it's been a 326% increase as of the most recent numbers as of 2023. It's only gone up since then.
Increase what? Where?
In terms of the migrant population, annual immigration trends from India from Canada. So permanent residents, it was like 32,000 in 2013, and then it went up to 139,000 in 2023. Projected growth, it just keeps going up, 148,000, more than 4 times.
You're saying that it's too risky to go out because, like, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to be pulled in. That's the issue. Like, it's not that.
Trump said permanent residents aren't allowed to leave the country, right? That's fucking insane.
It's kind of I don't know if you said that, but that's I'm just saying what my lawyer told me. My lawyer was like, hey, recommend don't leave the country for a little bit. So just so that until you get a citizenship, and then you can, like, go ahead.
Not just conservative, but Republicans, MAGA Republicans, crying because, or I shouldn't say that, that's too pejorative. I'm fascinated by their outcry because a person was fired by his employer for behaving in a way. Oh, I'm sorry. Julio said that he was pressured to resign. It was under duress. That this person experienced consequences for behavior that he participated in online, things that he said online. It's like, are y'all new to being Negroes? When did Black people who call themselves conservative lose sight of the fact that if you want to keep your good job, you better be on your P's and Q's. And if you give people one little sliver opening to make you a target or to quote unquote force you out or whatever, even though I don't really believe that man, like I do believe that he's just doing that so he can like raise some money with GoFundMe or whatever. That your employer is going to take it because you are a Negro in the workplace. All of that crime, it's immoral. You think that's morally just? You think that's ethical? You're a Negro. Like, what's going on? Since when? And since when would y'all embrace the idea that actions have consequences? You exercised your free speech. Your employer said, ew, we don't like that. They told you to stop doing it. You still did it. Those are your consequences. So I'm just saying, all of this, they like everything but the actions have consequences part of conservatism.
Well, that's the key. I mean, you don't even have to go to the racial aspect of it. They seem to have lost that's just a conservative principle, if that makes sense. That's just a conservative principle. Actions have consequences. That's what's odd about your people. What you're saying, just saying, even more fundamentally, is the conservative actions have consequences. When you do things in the public sphere, it can affect your life. It can affect your livelihood. That's the whole ball game in part.
I told Julia in the other room, I said, you guys are the ones always arguing for unrestricted liberty. You want the liberty to hang out with who you want to. You want the liberty to go wherever you want. You want the liberty to make decisions. And you're an employer exercising its liberty, and you're mad about it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Conservatives, they talk about liberty all the time. And I said, the privilege to work is not one that without limitation. It is true that in the workplace you do have to write, but if an employer isn't disciplining you for reasons that are illegal, the employer is fine. And the guy, it seems, just didn't want to shut up. He wanted to keep on talking. They told him they didn't like what he said, and they probably told him that moving forward, they expect him to do X and avoid doing Y. And he said, no, I'm going to keep doing Y, and so I'm going to quit. That's what happened. Yeah, I know it's odd. And then they said that in 2025, conservatives are the ones getting canceled all the time. And the folks on the left are not being canceled. I pointed them to Claudine Gay. And I said, consider how she was treated. She was embarrassed, humiliated. She was stripped of some job responsibilities that were major, all because she didn't share Trump's views on a particular subject. So she was canceled.
Yeah. So my thing is that what's interesting to me is that they engage with these racist discourses. The people who dance on the grave of DEI and whatever, with very little consideration. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm far away from the phone. With very little consideration of how living in the world as a Negro, as a Black, means that the proliferation of those racist discourses, which turn into public policy, will also limit your ability to exercise your individual liberties and freedoms. There's just not the racial analysis, right? Like you mentioned, MAGA, it is a really new and strange thing to see Black people engage in these politics with no racial lens, with no thought or attention paid to twice as good. I don't know. It's just everybody wants to do whatever they want.
Part of the issue. Oh, go ahead, RD.
I was just going to say, Kimberly, slight pushback. There are people who will say, and for good reason, that the twice as good requirement is unfair and shouldn't be imposed on them.
Sure, I would say that it's unfair, but
that's because you're liberal.
Right.
Conservatives would not say that.
Right.
Conservatives would say you need to be more than twice as good because you and your people are behind in the progress and march of modern civilization and cultures.
Yeah, I'm talking about the deficits and the ideology, the philosophy of the modern Black Republican. There's they've embraced an anything goes that is new.
I would argue there's a strain of Black conservatism, not a strain, excuse me. I would argue one of the major strands of Black conservatism is not only to critique, Arcade's on the phone, this is for him, but I'll say it.
I can hear it.
Uh-oh, you're back. Fascinating. I would say, Arcade, anybody else who's interested, if you're not interested, I apologize. I would say that there is a strand of not only this strand is not only the lack of critique of the twice as good credo, or not credo, requirement, but an embrace of it. Because it pushes the race along faster. I think Black conservatives actually generally embrace that Black people need to be twice as good. Because when they're twice as good, that allows them to catch up. So if we're in a race, not in a race, and person the guy in lane 5 is 50 meters ahead of you, and you're running at the same speed as person 5, you're never going to catch up. But if you're running double speed, you'll catch up and right quick. They actually like the twice as good principle.
Yeah.
And they like the twice as good principle, not out of animus traditionally, not out of animus for the Negro, but as a way to make up for the history and the legacy of enslavement.
For sure. I mean, I was always taught that you have a responsibility to your people to be the best that you can be, to do the best work, to get the best grades, to be the most punctual, even though I always felt like that. That is how we show our care for our community. And that's like that comes from the people who people project cooning backwards onto them. But I don't know. I've never seen more cooning from the liberals. The liberals are coons too, but that's another conversation.
Yes, man. Let me say something about the sort of animating, not animating, but like the organizing principle for this straight conservative thought. As I understand it, anybody's allowed to come up and disagree or offer nuance, as people like to say. This is how I understand it. I think they understand, like other conservatives, they understand society effectively as a marketplace. And this is where people who do a very thin and oftentimes impoverished reading of respectability politics, or what they call respectability politics, get it wrong. It's not that the people generally who come out of the ideology believe that if you do these things, white people or the dominant class will recognize them and reward you out of a kind of paternalistic largesse or sincerity or paternalism. It's not that. It's in fact in this marketplace, in sort of societal interaction, much like markets, you being twice as good, you'll get the benefit regardless of what they do. That's the move many people forget. It's not like, oh, if you do this thing, these people over here are going to recognize you. Oh my God, you dress well, you're punctual. Here's your cookie and some milk before I just give you half a glass of water. No, what they actually believe is they understand it's a kind of marketplace. Society's kind of marketplace. And if you put in more, you'll get out more. You get out what you put in. Stephen A. Smith on that commercial, he used to have that, which he no longer has. Who no longer has commercials like that because he makes so much money on ESPN. Kimberly Foster. you said punctual, it's not you need to be on time to impress white people
No.
or the dominant culture. It's you're on time and you perform a certain set of behaviors and present yourself a particular way. That much like there's a kind of market relation, you're going to reap more from your investment because you're investing more, regardless of what the white people do.
Oh, I hate the white proximity thing. How has that taken hold so deeply?
What did I miss? You guys are talking now about punctuality or something?
Sort of. Yeah, it was just like the set of behaviors that people see as, under respectability or whatever. And this is oftentimes seen as, conservative thing. And so there's this idea that when people mangle it, they're trying to be like white people, or white people are going to reward them for respectability. And actually what it is, and the most mature and thoughtful Black conservative thought, is they understand it as a kind of sort of a market dynamic. If you invest more, you'll get out more, regardless of what comes from, regardless of what the dominant culture says or does. So if you had a better product, just by sheer market dynamics, that product is going to perform better. So if your whiskey actually tasted good, your uncle would sell it, no matter how near or far he is.
Not too much.
The whiskey.
Well, maybe, but not always.
No. But Hurricane, you keep doing the same. You're a liberal. I'm telling you.
You're right now,
There.
and nothing changes.
Oh, I
You
see.
keep
You're telling me
writing.
they're
Now
playing
you
it
write
up,
down
reading
the
it
quote.
up.
You know what, liberal? Shut the fuck up. The Florida Army and Chicago struggle for 365-day deployment now. You in Chicago GOP, shut the
So we're trying
fuck
to work
up.
through some of the ideology. Because for them, disrespectability politics actually has nothing to do with white people. That's why it's such a
Lose the election, you write down facts and nothing changes. You keep writing, now you don't deploy. You know what, liberal? Shut the fuck up. Go to the Army National Guard in Chicago for 365-day deployment now. You in
it's not
Chicago
about like, you're trying
GOP,
to be
shut
like
the
white
fuck
people.
up.
You want to be like, no. They understand it as like a market dynamic. They believe that you have a better product. You're better at work. This is all linking up to the twice as good. If you are twice as good, you bring more value. I'm using these market metaphors because I think they're useful. That you bring more value to whatever entity you're involved in, and you'll get more out of it. Regardless of what happens. This is why Black conservatives will point to like random businessmen in the height of Jim Crow or the 1880s and say, see, if you just see how this person did. And a lot of them are doing that in good faith. Some of them are doing it in bad faith. But a lot of them are doing that in good faith because that's what animates them. But at the very least, they believe that if you strive that way, you begin to close the gap between you and the runner in lane 5. To use another metaphor, I'm not using track metaphors and market metaphors. The sports metaphors work for everything. And so it's I can think the difference between and see what's fascinating because Kim and I was talking about the other day. It's fascinating because a lot of these people are still alive, and they find themselves because of partisan politics for the most part. As like if they're still public, like Glenn Lowry found himself having to defend Trump, or he was partially trolling too. But like they found some Trumpism and sort of MAGA ideology does not align with modern or traditional Black conservatism at all. And it doesn't align culturally, socially, economically. It just doesn't align at all, in my mind. Through the disagreement they want, but it doesn't align at all. But MAGA Black conservatives, they got the power. They're the mad outdogs, not the founding force. And so he brought these people along. And what's fascinating is some of these guys have sons and daughters, actual sons and daughters, but also intellectual legatees. And so, like, Claude Steele's son is a MAGA. Or you get a Thomas Chatterton Williams. I'm trying to understand that part. Give me how to understand someone like a Thomas Chatterton Williams. And they all want to do what Shelby Steele did in the 90s.
responsibility. And I think that if there's anything that hopefully we can respect about the old school Black conservatives is that they weren't running away from the idea of responsibility or carrying weight or duty the way, I'm sorry, this has turned into Miss Andrew, but they weren't running away from duty the way that so many of the young Blacka are. There is a way in which, this is going to be incendiary, but so many of these young Black male MAGA, the young Black male conservatives, they are neutered. They're in crisis because they don't have direction. There's no purpose outside of individual pleasures, and yes, they have taken on that posture, like the fish stinks from the head, or the fish rots from the head. I'm so bad at these. I'm such a Miss Malaprop. But they mirror the posture of Trump and those, decadent, indolent Trumpers at the top. But we can't do that. We can't afford to do that. So,
That's right. That's right. One thing that they have, I think, one rhetorical advantage they have over Black liberals, which Kimberly Foster and I have been talking about a lot on the app, at least. Maybe a little bit, not really talk. I like lesbians. So we talk about Black culture. Is the cultural angle. I don't know when Black people are going, Black liberals, leftists, academics are going to realize it, but you cannot give the cultural discussion to the right, or what we're calling the right, or Black conservatives. You cannot. And they have. And they will be increasingly more appealing to regular people. This is a very, very new phenomenon. And it is, well, and we all know where it comes from. Anybody can respond to it. Anybody can speak if they want. The stage is open and people with the pain. You cannot not talk about these things. I'm sorry, you just cannot. They're going to win every time. Or appeal to people every time. In a world without Jim Crow, the way people live Jim Crow, in a world without lynching, in the way people have to live with lynching, without all those sort of all-pervasive, shared forms of systematic oppression, race-based, you cannot give the conservatives culture, and they will continue to appeal to people because liberals and leftists are afraid to talk about culture. And Kimberly Foster, this is one of the areas where, again, they align with the nationalists. Black nationalists. Some Black nationalists, not all. They talk about culture all the time.
May I ask, this is probably a remedial question, but I just thought about it.
Let me crash. You're not remedial.
Yeah, I mean, you can crash if you want.
Remember the last time you said the word remedial and people crashed? That was so insane. But keep going.
I mean, some things are remedial.
I know.
Bad things.
That's so
okay, so
discourse are insane. What the fuck am I saying? Burnt with the taint that stove. To even approach talking about culture is to smell white supremacists. So to even come close to it, that the discourses are like inherently infected. This is just insane. And you know where it comes from. I'll let Kimberly Foster name it.
We all know that I blame Black Studies.
You can keep going. There's more to name.
Not too much on Black Friday.
I mean, look, I'm the biggest fan of giving money and whatever. But yeah, I think that it's Black Studies and that white proximity stuff. That it's almost like being desirous of white proximity gets like thrown out like it's a slur, like it's whiteness, and so we're at a point where I'm sounding like my granny. We're at a point where doing things decent and in order is desiring to be approximate with whiteness. Like that's not.
It's insane.
I don't associate that with whiteness at all. White people are not. In fact, in my community of origin, in my upbringing, we associated whiteness with slovenly, out of order, poorly dressed, kids running up, down, around. They had to put their kids on leashes because they didn't know how to act. They didn't know how to comport themselves in the workplace. They wore flip-flops in the winter. Church was boring because they didn't have no program. That is the cultural script about whiteness that was dominant for me. And so I am always taken aback when people say that not wanting people to wear jeans to church is white supremacy. Anyways, we don't have to do that. I'm just saying it's just it's a different thing. And I'm not sure where people pick, I do know where people pick that up, but I do think we need to let that go. Because it strikes me now as anti-Black, because it emboldens people to punch down on the old Black people who are still living, but also their ancestors. People who experience violence that we can never imagine. People use that proximity to whiteness and white supremacy stuff on them. Yeah. Anyways, that's my.
I mean, you gave some specifics. I was like, I'll extract it again to keep it at a normative level, more of a normative level, or an abstracted level at the very least. Because they don't want to trigger people. People start coming up. It's just that, and it's not just Black studies. It's the way that it's absorbed and taken up in the public sphere. That's actually where it comes from. That's the problem. Is that you get rigorous analyses in an environment, in a milieu, in a contained space, the academy, and then people, and we hear it on here all the time. People think that they have the capacity to talk about these things in a rigorous and responsible way, and instead they're not only mangling ideas, they're ruining the very thing that they think they're supposed to be espousing without knowing it. That's the problem. And so it's become to the point where you can't talk about it at all. You just can't talk about it at all. Someone wants a study on the importance of a parent being in the home. What the fuck? It's insane.
Okay, so it's not. I'm
What's
sorry.
going on?
I'm sorry. I didn't. You took a pause.
No, it's what do you think?
So when I say Black studies, I think you're right. It is about the years, the academics have tried to be too cool.
Of course.
And so there is y'all are bucking up ideas that you don't understand part of it, but then there's also the academics want to be all up in the Kool-Aid, they want to be all up in the videos, and maybe that's not the best place for them to be.
No. Well, it's not. It's not only that. You know what it is too.
iPhone 6S for this, so I have to update to like an iPhone.
Like they have more black women managers now, like per capita, proportionally speaking, than would ever be represented by the population. And so I think it's fair to point out that although I agree that there needs to be a proactive solution to righting the wrongs of the past, no question about it. If it's right in our face that that's happening, we have to at least laugh about how far it's come instead of complain about how far it needs to go. I mean, that's what I'll say about that. So I think we need to celebrate where we've come as a result of the last 10 or 15 years of being constantly reminded how fucking awful we are as white people.
Well,
and then I think we also have to recognize that it potentially has gone too far and it needs to pull back a little bit because these are not black and white issues.
Mike,
No pun intended. These are scales so gray.
Well, just it strikes me how much your characterization of the book White Fragility is contextualizing everything that you're saying and seeing, right? You're pushing for white durability or something to that effect. And you're pointing out the context by which this author tries to push the black-white conversation into this, whatever she means by white fragility. You have a visceral dislike, right? You see it as almost specifically targeting your buttons. You see it as like not speaking to you, and you see it as a gaslighting, which is then provoking you to engage in some kind of white durability, like a positive imaging of what it means to be white in the modern age. I just find it interesting that, like, she has you within her ballpark. You're playing her game.
I'm playing her game, but her characterization of how psychologically dangerous I am and how I fail to recognize it just because my skin is white.
Fragile.
It doesn't resonate as real. Yeah, it just doesn't. I'm not fragile. I just want to call out how unrealistic it seems to be.
Let me put it this way, because she has denizens, people following through on this ideology. Within that reasoning, they predicted that you would turn against them and towards the whiteness to feel secure because of, as they will explain, your fragility. I think you're right about the whole gaslighting.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
This is why it's insidious, is because it's unfalsifiable, right? So what they say is the discomfort that Mike is feeling. See, that's a sign of how much work there's left for him to do. Mike, you know what you need to do? You need to lean into that discomfort. The more you hate this and dislike it, wow, you're just revealing how racist you are.
Exactly.
And so it's a fucking scam.
It's like trolling me. It's trolling me. It's trolling me and then saying, "See, I told you so." When I react,
and it's all paths lead to the same conclusion. That's why it's unfalsifiable. If you say you're not racist, well, there you go. That's just denial. So the only path is either you say you're racist or you're revealing how racist you are by saying you're not racist. And thankfully, a lot of people have seen through most of that.
I read White Fragility when it was a new book back in the day, and I thought it was hilarious because I didn't buy into any of it. It was ridiculous.
It is kind of
Basically, the whole book though makes her out to just be a raging racist. Like her little anecdotes.
This is true. You know, I say this. Oh, by the way, since you're going to, is that political science thing? My cousin coming out.
You're being streamed by John Kitover.
Oh, I don't.
Do your thing so you can report it again.
Yeah, if I could just get a link to it, but no.
Sure. I got you.
There's a shift happening. I was just talking to somebody. The woke times at the, what do we call them, the back seven companies, they're over. The woke people, we don't have as much pull as we used to. I'll just leave it there.
That's because you guys went a little too far with it, if you know what I mean. I'm not gonna go into detail. Good morning, Kimberly. Brother Amanda, I got a phone call and I missed what you said. What did you say when I got a call? If you don't mind repeating it really quickly. Well, can we talk about why Black conservatives hate conservatism from my end?
Well, I was gonna say about the, I'm gonna talk about the intellectuals and then we'll go to the Black conservatives. Okay. I think one of my strengths is I've always been really comfortable with hierarchy. And most people, it disturbs them, it unsettles them, the idea that you have to order things. That sometimes there is an order, sometimes there is a top, you're the Colosseum, and sometimes, we won't say the bottom, but there are people who are below, okay? In expertise, in knowledge, in style, in pizzazz, in charisma, in talent, right? So many different vectors, right? And I think that the way that the Black academics are so unwilling to sit with the idea, like the possibility that some things are better, some people, I'm sorry, are smarter, some people are more knowledgeable, more thoughtful, more articulate, they have better ideas. In order to perform being down or perform being accessible, I do think it has harmed us. And I think that you can embrace or understand hierarchy without being malicious, punitive, nasty, a bitch, an asshole, unkind.
Breaking it up.
But you're just in tune with reality. And that disconnect, that intentional running away, which does read as false, it's not good. You know, I'm a person, I'm not an academic, I say this all the time. I'm a person with ideas on the internet. But that's a choice, right? And so I don't think that people who are serious scholars should be doing what I do. I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's not even about being territorial. We do different things. Yeah. If you have to, like my cousin Kimmel's going to AP USA or whatever, she's a political scientist. If you gotta go to the political science conference next week, you don't need to be doing what I do. I'm sorry, I have no job. I have a responsibilities. Nobody can take away my paycheck. I also don't have a doctorate. Like, we do different stuff, and I just think everybody wants to do everything. And the academics just need to embrace, like, you chose a different path, and that is okay. Yeah.
So, are you saying, Kimberly, can you break that down in layman's terms for the 097 people in the room, if there's any others that are present with me here?
I am saying I respect the work and the role of the Black scholars so much that I wish that they would understand that they can do critical work for Black people without pretending like they're normies.
She told y'all.
And that's a big part of why I had a big problem with Danielle Allen debating Curtis Yarvin. I have a big problem. Well, I don't even know what Mario be doing. I don't know. That's something else. He got something else going on. But
they're doing the work, Kimberly. It's important for our Black folks in academia, what I like to call the intellectuals on the app, to be having conversations with certain people, even those of the likes that are me.
Well, I was going to say I don't think it's important, but it has nothing to do with you. I'm going to
Right, no, I know that. I'm saying overall, right, because there is a commitment in anti-intellectualism that is happening. And so it's important for the Mark Lamont Hills to be on Joe Budden saying, yo, we don't give a fuck about what is happening. Is it gonna? I don't know what's happening over there because, I straddle the fence here. I don't know what's happening with whatever court case, but it's actually very important for our people, for our Black academics to be in those spaces.
I'm saying that, okay, Mark Lamont Hill is like a separate thing because he is actually charismatic and he's attractive and whatever. But what's it like? 1% of Black people have PhDs or something. Doctorates, actually, I should say. Doctorate, PhD, EDD. It's like 1 or 2%. Something so small, okay? And of those people, most of them are not quite like. Most of them are not. When you're saying, oh, we need them to be in conversation with the degenerates, do we? The way that we have seen the geneticists, who I won't even say by name in here, crash and cause people, I'm like, I respect it and I get it, because if people were disrespecting my life's work, I would be crashing and cussing too. But think about the energy that a brilliant Black geneticist, physician, scholar, the time that they're wasting crashing and cussing when that could be used on further developing new knowledge.
Well, so the thing is that what's happening is you name the percentage of people who have their doctorates that are Black folks, right? What's happening is that unfortunately, the degenerates have much more influence in our culture. And so that is spearheading people into falling under conservatism politically where they don't belong. That is spearheading people voting against their best interest, having certain things. If people have the capacity to sit and curse and shoot the shit and maybe take a shot and partake in intellectual conversation with the degenerates, I believe that that will assist in pushing the culture in the correct direction that we need to be going.
Okay, Makeup, how long is it? This app has been a thing. It's been open for 4 years, 3 years. We've consistently seen people who know what they're talking about. It happened today. Doc's hurricane, but he knows what he's talking about with regard to employment law. People going back and forth with hurricane.
Yeah,
about labor and employment protections. People don't care. They don't care about expertise. They don't value it. They don't respect it. And as somebody who does really, I have a deep appreciation. I don't like to see people who are very clearly better equipped be so casually disrespected. I don't like that. And the proximity makes it the norm. But that's my own thing.
On that, just a quick question for you, kind of rising to the space as well. Do you feel like Black, I guess in this commonly as using the word scholars, should not speak to people like that? Like, for example, Mark Lamont Hill being on the Joe Budden podcast. Do you feel that the danger is in him legitimizing those people as his peers when it comes to thinking?
Oh, Mark Lamont Hill is one of one. He's a hard one.
Well, sorry, you don't have to use him as an example. Just generally,
But I know what you're saying. It's just he's just such a special case. But yes, I do. One of the reasons why I don't believe that we should be willy-nilly just jumping on but I don't believe that they should. Well, I personally have the ethic of as a person who has a massive following and respected by people I respect, I do not jump on anybody's platform willy-nilly because I don't ever want people to think that I think we're peers.
These horrible words if they say, man, you can get pregnant, and now Black people can't defend themselves. Otherwise, they're being racist. Yeah, this is an embarrassing time in human history, and hopefully it will not be forgotten 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now. There needs to be case studies on this moment.
Ooh, nah, you know what? I'm gonna blame it on fatherless homes.
There have been cases.
Do you guys remember? I think one of my favorite.
Wait, hold on, Rose is speaking. Hold on. You can hold on, Rose is speaking. Hold on.
Especially as there's been a greater emphasis of ensuring that women have been promoted into positions with the senior management, and there is substantial empirical evidence that the more that women have been introduced into senior roles over the years, the more profitable become. I know this from reading notes. I'm also speaking to some people on the executive boards of very large companies. So there's an argument to be able to say that AI has been effective in some.
A very simple message. We just want to be able to live affordably. Everybody can get on board with that. So that's what Democrats should be focusing on, is how he's campaigning, how he's doing social media, how he is also getting out there and meeting with groups that wouldn't necessarily normally naturally support him. He's doing the work. And that's what Democrats should be doing anyway, not just keeping it in their little bubble, but going outside of their bubble, talking to everybody, and creating a generic message of affordability. That's what I I said, and people, the idea that, these billionaires will leave New York or whatever, they say this all the time. They said it when de Blasio, and they called him a communist and everything was fine, it was overblown. So that's our message. I'm done speaking.
Well,
So, heading my own way.
I understand about that, but I like him. I trust him. I like his integrity. There's something about him that I trust, and especially at this point in time with what we've gone through and what we're going through, that matters to me when somebody has integrity and when somebody has humility. I care about that. I believe him in terms of what his concerns are. I think he cares about human beings and about all human beings. I believe that about him. Yeah, I'll give you that he doesn't have the experience, but who he is as a human being, I trust that about him. And I think that counts for something.
All right, so I done heard a couple people talk about why they like him. I still ain't heard the people who don't like him. Why you don't like him?
So he's just like a complete socialist. He has very, very, very radical ideas, and then also this idea of him having high integrity seems a bit silly to me. I mean, there's reporting that he checked himself as African American when he applied to college. His whole defund the police stance is pretty ridiculous. Some of his plans are
ridiculous.
His rent plans are crazy. Some of his rent ideas, some of the taxes he wants to impose. So there's a lot of insanity there.
I just don't think he can do a lot with it. The rent thing is not abnormal. De Blasio did it 3 times, so shit didn't blow up. I just think there's a lot of things that he just won't be able to get done. That's why I say don't focus on the policies and everything. But I just wish, first of all, Cuomo wasn't a sexual abuser, and I wish he had more spunk. But this is where we are. I'm going to miss Eric Adams' social media. It's going to be the sad part of it. But again, Mamdani's going to win unless 2 of the people named Sliwa Adams drop
Only Adams needs to drop out. Again, they'll just suppress Sliwa's vote. Sliwa's vote will just get suppressed at the end of it.
Well, here's what I think, for what it's worth. I am not a super fan of Mamdani, right? I did rank him. He wasn't number 1 or number 2 for me, right? But I think that's really the best choice that we have between him and Cuomo, right? He's not what I would have chosen first, but I think that, and I'm not a fan of DSA at all because, I understand the inner workings of DSA, and you know what, CEO, they're not as radical as you think. They're really not. The funny part is they're not that radical people. They're just say they are, but they're not. That's the funny shit. They're in bed with real estate developers. They already had a talking to with Mamdani, and he will be supporting Israel in some capacity. Whether he says it or not, outwardly, he will be on that train because, they don't play out here, right? So they already sat his ass down and had a talking to him. So the radical shit, it's not going to happen. Trust me.
I think the other part of it, if you are a Democrat not in New York, is that if Mamdani wins, he's going to shift how the midterms play out. And I think
everyone's not in New York, so people need to stop panicking. The world is, America is not New York, right? So, as far as the shift and all that stuff, I think people need to, stop panicking and stuff because the rest of the world is not gonna go for those liberal views, right?
Because New York never sets trends for the rest of the country?
No, I'm going to make my big statement. All right, I'm going to make my big statement here. Here's what. Oh, wait, were you speaking? Okay, I can hear you. No, here's my statement on all this. The reason why the right wing and the institutions are panicking is because they're not afraid of what Mamdani will do. They're afraid that he will be successful. And that means the country will be able to see that, maybe slightly liberal ideas in terms of helping people is not that radical. So maybe we should give a thought to people that are a little more progressive because the policies are actually working for everyday people. That's why they're freaking the fuck out, because they want the establishment, they want the right wing, they want everything to stay as it is because they're doing just fine over there. So that's why the right and the institutions are freaking out, because Mamdani, even if he can move the pendulum slightly to the left, may actually be successful.
That is not the reason. That is not why. Republicans are concerned about Mamdani. Like, Scotty, where did you get that from? You think that's like
because I live here. Because I live here.
So you think like if you were in a secret meeting with a group of conservatives and that were forced to be
they're never going to say that to them.
Listen to the scenario. I said if they were forced to be 100% honest, you think those are the words that are going to come out of her mouth?
They would never agree to being 100% honest.
I said, like, if you gave them truth serum and they're interrogated by the CIA, do you think that
they are secretly worried that the little that we can do here is going to play out well, and therefore other strategies of how people run in this country are going to also work out, and it will shift. I'm not talking about shifting the pendulum to some socialism. I'm just talking about having policies and also having the campaigning style that works for regular people that could also shift. This could be the Tea Party.
The campaigning style. Okay, that's a different.
I'm saying all of it. So in other words, if the campaigning style works, and then the actual governing works where it's not a tragedy, if it doesn't become the tragedy that the Republicans say it's going to be and the establishment, then they're going to be fucked. Because then people are going to be like, wait a minute, they talked all this shit about how it's going to be a communist or whatever, and New York's doing well, crime is low, business is up, tourism is up, the city's doing well, and the affordability has become more significant for the regular people that work here. So that's what could happen, and that's what they're.
So now you're talking about a full term, which is a totally different kind of calculation, right? So
yes, what if he's successful?
But the first thing you have to think about and why this matters is he would start his term in January. The midterms are in November, and he's going to have enough mess-ups that he's going to be weaponized against to energize the right for the midterms. That's what will happen, Scott.
But if he doesn't, and things are as normal,
it would take years for that to happen.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. When you have the handoff between mayor to mayor, things don't change right away. So the only way it could happen is if he's totally sabotaged by the police department and by other forces where they start, they're like, we're not going on the street anymore, we're just going to let crime go crazy, or whatever it is. But term to term, the numbers don't fluctuate very much at all. So if he just coasts in his first year through the midterms and doesn't do anything crazy where it makes some kind of impact, but tweaks the margins here and there so that people get it. Well, why not? It's New York. It's not Long Island.
I mean, but you're thinking he can do that, and you're thinking that there's gonna not be things that occur that get spun based on what his reputation. Look, wait till these debates happen. Wait until you see the level of the tax level on him when we get
I'm fine with that.
October 1. Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
and that's going to be how he continues to get characterized if he wins, and then that will be weaponized for the midterms. I'm just telling you, if he wins, it's going to make the midterms worse for Pence. I'll bet money.
I don't agree because there's going to be a long, big, rather large amount of time between January and between November midterms. And if things are mostly the same status quo, then people are going to be like, oh, shit didn't, go crazy. So I guess it's not that bad. So that's what will happen. I don't understand how you think it's all of a sudden he's gonna be a disaster right off the jump.
Because he lacks experience for his role.
But if he has a good team, around him,
he doesn't understand public safety at all. He doesn't understand economics at all.
But if he has a good team
and he's going to be
around him,
and he has a mandate to do some significant things, so he's going to try to do some immediate actions to move the needle.
I disagree. First of all, the only thing that I see happening is that the left is going to turn on him for acquiescing to the establishment, quote unquote, however they define it, and him not moving too quickly to do some of the big ticket items he's talking about. So if anything, the left and the DSA and the people who never vote or whatever, they're going to be really upset because he didn't do all of the things big and fast enough. That's what I see as a scenario that would happen before anything. Also, because I'm a liberal, I'm open to watching the debates, seeing how I feel, and changing my mind if I want. But this is how I feel right now. It's how I felt for at least the entire year so far since he's been in the race, and since I've been tracking this very closely.
Have you spoken with Bloomberg regarding Mamdani and heard what he had?
Yeah, I put him on speed dial. Don't worry about it.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I'm just saying, Mamdani will have good people on his team, like Brad Lander, who's already the city comptroller, who knows all the levers and shit. I just don't think people are gonna let him do stupid things, and he's gonna learn quickly. I agree. He was not my choice, by the way. I had at least 4 other people ahead of him that I wanted, but they didn't get selected, so here we are.
What if I told you it's already a shoo-in and he's already won, but it's not out in the media?
You can argue with CEO about this.
I will tell you that the people, because I know people that are going to be a part of his team, they are extremely vetted. They have a lot of experience, the experience that he perhaps lacks. So he is going to surround himself around more experienced people and stuff like that. So the team is going to be very, tight. And they're already meeting. They're already, And wasn't it de Blasio who was, people were like, oh, he's an extreme leftist.
Exactly.
De Blasio?
Yeah, de Blasio.
So people were saying the same shit about de Blasio. And exactly.
So it's a little tricky though, right? So that was just like the kind of old school extreme leftism. It's just like how people used to talk about George W. Bush until we got Donald Trump, right? Okay, so that was just classical extreme liberal blah blah blah. That's all. It's different than what he actually is and the level of it. Yeah, him versus de Blasio, Mamdani is way to the left.
You know who else was way to the left to make all the socialists?
Can a new person chime in?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. You were breaking up.
Hey, the New York Jews ain't gonna have him become the next mayor of New York.
Yeah, okay. Well, this one's gonna go for him. So, what's your next question?
You're not the typical Jewish person in New York, right?
Oh, I'm not. Okay. Are you talking about the Orthodox?
No. I'm talking about the flag that you got in your thing.
What flag? What flag is on that?
You got a rainbow flag in your description. So I'm saying, like, so you already, like, you have to.
Oh, I see.
You have an alternative worldview. We have an alternative, like, perspective on a lot of
I don't know what my rainbow flag is, but okay.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm telling you. Like, it's not like a
67% of Jews voted for Mamdani in the primary.
Yeah, they're not gonna have him.
67% of Jews
Why won't you
voted for Mamdani.
Why won't you let me talk? This is what I'm talking about, man.
You're just wrong, so I'm telling you you're wrong.
Well, let me know I'm wrong after. Yeah, where's the discipline, man? Where's the respect? This is the issue. You
Where's the numbers? Where are the numbers?
All right, fuck you guys got it. I'm not getting.
All right, perfect. Then
Okay, good. Anyway, 67% of Jews voted for Mamdani. The ones that are not or local, those are the Orthodox and the Hasidic that are in South Williamsburg and Borough Park and all that. So, no, they're going to be, Trumpers or Cuomoers or, fucking Curtis Lee or whatever. But they're 20% of the Jewish population in New York. So that's fact. And 60-70% from Mamdani. So it's not about that. It's not about a fucking Jewish conspiracy because that's where you want to go with this shit. It's not any of that. So removing that from the equation, and that means don't control fucking New York City. What else do you want to submit to them? All right, cool. Anyway.
So in broader circles, what I mean by broader circles, you know what I mean. So the understanding is that Mamdani follows some of the blueprints of Bloomberg. And in political circles, it's known that Bloomberg is talking secretly because he doesn't want to come out there in the fray, certainly not upset the Jewish community. But Bloomberg is talking with Mamdani. But you didn't hear it from me. Just say Patty told you. Yeah, just say Patty.
Thanks, Patty.
So basically, I'm saying it's a shoe-in. It's already a done deal.
I mean, if that's the case, that's obviously a big deal. Bloomberg's pragmatic. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and so here's the issue. There are people like Bloomberg, and you guys will hear me mention that a lot. Bloomberg, Larry Fink, BlackRock, et cetera, et cetera. So when it comes to the midterms, it will be a united vote of red and blue people together. And that's be kicked off through Mamdani. So be careful what you hear and get some facts.
And you think if Adams drops out, Mamdani will still win?
Adams is not even a contender. It's just smoke and mirrors. So you guys gotta get outside of the clubhouse. I'll fill you in later. Just tell them Patty said it. I don't want to tell you.
Don't say it, people. Didn't Brad Landers just get arrested again a couple days ago?
I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I think on Tuesday he got arrested.
He was my second choice. He would have been good. He really. Well, wait a second. Hold on. Checks notes. He's a Jew. Look at that. Yep. But anyway. So they did the cross endorsement, which is very interesting. Between Brad Lander. The point is, Brad Lander is very competent comptroller. He's a nerdy, dorky guy. He knows how New York works. That's kind of what I care about. I don't care about a lot of things, but I like New York to be working, and I like there to be a mayor who is pragmatic and is able to, figure out how to make the city work and how to make it better for the citizens here, and not also scare away, businesses and making things easier to do business here, easier to live here. That's what I care about.
Yo, Scott, you see your telegram? They over there protesting in New York.
I'm not.
Yeah, the Black Wall Street. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, you have to look. I'm trying to.
What is Sharpton?
But yeah, I don't know. But it's Al Sharpton posted it. Check it out when you get a chance.
Wait, I don't have Telegram.
Not Telegram, love. I'm sorry, Instagram. I sent it to your Instagram.
Oh, okay. I'll have a look.
Okay.
Brad Landers was released and the charges were reportedly dropped. Just for an update on Brad Landers, if you're interested.
Thank you. By the way, the person, one of the mayors who they were talking about, who was a communist, socialist, they were going off the rails with this particular mayor. His name was Fiorello LaGuardia, and he fucking transformed the city for the people. And he was so good, they named a fucking airport after him.
It's the best airport too. Way better than JFK.
I mean, it's a good airport. Thank you, Governor Cuomo, for fixing LaGuardia. I mean, if we're being...
Spirit, what's going on with your economy? Your market's been flat for the past 2 days. Are you all dead? Where's the money? Where's the money?
Well, we were all here. We saw.
Listen, look, if you're going to do the Susie Orman thing, just tell us explicitly what we should do or not do.
We'll do nothing right now. People are taking baths. Nothing's moving. People are just, for example, I warned everyone yesterday and the day before because they asked me, what do you think of NVIDIA? Because their earnings was coming up. I said, listen, don't go for the hype. Leave it alone. Just sit on the sidelines. Did they listen? Oh, no. Oh, that's why I say I don't give a fuck. No harm to me if you don't listen. So they crashed and burned when the earnings came out yesterday. And NVIDIA's still down 2%. So I don't know. I can't make it any clearer to people. Fuck them, right? Fuck them. Leave them behind.
Yeah, but NVIDIA is going to be worth a lot more in 5 years than it is today.
Yeah. No.
So, yeah, I mean, not everything should be like a day trading.
No, the options is referring to earnings.
Wait, I'm on the house line. Can I ask you a question, sir?
No, hold on.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
What do you think?
What do you think about the mayor election? Can you vote in the mayor election? What do you like? Do you like Mandami? Do you like Cuomo? Even if you can't vote, do you like Mandami? I like Mandami. I'm just saying, like, do you like Cuomo? Do you like the Curtis guy? Do you have any opinion?
Would you like
Everyday people say Cuomo. You don't know exactly. Okay, so are you sympathetic to what Mamdani wants to do, or do you not care? Like, does it matter to you if Cuomo's elected or Mamdani? And the people you talk to like Cuomo because they're just regular people, right? Okay, that's interesting. Is it okay to ask where you're from originally? If you're from here, that's awesome too. Where are you from? I'm like, oh, cool. I love the DR. Okay, awesome.
You don't like harassing people in public.
You know, black. Ask him if he's black. No, just joking.
So regular people like Cuomo and like the young kids like Donnie, is that it? Basically? Yeah. You don't have any feeling either way. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is feeling very Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton to me. That's what this race feels like.
It's not surprising to me. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. But I do want to see the debates go on. I want everything out there, and I have to wait so she can try it. That's all. So you can hold me accountable in about 2 months from now. We'll reassess and we'll figure out where we're at. Is that fair?
Of course.
Be careful, guys, in the audience. What you hear on stage is someone said something will be something in 5 years. That's not necessarily true, and I have reasons for that, but they don't want to hear that. So go with the mods, whatever they say. Believe it is gospel.
No, I definitely want to hear this. Why would NVIDIA not be worth more in 5 years than it is today?
Because there might be new companies, there may be more competition, but I think to answer your point or question point, why the market's dead on arrival today is if we passed that Israel arms embargo, I think that would have resuscitated the market wholeheartedly. Sadly, that was tabled, and Ken Martin had a lot to do with that, in my opinion. Even though only 7% of the Democratic Party is in favor of genocide.
Why are we talking about this again? We're talking about the mayor's race, and you gotta fucking throw this in all the time.
Because it's related to the market, it's related to money, and Point asked the question, so I just answered it. That's all.
Gosh, you just tried to answer it. Nothing wrong with that.
But that's why the market's a stalled. I get it.
Well, that's his answer, so what's yours? Go ahead.
Nobody can predict anything that's going on, so they are just sitting tight because this whole administration, you can't plan anything. It's erratic, so just don't make any big moves. That's what the people are saying.
That's a good answer. What's another answer? Everyone has answers, so let's hear them.
Not a good answer, Point.
Okay, but it's his answer.
Scotty, I'll say this, right? Waiting on this administration to dictate the market, we'll be waiting forever. We just heard somebody say that, I'm not even going to mention his name on this app, but we all know who's running for office and crap, buying ads up on Worldstar, has been eating dinner with the Trump family, made claims stating that the Trump family's plans are to stay in office, not just another term, but as long as it takes for Barron Trump to be of age to become president. And that's the whole thing. I'm sure that's how they laugh too, CEO.
2040. So Donald Trump's going to be president until 2012.
No, his family will start the new royal crown here if we just.
It'll take 14 years for Barron to be eligible to run for president.
He already did the math, yeah.
Yeah, he's 21.
Yeah. Even if they want to adhere to that, right?
So Trump's going to be 94 when he leaves office.
Well, they may lower the age. They may, if he's still in office, right?
Well, that takes a constitutional amendment.
Water. The next president will be, what's the guy? Stephen Miller and Trump Jr. So don't say I didn't tell you. Now we'll run for 8 years.
No, we can't.
You guys see the interaction between Westmore and Trump and what Trump said after the fact?
I did. You want to recap it now?
Not really, because I'm going into a meeting, but I thought it was actually a nice, and I think it was really good on Westmore, the meeting that I saw that recorded. Like, it was in, it wasn't in a statement. I forget where it was.
Oh, wait, you're talking about some live interaction? I thought you were talking about your interaction on social. No, I didn't hear this. Go ahead, I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, I'll see if I can post the clip. It was basically, they had a nice interaction, just about, helping the city, et cetera, but it wasn't Westmore being like, oh my God, thank you so much, it'd be really helpful. There wasn't any of that. However, when Trump had recapped the meeting to the press, he just totally embellished the whole fucking thing. So there's video evidence of it and then video evidence of Trump. And I'm going to see if I can post.
It's on that.
Isn't the message of Trump to the governors, is that real, or is it specifically, do you have the two of them talking to each other?
No, the two of them talking to each other.
Okay, because
Hold on, let me see that. No, because it was a split screen, essentially, of when it happened. Let me, if I can find it, I'll put the link in, but I can't play it. I'm going to.
Put me on speakerphone in the meeting.
Try to force someone in America to support you the way you want to be supported. Sing you cookies or some care package that you feel like you deserve. Like be mad if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at the government that sent you to fight this bullshit war.
We're not mad at the government. We're not. Hakima, we are not mad at the government that sent us to fight the war or fighting the war. We are not mad at the government or bosses when we're sent to do a mission. We are mission. Listen, you think so? We are mission. Let me finish.
Let me finish. What are you talking about?
No, because
wait, hold on.
Let me finish. I'll let you finish and make my point.
I think, Hakima, you're missing the nuance of what he said. Mike started his initial answer to you by all means, Americans can say whatever they want to say. Like, that was the very first point that he made. But if you're going to say you support the troops, don't knock their mission, was his only point.
Right, but my point is, sir, that you can't tell nobody how to do what they want to do. Like, just go fight your war. You don't, in the free country, you don't get to tell somebody how to support or how to talk. You don't get to do that.
You're right. You're right in that he's
not going to fight that war just because he wants to go fight a war. He's fighting for you. He's fighting for his countrymen and the civilians and everybody who doesn't know jack shit about war.
He doesn't get to tell anybody what to do or how to talk or how to support, but as a former service person, he can tell you from his experience what it feels like to have somebody say, I support our troops, but fuck them for being over here in Afghanistan.
Here's the goal, Hakima. Do you care? Is it all about you and what you look like, your appearance and your reputation? Or do you care if they feel supported? Because if you care if they actually feel supported while you're out there supporting them with your flapping gums, then the best way to do that is to stop flapping your gums and do something physical to support them. That's my point.
I don't care how nobody feels. I don't care.
Okay, that's fine. Well, they care a lot about how each other feel internally. Like, they're fighting that war for the guy next to them. They're fighting that war for the guy next to them and the guy on the other side of him. That's who they're fighting the war for. They're fighting for each other in an engaged, unified mission to accomplish what they've been told to do. They do not think that it's a bad, they don't talk about what a bad idea it is, what they're doing. They don't do that when they don't. Okay? They don't. I don't care if they disagree with it. They don't. They don't go on a mission and talk about how fucked up it is they're on the mission. That would make them highly inefficient. Okay? When they come home, they might talk about how I don't see the point of it. I was over there. I don't understand why we did it. Great. But when they're there, they ain't saying that at all. Okay? And so you being at home saying it, you're not one of their team. You're not their team. You're your own team. That's right. Be your own team. You have a right to be your own team. But don't run around on your own team and say, hey, I'm on your team, guys. Because they're going to say, no, you're not.
This is just a difference between a Syrian and a Muslim. So Hakima, it sounds like you're
you're trying to make it a freedom of speech issue, and it sounds like Mike is saying you should not say this, but he's not saying you must not say this.
Yeah, and we also have to remember the context of this. After the Vietnam War, the left took a beating because they treated the men so badly, and they treated the people fighting that war and the soldiers so badly that they had to come up with a way to save face. So their little diversion was to say, oh, I support our troops, but I don't support the war. It was
correct.
It was nothing more than a deflection. And I think, Mike, what you are expressing is the fact that the people who were actually over there understood that it was nothing more than a deflection. And my whole take on it is oftentimes war is the result of failed diplomacy. Hakima, you're right. Anybody can say anything they want at any time, and they can protest the war if they want. Absolutely. Mike is not saying you can't. That's not the point. My point is, if a war happens or the U.S. commits its troops to fighting some military engagement, it's too late. If you were going to protest something, if you were going to make your viewpoint known as an American and get other Americans to join in your viewpoint to reach a place where our legislators listen to that and take the action based on that viewpoint. And it needed to happen before we committed our troops to that military engagement. That's the point. Once we're fighting, that's it. It's done. Like Mike said, they're over there. People are shooting at them. It's the end of it. Now, Hakima, you can still complain about it. Absolutely, yes. But don't pretend like, and I know you don't do this, but I'm saying people need to not pretend like they're still being patriotic or they're supporting the troops or any of those other deflections that the left came up with after what they did to our military men in Vietnam.
100% sure. And here's another thing. I'll tell you that you're talking to somebody, Kima, who's so consistent that I'm supporting Donald Trump. I have not been talking shit about Donald Trump since he was elected because I talked ultimate shit about him before. I've never voted for him. I'm a never Trumper. The second he took office, I started talking in a manner that praised for success of whatever the U.S. is trying to accomplish. It's not my choice anymore. My vote lost, and now it's my duty to line up behind what I consider my commander-in-chief. I don't care if it's crazy or not. It's consistent. I know it's crazy to be consistent in 2025. I have fucking integrity.
If your consistency is leaning on insanity, then you should break your consistency. Because, like, I'm not going to follow that. That's just, I'm not saying Trump is doing it all maybe is. Just say he's trying to take us back into slavery times, right? Just say he's trying to go there. And just because he's the president, you're going to support it. Just because he won. You're going to support anything he does. You say, I'm going to support anything America does. The fact is, the way Trump thinks, it's not about America. When you hear him talk, I gave you this money. I did this. He really thinks about him. He's not speaking for the American people. He's speaking for Donald fucking Trump. If you want to follow that, that is insane.
I'm not following him. I'm not following him. I'm not supporting him. I am remaining. I am shutting my mouth to allow the United States to not fail while it takes various actions that I may or may not agree with.
Some shit needs to fail.
Hello, moderators. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'd like to read a poem to the room for 60 seconds.
I'm all for the poem today. Please bring the poem on.
Come on, John.
John, bring the poem on. Bring it on.
Okay, we read this book in this room. It's called the Tao Te Ching. This is the 31st verse. Fine weapons of war augur evil. Even things seem to hate them. Therefore, a man of Tao does not set his heart upon them. In ordinary life, a gentleman regards the left side as the place of honor. In war, the right side is the place of honor. His weapons are instruments of evil. They are not properly a gentleman's instruments. Only on necessity will he resort to them. For peace and quiet are dearest to his heart, and to him even a victory is no cause for rejoicing. To rejoice over a victory is to rejoice over the slaughter of men. Hence, a man who rejoices over the slaughter of men cannot expect to thrive in the world of men. On happy occasions, the left side is preferred. On sad occasions, the right side. In the army, the lieutenant commander stands on the left, while the commander-in-chief stands on the right. This means that war is treated on a par with a funeral service. Because many people have been killed, it is only right that survivors should mourn for them. Hence, even a victory is a funeral.
Good enough.
And there you have it.
I have a question for Mike.
Yeah.
Sure, thanks. So with your exchange you just had with Hume, I just want to see if I'm understanding this correctly. So you're saying essentially while Trump running president, the moment he's sworn in to the moment they're removed, albeit in the peaceful transition of power or Trump style, the entire time they're in office, you were standing behind him or her as a patriot, regardless of whatever executive orders or whatever direction they're bringing the country in. You think it's inherently wrong to challenge, question, or protest against something you may disagree with during said presidency?
Well, I think there's a comment that needs to be made, which is that specifically when it comes to issues of people of our troops at war and they're engaged under fire action currently, then yes, 100%. When it comes to political issues that aren't troops under fire related, I choose to show my patriotism by shutting my fucking mouth if it appears that it's not being supportive of whatever we're currently trying to accomplish. What we're trying to accomplish may not be what I want done, if that makes sense. Now, that's my way of doing it. The summary of all this is simple. I believe that freedom of speech is the laziest form of patriotism that anybody can engage in. So I don't...
How's it going?
Hey, it's going good. How are you doing?
Sorry, I can't hear you. There's like feedback.
I'm just at home relaxing. I was gonna put up a Craigslist ad because I gotta tell you, recruiting people to get signatures on petitions, people who circulate petitions, there's people here in Jefferson Park that do it. Like yesterday, somebody asked me to sign 3 petitions for 3 Democrats. So there's people here hustling petitions, but do you want to help me with my petitions?
Bro, I'm like way overwhelmed right now with a lot of stuff that's going on. I mean, I've got like lawyers that I'm reaching out to. I have them working on. I gotta start marketing that thing.
You got
I
bigger.
got a whole bunch of
You got bigger things to worry about. Well, you got to worry about. Marcin, you still got to worry about finding a wife and having kids.
Yeah. Then there's the relationship stuff.
Is that going? You have anything cooking?
I mean, on the other side of the world, which isn't like.
Oh, you mean on Dune, the planet Dune, or the moon? I see. Dune or moon? Yeah.
On Dune, where they don't speak English well. So.
You're dating some Fremen girl who lives in a spice mine.
Yeah, so shit could definitely do better on that front.
Well, that's part of the thing about traveling is you can always swipe right at a new town and see how your Friday or Saturday night turns out. But you got to travel to the Spice Mine, which is the planet Dune, which I would call Rockford and Peoria. I'm just making a joke, but yeah, I have to start getting signatures on my petitions. Otherwise, my campaign, means nothing. So if you have any ideas or suggestions, I know you said you know somebody in Rockford. If you could send me their information, I know you had a falling out with that person, so maybe this.
They blocked me on Facebook.
Well, that's okay. This could be your way to reignite that friendship because I say friend. I'm still calling you. I say friends for life.
Yeah. But like, I don't talk to that person, and like I said, the last time I spoke with them, they blocked me. So.
Well, Marcin, the whole point is to say, hey, I'm a nice person. You're a nice person. Let's just, be in love and peace. I mean, that's it. There's no. I mean, unless there was some kind of major falling out, but whatever your political opinions, I mean, that's your political opinions. That's who you are. And if people can't accept that about you, well, then they're no friend to you.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. I'd rather just leave this person out of it. But yeah, my only suggestion is that this damn political system be reformed where you don't need like 50 billion petitions to be on a ballot. How about that? That's the suggestion.
Well, to run for Congress, I only need 700 signatures. That's it, dude. That's it. It's nothing. I can knock that out myself. I'm going to have to do it myself if I can't find people to do it for me. And I will physically do it myself. But it's nicer if I can come up with an approach to organize a grassroots effort to do this. You're my man. I mean, what was the name of the protest app?
There's Chicago Association, or I don't know, what are they called? Alliance? You can reach out to a lot of these political groups.
I only have $600 in the campaign checking account. So
they can probably help guide you on like how to get, how to go and get through the process of getting signatures and stuff like.
It's not rocket science, Marcin. You're a fucking software developer. I thought you were smarter than this. All right, well, listen, I gotta go. I hope you're well, and I hope Ken is well. I feel your pain for him about not being able to, be mobile. This is very tragic and sad.
That's his fucking choice. Like he could have worked out, and he could have tried to recover. He's kind of just given up on life, which is bullshit. But like it's his fucking. Like, I mean, I'm pissed off about the choice he made, but
is that the first time? Is that the first time you've seen somebody who's bedridden? I've seen people who are bedridden that passed on, and there was nothing they could do because they physically didn't have it in them to move anymore. Like they literally, the pain was too much. They were bedridden at that point.
I I mean, I don't think he's ever been at a state where he couldn't move because he was, in too much pain or whatever. I think he just chose to, give in, but I don't know.
Well, Marcin, every great life has a beginning and an end. This is unfortunately, if this is how he chooses to end it, this is how he decides to end it. But he's lived a great life. He has a lot of grandkids, my friend.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of grandkids he could be hanging out with right now instead of laying in the freaking bed,
Well, genetically, he's in every single one of them. He lives on forever. So what I'm saying is you view it as death.
He could be hanging out with them, making those connections. They could be getting to know him, listening to all his wacky stories about his life and his children's lives, but instead he's just chilling in bed. So.
Well, haven't you ever observed the birds and how they raise their children and how they fly off? And next thing they don't even know who their kids are. They don't know who their parents. They're just flying around doing what birds do.
True that. Well, I mean, it's different for people, right? We need those connections.
Listen, I put up these bird nests, and they get filthy. The birds poop all over them. They have no way to clean it, so they rely on humans to change the bedding and clean the box. That's what you got to do if you want to get in the muff.
Yeah, well, he could rely on humans too to change his beddings and
Muff in the muff. That's it. You got to remember how to get it. You don't even. When was the last time you were even inside of a muff?
Yeah, it's been quite some time.
How many years? You're probably not moist anymore. Wait, you're not trans now, are you?
Like this place, I gotta figure out how to promote this application I built out. And,
what's it called?
It's Ascend Dynamics.
The name of the app.
The app is I don't know. It's the Sun Dynamics collaboration platform, or I don't know. It doesn't have like a definite name. Like sometimes I'll call it a Sun Dynamics NFT platform, but it's like I don't know. He could find it at like app.ascenddynamics.org. So that's where it lives at the moment.
All right. Well, don't forget, go to johnforcongress.com. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, see you, John. Good luck.
To voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Augustus, it's John Kitover in Chicago. I have a big media interview set for next Friday at 3 p.m. at Illinois State University down in Bloomington Normal. And I have this one interview with George Deinhardt with the Prairie State Report, a local newspaper that went very well. People are saying it's a very good interview. So I wanted to do a room with you, like a fundraiser where we'll play the interview and we'll do a fundraiser. And anything we raise, we will contribute to you as the influencer who did the fundraising or the fundraising dinner or fundraising X Space. So if you're available today, that would be amazing. Otherwise, I hope you and the Mrs. Palante are having a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, next. Hey, I'm looking at a trash bag in the muff. I'm thinking, is your phone? Yeah, it should. Let me see if your phone. Anyways, I'm just saying, while you're waiting to get in the queue, I might as well say hello since I'm watching you in the muff.
Right, I'm in the muff.
It's so interesting.
How are you?
I'm good. I was talking to my friend here in Chicago who I'm trying to get to do petitions for me. And he's very resistant and hesitant. And I said, I put up all these bird boxes, and the birds, they shit all over the boxes. So it takes a human to clean the bedding out of the box and clean the box.
Right.
And, and this is how the world works. We all work together. I was like, when was the last time you were in the muff? He's like, oh, man, it's been many years since I've been inside of a muff.
That's sad.
Yeah, some people, they struggle with love. And, the whole thing is, when it comes to meeting a beautiful woman, you have to be able to communicate. And some people are very bad communicators.
Right. Now it's sad. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for those. How old is this guy?
I think he's maybe even younger than me. Maybe 39, maybe 40, maybe 44. I'm not sure.
That sucks. And he just doesn't get laid anymore?
I've never known him to ever even get a peck on the cheek.
Wow, that sucks. Is he ugly?
No, he's not the worst. Oh, he said he's dating some girl in the Philippines. So I said, oh, you date some chick on the moon. Okay.
He's dating online?
Pretty sure. I've seen photos on his Facebook, and it looks terrifying, who he's dating. So right. I'm just, But the thing is, that's not dating. That's living in, the fantasy world. He says he's got all kinds of problems and struggles, which sound to me like typical everybody. Everybody has the same exact problems.
Right, we all have problems. Who doesn't have problems?
I mean, like relationship dynamics, patterns, archetypes, collective unconscious. This guy is the laziest guy in the world. He doesn't go to the gym. He doesn't do anything physical. He's very lazy.
Is he fat?
He's not really fat, no.
He's just not strong.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a shame.
He's, I would say there's health issues, but he's a software developer, so like he's really good on a computer. Like he's got a talent, but he helped me with a project once, but never to fruition, and so that's the problem. It's like you got to cross the finish line.
Right. Yeah, man, I don't know. Well, so why doesn't he want to? He doesn't want to just go get some signatures?
No, he's probably just, he's just too busy. The thing is, I'm gonna put up more Craigslist ads like now to get more circulators and petition signers. Because I saw a guy yesterday with 3 clipboards like, I need your signature right here. We need your help now. Sign please now. And I'm like, what are those for Democrats? He's like, yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not signing those. He's like,
But you're running as a Democrat.
I'm running as a Republican.
Oh, you're running as a Republican. Okay, good. All right, good. Well, so yeah, there's the competition. They're out there now. There's a guy with 3 clipboards out there right now.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't wait anymore. If there's I have to get on this now. I need 100 signatures by Sunday.
I can't. I told you if I do come, it won't be till October because I'm busy until then. But I would encourage you to get out there today. Go get out there today. Go get 20 today. If you got 20 signatures today, that would be a good day.
Well, for me to just go drive 2 hours to get one signature.
It's 2 hours away, so it's not like you can just walk out your door.
No, it'd be more effective for me to try to do digital organizing off of Craigslist and getting people out there now. Because people have to print these ballots. You see what I'm saying? I need to find. Do you know how hard it is to find a person who can even print something? Let alone put it on a clipboard and grab a pen and say, I need your signature now.
Right.
But you could help me do the onboarding on Clubhouse because you've done petition gathering. So if I get these people from Craigslist and funnel them into Clubhouse, I need you to do the onboard training on Clubhouse. Can you do that?
100%. I very much can. I can help manage and encourage me. Yeah, I can definitely at least train people and tell them what to do and how to do it. And
because we're going to pin the link to the Illinois Election Commission website with the PDF for the petition. It's on page 16. And so also even funneling them to a Google form page to fill in their information, and then get access to the petition. Like we have to funnel them into the campaign. So it can all be onboarded through Clubhouse and a link. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because anybody who can't fucking download Clubhouse to join a conference call for the campaign is not worthy of being in this campaign. And many people are already failing that test. But the one guy in the beginning, he did successfully do it because he's had Clubhouse before. So, onboarding people like that successfully is essential. Unfortunately, the campaign couldn't work with him because Clubhouse ruined the whole thing for him. So, but we had a guy named Edward who onboarded through Clubhouse, but people were putting so much shit in the chat that we couldn't actually onboard him, and it freaked him out. He's like, "This is a spam and a waste of time. Good luck."
Oh, I see.
And it wasn't my fault. It was the fucking moderator's fault. So it's on him. But people who don't act professional in Clubhouse, they're just making the content. I'm trying to use it as a show, but also as an actual conference call platform for the campaign.
I love it. I definitely can do it. I think that, I wish. It's a shame that it's so far away because you have to commit. But I mean, 2 hours is not that bad. Like I've driven to Boston and back in a day.
No, I'm gonna.
2 hours there and then leave at 7 p.m. and you're home by 9 p.m.
No, I know. But next Friday I have a big media event at the University of Illinois in Bloomington Normal, and it's a 3 p.m. basically full recording. Like it's called WGL-TV, and that will be like the biggest press I'll probably get this whole campaign. And so I'm gonna stay down there and get signatures before and after, and use the money in the account to book a hotel. So part of your job on this campaign trail is to also do fundraising on Clubhouse for the campaign to get you to Chicago to help with the campaign. So prior to you actually getting here, you should be able to raise like $2,000 to fund your trip. Plus, don't waste your time on Clubhouse unless you're fundraising, my friend.
That's true. We should have a room. I mean, we should have a room that's like donate to the campaign. Let's do a room.
Well, I would say change your Clubhouse profile to petition signatures and make yourself a ballot. Get the ballot from the Illinois. I'll text you the image of the ballot and just start campaigning now in the muff, because these people will talk about everything under the sun for days to come because they're just addicted to talking and dopamining. But you could transform from a trash bag, my friend, into a petition signature. And you can be instrumental in changing this campaign now through Clown House. Don't let these people hypnotize you, and don't hypnotize them with any other spam other than the campaign. Because this is the only thing that has a cash pipeline. Every other second we spend on here is a net negative to the campaign, unless we're actively promoting and actively getting donations today. So I'd say fund your trip now. You could fly first class, if you can raise enough.
That's true. It's very true. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, you could get a beautiful rental car at the airport. I mean, you could pay for everything. But don't waste another second. Even if you can go into Amir's room, you could fundraise. Like, make this the troll. Make this your shtick, that you're fundraising and petition gathering here on behalf of the campaign. Do it now. Don't disappoint me. Please do it. This is a big opportunity for the campaign. You're my clone soldier that I need. You are the petition campaign, coordinator right now.
That's true. It's not a bad idea. I'm going to do it. I have to go do a driving lesson, and then I have to go speak with the rabbi.
Well, ask the rabbi if it's kosher to be an online campaign organizer for the campaign to elect candidate John Zachary Kitover, and tell him Rabbono Shalom.
I will. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. Let's do a room later talking about it. Try to get try to get people to donate.
Don't waste your time in the muff. Transform your profile now in the muff. Make the announcement. The whole thing deals with communication and putting it out there. You can interject anything you want in the muff. This room is basically chillism for stupid people as well. It's a total waste of time. Do you know how many times I've heard Ewan talk about the migrant gangs? It's like he's retarded or just a drunk. But how the fuck does this guy have a kid with Sarah? And he comes on here nonstop talking about grooming gangs and getting into beefs with BB. Like, the guy's fucking stupid. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't know.
Read Toyer. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, sounds good. Talk later.
Hey, Walter, it's John. How you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm in a clubhouse room chit-chatting with people, but I have to start gathering signatures. So, are you gathering any signatures?
Yes, I am, sir.
Where are you circulating at?
I can go anywhere. I can pretty much go anywhere, any place I want.
You freestyle like that.
Freestyle. I can pretty much go to any BFW hall. We gotta make sure there's people there. I could go to any bar. Train in Illinois. I can go pretty much anywhere.
I see. Well, have you ever been to Dune, a world beyond your experience, beyond your imagination? It's the planet called Dune. It is the clash for the greatest prize of all. Chicago. I'm getting them on the planet Dune in Chicago. It is the deadly battleground where a young leader will emerge to command an army of 6 million warriors against the tyrannical force that threatens to enslave the universe.
Who's that be?
Its surface is barren, its true strength hidden. Its foreboding desert conceals the power to fold space, to slow time, to send the mind where the body cannot go. It is the source of the ultimate power. No, this is from the planet Dune, a world beyond your experiences, beyond your imagination.
So what's the good word?
That is the good word.
I mean, are you getting signatures? I'll get away.
I'm about to. I gotta hang up the phone and get shaking. What are you doing the rest of the day?
I should go to the library. Meditate to Allah. Later on, or Yashaba.
You're a Mohammedan and an Abramelin.
Who?
I said you're a Mohammedan and an Abramelin.
What's up with Max?
I don't know. I just called him. He doesn't pick up.
Yeah, why is he? I don't know. What is he doing?
I don't know. Maybe he'll call me back.
I mean, he created a lot of stuff. He should do something, or are we just do it on our own?
I don't know. It always seems like you got to do it yourself, I think.
So many different events. I could be everywhere. They can't clone me. I like to be everywhere. I want to be here. I want to be there. I want to be everywhere. You know, you think that stuff is right and everything is moving. You gotta be there. Yes?
Gotta be there or be square. Did you see they updated the video with Mark Rice versus Darren LaHood?
No, I didn't see that.
They like framed it because the radio station like edited it, put together like a nice image, black and white of them with their fists up. They made it real dramatic.
Aaron Del Mar, you mean?
Yep. Mark Rice versus Aaron Del Mar.
Like, he told Mark Rice, he said, take a pill, you or whatever. Oh, that's funny.
Well, he got roasted, and Aaron Del Mar's like, "This was a setup." Isn't that funny? It is funny.
The whole thing was funny. I thought they were going to be swinging stuff.
This was a setup.
And he's like, soul raper. That was funny, actually. Can you check who's the owner of that soul raper or not?
You can, yeah. It's called a Who Is Lookup.
Who is lookup?
He probably doesn't own it anymore.
But I tried to look it up. There's nobody listed.
I don't know. I don't really care anymore. It's all, in the past. All right, listen, I got work I'm going to do. So I pray for you, and I pray for your health, your wealth, your peace, your love, and your stillness, and your silence.
All right. Do have fun out there.
Okay, take care. Talk to you soon. Bye. Sign our petition. Nice. Vote for Edmund Dakin from Clubhouse. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to put the antidote. This is how we're going to fund your trip. Ah, he left. Riri, welcome, Riri. Yo, Augustus. Hey, how you doing?
Today is my wife's birthday.
Oh, wow.
So it's not a good day today to do it. And the way I want to do it is I want to invite some other big speakers to join the space. And do it that way. Just so I know, like, we can raise a couple dollars,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because everything we raise will go back to the influencer, aka, you as a creator and a host. It took me like 5 days to get $600 on Clubhouse. I mean, it's possible. Roger Mayhem was a very good MC, so the MC or the host really has to do the prosperity gospel. So it's all communication is hypnosis. And so the host, even if you have other super hosts, as the MC or the super host, you got to be that prosperity gospel preacher for the hour or 30 minutes or however long you want to go.
Yeah, probably do like a 2-hour thing. Let me just today, tomorrow, at least spend some time making some calls to see who I can get to join the panel. I'm going to talk to America Mission. That's the main group I want to speak to. So that's Dustin Stockton and Jennifer Lawrence. They started America Mission. He also started the Tea Party movement. And he was like a big fundraiser for like the Republican Party shoot you over like some information on that, but let me give them a call and see if they'll join me, and when would be available for their team to come on, because they've got like a team of influencers that are on X. So like whenever basically their team would be available to join the call, I think that would be the best time to do it.
Okay, cool.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, let me call them now for tomorrow and figure that out. And I'll let you know.
Yeah, peak time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The peak times, I think, are always probably in the morning, like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and then noon, and then 5 p.m. I think that's when people peak use, social audio platforms.
Yeah, I go for like a 2-hour walk every day, and I figure we'll just do it at that point in time. Like it's either early in the morning, like 8 or 9, or it's in the afternoon.
Well,
Let me see what's available for them.
If you can do your power walk, do your hour of power, but don't do this one on a power walk. If you can record it, your audio, if you can do it in an office and record it as well on your end, that would be a big publicity piece for the campaign as well. I mean, you could publish this as, an exclusive like podcast recording from your end. Don't 2 hours is a long time, and that's a big conversation. I would love it for you to record this one on your end and publish it.
Okay. So you're running in the 36th district of Illinois, right?
16th district of Illinois. It's Rockford and Peoria.
16. Okay. Rockford and what?
Peoria, Illinois.
Rockford and Peoria, right?
Peoria, and then Bloomington.
Peoria.
Yeah, and Bloomington, Normal, Illinois is the other major town. Bloomington and Normal.
Okay. Okay, cool. Let me relay that information, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, great.
All right, cool.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, man.
Okay, bye. Hi, Yulia. Do you want to donate to the campaign? Link is in the chat. Как дела, Юлия? Как дела, Юлия? Хорошо. Я тебя люблю. Я хочу самолет.
To the websites of the nonprofits that received money from the fire aid. They state specifically who they give money to, and in dozens of cases, it is specifically not only not for white people, but for people completely unrelated to anything having to do with the fire, such as musicians in Nashville. Now, I'm a musician, and yes, I support musicians, but musicians in Nashville were not affected by the fire, and they don't need mental health related to that. It was mental health for musicians in Nashville, or indigenous people who haven't registered to vote. So, yes, I hear what you're saying, and yes, black people have been traditionally marginalized. I can concede that point. But yes, I understand that when you look it up on Google, that yes, Altadena is listed as having a vibrant black community. That's all true. But if you look at the nitty-gritty of all of this, that wasn't who was affected by the fire. Because where the fire
people that was killed in Altadena, 70% of those were black. So I'm like, kind of,
Okay, well,
I mean, can you give me some numbers like that?
okay, Hakima, I stand corrected on that. Okay? I stand, and look.
I get one service. I did too. And you didn't do any research in the beginning. You were just saying stuff off the fucking weird.
Hakima, driving into Altadena and seeing where the homes were burnt. Okay, it was an entirely residential area. Okay.
Did you see a minute there, or did you just see the house?
What I saw was, I even got pictures of it. No, I didn't. Nobody was there. No, that isn't what it is. Hakima, I'm giving you a half of a gotcha. Okay? I'm not, look, Hakima, I'm giving you a half of a gotcha. But don't express any ill intent because you went and you looked up the actual stats. Forgive me. Okay? I know people there, and when I drive there, Hakima, let me say it, when I drive there, look, I'm giving it to you. I'm not fighting. All I'm gonna say is when I drive there, okay, and I see where the black people are, and then driving through the residential and seeing who's out on the lawns, okay, well, maybe I misinterpreted. Not maybe, I did. Okay, in the actual stats. And as someone who says we gotta listen to the stats, you got me. All right, that was wrong of me. I'm throwing myself on the sword. Okay.
That's big of you. I won't put your sword in any further.
Yeah. Okay. And look, you're right. I was wrong in that. That doesn't take away from the fact that where the money is going has gone to people that have nothing to do with the fire.
So based on what you have, like in terms of information and facts and whatever, like what percentage of those funds have been given to people who truly deserve and who truly don't deserve?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
I can't find that.
Watch the report.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to In the Love. This is your stewardess speaking. We hope to where's that thing that my friend sent me? Where is it? Damn it.
Text.
Hold on a second. Was it back channel? No, it wasn't back channel.
No, it's text.
I'll do better. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the In the Muff, providing service to Procrastination Island. We ask for your full attention as we review important safety information and rules of the house. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened and in the right
pleasant journey.
Is that copyrighted?
Bravo. Bravo.
It might get a tad long, yeah, so we might need to edit it.
I've already tried it 3 times, Mom. 3 times.
No, don't edit it, because if you start changing it, then every time that I hear it and start, picking up on it, if it changes, I'm gonna be thrown off.
Please don't edit it. It's long, but it's funny as fuck every part of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's great, and I get no credit for it, so, direct all the praise to her.
Monica gives the lovely stewardess voice, though.
Monica read it with a straight face, though. So I get credit for that one.
Who created?
Serendipity.
Then that's why she gets all the credit.
I doubt Serendipity thought of any other thing when she created it, but Serendipity, what made you do that? Because it is fun.
We were joking yesterday morning during the whole,
Monica.
welcome to American Airlines, and I was just like, we need a welcome to in the muff.
We could put it on the house wall. You could read it on the house wall. But actually we can't not until the creator of the house comes back.
Oh, he is back, but I can. I've got admin pro.
Nice. The listening lounge, though, that's a holdover from Krishanda. She used to call the audience the goo, the listening lounge. That was cute. Whoever removed the poll, did you screenshot the results for the librarian or no?
I didn't remove it. I didn't even know.
I removed it, and no, because I didn't vote, so I couldn't see the results.
Girl, you could have back channeled me.
I'm sorry. I usually do, but I didn't vote. Sorry, we didn't mean to bust up the combo.
I have a question. Is this house about being inside vaginas?
Earmuffs, Ewan. Earmuffs.
What? I'm just saying, it's called in the muff.
Earmuffs.
What else?
Yeah, it's your.
Sorry. Because I thought, I don't know. I thought it was slang for vaginas, but okay. What's the fucking
Monica's in the room right now, so it absolutely means earmuffs.
It means moist vagina.
Keelan, did you say that N word?
Yeah, I tried to run Monica out.
I'm upping the rules. We're going to include the N word too.
Muff has several meanings. A muff can be a cylindrical garment for warming hands in a steak or botched action, or, in slang, the vulva or pubic area.
They can also warm the hands.
As a verb, it can also mean to mess up.
We should find out what muff is on Urban Dictionary and read that.
That's a good idea. Somebody else do it.
Mother actually read the definition from the Urban Dictionary about a week ago, because when he came in and was wondering what's the muff, and Mojo was like, go read it on the Urban Dictionary. And so, let me see if I can pull it up unless somebody already has.
I already pulled it up. It's pretty good.
Go ahead.
All right, muff. Contrary to popular belief, they spelled it wrong. The word muff is not associated with hair at all. Instead, the word muff is an inoffensive slang word for vagina. Muffs can range from dainty and tight to floppy and roast beef color. muffs smell fishy or sweaty, and others smell like skin or roses. Some muffs are hairy, others are bare, and some have razor burn or ingrown hairs. Females and transsexuals of all ages have muffs. Oh, they included that in brackets. There are baby muffs. Oh no, that's weird. I'm not going down this. I'm not even gonna finish this. No, I'm not even fucking finishing it. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's a very, very bad definition.
Most muffs.
Yeah, I'm gonna report this definition.
The owner is on some sort of contraceptive. It is also the root word of muff diver, muff, and muff doctor. Jan decided to go on birth control because the muff doctor said it would prevent pregnancy, cramping, and that weird smell coming from her muff.
That definition is from 2006 by someone called Muff Owner. It's fucking crazy. Urban Dictionary, a little wall.
He's probably in prison right now, doing about 40 years.
Yeah,
Should we update Urban Dictionary with our definition?
Yeah, should we make a new definition and out muff this muff definition, this terrible definition?
I mean, I like the quadruple entendre.
The quadruple what?
Entendre of the use of the word muff. You know, you just let people use what makes them feel comfortable.
Labor Day, woo! Yeah!
So, where's Jarl? Is he in here? He'll be so disappointed he missed this.
It's Jarl.
Jarl?
Yes.
Either way, it sounds like a gurgle. He came in this morning, we were talking about the weather, having coffee, trying to wake up. And he wanted to know why we were doing that instead of talking about how the U.S. likes to kill kids. Y'all want to talk about it?
No, I'd rather have coffee and wake up.
What is white phobia? White phobia is a terminology strange for me. I think it's some kind of phobia between only among black people, maybe.
Hakima, do we have white phobia, Hakima?
Yeah, only black people hate white people. Nobody else hates white people.
You said some black people hate white people. That's an interesting claim. I thought it was the other way around.
No, he's asking what the definition of white phobia is.
He said,
What is the definition of white phobia?
He said white phobia sounds like something that really only black people have. Hakima, do we have white phobia?
We damn sure should, and the rest of the world should have white phobia.
There you go.
Black women are so beautiful.
As long as it's only
I don't discriminate. The black woman, they are so beautiful.
Oh boy, here we go. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciating the black woman. I don't know how to vote in this poll, serendipity.
I know, I just picked one back. I just picked one, okay?
I don't know. I'm going to keep it safe and just pick, I almost want to go white phobia, but we're just going to go Labor Day weekend.
So what Lion made me realize that I was racist, even though I didn't think I was. And I gained knowledge from it. I learned from it. Actually, he opened my eyes a little bit. Because even though I felt like I'm not a racist person, he just, he did exactly that. He pointed out how every other race to America throughout history was practically welcome, brought in here, and given benefits and bonuses, except for black people. And that when he was just making that point, like everybody wanted to go to America, right? Everybody came here, but not only, were black people dealt the cards that they were, everybody else was intentionally dealt better cards. And I was like, damn. So it's not, maybe me not really giving a fuck for or against people of color could make me just flat out ignorant. Like I didn't give a fuck. Whereas now I sort of understand, and have an even greater respect. And I'm like, wow, man, as it stands though, our kids today are not born in a world like that, and there's no reason why we should uphold or keep the world being discriminatory. We have differences, but who gives a fuck? Grow up.
Presupposing everything that you just said is true.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
You got a heartbeat too?
Presupposing everything that you just said was 100% true, I'm not making the correlation on how that makes you a racist.
Right, I was going to say, while he's in the process of learning how racist he really is, despite what he feels in his heart, I haven't been reading White Fragility, where you can have a black woman gaslight you for 300 pages to tell you about white body trauma and how you're internally racist, even though you don't feel like it. Didn't read that because it will help you reach that point where you can feel fully racist, even though you, in your heart, couldn't really care less if somebody's black or white.
The white man just can't catch a break. I'm like, this shit is diabolical, man.
That was sarcastic. Go ahead and read it anyway for good.
No, I know. I'm so tickled by it.
I know. No, it's like, I was laughing while I was listening to him because I know being sincere, but the reality is, he's literally doing what we were talking about earlier, which is he's expressing white guilt. Like the white guilt we're told that we need to have. He's expressing it.
What I heard him say is that he felt that he could be racist because he totally was dismissing a whole part of history. And for that, damn, some of the shit I've been saying is fucked up because...
No, not necessarily.
Can I feel it? Now you triggered.
Well, when you take it the wrong way, I need to interject so that you can
express my
so that you can understand.
Well, we have to let Kima finish his statements, though, ladies and gentlemen. Let Kima land before we interject.
That's right.
Okay, well, good.
It's room 14. Interrupt me. No, go ahead. Go ahead and clarify your statement. Let me know where I'm from.
Okay, well, by saying that I was racist prior doesn't mean that I just, slavery never happened or neglected or don't give a fuck. Just before not really feeling like, hey, I'm not going out calling people the N-word. I'm not racist. I have no ill intent towards anybody until I get a feel of who they are and how they treat me. So yeah, when he started getting to white guilt, it was kind of like that. But Lion was the only person who could make me see and feel white guilt because I've never felt responsible for the white man's actions. I'm not sure.
Shame on you. Shame on you. You should feel guilty. You should wake up every morning feeling extremely guilty for it. What your great grandfather did.
Right.
I
He's
just
gonna
want
raise
to
my
say,
children better than me.
I just wanted to quickly point out, because we've been bringing up Robin DiAngelo quite a bit today. I was trying to find like the worst paragraph in White Fragility, but what I stumbled across is a news article where it turns out that she's been credibly accused of plagiarizing people of color in her doctoral thesis. So just let that sink in, Mike.
Oh, the irony and hypocrisy.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hakima, did you get a chance to land and finish your thought? Did you have more to say about Miss submission? If not, please go.
I'm good now, please.
Yeah, no, I thought we settled that. I thought we came to an understanding.
Gotcha. Okay. No worry. If I may interject something really quickly for my movie lovers in here, there's a horror movie being made or has been made about Jesus being either possessed by demons or battling demons. FKA Twigs and Nicolas Cage star in it as Joseph and Mary. It's called The Carpenter's Son. The teaser trailer has been released. If anybody's into that, I'm pretty excited about this film. It looks really thrilling, to say the least. So if anybody cares, The Carpenter's Son teaser trailer is about 60 seconds. Has been released. I'll see if I'll share the link in the chat for anybody who's interested. Just a brief interjection about movies.
Wow, FKA Twigs is a black British girl, isn't she? I actually love one of her songs.
Exactly.
Am I being the right girl?
Yes, ma'am.
That's an interesting. Wow. She's actually a phenomenal dancer. My lord, she started as a dancer. If you haven't seen her music, then you go, woof. Pretty hot stuff.
Okay, so my question now is, based on today's day and age, who is going to be the one portrayed as Jesus?
They just released the cast. Let me see the cast notes.
Is FKA Twigs Jesus or Nicolas Cage?
No, Nicholas is Joseph. Twigs is Mary.
Nicolas Cage is just now that's interesting. I like that. I love me some Nicolas Cage. Is Mary gonna be like breaking out into some erotic dance routine? Lord Joseph in. Has she been in anything else? I didn't know
She was just in that Crow remake just recently, the Crow remake.
Oh, okay.
That came out, I think, a year ago. Wait, Monica, was that your PTR? Was that that woman I can't stand? With the flu? I caught the last moments of it. Oh God, what's the fat singer? I can't think of her name, but I can't stand that woman. Lizzo, was that Lizzo in your PTR, Mom?
Check the chat for her answer.
Okay, thank you. Why? I'm curious why she added that. That's so funny. Yeah, she is a classical flute.
She's actually really good. It's a shame that she got canceled.
Well, I don't know. She's kind of I know there was a brief moment of cancellation when she got caught up in that when her dancers sued her for sexual harassment. Outside of that,
it's a wilder story than sexual harassment. Did you hear that?
Well, I've heard various the submissions and the legal complaint anything in a while. Lately, she's just been kind of trying to rebrand herself in her weight loss journey. She's lost a lot of weight. But yeah, go ahead if you have more to the story. I didn't know she was. I thought this was kind of under the water briefly.
No. So like the big reason why I blew up was that she like kind of forcefully pressured one of her dancers to eat a banana out of the vagina of like an erotic dancer in Amsterdam.
Oh yeah. I remember that part. Yeah.
Pretty wild. Yeah.
You see the chat? They gave up. Can you see the chat? Yeah. It says, I apologize for stopping you mid-thought, though, Hakima. I misconstructed part of my presentation.
Wait, I didn't know Adams was here. Adams, I swear to God, you are the funniest person in the world. I just saw the Adams comment. Lizzo was a filthy, large beast. She attacked those dancers with those bananas. Lizzo should be arrested and thrown in the zoo and the enclosure with the rest of the elephants. I swear to God.
That's fucking up.
Where is Adams? Is so funny to me. I don't even see him in here, but okay, he's in the chat someplace, I think. Adams, have a great day, Adams. You are the fun.
Did he just come in the room, post that, and then
I think so, because I don't see him anymore. Hi,
Hey, Serena, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. Glad to be here. I miss spaces like this on Clubhouse. There used to be a lot of spaces like this.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. We've been going all morning. I mean, it's just been one topic after another. I can't keep up. I just said, let's just insert topic title here.
Yeah, we've been flowing from one thing to the next. It's been pretty smooth.
If you're looking for a really good movie, I know this is random, but I came in because I saw the movie and popcorn thingy. I thought you were talking about movies.
Yes.
But if you're looking for a really good movie, Night Always Comes on Netflix is like #1 worldwide. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll go at it.
Wait, what's it called? It Always Comes.
Night. Yeah.
Night Always Comes.
Night is like, this is my wheelhouse.
Night Always Comes. It's #1 like worldwide now on Netflix.
Okay, because it sounds familiar. So wait, Seneca, you've watched it. What do you rate it? You said it's pretty good on a scale of 1 to 10. What you give it?
Yeah, like on all the movie critics are like raving about it, and it is #1 like worldwide on Netflix. But I haven't watched it yet myself, so I'm actually about to watch it right now. What is it about? It's had like it's about 2 jobs, overdue bills, one night to stop her family's eviction on a chaotic dusk to dawn search for cash. And so Lynette is ready to beg, borrow, and steal. So she's on this huge rampage to pay her bills and pay her rent.
Alright, this makes the 3rd one I've put on my list this week. I'm a terrible TV watcher, y'all. We should do a movie night in the month.
Yeah, I'm very big on like, I hate watching a bad movie or a bad show.
So were we all press play at the same time? I'm sorry, continue.
I hate watching a bad movie or a bad show, so I'm very picky when it comes to. I don't watch a lot of TV, but when I do, it has to be really good.
Me
or else I'm gonna feel like I wasted my time.
Me either, Seneca. I just, that's the thing for me is I generally don't have time. Yeah, we should totally do a movie night in the month.
You call it months and movies.
Right? Netflix and chill.
I have a couple of recommendations that feel free to go over or consider prior to being yeah, let's get 8 people to watch fucking Barbie or some shit. Unless 8 people actually want to watch Barbie.
Would we just hit play all at the same time? Is that the idea that we're in?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Is
Yeah, we just all had to play at the same time, and when we got restless and wanted to talk about it, we could stop and then start again. Hey, I've done it successfully.
I'm down.
As long as we have one of the flight announcements before takeoff, I think that might work.
Right? We have definitely done it successfully. It's really funny though, the people that come in the room and they're like, what the fuck is going on in here? Why are there so many people and why is this dead silent?
I think it's funny when they're listening to that. They're like, oh shit. Not only is this funny, but it's a warning. This is, if I misbehave, this is warning me I can leave quietly or I can get removed.
Who said these are possibilities?
Yeah, I don't think you can stream Netflix material. That watch party technology does suck. We've tried that too. And there's actually an app called Rave that you can do, and as long as everybody has their own Netflix login, you can sign up for Rave, and we can create a room just like Clubhouse. Basically, it looks very similar to this layout. And in order to get into the room, you have to sign into your Netflix account, but we can all stream the movie at the same time.
That's cool.
Yeah, the only thing about Rave is that you have to be careful when you sign up for your account. By default, it pins your location to your profile, and so it would show everybody where you were at. So you have to turn that off before you go friend requesting people and shit.
I was gonna say, if all of you guys got an Oculus, we could all watch it in a movie theater in virtual reality. Yeah, there's apps where you can watch Netflix in a virtual reality movie theater.
That'd be sick. We could look over at each other's avatars and shit. And all
I did it with people on this app. I even bought someone an Oculus because they refused to buy one. And a bunch of us used to go on the Oculus, and it was actually really fucking fun for a while. We got kind of bored of it, but I'm gonna straight Netflix on there. It'll be fun. You just look like an idiot wearing it. That's about it. So don't do it.
I'd be a lot of my room like that. Comfy as well. I can be on my bed anywhere. But then all I gotta do is eat, shit, sleep, drink, exercise, shower. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a retirement plan.
I just think the Clubhouse version is the easiest because everybody can watch it wherever they want to. And we can just stop it together and
all take a potty break in unison.
Right? The whole
Margaret.
another app is a pain in the ass.
Were you yourself when you're coughing. We'd all be on mute anyway so that we wouldn't hear each other.
Right. I'll just send a photo of mom. Mojo was on this morning and I missed him.
Oh, he didn't have an app?
Yeah. I know. Goodness. Monica killed it with her little stewardess rating. That's the best.
Hey moderators, this is John. I'd love to read a poem for 60 seconds if I may.
Take it up a notch, John.
Okay, this is to all my clubhouse friends and haters out there. There is a sun star rising.
Oh, that's me. I'm one of those.
Okay, well then take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. There is a sun star rising outside the reality of form. I am lost in that other reality. It's sweet not to look at two worlds, to melt in meaning as sugar melts in water. No one tires of following the soul. I don't recall now what happens on the manifest plane. I stroll with those I have always wanted to know, fresh and graceful as a water lily or a rose. The body is a boat, and I am waves swaying against it. Whenever it anchors somewhere, I smash it loose or smash it to pieces. If I get lazy and cold, flames come from my ocean and surround me. I laugh inside them like gold, purifying myself. A certain song makes the snake put his head down on a line in the dirt. Here is my head, brother. What next? Weary of form, I came into qualities. Each quality says, I am a blue-green sea. Dive into me. I am Alexander at the outermost extension of empire, turning all my armies inward toward the meaning of armies and clubhouse friends.
Yeah.
Friends in peace, enemies in war. Friends in peace, enemies in war.
Yeah, we'll see. We won't have any of that, 10-minute plus reading stuff going on. John, you're getting requests. Oh, did he leave? He left. Okay, never mind.
He might not be here physically, but he's here somewhere listening.
He's always here.
He's always.
There were like 4 or 5 of us left in the room last night, and everybody was just talking about, prior seasons of Clubhouse. And I was like, y'all want to go to a private? Because Kitover is still here. So we moved from in the muff into a private. Because he's always here, y'all.
Always watching.
Kristen, how's your day going? It's Friday Eve.
I'm good. you proud of me that I haven't been on mic and noise?
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
I'm proud of you regardless, but you know.
The name of this song is Light Music. Magic music.
Dang, hit that note.
It's light music.
That came from my soul.
Yeah, it's been having conversations in here been good. It got a little bit too extra.
Spicy, less spicy. We're so
Can't digest every damn thing.
Alex cracks me up, though. I have not trusted his interpretation of stuff so much.
Is he the one that's the big political kind of guy?
He talks, real slow, yes.
No, I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
No, I'm not talking about brain trust, Colin.
He's the one I
Appreciate how expensive it is. Commercials on TV, it just
Yes, we know the Chills and Dilemmas.
They're afraid that Chills of Dilemma. That's what it's called.
Yeah. You can tell everybody's working.
I'm trying to decide what
We were
to
talking
say.
about some kind of movie previously about Nicolas Cage. I think was interesting topic about it.
Music on the Sun Tour performed by Kennedy Congressman John Kitover.
Topics about communication was 50 seconds. This movie have money at all. I think
Okay, the name of this song is Music of Light on the Sun Tour.
Yeah, you like Nicolas Cage, huh?
Oh no. Oh, that's like saying I don't give a.
I want Nicolas Cage to do more National Treasure.
Doesn't you listen to
Me too, because I don't really care for him. But I did like the National Treasure movie.
They're like Indiana Jones light.
Exactly.
I always miss you.
Aw.
You know,
I
gosh,
remember
I mean, this one has been dropped in every single one of you. Actually, the accent.
was interpreted one question about some kind of Indiana Jones. I can recall that name as I'm not sure to Indiana Jones, but I can recall that it's based in historical facts or something like that. It's discovering like Indiana Jones, but someone similar, but I can recall the name.
Woman archaeologist who goes through a lot of those adventures. And that would be an awesome series too. And there's just so many cool, like, unique book series that would make such good TV or movie stuff. I wish they would tap into that instead of recreating all this.
This is Light Music on the Sun Tour performed by Kennedy Congressman John Kitover. Did somebody say they wanted me to read from a book?
I did, John. Thank God you're here. Wanting to hear that voice. Read. My name's not complete.
You had a request, John, for This Is Water, DFW's commencement address. But it's really long, so I was going to suggest that maybe you should do a replay room.
Well, I'd just like to read the 75th Tao Te Ching. It says, why are the people starving? Because those above them are taxing them too heavily. That is why they are starving. Why are the people hard to manage? Because those above them are fussy and have private ends to serve. That is why they are hard to manage. Why do the people make light of death? Because those above them make too much of life. That is why they make light of death. The people have simply nothing to live upon. They know better than to value such a life.
Is that frequency beep at the end? Like when you get your memory wiped in Men in Black by the little pen because you don't want to wear the glasses.
He's wiping his own memory after and then he leaves the room. He doesn't remember that he was even here. Then he comes back. Hey, can I read another poem?
Yeah, the other poem will be interesting. Read the poem.
What? I forgot I was here.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Is everybody forgot what's going on now?
Yeah, everybody's working in the background, so that's why we get quiet real quick, because folks got distractions going on. But we certainly appreciate everybody who's here. Or this afternoon, I should say.
Yeah. That's good, Bram.
I'm having a shipment of my belongings moved to my new house. Well, the new spot, anyways. The new house that I live in. I don't know.
There should be from New York.
I'm probably gonna
Maybe
sell
when they transfer the
so
country.
that my dresser will get room for.
And one of the things that happened is that like at that time, my church was doing pretty well.
My Xbox into a different screen. No problem.
And I got transferred.
My Xbox has.
I was called to do a transition of my church with another pastor.
And this
I could have said no.
the Xbox on its side.
No, I have zero. I still was my chance.
And 120 hertz. Has two HDMI ports and has its own dual speakers, so it can do stereo sound. idea
Well,
of
for him to
taking
take him from Clubhouse.
an optical sensor of a mouse and putting it into their Joy-Cons. So now my idea of having an Xbox controller split in half that also has a mouse.
Yeah, now you have available these pictures. I think is you can paint. You might paint if you have online at Nintendo. Even you can play that video game as rare with the share or something like that. Share. Play this board and something like that. I see in the announcement of the Switch. And even you can use the sensors in the new Donkey Kong. I think it's wonderful.
You can use it to browse the internet. You can have mouse and keyboard like gameplay without it being mouse and keyboard, without having a keyboard, I guess. But I don't know, it'd be like having a kick-ass gaming computer mouse with all of the buttons and a joystick that you would need, and it just snaps to the other side. That'd be neat, I think.
The only problem with this console is very expensive. The price is so high compared with the other console. Even the hardware is not. The only thing is matter here is the video games, for example.
But when I was a kid, it was tornado drills and fire drills. My parents and others, even though to look back on history, military things just be very. But it was duck and cover. When we were in the heart of the Cold War, and the thought that just Tuesday for me, I had to readjust my work schedule because I forgot about the open house orientation at my son's school, and there was a couple there, their student, they just moved to our neighborhood, and their son's new at the school, and they just gave me the universal black-headed nod, like, oh, hey, what's up? And the wife asked me about the active shooter drill, protocol at the school. That's on Tuesday night, so it wasn't even, it's before yesterday. And we just had a discussion about that. Some of the ideas being floated, like water, but that's fucking insane. There's no fucking way that I'm even remotely comfortable with children being responsible for their safety with their own handgun. That's idiotic to me. Some of the ideas, especially and I try not to, but like, what skin is in the game? People who have children. I'm not saying people who do not have children don't have skin in the game, but if you are of sound mind and can come up with some reasonable ideas my nephews, they are in college now and they're still in therapy. The trauma that goes beyond. I'm forgive me for spelling, being long-winded on this, but I'm saying that the notion that there's one solution I feel is false. Can there be several things? Teachers asking they barely get paid enough as it is. They have to buy their own supplies, and now the notion that they have to be armed. My grandparents were teachers. I don't see that as a reasonable solution. Bulletproof glass. Hell, wasn't it just the CDC in Atlanta in the recent months where somebody shot at bulletproof glass? Nobody was injured. Could that be one of many different solutions? Stricter gun laws. I'm a gun owner, and one of my opinions is that guns should be hard as fuck to buy. I recognize the Second Amendment, but at the end of the day, it's not a fucking toy. Its purpose is to take life. Period. Make this shit hard as hell to acquire. Look at Japan, if I'm not mistaken. When someone buys a firearm in Japan, they interview the fucking neighbors of that potential gun owner for their psych eval. So, again, the notion that there's one solution, I wish we could broaden our vision and think beyond that. And every situation is not the same as a previous situation. Maybe one of the consistent things is, yes, schools. But, hell, after the school shooting here, there's a fucking fucking shooting at the splash pad around the corner from my house. And some moron rolled up, kids were out there, and just started shooting. Mass casualty event with kids. So, all these Star Trek, Star Wars fantasy solutions, they're great. But let's live a reality, and let's come up with as many, let's throw all the wild things against the board and see what we can come up with. Short term, middle term, long term. I admit I don't know what the magic solution is, and I also admit my own triggering of shit like this, because I have children both in college and in grade school, like many of us.
I gotta go back in. I just wondered, I appreciate you, Brian, so very much. You're one of my favorites. When it's the male voices that I hear. And sometimes I hear you in my head, which is weird, strange. But I gave you guys my solution, and I'm going to figure I'm giving you my solution. We don't need to do anything. Y'all don't even have to listen or care. But my solution, final word from me, or maybe not, but it's just to get rid of the guns. Period. The Second Amendment, those guys with those funny clothes on and powdered wigs back in the day, and they were carrying around muskets. They had no clue that we were going to have this type of armory and people walking around throwing away children. They had no idea that we were going to have guns that did deliver those kind of rounds that went on. Look at a musket. You want to go to something like that? Look at a musket. How about that? I'm good for that, because you got to push it down and put the powder and whatever. Go get you a musket. By the time you load that, I'm going to knock you out. So that's what I'm saying. And go learn, like Jim and I said, go learn how to fight. Go take some karate classes or whatever you guys need. You softies, you weak ass men. Go do that and learn how to protect your family. Or whatever. Yeah, so they had no idea. And then when we're all gone, all of us here, because we will eventually die, and there are going to be some other advancements. You guys think it's just going to settle with what we got going on now, those stuff? It's going to get worse. There's going to be better technology, better ways of killing. And if you guys are okay with that, so go have at it. At this point, I don't really give a damn.
Well, that goes to my point of, I promise this to be short. Just to reiterate what Lisa said, in my opinion, what hurt my heart was after Sandy Hook, and nothing was done. And that really hit me like, well, shit. When this country and our elected officials got comfortable with kids being killed,
was when I realized that America loves guns more than kids. Also the Second Amendment, like everybody just glosses over the well-regulated militia part. Like I think that if you want to have a gun, you have to be in the National Guard, because the National Guard is the only officially recognized militia. So that you can only have a weapon if you're in the National Guard.
They should be okay with that, Trumpers, especially because they like the National Guard being in their city. So,
you're pretty cool. How long does it take you to load a musket?
Girl, y'all from Kentucky. Don't ask me on the musket. All right. Let me go there. I got that skill.
April's like, I just used the musket on rabbit the other day.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, come on, that's by the time these lazy. See, these are armchair military heroes. All these guys in here talking about their guns and whatever. They say they all masculine when they can go and get their gun and whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you bring them outside and say, put your dukes up. By the time you get outside, because you know how I am, you guys. I work on my arms, my upper body, try to keep it intact. Because if one of you weird ass clubhouse people come to me, I'm gonna sock you in your fucking jaw with a lock in my hand. I'm not playing around. So if you so damn bad and you so big and bad, go learn how to fight and then meet us outside. But you're gonna go and grab your gun because you're hiding behind it, the bullets or whatever. I don't have one. Meet me and let's do hand-to-hand combat, but you don't want to do that.
Right. You ready for some breaking news from General Milley?
Do it.
All right, this is from yesterday. This is General Milley speaking.
Breaking news, Trump gave the order, but for the first time, the military said no. In a historic moment unfolding in California, General Mark Milley, one of the most powerful military leaders in the U.S., openly defied former President Trump's directive to use the military against immigrants. Standing firm, Milley reportedly told the president, "I will not use the U.S. Army to carry out injustice. If you cross this line, you'll be facing me." His words, captured in real time, have triggered a political firestorm. Trump's attempt to invoke fear through military force has instead ignited resistance, not from protesters or lawmakers, but from within the chain of command. General Milley went further, saying that Trump's actions violated the Constitution and that if these abuses continued, the military would take steps to protect the country from the inside. It's rare, almost unheard of, for a general to publicly stand up to a president, but this moment made one thing clear: no army, no weapons, no power can defeat nations united around justice. For more updates like this, follow and stay informed.
Is this is real? No?
Yeah.
It's an AI voice, and General Milley is retired.
And they said former President Trump, too.
It looks like
that's old.
the comments are from the last 12 hours. That's what I checked.
Yeah, the comments are, they could be commenting on it now, but it's an old video that they're commenting on. So,
okay, let me check it.
That's definitely.
Jeremy, are you aware that soldiers pulled out of Union Station?
No, I didn't know
Are you
that.
aware why? No.
They only were the reason they were there for the pizzas and the burgers, because that's all they were doing in Union Station.
I thought they were taking over Union Station.
No, the vets came out. The vets came out and challenged the actual soldiers and told them they were taking illegal orders. And told them they were taking online. To look it up yourself. I told you I have people on the ground.
I come here to get my news from you, Point. So I don't know.
Thank you.
You gotta do what you do. I'll do what I do. I just share what I share.
I'll listen when you try to tell us. I'll listen when you try to tell us.
All I'm saying is don't bite Ellie's head off because she's giving you some even further.
Biting anybody's head off.
No, I don't feel like my head was bent. I apologize.
Nobody's biting your head off. Don't listen to Point. You know we love the hell out of you. Don't listen to that shit. I love you like I love cake, and I love some goddamn cake.
I was.
So, you know that. You know that.
I do. I'm just trying to keep us on breaking news because I think that's what, how much can we talk about this shooting? I mean, it's been going on 24/7 and where I live right now with people that I know and their kids. So I'm just looking to see what else is happening that's important.
Okay,
I like all kind of cake. Is this something wrong? Am I getting ready to get chastised for loving cake?
Nope, not at all.
I love you too. I love you too. I love everybody. I might not sound like it, but I love everybody, and I appreciate you guys all the time. Everything you have to offer, even though I don't agree. That's my wife. Even though I don't agree all the time, it's not personal. I love you guys, and that's why I love like ruffling it up, ruffling your feathers, because we are all different, but we also are so much the same. So hugs and kisses. Let me go take care of some patients, and I'll be listening.
Listen, Sister White, you better go get all your shots now while you can, because RFK can diagnose children just by looking at their face. And he said we don't need no more vaccinations, so we're going to continue that.
Boy, he should have, instead of going to law school, he should have went to medical school.
Hello?
You think knowing medical science would be a prerequisite?
You know that he is an MD.
And
I love it.
I think you have to now get a prescription from your doctor to get a COVID vaccine if you're under 65. I think that's the new rule.
Yes.
Why? Well, I'm high risk, so I'll get it. They already told me to get my ass over there and get my pneumonia shot and this shot and that shot.
I know, April, I gotta get the shingles and pneumonia. I'm not damn.
Shingles is not bad. I had no problem. It's 2 doses. They tried to get, my doctor said, oh, you need to get the shingles shot. I'm like, again? I already got it. So looked at the record. Yeah, it wasn't hard. Just go for 2. It's 2 different ones. I can't remember the timeline between them, but it's not too long.
So sorry for us old folks talking.
Yeah, so old folks talking our old folks' health. You young ones are out here spreading the plague every other damn day. So bad.
Natural medicine for shingles, but
no ma'am. No sir, no ma'am.
Y'all finished showing off for the day? Just let me know. Y'all finished showing off?
I just got here, First Lady, to show off.
Me too.
You showed off as soon as you got in there. So. Yeah.
I knew you
So
were
you
going to put the
finished?
hammer down. I am finished.
No, you're not.
There is a vaccine for shingles. That's natural point. It's called attenuated shingles.
Ew.
well, I don't know about for the COVID, but
Why are you talking about shingles? What's wrong with y'all? What's going on?
speaking about health and improving our health regulations and everything else.
Don't you gotta be old to get the shingles?
No, you got to get it at 50, and he's 50. You can get shingles at any time. It's just
Yeah, you're supposed to get the vaccine at 50, and that's why he's saying that, because he's 50.
I forgot.
Calling people old.
I said, don't you gotta be old?
I just
I didn't say that he was old. Somebody else said it. I didn't say it. So it's not a y'all. It's
any age can catch the shingles, can get the shingles.
Oh really? I thought the younger people catch measles when you're older. It's the
It's chickenpox. So
it's
okay. Chickenpox, measles, same that.
No. Chickenpox is where you would get the shingles. So you get. So before people got vaccines for chickenpox, which man, y'all so lucky. We just got the chickenpox, and then because of that, later on in life, you get the shingles, possibly get the shingles. So
you have it dormant in your system if you've had actual chickenpox, which older people now, when we were younger, we did. Our parents had the stupid chickenpox parties where you would get it and they'd take you around kids that didn't have it, so everybody
I had the chickenpox and I'm not that old.
So, girl, what? Now I gotta get that.
Yeah, I had chickenpox too.
Yeah, you need when you're 50. Not now. You still April said you can get it anytime. Yeah, but they're not giving shingles until you're 50. Then I give it the shot.
You're
So let me get this straight. I gotta go get my butt played in at the doctor. I gotta go get a shingle.
Yo, you sound like what my husband said. He was like, they want to
check my prostate, that they want to do this, that they want to do that. It's too much.
And I heard that they can do it like in a different way. I don't want to do that.
Listen, at least you don't have to have a speculum put up in there and cranked open.
But don't they,
What?
Is that why would they do that?
That's what we would do.
They put that spatula up in your crotch.
Why?
And open it up so they can pinch
Why?
the tissue out.
Can somebody give me a reason for
I just told you so they can go in there and get the tissue out.
Make sure you ain't got no problems.
You're a weak on the past me, sorry.
No, they're gonna put you to sleep, Just.
You know they don't put you to sleep for no pap smear.
No, I'm saying him.
You don't get pap smears.
I know for your colonoscopy. What the? Jesus. No, April said that.
Hold on. Let's get this straight.
No, you get it straight.
Yeah, because you're trying to scare people. Anybody go first, lady? I know what it is. Ladies get pap smears, and they have to be cranked open. They all wait during that. Men, they play with our buttons the way you described it. We go to take us to sleep.
They put you to sleep to check your prostate?
No, he's saying for colonoscopy.
Yeah, colonoscopy.
That's not for men, that's for everybody.
But for a colonoscopy, you can do it a different way.
I used to be like you, every room I gotta get in there.
She has to have a little bit of drama every day, right, Royal?
No, I mean, so look, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, she's young and she gets bored and she, wants to be a camera. Yeah. I'm old, I'm not.
Feels more social and intimate.
Yeah. Well, in some places.
Yeah, we always do have the crazy rooms.
Yeah, let's not get into intimacy on Clubhouse today.
Yeah.
It doesn't bode well for some people.
Yeah, I can't believe BB called me a piece of shit. He was like, Sarah, you're a piece of shit. And I was like, what's wrong with you, man?
Oh yeah, let's not talk about it.
No, I know. It was quite funny because nobody's ever called me a piece of shit on the app. And I was like, oh.
Well, Sarah, I'd say count yourself lucky. That's the worst that it's been.
You're a piece of shit, but I love you to death.
My God.
You're called a piece of shit twice on this app now, my spiders.
The only thing that annoys me is that the emojis, you have to click on someone else. You can't just have an emoji of someone.
I know. That bugs me too.
Didn't that used to be a thing?
No, that's new.
Used to, when you click on the emojis, they were on you.
Yeah.
But now you have to click on somebody else to emoji.
Yeah, so you have to react to someone in a sense. You can't just do it.
What about the sound effects? Can you still make the sound effects?
Yeah, you make that by holding down yourself, and then they're there.
Gotcha, okay. So it's the same, yeah, okay, that's the same. Well, I mean, that emoji's fine, I don't care about that though.
Personally, I think the best feature is the GIFs.
Yeah, I like the gifts.
Yeah, no, the gifts are pretty sick. I mean,
I found myself wanting the exclamation points that we used to have. I don't have those anymore. Like when you're shocked by something.
Yes.
The eyeballs blooming up.
Isn't that on when you click on someone else? No. Ewan, when I gave you that masking tape the other night for the front door, where did you put it?
And I mean,
said, y'all gotta get this out. You gotta get it out. It's gotta go.
When it's time to deliver, okay, I'm here for my cesarean section. I'm not doing that.
Yo, that's how my aunt is. She does not do vaginal delivery. Everything is C-section. She's like, nope.
I'm like squinching my butt cheeks together while we talk.
Just cut the baby out.
Try laboring for 6 hours and then they do an emergency.
How does it feel? Like,
I labored for 15 hours and then I had a C-section.
You know, I would have got better and I would have came back there and squared up with everybody. So y'all motherfuckers let me know.
My best delivery was my 1 and my number 4. My husband was there.
Ooh, so you did that joint 4 times?
On my face. I had 1 C-section, 3 vaginals.
Those C-sections.
That number 3, bro.
I mean, not that I know.
I want my homegirl to have her baby and the daddy didn't like show up or whatever, so I was in there, passed right out. When they lifted them legs up, passed out, hit the floor. Wore I had a Cardi B knot on my head, sure did.
Why you pass out?
Because as soon as they lifted it up,
and those lips of
baby, and it was like the head, it was like coming out, and he said, I think he said it's about to it was about to split, because sometimes that's all I remember.
No, she cut me. I had a piece of
there's some people that don't get cut prior to when they tear. Yo, there's these chicks, they tear from the pussy to the ass.
Yeah,
but that's what they were saying. They have to lube a lot.
That was like a 12-time excited about this.
It's really something. Listen, I was there, and I had to keep a straight face the whole damn time because, goodness gracious, I really wanted to make that scrunchy face. I couldn't because I wanted to make sure my wife. Yeah, you better not. Oh man, I was like, don't make no faces about my shit. I was gonna start projectile vomiting.
I was mean to my mom. I was a 32-hour labor and I weighed 13 pounds.
Jesus Christ. One of us had to make this. One of us was
and then for y'all to do it and then go back and do it again is crazy.
You know, the crazy thing is after you do it, you're like, yo, I'm never gonna do this again. And then you find yourself not doing it again. And you're like,
It's gonna be weird, like,
releases drugs to make it seem like it's less painful after the fact.
Women are the most scared people it is. We do this shit. That's what it is.
And that's the thing. When you're pregnant, you know that baby gotta come out no matter how it comes out. That baby gotta come out. You're ready and it gotta happen now. Like, fuck.
My kids are 10 years apart, so it wasn't like I was like, let's do this tomorrow.
Oh, I have gaps too. I have a 6-year gap, then I have a 9-year gap.
All that contemplation time is still.
Because I couldn't do no abortion. I wasn't gonna do no abortion.
There's implants. There's all sorts of stuff that
Some
people get pregnant on birth control, dear.
Yeah, that's true.
I had 48 hours of labor. 4 hours.
God bless you.
And then I burst a hole in my lung from pushing. And I got pregnant 2.5.
You did what? What did you do?
Following.
I think she's hot up in these guys.
And please tell me you were one and done. Please tell me after 48 hours of birth, you only gave birth once.
This is following 9 months of hyperemesis where I threw up all day. No, what happened was 2 years later, I was sitting in the kitchen and our little 18-month-old was sitting in her high chair. She was very close to her daddy. She was always daddy's girl. And she looked at him and she crooked her little finger. She wanted some milk. And she said, "Hey, Gare." And I said to myself, no, we're not doing this. There's not going to be 3 of us. There's no hey, Gare. And I decided to have a second child. and I had the same hyperemesis. So those who are medically aware, that means I was in the hospital on IV 6 or 8 times with both of them. The labor with him was 36 hours, and it was a better pregnancy because my first pregnancy was an all-male OBGYN, and they were telling me I
like my job to check them.
Oh, mine was horrible. They were like, you're trying to throw up the baby. I was so excited to be pregnant. I wanted nothing of this. And I did do it a second time. And yeah, I did. Going through childbirth is a huge thing. And for years, I did workshops for expectant mothers about the emotional changes of pregnancy. That's when my first book came out. And one of the things I always told them was, do not forget about your labor and delivery, because I know that's what they used to tell women. Oh, just forget about it. You won't remember it. Well, I remember all of it, and I think it's something women should remember because it's such.
My child is 15. I think I still got postpartum.
And also about the throwing up. That's another fucking that's terrible. They'll get that.
I have a question. So, have you ever had a flashback of that pregnancy and then, like, for some reason, like, slapped your child because of that? Like, did that ever happen?
There have been points in raising them. They're now 41 and 43. There have been times when I felt like saying, you little shit, you have no fucking idea what it took to bring you here. But it wouldn't do any good.
That's why the urge to slap the shit out of them when they disrespect you just wells up. So your hand is across the face before you even contemplate carrying on with it. My first son was born. Both of them were born in a military hospital, but the first one was an experiment because every fucking body and their mother was crowded into my room while I was laboring and while I was delivering. The people who were training, I don't know how many goddamn people.
Everybody was seeing your poom poom. Okay.
I didn't give a shit. I did not.
I know you don't care.
Get this shit out.
When you're in pain, you don't. Everybody want to be like, oh my god, they're gonna see my. They're gonna see me down there. When you in fucking pain, you kicking everything off, and you got your shit all wide open, and you don't give a fuck who sees you.
He had the quarter in his neck, and they were like hands in there trying to pull him out. So, okay, listen, take a tape measure and get to 10 centimeters, make that into a circle, and that's how big the shit got to get, okay? Mm-hmm. This is what we go through, and then we get ungrateful children. Okay, this is how, like I said, Brian would have been dropped off. No, where'd he go? He would have been dropped off at the orphanage as soon as we got out to hospital because 13 pounds and 28 hours of labor.
Oh, that was Michael.
I can't get over that. We can't go on and have a relationship after that.
My mom said it was smooth. I was like 9 pounds, but she said she went in at 8 o'clock because she was, and I was there by 6 p.m. Yeah, my mom said I was smooth. She said it was like going to work. But she had a C-section or whatever. She said that's where I got that from. She said she showed up and said, here for my C-section.
And the comment in the chat is right. Men should have no say because we the ones have to go in there and actually have another person pull out our body, okay? Shit, y'all get some say, but keep your shit wrapped up or stay away.
I had a pregnant dog.
Let me tell you, if I was a millionaire, I would have multiple kids, more than 4. Yeah, I would have a lot of kids.
I have 2. I have female. 2, 20.
Come out here. Yeah, I would have like. Come out here for shelf. Yeah, take those. Yeah, Christ.
What if y'all could be like dogs and have
don't worry, I'm gonna be paying up for
y'all out for that?
Listen, Justin.
Like long shebang.
No, listen. Let me say this and I'm gonna be quiet. This gonna be real quick. My last child, still, even to this day, I'm getting better. But for a long time, I had PTSD where when I saw other pregnant women, I would be like, ew, like, can I do that? Seriously, I could not fix my face. It was just like, ew, that is so gross for years. And I promise you, I postpartum, I felt like that lasted for, I don't think it kicked in until maybe like 24 months later. But then I felt like it didn't leave for like 6 years. I'm trying to tell you.
What does that mean?
Which part? Postpartum,
like, what is that?
depression,
like,
yeah.
It's terrible.
Pregnancy depression.
It happens. It's different for everybody. So If she explains it to you, somebody else explains it a little different. There's people that don't want to hold their babies or don't even care for their babies.
Look, I had it for 12 hours. I know I had it for 12 hours. I went home because we lived in Georgia, and this was in July, so in a trailer. It's fucking hot as hell. My husband at the time went and got a window unit air conditioner because the other had kicked out. It was over. It was done. We rented a trailer. I went home. I left my baby with my friends and my husband down the street. I just got in the car, didn't tell them shit. Went home. My parents had been visiting. I had left before that time. I went home. I put my 38 on the counter, okay, because that was the neighborhood we lived in, and I cleaned my house from top to bottom the first day out of the hospital. The next day, I couldn't walk. I regretted life at that point, but I had it. I was like, if somebody had come through my door, other than somebody I was related to or friends with, they would have been going out, been carried out, because I had my 38 ready, girl. I'm serious. I'd be like, I'm done. It would have been insanity.
That's the lady that I used to live next door to. When I was in Texas, she had a baby, and she was the sweetest person. And after she had the baby, like, she just used to be doing weird stuff. Like, I was here holding the baby, no back support, the baby just like flinging around. I used to be like, something wrong with her.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think it went bad for her, and then she ended up getting put out of the like place. I don't know what happened after that, but I remember thinking like, damn, like it was such a like nice pregnancy, and then it just went bad, and she just would be looking at the baby like she was over.
There's women who actually kill their children because of postpartum. It's so severe. Like Janelle said, it's on a spectrum again, like many things. It can be really bad or. Not so much.
Yeah, I think I had like minor postpartum with baby number 3. Probably lasted a few months, but I got over it. Like I was like, get your shit together.
That's how animals be though. My friend kept leaving me with his cat kept bringing me his kittens, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? He was like, oh, she tired. She wants you to take care of it. I was like,
Yeah, but look at that. Mom can't do that shit.
I'll take it to the dad. I'm curious.
Yeah, but there's like the ones that don't have their husbands or don't have baby father there. They just with that baby by themselves, baby crying, baby with colic, and.
Do the dads be good with them? With the kids?
Yeah. No, I ain't gonna lie. Both my baby daddies is beautiful. I was the one when they.
Yeah, I think if they present,
I was at work.
Yeah, I think the ones that are present, yeah, but the ones that are not there, I don't know.
Both of mine were pretty good dads, especially when they were small. I was surprised, but yeah.
When it comes to my newborns, I am like an animal when they have their puppies. I don't want nobody carrying my newborn. So I never allowed the dads to really do anything with them.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure.
So I'm literally like, I would compare it to the animals. The way they are when the dad tries to come around a puppy that's the way I was. So I used to be fucking exhausted, and I used to still just be there pumping and holding her.
My dog, I would never recommend her to be another. They supposed to keep him for like 8 weeks at like 5 to 6 weeks. She just stopped. She stopped feeding them. She stopped doing. I had to get him so. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? She'll like kind of growl at him like toward the end, like when they'll come near her, like, girl, get away from me. And about her food, when they're trying to like put me her food, I'm like, you gonna fuck the kid up like that? So I don't know. Maybe she had fault. Maybe they're coming in animal form too, because she wasn't with it. She didn't want to be no mom. Oh, is Lisa down? Oh, she's still with patients, right? Wow. What is 3.560 kilograms? What is that?
What's going on?
Methamphetamine. Yeah, that's cocaine. 3.56 kilo. It's probably about 5 to 15, depending on the
It's like 7, 8.
You said 7, 8
You
pounds?
trying to convert it to pounds? It's like 7 or 8 pounds.
Who's 7 or
Okay.
8 pounds?
That was my son when he was born.
I was 7'15" when I was
Gave your
born.
baby to you in ounces?
Yeah, that's no kilos. Yeah, kilos.
That's crazy. Where you was born? Like you was born in America?
Yeah, what the fuck?
No, man, she was acting up.
Nobody talking on kilos. What's going on?
Yeah.
That's the way they set it on the scale.
Yeah, they measure both.
I looked glad to scream while they was doing what they was doing. I would look to the side. I saw pounds and ounces.
Yeah, I mean, I memorialized everything, so I took the pictures of him on the scale and everything.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I needed oxygen because, like,
Not treated oxygen.
I'm getting serious.
Because you was about to pass out?
Yeah, I didn't think of so. All three of my sons were C-sections, but my first one, for experience or whatever. And
You said that you had a C-section. What's that?
no, I said all three of my sons, their mothers,
Oh.
C-sections. Now, for me as a dad, the nurse said, hey, you know what? When we come and get you, you need to go right at that point. So, went into the delivery room. I didn't know if I was in a delivery room or an ice locker. It's like fucking cold.
Yeah, like an ice box.
Yeah, and they had my
naked bad memories.
laying there, and they just had this sheet,
Butt ass naked with a sheet in front of you.
Yeah,
I just broke up. Can we hurry up with this story?
That's how they do C-section.
I know, and that's why I'm having flashbacks. Literally, I'm getting hot.
I'm just saying, as a guy, I have no qualm because I just kept looking at her. I'm not good with blood anyway. I'm looking at her. Wow. But no, they told me when he pulled my son out and took him over to the little weigh scale thing, looked like he was at the deli. When I stood up, I noticed while they was doing it, one of the clips on the bed sheet or whatever they had blocking her lower off, it had dropped and nobody clipped it back up. So I just kept looking at her closer.
Oh, no.
I saw this bloodied arm from one of the doctors. And so the nurse said, all right, you ready, Miss Young? And I stood up and I consciously looked up at the ceiling so I wouldn't look down towards her, stomach where the C-section was. And then when I looked down, I looked right at the spot on the floor where there's blood and some cloth. I always thought I stood there for a couple of seconds, but apparently it was longer because two of the nurses, they grabbed me on both sides and had to walk me over and give me one of those little oxygen things. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, bro. They're supposed to be looking at the other side of the sheet, bro.
Like I said, I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all gonna knock it up, right, y'all gonna have to take blood, because whether it's a C-section or not, there's gonna be some blood, y'all. And especially when a doctor wanna make fucking jokes like, oh, you have a redhead. I'm gonna fucking slap the shit out of him. There's gonna be blood. I'm sorry. My thing, I kept hearing all this metal clanking while I'm looking at, my son's mother. I was like, are y'all delivering my son or putting in a small block V8? Because that's a lot of, tools that y'all got over there. And I'm like, dude, hearing the clank, clank. I'm like, where are y'all playing?
Yeah, bro. They cut it up multiple layers of her stomach. When they pull the baby out. Yeah, I know the experience on both sides, and I'll take a vaginal over a C-section any day. And that's just me.
I got better with my other two. But yeah, go ahead, man.
Who's that side?
I said even with the split, because they gotta do that watch ass sewn up again. I've heard all the stories.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm not even gonna lie. Jamaica Hospital, they did an amazing C-section. I'm talking about the scar, everything. Beautiful. You don't even see that shit. No, I guess I just healed good. But he also did his thing, with the stitching. But it's just the drugs because of the pain. It's just like you're not enjoying the baby. You don't have the same bonding with your spouse through a C-section versus a vaginal. So I prefer a vaginal, and that's why you see after my C-section I went vaginal again, which is called the VBAC, for anyone that doesn't know. I ended up doing a VBAC because I wanted to experience that with my current husband. Because his daughter was the first one with the C-section, so we never experienced vaginal. So that's why my third and my fourth is vaginal.
There's something about that I feel like granted, as a dad, I have no idea, from a woman's standpoint, but like when we found out like that she was gonna have to have a C-section, I kind of felt like, I don't know, like cheated from the experience of like, waking up at 0 dark 30. Oh my God, my water broke. Let's get to the hospital. Let's get to the. And it was like, so you're about 8.5 months. Let's schedule your pregnancy for Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Is that good for you? And I'm like, what? Like, oh, all right. I guess we're doing it Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Yeah. And so listen, one of my boys, he had that like him and his girl was like 3:30 in the morning. He's dead ass asleep. And he said that she was fighting it because she was in the bathroom just going, oh no. And he kind of woke up here and just whimpering like, what the hell's going on? Did your water break? And he said, his girl was like, no, there's not water. I just spilled my drink. It's like, what? Like she it's her first pregnancy. She totally did not like come to that conclusion that the baby eventually has to come out. But anyway, yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know something? They tried to make my sister a C-section, right?
Yeah.
And my sister was like, no. And my niece came out in 7 minutes. I mean, that was her second child, but my niece came out in 7 minutes. They're just sitting there trying to make more money. That's what they
No, of course. Let me tell you something. For my C-section, she definitely could have came out vaginally. She is my smallest baby, smallest head. I was already 6 centimeters dilated. She was able to, I understand heart rate is dropping, but guess what? With my third and fourth pregnancy, the heart rate is dropping also, and I delivered them vaginally. But I get it. The doctor's about to shoot. He's about to go home. His shift is about to end. Yo, let's get this surgery. Let's get this surgery money real quick. Send this bitch to the back and let's cut her up. Once again, I believe she could have came vaginally. I didn't need that C-section. But, you gotta let people do what they do.
Somebody call 911. I can't breathe.
Someone, please. I got traumatized. You already got kids. You already know about labor and delivery.
We are hyper-focused on C-sections and what y'all doing?
Oh, no. I was just saying that I prefer vaginal over C-section. That's it.
Oh, God. That is it. My C-section was not planned.
You had a C-section on one too? Or just...
I had been in labor all day long. And then it was 8:30 p.m. And it was like, your daughter, she's down there. You've dilated 8 centimeters, but she just won't come out. And I started crying. Like, I was crying. I was like, I want to see such a please. And they was like, okay, we're going to get the midwife to come in here, and they're going to do some positions with you. They put me in a pretzel there, and the leg all up in one end of the place. They tilted the bed upside down. And mind you, I had to get a surcharge because she was coming out early. So now it's time for her to come out. She didn't want to come out. And after like an hour and 45 minutes of them trying to do all these positions and she ain't moved, it was like, yeah, we're going to put you in C-section.
How much is your weight?
8 pounds, 14 ounces.
Yeah, that wasn't coming out. There was a chance that even if you would have fully dilated to 10, she was still not coming through your birth canal. It was not going to happen. Because with the third one, she was 7'10".
This conversation.
The third, Kylie, she was 7'10". They said if she was 8 pounds, she was not coming. She was not.
I had my son. He was 8 pounds, 4 ounces.
And he came out.
And he came out vaginal. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you had a vaginal with a C-section like me. Vaginal C-section. Yeah. Even my labor when I was 15, beautiful. Best labor in the world. Another Jamaica hospital labor. I'm talking about I was there for 23 hours and 38 minutes. Didn't feel no pain. I never knew what labor pains was with my first pregnancy. Because I didn't feel any pain. I took epidural. I was good, numbed. I pushed him out 30 minutes. Gotta be something in the news. It's gotta be. I pushed him out in 30 minutes. He was 7 minutes.
Give us breaking news first.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Sorry, man.
Sorry. Please bless First Lady with another baby. Thank you.
How did you do that? Blasphemy. I'm about to start crying again. Don't you ever say that. That is curse. So, alright, breaking news. So, they about to really go in on the Argentinian president. They're throwing shit at him. They're fucking about to whoop his ass. Right? Because Argentinian people are not fucking playing games. Apparently, he cut some benefits for some folks, and they're pissed. They took to the streets and they're revolting in Argentina. So I don't know. I'm trying to look up the article now, but I'm just jumped back in the car. And I'm driving around. So I don't know if anyone wants to look that up. Do we care about Argentina or not? What they gonna do, Argentina?
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
So I was reading this article. So where did I just see it? There's protests, corruption scandal and protests. Javier Milei faces his toughest week. Click on it. God, my service is really slow. I'm out here in his toughest week in Argentina and Argentine politics. A few weeks have been as tumultuous for a president as the one Javier Milei had just endured. His popularity, which until a few months ago seemed unshakable among the sectors that lifted its power, is facing rapid erosion amid corruption allegations, financial scandals, massive protests, and election climate fraught with uncertainty. Less than 2 weeks before the provincial elections on September 7th, and with eyes set on the midterm legislative elections on October 26th, the Libertarian government finds itself under unprecedented pressure. The epicenter of the political storm carries the Milei surname, though it is not only the president who is directly implicated, but also his sister and right-hand woman, Karina Milei, currently Secretary General of the Presidency. Audio recordings released by the streaming channel Carnival place an influential official at the center of an alleged bribery scheme tied to the management of the National Disability Agency. So these cases add to the ongoing investigations against the president himself, such as the cryptocurrency scandal that has been under judicial scrutiny for 6 months, including one case moving forward against the Argentine president in the United States. Interesting. Didn't the Trump admin cite Argentina like plenty of times? Was it Argentina or Chile? I can't remember. Anyhow, hey John. Okay, I'll link the story at the top. Here? OMG, it's gonna rain in August. I'll just throw the link in the chat. Alright, so something's going on with something what the CNN said that they agree with the mayor. You wanna hear this clip? Wait, is she breaking up or Zoom? Am I? No, you good. You good. Play it. Alright, let me see. And Patty puts it on top. I don't know what's that. New York Times article, I guess. Whatever you want from me.
I'm awesome players right now. These kids were literally crying. It's the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that
parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country.
I mean, he's expressing something that I know you feel and most people feel, which is a combination of sadness, but raw rage. That's right. Forget about thoughts and prayers. These kids were literally praying when they were running through a church window.
The rest of it is just what's next. It says,
This is like music on the
authorities said at least 2 children are dead and more than dozens were injured. Obviously, we know that Wednesday after a shooter opened fire during a mass. Catholic Church. Other liberal figures also blasted prayer in the aftermath of shooting, including MSNBC Jen Belsky, who said prayer is not freaking enough. Prayers does not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Y'all disagree with that? I think that's something to agree with. Prayers isn't enough. Y'all got a problem with that?
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not going to stop everything.
No, I mean, that's the start of it. You start praying to figure out a solution. So that your mind can open up and clear the thoughts for some kind of solution to this problem. But everybody keeps saying, well, it's not going to work, and nobody's trying any damn thing. So then we just keep twiddling our thumbs year after year after year after year.
If we could spend $1 million a day on putting the National Guard over in D.C., we can figure out something for the schools. We can have some staff that are dedicated.
Well, first of all, a huge percentage of this country doesn't even think that school shootings are a problem. Right? They don't even acknowledge it. They're like, well, this is, the cost of kids going to school. It's like, you don't really hear a peep from the Republicans. So that's why I'm like, so the first step is that this is a problem, right? People need to accept it as a problem and want to move forward.
Stop. I'm trying to train them. I don't know if it's.
It shouldn't take. It shouldn't take something like this happening to people to be alarmed. You know what I mean? Like, it's like people don't care, or people don't respond more forcefully until the shit impacts them directly. And it shouldn't take our elected officials, it shouldn't take our fellow citizens having this impact them on a personal level, whether it's their child or if they're school, if they're our teacher. It shouldn't get to that point in order for people to act and not doing anything. That cannot stand. Do something.
So let me ask you a quick question. Gemini, you brought up the National Guard and how much you're spending, right? So would y'all be opposed to the National Guard actually bordering the school systems?
I would, only because their primary function is not to shoot and terminate a threat when dealing with civilians. You need somebody that's dedicated to that. Like, this is my job. I see you, I recognize the threat, I terminate the threat. Civilian or otherwise, it don't fucking matter. You need somebody that is their MO, that's their focus, right? Not somebody that's standing in doing a job that is not typically allocated to them.
All right, well, what would be equivalent to National Guard if it's not National Guard? What would be equivalent if they don't have the power?
Security company that's dedicated to the school system, flat out. Armed, the same way like I have armed security when I do certain things, right? So I mean, come on, like we have armed companies. We just need to hire. That's all.
I mentioned, I don't know, it was an hour or so ago, or when Katrina and water and or mainly water, but they were spitballing some ideas. And I just my opinion, again, just my opinion, is that the notion that there is one singular, solution, I think needs to be greatly diminished. Could it be a series or multiple things, whether it's stricter gun laws, whether it's holding our elected officials accountable, bulletproof glass for the windows at schools, the notion that, okay, this one thing will, solve all the ills of school shootings and mass casualty events. To me, that's what kind of grates on my nerves. Could it be a series of good ideas enacted?
Not to switch everything up, but just out of curiosity, did y'all speak about Russia attacking Ukraine overnight and unleashing over 600 air weapons? The second largest attack, and it ended up with I forget how many deaths, 27, and like 4 kids. Have y'all discussed that or no?
No, that happened last night.
Yep. They don't give a fuck. He came and shook Trump's hand. It went crazy. Like, he don't give a fuck about
Well, Trump already kind of excused it, though, because Trump was like, well, they're going to fight until the peace is actually done. He literally said that.
He did. Trump made a comment about it. He said he's very disappointed.
Oh, wow. That's a way to get him, Trump. Get him, Putin.
Disappointed. Finger wag, So meeting with Russia, I'm just curious, like, what did that accomplish if they just launched the second largest airstrike they ever launched on the Ukraine? How did that, what did we accomplish?
It distracted us from Epstein for a day or two.
That's the worst part about this. I'm going to say this real quick. We get right back to it because I still think that Ukraine is crazy. But there is a gentleman, there's this bitch ass dude on the app called Hollywood Prince. And I just, he got outed on the stage I was on a while back. And now he's coming back around trying to be around. He was outed in the chat when I was on stage for somebody in the chat. They were like, I was monitoring this other stage, and they were like, y'all gonna really lit this pedal on the stage? I'm like, you can't be saying people are pedals without proof. Like, that's not cool. Like, if you got some proof, then we can go ahead and address that. And then I was like, who are you talking about? They're like, Hollywood. So he was next to me on stage. I'm like, hey, come off the mic, bro. They accusing you of that, and I need to hear your side. He's like, well, I didn't know she was. Okay. All right. Immediately, I'm already on his head. Come to find out when the conversation was finished before I moved him out the room, he had been charged with sex trafficking 2 minors on 2 different occasions. And he is a convicted pedophile. Not only is that, he's convicted, and a convicted pedophile. So y'all see him around because he's back trying to come on the app. His name is Hollywood Prince. He knows how to present like he's articulate, but he's a fucking pedo. But anyway, we can get back to Ukraine.
What's his ethnicity?
Unfortunately, black. And he out here in LA.
Whose mic is open?
Roberts.
Yo, pardon me, I didn't know my speaker was off.
play them once again. It is absolutely embarrassing that a man who you rolled out the red carpet had your military bow to him to lay that red carpet, have jets fly overhead and all of that, and then this man goes back and continues. Increases his bombing, and on top of that, destroys an American company over there as well. What a freaking, excuse my language, ladies, what a pussy. Like this is ridiculous. And then we have to.
Well, who's the pussy?
Trump.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure.
So and then check this out. Then on top of that, you gather your cabinet around you so that they can shower you with accolades and stroke your ego. This is literally sick. This is sick shit that we're looking at, and we need to call it. And I've already said it, I'm calling. I don't need any other kind of experts to say anything. We live under an authoritarian regime that is run by the MAGA Party. The MAGA Party is an offshoot to the Republican Party. They came into power and they run this country. End of story.
Yup, your debate is turning out to be quite
And his debate was on point. He did well. He could have did better, but his points were on point. Right? Like there's no question.
His vision.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely is yearning to be an authoritarian. He wants to be a dictator, but he has to settle for being an authoritarian that can manipulate our justice system, our legal system, in whatever way, in our constitution, in whatever way he can. But there's no question about what his ambitions are. Like he's very, very fucking clear about that shit. And on top of that, he doesn't have the respect of other world leaders. They don't fuck with him like that. They don't care about what they tell him. They will come over here, receive the red carpet treatment, go over there and do whatever the fuck they want. He is not respected. They know that he can be manipulated. They know that. I feel like Putin has to have some type of leverage when it comes to Trump. Like it always seems like he's bending the knee. Like he's always giving him the benefit of the doubt or granting him grace. Where I don't see why the fuck would you? Like he don't give a fuck. Every time that he says I'm done, you know he about to smack the shit out of Ukraine again. He's like, okay, I got it. I understand. Don't sanction me. Okay, smack the fuck out of him. What you think this is? Like he don't care. So why are we acting like he does? Like I'm confused. I don't get it.
Well, they believe the Russian propaganda that whatever Russia is saying, he believes it. I'm like, he doesn't believe what he's seeing. I'm sure he's getting footage of what's going on in Ukraine and he just doesn't believe it. Or doesn't want to believe it because it's not convenient for him. I mean, his whole thing was America first. So it's like when something's not fitting into his narrative, he's going to pretend it does fit into his narrative.
Well, he did say he's disappointed. No, don't you do that again, Russia. He said he's disappointed in 4 kids dying, 600. What does 600 air weapons look like overnight? Like they went crazy.
I'm still looking for that story.
I saw what check out what up, man. Drone warfare is big with the Ukraine-Russian war. That I'm learning more about. Project I'm working on. I've been working on for the past, I don't know what, 2 months now, I think. But shit's relatively speaking cheap and deadly at the same time. But the fact that Putin, this orange comb over just as Robert says, as Robert and both of y'all said, I think how we've rolled out the red carpet and what did it accomplish. And I've consistently been putting in chats when conversations were
link, but we know somebody doesn't click links. So the title of the article is Russia launches second biggest air assault of Ukraine war, killing at least 21 and damaging EU building. The first paragraph says Kyiv, I think that's how you pronounce it, was bombarded overnight by Russia's second biggest aerial attack since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, with at least 21 people killed, including 4 children, according to officials. Among those killed are children aged 2, 17, and 14. So that's a summary version of it.
I wasn't talking about like that. I was talking about so I could play it.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was an article. I never seen it.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, I was searching for it so I could find something to play.
Oh, you looking for audio snippet? Got you. My. You sound like a OG right there.
I'm talking about my uncle.
Put on your red dress.
My.
Somebody done blocked my uncle out of this space. Y'all some dirty people.
Y'all blocked mine, not the uncle.
Nah, I'm glad I wasn't here, so y'all know what's in me.
Oh, yeah, I blocked him by mistake. Don't worry, guys, I'm on the line.
My blacklist is long, but he is not.
I don't block people.
That's what's wrong with the world. I like to fight, so I don't block.
Well, I will say this. Y'all gotta be careful with y'all digital imprint. Because, when you have people in office that can go back and pull some stuff that you said previously before and talk about how great you are, and now you tell a different story, people, they will hold true to what you originally said. Just saying. So, y'all be careful what y'all say on these tapes. Any objections?
No, if I said something to your face, I don't care. I said that. I leave footprints in business. I don't give a fuck.
But to your point, First Lady, one of my, I guess one of many, but raised eyebrows or just concern from reading, Project 2025's Mandate for Leadership, the sections in there where government or entities that are usually neutral and have no real oversight from the executive branch, he wants to take over. And it was spelled out in there specifically, could be concerning for any of us in here or on this app. The FCC, Federal Communications Commission, the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, but the FCC, which controls or has oversight into, our digital apps like this, TV, radio stations, whatnot. They want that under the control of the president. And that's what one of the things that he's been, vying for. So, if you look at history and how Hitler came to power in Germany, it's some of it may not be the same, but sure is rhyming. Because it's a similar thing. When you control the news media, when you control labor unions, when you can control countless other aspects of society, and then you start to, have your former National Security Advisor house raided by the FBI because you don't like it. So, be careful of that overreach. And that's what
that supersedes a focus of the party in a way that other presidents haven't had before. So if people think of it that way, Biblical talk about him literally being like a savior, brought by Jesus. So if you want to consider that too, Christians haven't talked about other presidents like that in the past. So there's a piece of it there that I see why people think that. I don't consider it cult, but I see why people think that.
I don't see that, and I am evangelical. and I don't see that like at church. I don't know. Again, I get it's anecdotal. I see it more here on Clubhouse and maybe like on Twitter, like on social media. It's not necessarily what I observe like in my day-to-day real life when I talk to people. And I certainly understand why the term the MAGA cult rhetoric is used. I absolutely do understand it because I do think there is this strange unwillingness to acknowledge any fault of Trump's whatsoever, and I just think that's very obtuse. But I don't know.
Sorry. I think you make a very good point, Sandy, but I actually think that the mega cult sort of like idea was created by people who were like a periphery of Donald Trump and basically tried to create this like public image of themselves. I know that obviously Donald Trump has a bit of like a personality cult thing going on, but I think like we have examples of like what happened on the set, right? Like with Ali Alexander and like
yeah, for sure.
And these people tried to create like a cult. They literally tried to create a cult on Zap. Like that's literally happened.
The thing of it is, to that extent, like I use that exact terminology, the Ali cult, because it was just weird. It was like some kind of weird mind control thing, the way that so many conservatives glommed onto him instantaneously. And like, it was definitely very, very strange. And like I said, I was guilty of using that exact terminology, the Ali Alexander cult, just because. So that's why I say, like, I understand particularly political opponents referring to MAGA as a MAGA cult. Y'all know Monica's diehard MAGA. And Monica herself, I feel like, is one of those people that has a hard time being critical of President Trump. Even the things that are obviously wrong, she will make excuses for. Whereas I've never aligned as quote unquote MAGA. I do support Trump. I voted for Trump. Like, I make no bones about that. But I also I don't like Trump as a person. I never liked Trump as a person. It was really hard for me to even get on the Trump train. I think initially it was kind of like, well, he's our conservative ticket, so get on the train.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, and like even with the second election, man, during the primaries, I so bad wanted to like DeSantis, like I really wanted to get on that train, but he just did not impress that much. Like I kept wanting for him to impress me, and I kept thinking he'll get better. He just never really delivered, and honestly, I didn't like any of the other options that were running against Trump in the primary. So it kind of became a dead ringer that, I knew Trump was going to grab it. And even when he grabbed it, I wasn't like, oh, yippee, this is the greatest thing in the world. I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion because I know a lot of people don't like him, but when he picked J.D. Vance as his nominee, that's when I was like, yes, cha-ching, J.D. Vance really speaks to me. I love J.D. Vance. And so I felt a lot better about my vote just because of bringing J.D. Vance in. And I know a lot of people don't like him, but I do.
That's really interesting because I actually, I think J.D. Vance is fucking sick. I think that he actually could be the person that, continues this, movement after Trump is out of office.
And I think he would do it better. Yeah. I think he would do it better and with a lot less division than Trump.
What do Banner look like?
Trump is, he's...
I don't even want to go in. Project 2025 is just
Hold on. I want to answer it. I want to answer Hakima's question. Hakima, did you say something else?
No, but go ahead.
Yeah. professional. Like, I think he needs to stay off fucking social media. I think he need not be on, global news saying they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I know a lot of people, they like that about his character. Those are not the things that I like about his character. I like that he's not a lifelong politician. That's one of the reasons why I also like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has only been in the Senate 2 years prior to taking on the VP ticket. And you know what else I like about J.D. Vance is the fact that J.D. Vance was once a never Trumper. And he came around to supporting Trump before he was chosen as the VP nominee, like a couple of years before he was chosen as the VP nominee. But what that says to me is that he's willing to learn. J.D. Vance also had some really, really harsh opinions on abortion. And when he realized that
happened. So I don't understand how that tracks. We haven't always had this epidemic of school shootings. So this is really, if you look at charts, this all really went crazy in 2018. It jumped from 1970 to 2017. We were tracking between 10 and let's say at the highest 60 school shootings a year. That includes suicide, domestic disputes, drive-by shootings. That includes everything. Okay, it's all lumped together. Then in 2018, it shot up. It doubled. It actually more than doubled. It went from 60 to 180 or something like that. No, 119. Okay, and then it went up from there. 2024 was the highest at 350, I believe. Don't quote me on these, in the 300s. Okay, so this is this has really gone crazy the last 5 or so years. That it's I'm tired of people saying that, you're more likely to get hit by a car. I don't give a fuck, y'all. This is unprecedented. This is scary. If you have children in school, this is scary. Okay? And I'm tired of people saying that my fears are unfounded because this is actually very, very scary situation that we're experiencing right now. And to say it's Christian related, my God, that's what a weird thing. We have more access to mental health than ever before.
That's so weird.
That's
so weird. Let her finish and then you can respond to her.
All I'm saying is, sir, we are less religious than we've ever been. I don't understand. Why didn't we have an epidemic of school shootings back when we were extremely religious and kids were actually going to mass? People don't go to mass every week. They hardly ever go to mass. So I don't, where's the correlation?
Yeah, that correlation definitely doesn't follow it. I agree. The only pushback against what you said, we do have access to more mental health, but we kind of do, we kind of don't. It's like majority of the counties, I think the stat I heard, majority of rural counties don't have a psychiatric nurse, let alone a psychiatrist. So we do, we kind of don't. And I think that one thing is, this is a multifaceted thing. I'm not a 2A guy, right? I have a whole separate philosophy with respect to guns, and I'm not anti-gun, but you can be pro-gun and anti-2A. I won't bother to say that at this point, but it's multifaceted. Social media definitely is playing a part in our mental health crisis. There is a very lax view of responsibility with respect to guns by some of these families, like the amount of kids that are getting killed with guns, but with respect to school shootings specifically, I think that they kind of, when you kind of look back at it, it's kind of like, man, Billy would never do that, and they just kind of go on with it. When the signs were there, because the last few, it's like, how did this dummy get a gun, or he had a gun, and how come y'all didn't see the signs? Like, y'all not paying attention to y'all kid? Like the signs are there, and we're kind of didn't pay attention,
But what if that is the answer, though, Finley? What if it is that dumb? If you look at the strong correlation, when did we start having school shootings? Like Holly even said, you started seeing attacks begin. Well, that's not necessarily the first one, but you started seeing attacks gain some ground, posting that I guess you could put late 70s, 80s, and then there was a brief pause, and then you had Columbine. So if you're starting to say, hey, What was the precipitous? Quite literally is the fact that we took mom out of the home, or we took a parent out of the home. What if that is, it's that fucking simple? Because that timelines, if you look, they tend to correlate right there. And I'm not saying that women need to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. I'm not saying, or some of the other guys on the app. But hold on, dude. But what if it is something that simple? Like we just removed a parent and guiding force, somebody to connect and teach their kids, and now we're putting it in the hands of 23-year-olds who last week were coking and token and basically getting clout and gangbanged in fucking college. What if it is that simple?
Hey, Brian, may I chime in on that point real quick?
Go ahead. I was asking Finley, but if Finley could respond, and then you can go, Adrian.
You're saying, is your thesis that because we potentially took a parent out of the home?
We didn't just take a parent out of the home. We took the majority of parents out of the home, like the overwhelming majority of the country. So what if it is something that simple that we could just put parents back in the home?
I think there's definitely something to that, right? But I think it
Go
goes.
back home.
I think, and again, this is something that even though I'm an anti-A guy, with particularly school shootings in general, I think it's bigger than that. I think the community, as we used to know it, like and I'm really hungry you, like that doesn't exist anymore. Like we have helicopter parents, and like, but can't nobody else do nothing with your kid, and we can't assist. Like there's no assist. It's just like the parents, and that's it. Nobody else saying to my kid.
Yeah,
I think that
it takes a village to raise a child.
Yes, and a lot of it is paranoia. Like I was listening to, I don't want to get too far off base here, right? But I was listening to a conversation about like kidnappings, right? The traditional stranger kidnaps your kid off the streets is about 100 to 200 per year in the country. The majority of them are family members. The majority of them, and 90, I think it's 97% of them are all returned within like a day or two. But it's mostly family members taking a kid, right? Something along those lines. But the paranoia around that has caused people to like isolate themselves from like their neighbors that live like right next door. And I think that plays into this because again, there's sometimes like your neighbor can see things that you can't see because you're too busy, or there's sometimes your kids will talk to your neighbors that they won't talk to you about, right? I was one of the few kids I had talked about sex with me. Right. I was one of the few kids whose parents talked about sex with me when I was 7. My friends learned about sex from my parents because their parents would not talk to them and they were afraid to talk to their parents.
They're all Christian.
Hold on, let Adrian go. He was polite. He waited until there were 20 and stuff.
You said after the last one. I get it.
I apologize, Mark. You'll go after Adrian.
Awesome.
No, let Mark go first, man. Go ahead, man. All right, then Adrian. Nobody told us. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something going on here, guy. Can I talk? If I'm up, there's something going on here. All right, there's something going. It's hard to explain, but there's something going on here with technology, with the information at the click of a button, and Christian people children who have information at the click of a button. I'm rambling here.
I'm confused. We have been over this.
Marshall, hold on. Let him just because I want to get to Adrian.
What I'm getting at is, why is it a white Christian person all the time?
But it's not. Mass shootings are qualified as 4 people wounded. And although
Marshall, you feel it.
Well, I was going to say, private school shootings, not everyone in which have been white either. My point is, you seem to want to attach a religion to it, and I can't figure out how you're so going home on attaching Christianity to it. Noting that your argument is because they're Christian now, they're more susceptible to be violent. Despite the fact that, as Holly and several other people have said, this religion has been practiced in the country for 250 years nearly. We're not anywhere near as violent as we were in 1867. We're escalated periods of violence, which lasted, like 10 years, like 20 years, maybe even a little longer than that. I can't remember the math straight. But other Christian countries don't have this problem. Right? Like, I don't. Why is it so important to attach Christian to white or attach Christian to school shooter when not all of them have been either white or Christian? Why is it?
People are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners.
Hold on, DJ. Hold on, everybody. I want to get Adrian. Yes. Like, you guys are skipping him. I said it. I let Mark go. Mark, we're going to put an end to this. I'm going to let Adrian go. And then we're going to get back to this. This one's, I'm going to show you where you're fatally flawed. And I'm going to try to use another hyperbole that we often hear. But please, Adrian.
Yeah, just 2 quick points on what Mark just said. Christian issues don't have this issue. That's a lie. Yeah, that is a lie. I just give you one example. The Norway shooter. What was his name? Breivik. All of those people. Norway is a Christian-dominated country. Right? So that's where you're wrong there. Something that Bragg said about taking the parents out of the home. That literally happened in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, when schools was planting the idea into children's minds. Hey, if your parent hits you, you can call the police, right? If you don't like the way your mom is yelling at you, you can come and tell us. The guidance counselors and the teachers and stuff like that was planting these ideas in kids' heads that, hey, you can be emancipated from your parents if you don't like the way that things are going in your household.
No, Father. Hands off me, woman. Don't talk to me about an invitation, man. Stop. What is it? Call Kingslayer. Between the father and his babies.
This man is our prisoner.
This monster killed my son.
And crippled mine. He will answer for his crimes, I promise you. But not here.
I will have his head. If you try to stop me.
You will strike me down. Have you forgotten me, sir? I am the widow of your liege lord, Eddard Stark. I am the mother of your king.
Where is our king now?
You know very well. He has gone to the crag to accept the surrender.
Gone to the crag. Not to negotiate. You brought that foreign bitch with him.
How dare you?
Threaten my lady is an act of treason. Treason? How can it be treason to kill ministers?
I understand your grief, my lord, better than most. I understand it. But in the name of my son, the king in the north, stand down.
They didn't know what
when your son returns. I will demand this murderer's head.
Wise men do not make demands of kings.
Fathers who look at your sons do. I will have his head. Thank you for fighting and working off, Lady Stark. I would have come to your defense, but...
Take him to the stockade. Bind him with every chain you can find.
Your real she-wolf in your later years. So let's finish after you.
And drag him.
Lady Stark.
You don't. You risk getting locked up.
You don't get the deal right now for the power to talk.
So Adrian, do you consider 4 mass shootings in 14 years a lot?
One is a lot.
Okay. So, your Norway example seemed like a stretch to me. Like, just because something happens one time
In a
doesn't mean
controversial
that
new
like
bill
there's
that
a
just
pattern.
passed,
And
all
when
50
referencing
states
about
approved
what other
930
Christian nations is issuing Norway, which has had 4 mass shootings in 14 years. So it's not a good example, right? Like,
you're saying means a lot. I understand. Represent to the U.S. That's not a good standard. I don't know why you said no place in your early retirement. It's just like a good standard. It's not. It is not. Does not mean here's a path. Steve,
He's on your phone. I was talking to the CEO.
Yeah, I'm saying Mark blamed Christian countries. He said that's the problem.
Totally. Well, I mean, if we could have been dead, real quick.
It's a fact. I just want to point out that
Hold on a second. Julian wasn't done.
Well, I'm done, man. No.
I didn't mean to be anxious. Go ahead. No. I did not mean to interrupt you. You're not there.
No, you go ahead. It's not good.
So I was just kind of this. So your thesis is that the increase in CPS has caused a decrease in parenting, which has caused an increase in school shootings. Am I restating your thesis?
The usurping of parents' authority is my stance, because that absolutely happened.
So I mean, I disagree, because I don't necessarily think that parents' authority has been usurped. I think that
so we're overcoming a lot, and I think Kennedy is ultimately doing it the right way, recognizing if we're going
but I think that parents have gotten lazy.
Sustain this long after Kennedy and Trump are gone. We better establish that scientific credibility, if you will, and that is.
They think that they're too involved. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of uninvolved. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to be micromanage those that are here to assist. Again, this idea there's no community, but you're not going to tell me to do with my kid. But I'm not doing anything with my kid. That is my thesis.
Hold on. Let me respond. Wait, did you respond to Philly? Someone respond to Mark really quick.
Real quick, 15 seconds. I've spoken with teachers. There's been a lot of teachers on this app that speak out, especially when it comes to mass shootings and things like that happen. And you know what the number one thing that all of those teachers have in common that they say that they love? They say they love helicopter parents. They say that helicopter parents are the best parents in the school, because they're the most engaged, they're the most involved, they're the ones that come to the parent-teacher conferences, the school board meetings, the PTA meetings, all of that stuff. And they don't play about their children. They want to know exactly what their children are learning and see how they're being productive in class and make sure that they're on top of their things, right? In school and at home. So a lot of teachers love helicopter parents. So to have these parents disengaged from their children is a problem, and it leads to more things. So there's nothing wrong with being a helicopter parent, with being involved in your child's school life and home life.
I reserve my response.
I was just going to mention really quickly to Mark, because first of all, I don't know if Mark is being genuine or is he just trolling, because I'm pretty sure he's researched this when his claim to some degree, bro. I like to believe that you did, but you say it's fact. It's a fact. It is not a fact. The Virginia Tech shooter was Asian, my nigga. Okay, the Parkland was like half Hispanic. We already talked about the UVA was Hispanic, and Red Lake was Native American. Appalachian Law was black. Detroit was black. Knoxville was black. I don't understand why where you're getting all of them were white and Christian, bro. That's why I feel like you're being disingenuous for the sake of being disingenuous.
But majority of all white.
That wasn't what he said. That wasn't what he said, though. He said that all of them were white and Christian.
Yeah, y'all call it white and Christian. It almost sounds like you have to be some religion when you're born in this world. So if you're born in a Christian country, that automatically makes you Christian. I don't believe that at all, bro. You can't, if you're not practicing Christianity, you don't go to church, you don't pray in the name of Jesus, you don't do none of these things, but automatically you're Christian? How is that even logical?
It works that way for Jews.
Even if an Arab is born in an Arab country, that don't automatically make him a Muslim if he's not practicing Islam.
I said Christianity are not one to shoot up shit. I said something simple, but it is hard to prove, no doubt, that most of these school shootings are of white young kids who are raised as Christians. That's a fact.
Okay, so it's a fact. Okay, wait. Could you cite your citation for that, please? You keep saying it's a fact. What citation do you have to prove
It's
here?
hard. First of all, you have to go to the parents, right? Because they're the ones.
But my nigga, how do you know? That's what I want to know. How do you know? You keep saying this. It's a fact. I want to see your citation.
So if we were to do proportionalities based on population, I'm sure it would be like, yes, there are more white, freaking confused men out there that think somehow being a school shooter or mass shooter. No, but the reason why I'm saying, hold on, relax, chill. I ain't going anywhere. I ain't mad. I ain't calling any names. I'm not doing anything. We're just having a conversation. Relax, drink some whiskey, whatever it is, smoke a doobie. Is that still illegal today? I don't fucking know.
Early right now. Just get to your point.
Yes, ma'am. So the whole thing is we based it off of demographics. I'm sure it would correlate on a per capita region. But again, you couldn't even do that because it depends on where you're going to cherry pick. Like Thomas just said, you have multiracial people doing this. You have all sorts of people. So the issue isn't the religion. I get the whole Marilyn Manson effect, but it's not that. Otherwise, guess what? It's always white. Hold on, dude. It's always white. Chill. No one knows that.
Mark, have some discipline, please. Just be quiet. Let it finish.
And it's not always white. It's already been listed out for you. I don't know. Maybe I have to spoon feed it, but I'm telling you, they are not always white. They're not always Christian, and they in fact go against a lot of the religious teachings and a lot of their manifestos. So if I'm sitting here listening to you, I'm believing with the news media and a racial stereotype. Like the majority of crimes in this country are committed by guess which race? Black people. I hear that a fucking lot. It's not true. It's not even remotely true. But I hear that a fucking lot, and it's that media narrative. It's that propaganda narrative. So this is part of the problem, Mark, is that you're actually not looking at what's going on in a case by case to actually look at solving the problem. I just said it may be as simple as adding a parent in the home. I don't think it's Christianity. Christianity doesn't do it. I don't think Islamic, Judaism, Buddhist, or whatever fucking anybody else believes in is that triggering factor. I just don't see it. I don't. You're just give me. It's a white Christian male that was featured on CNN. That's all you have.
Can I say this, Brad? I went ahead and I posted in the chat the more up-to-date information about mass shootings here in America, who's perpetrating them, so on and so forth, what type of gun they're usually using to do it, all the, just a lot. Now, it does not give the religious breakdown, right? That's where you got me. I would say I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that, realistically speaking, a lot of these mass shootings we've had have been white male, but that does not mean that we haven't had other. I think we all can acknowledge that.
Of Christian persuasion.
I'm not saying of Christian persuasion because I don't have the information or the facts to back it up. So I'm not going to say that. Now, as I said, I posted the link in the chat. You can read it. You can get more educated about it or see what the graphs and things are saying, right? In this case, I think that it's one of those things that's hard to predict because if I remember correctly, the gentleman that we're talking about is 21 years old, which means he was of legal age to buy weapons. Last time I checked, he did. Brad, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he have anything on file, or was he seeing anybody that would have been able to label him a danger that would have put him on a flag list for whenever he went to purchase that gun, it would have been flagged, right?
Technically, they were struggling with their identity since 2020. So
was there anything on record to show or to be put on that background check when you run that would have labeled them as inaccessible to a gun? No, right?
No, nothing has been reported yet. So no.
Yeah, so he wasn't seeing a doctor while he was struggling with his sexual identity that would have been able to annotate that and submit that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is one of those freak things where unfortunately he purchased the gun legally and he went and he did it. There would have been nothing realistically anybody would have been able to do to stop it. That's just the facts of it. It's fucked up. I hate the fact that he went out in a coward's way instead of standing
10 toes down and facing the laws of justice and facing those fucking people. It's fucked up that those children had to go through that, and some of those children had to use themselves as shields to protect other children. It's just one of those type of things. Because the reality is when it comes to individuals like this, they're going to find a way to do something one way or another, right? And that's the facts that we're dealing with. All this if, and, shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and what about this, what about that? No, you know how I am, Brad. Deal with the facts of the case. Don't add shit. Talk about it in the context that it is.
Yeah, but the facts is the context saying it's just one of those things. It's kind of wild. Respectfully, hell, Miss Clark has been a while. It's kind of I don't necessarily know I want to accept that. But we're pushing back against this thesis that they're white Christian men. That is definitely not. The evidence does not.
So this is the raised on Christian.
Wait, because I don't mind doing this. We can believe this. Wait, hold on. So why don't we do this? So Thomas actually had a whole list going. I don't know if Thomas can do it, or somebody who's got, because like right now, I'm trying to figure out how to not break this crock pot. I'm now on my third one. So what I'm trying to do is, let's see, can anybody break this down real quick? What is the race of those? And I'm willing to bet it probably is overwhelmingly white. I'm willing to bet it's probably male. Those are two.
Right. Are you about to ask about active shooters and shit? And then like the stats on them?
No. Like listen to it. We're talking about a school shooter, so let's go ahead and diagnose it. Like let's find it, because maybe it is. Maybe it's as simple as, you know what? Let's fucking remove all the white kids out of the male kids that, you know, I don't know, have like fucking. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. They play fucking.
It's overwhelmingly white. It's overwhelmingly white. Over 90%. Over 90%. Over 90%.
It's not 90%.
It's not.
It's over 90%.
No,
it's not.
Up until recently, yes.
At all. I just hate when I have to do this, but I have to do this. Please, everyone will get a chance to speak. No need to talk over, and please be courteous of other speakers. If you just joined the room, don't just get up there and try to speak. Understand other people have been waiting to speak in front of you. Also, if you are on stage, you need to cash in your pink ticket to be able to stay and speak. Sorry, and a lot of pink tickets in the audience. Please cash those pink tickets in, and I'll go ahead and go on mute now. I think it was it Miss Clark that wanted to finish her point?
Yes, ma'am.
It was Weedman. Okay. Miss Clark will finish your point, and then I believe Weedman wanted to.
That'll be the cue to have to Weedman.
Okay. So just so that way we can have a quick breakdown. I'm going to move through this quick, right? Location and timing. Most mass shootings are likely to occur in workplaces and school. Weapon. Handguns are the most commonly used weapons in mass shootings at 74%. Rifles are at 32%. Shotguns are at 16%. Perpetrators usually tend to be white at 54%. Perpetrators are overwhelmingly male at 95.3%. The average age of a mass shooter in this country is 34.5 years old. As I said, it does not give the ideological demographic of if they're Christian, if they're Pentecostal, all that other stuff. And the site that I have does not list if they're normally Republican or Democrat or far right, far left, or anything like that. Mass shootings are most commonly perpetrated with handguns, one being at least handguns, like I said, 73.5% here, and at least one rifle, 32.5%, at least one shotgun, 15%. Most mass shootings involve a single weapon, sitting at 66.67%. And most mass shooter perpetrators are typically males, with solo males being 94.6%, solo female only being 3.8%, male-female pair being 1%, and two males being less than 0.6%. There's the information.
Okay, so we should that. So just real quick, I want to emphasize, so it's 54% white males. All right, that's probably in alignment with the racial breakdown of the country. Are we all in agreement?
Yeah, it is, Brad. But it says she's right, 54% white. It's also 22 to 26% black, and it's 10% Latino.
All right,
just to add those aspects.
You know what? Fine. Then we are all on board. We agree that maybe it's not just the skin characteristics. Oh my God, we might get somewhere. It may not just be the skin characteristics. It may be something a little bit more deeper. All right, go ahead, Finley, or whoever was next.
I believe it was Weedman.
Yeah, but Weedman, go ahead.
Weedman.
Oh, Weedman, I'm sorry.
No, she broke it down. I think she effectively broke down what the statistics are. Jay Weaver, essentially the FBI and the CIA, does extensive research on this. Actually, one of my concentrations for my bachelor's degree was school and campus security. So what we did is we go back to the 1800s when the first documented attacks on schools actually started to happen. And it gets pretty deep. With that being said, her statistics are right. I would say more in the recent years, we've seen what would be off base of the norm, which was white, middle-aged men from the age of 35 to 45, whether you're talking about schools, active shooters out and about in the world, it's middle-aged white men. That's been typically the 90+% ratio up until I think just the last couple of shootings might offset it a little bit because there were some different racial ethnicities involved. Nonetheless, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think race is the biggest deal here, right? And I think we can all agree to that. We have kids that are being shot, and what's happening is they're realizing that people within my community, the security and risk management industry, are paying attention, and we're making moves, and now schools and communities are reacting, and so we're able to install different things and try different measures, and we're testing, we're exploring options, right? There's never going to be a picture-perfect situation here unless the truth is we lock the fucking school down. And then even if we do, we have what took place just the other day. I don't know if this is the Minnesota shooting, but is this the one where he shot through the windows? This is because there was like two of them in just the last couple of days. Is this the one where he shot through the windows?
Yes, this is the one who shot through the windows.
So we get to this point now, which was my biggest worry through all my studies over the last 20 years in college and in this profession, is that we can create great access control, remove bottleneck situations from that access control. We can do a lot, right? But we can never stop if somebody from the outside just shooting fucking in. If somebody's determined to shoot, kill, and harm, they're going to do it. They're going to find a way, whether it's a bomb, a knife, a sword. You look at China, you look at England, you see all types of violent acts in mass, right? And they're not used with firearms. I think just a couple of years ago, some fucker walked into a goddamn mall with a goddamn sword and chopped fucking 33 people up. Now, did most of the people survive? Yes, and I think so. There's a difference there. Nonetheless, race, while it's a topic in the discussion, those of us in this industry are cued in on what's taking place, on the actors, the people that are investigating these things. They're aware of these breakdowns and these statistics based on the information we receive. And I could just say I don't think that should be the main sticking point in conversation. I think it's divisive. I think it doesn't allow us to get to a solution. And I'm going to pass the mic real quick so I can be so long.
Can I speak, please? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if we brought up mental illness, isolation, bullying. I think when you have that combination, it just adds to the piece of the puzzle. That isolation, especially from their parents. That parents don't know what's going on. So I think mental illness needs to be really emergent. Gun prevention, of course. But these kids, some kids out there, I don't know what's going on with them. But yeah.
So the National Alliance of Mental Health says that real quick.
No, it's Mr. Finley's term. Thank you.
So the Violence Project talks about this, and I think one of the reasons that we think that most mass shootings are white males because we're thinking about school shootings, and they tend to make the national headlines, whereas your day-to-day quote-unquote urban violence amongst people of color tends to be not always multiple victims, and it tends to be it's the narrative. So if it's a gang-related violence and two people got shot, it's not gonna make national news. It may make no local news. It's not gonna make national. But when Tyrone does that with Pookie and Brand with two for you. But if Chad decides to go in and shoot up, the school, and kills 15 people randomly because of whatever reason that he has, because his brain ain't wired correctly, that makes national news, and of course, that's what's highlighted. So that's what the perception is, and it's not the reality. But I want to point to something that another part to my thesis about, one, we don't have the community we used to. Number two, the way that we are, especially in the school system, the way that we are raising boys. You may not believe this. I know that there's patriarchy people out there that believe this oppressive patriarchy. Boys are failing. They are failing. They're slowly checking out of society. And it starts young because the way we educate boys, it's a whole problem systemically. And these aren't my words. There are multiple organizations that talk about this. That there is a problem there. And when solutions are offered, the pushback is, no, we can't do that for boys specifically because we're going to go back to the old system, patriarchy, evil, blah, 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 blah. But the reality is there is a male deficit happening right now with respect to economically, educationally. I mean, if you've been to high school graduation or college graduation, look at the top performers. They're mostly all girls. There's a guy sprinkling every now and then, but mostly all girls. There's a problem there. And I think it's worth having.
I think, wait, someone want to jump off? Someone jump off their mic.
No, I just needed to ask somebody who knows how to cook. Do I heat the crock pot bowl up first before I put it in the stupid fucking thing?
Dear Bradley, no.
No, you don't do that.
That's funny as fuck.
So you just put it in as is, right? Yeah. All right. Go on.
Is the fire department on your speed dial, Brad? Before you see it?
Bro, you better preheat that fucking crock pot, bro.
He's throwing in more kitchen appliances
End up with a fucking screw worm.
an entire country. I swear to God, he's blown up more kitchen appliances than anyone.
What is he
I'm surprised he's still around, bro. Listen, you're very, very resilient.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mrs.
What is he making?
A pile of mess. That's what he's making. You know,
Bradley.
he actually.
Grapes, bro.
Bradley, what are you making, honey?
I'm going to try to make a shepherd's pie.
He's making shepherd's fucking pie. He's making shepherd's fucking pie.
It says a expensive recipe is easy. I just need it in crock pot. So I got a quarter lamb.
Baby, no.
I shaved
The
that
lamb
thing.
is cooked in the crock pot. We're not putting the potatoes. We have to boil the potatoes, mash them, and then bake them. This
This is fucking way too complex. I'm just doing it by this recipe. We'll see if it goes and happens again.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. I bless you, bro.
The first thing you want to do, Brad, is you want to score the crust with a little mat.
You can't say the word score. He doesn't know what score means, Blake. He thinks he's thinking about football or rugby. Okay, let's get back to the conversation, please.
All right, so
Just don't talk over. Just don't talk over each other. Did someone new want to get it?
Yeah, I was gonna wish you.
I'll get in.
I'm going to check right into.
Because I remember once they talked
about mass shootings being 4 or more, and I think that's like intellectually dishonest. Because, like, for example, if I'm in a street gang, and I know my ops are standing in front of this gas station, and I go do a drive-by, and 5 people get shot, people are still not going to call that a mass. If you could say technically it is, but no one's going to call that a mass shooting. Now, if a random guy walks into a Walmart and just starts shooting up the place because he's crazy in the head, that's a mass shooting. So I think just because something legally says 4 or more, we all know what really a mass shooting is compared to like gang activity.
Well, we have to
drive-by shootings, DJ. Again, this is a lot of us have a 1990s view of like violence. That isn't as common as it used to be. And believe it or not, I get the legal definition, but the 3 or less is not as rampant as you think it is. And gang violence is tracked a little bit differently. There's a ton of data on gang violence, but this I know that we're trying to make the comparison between the drive-bys and the school shootings. And again, I address that there is a narrative problem here, to be fair, which is why we think it's all white males. But that drive-by narrative just isn't a thing anymore. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's not like it used to be in the 90s. It's like rare, very rare.
Detroit's way more calm, but do you guys want to, like, just for sake of argument, define mass shootings in a very specific way? Then we can all be on the same page with each other.
Mass shooting is defined as 4 or more people being shot at one time.
All right, stick with that. We stick with that. All right. For simplicity's sake, thank you, Marshall.
Yeah, and for benefit, that's regardless. There's another term that we could add in that I think technically is a catastrophe in this case. Well, I think anybody being shot is catastrophe. Two more deaths define catastrophe. Sure. But my thing is this: is to DJ's point, is it's almost as if we want to. It appears this way, as we want to sit back and kind of differentiate the killings of one group compared to another. If someone goes into a bank or a school or whatever and starts killing a bunch of people, now the gentleman, as far as I know, the two children died, from as far as I know, in the shooting that took place recently. If a guy is driving and trying to get his ops and he ends up shooting, 4 or 5 people, the death is the death. But like how they died or for whatever reason they died should not matter.
Yeah, let's stick with the basic.
They were killed. So I don't like playing the semantics game respectfully, saying, oh well, he did it because of this XYZ, but this guy did it because he was running away from the ops. He was trying to deal with the ops. So I was like, but they murdered niggas, and that's all that matters. But that's
The reason the context does matter, right? Because how you deal with it is going to differ. This is why cities that are doing a good job of dealing with violence are finally able to deal with it, because they look at the underlying issue instead of we're just going to be aggressive and just be aggressive for the aggressive sake, right? That's not how you deal with crime. You're going to deal with the school shooting incidents, which we're really not dealing with, differently than the gang violence, because gang violence, you can look at the underlying issues to stem that and slow it down. I mean, you'd probably never stop it, but to slow it down.
But to that point, Mr. Finley, as someone pointed out to the chat, hold on just 1 minute, please. I'll just be brief. Are we discussing mass shootings in general, or specifically in this case, school mass shootings? Because the remedy and the prevention of it does have some different variables. So which one is it, gentlemen?
I thought we were specifically talking about school shootings, but all right,
let's stick with that. Let's stick with that for simplicity's sake.
I mean, school mass shootings specifically.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's stick to school because it's in the title.
But like, they're all fucking crazy.
Some light on the situation to help y'all out.
Oh, help us out, brother. Go ahead.
I actually live in Minnesota and actually work with the BCA, and I've been working on this case. I was on vacation for 10 days, so I just hopped on it within the past 2 days. To give y'all some information, I would actually really consider this more of a terrorist attack. This is something that's been going on that for whatever reason the news has not been specifically telling people is related to these online groups or these terrorist organizations. This one specifically, I would just relate it to the NVE group. They're called the Nihilistic Violent Extremists, heavily related to a group called Terrorgram. So if anybody remembers the shooting that happened December of last year, the girl's name was Natalie Samantha Rupnaw. Her name was on the gun. A lot of these things that you wouldn't think are related are heavily related, and it's all terrorist activity. So there's basically these online groups. They vary in age, and they're.
Wait, can you hold on a second, sir? So I'm from Minnesota myself as well. I'm up by 2 harbors. So, first, Redell, I don't know what ERR means on the crackpot thingy, so this is all fucking done. I give up. Secondly, error. But what is this guy? I'm in the
Saint, whatever, SMT, whatever. Do you have proof of this? Do you have like some evidence of this? Because this is the first I'm hearing about this. Because I've never heard of an online terror troll farm that's recruiting people across the nation to commit school attacks. Like that's just. I mean, that seems like something that would have been released by the FBI, or at least schools would have been made aware of, and parents would have been made aware of. I'm sorry, it's not that
Kids have roadblocks. You should be concerned.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, I can.
Terror Grant is a real thing. It did it.
Yeah.
It's I've seen it in the news and stuff.
Because like this is the first I'm hearing it.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell
I think it's like basically it's a collective of different terrorist groups. Groups that are like anything from like accelerationist neo-Nazis to just sick fucks that glorify mass shootings and shit. And they do weird things, like they'll have like shrines for the people that have done these mass shootings. It's just I don't actually participate in those places, obviously, but it does exist.
Thank you. Thank you, Pete. SMT, can you elaborate a little bit more on what you said too? Because, like, again, I'm not trying to draw anything. I'm not trying to make a mockery of anybody. I have ignorance on this. I am completely ignorant to this facet of this conversation.
Telegram has IMC is actually is Serena.
Can I let SMT go, Meg? You can go right after him, but can we let him go? Because I really want to hear this. And since he brought it up, I heard what Pete said. And I value what Pete said. I just want to hear what SMT has to contribute.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are ignorant. That's the only reason I came in here. I know that I was ignorant to this, so I'm just trying to like lay out the facts so people aren't ignorant, because it's actually a big deal.
Do you have sources like we can post? Because KK's got spirit fingers and a hat, but I don't know if she knows those.
So once I finish talking, like I'll gladly post like some links and research that I'm allowed to like post in the chat for you.
Thank you.
So basically, I'll say like with us specifically, we have had a string of what's known as swatting calls. So they're basically like fake 911 calls that come in, and these groups basically are inciting each other to get points on a leaderboard. They gamify this, so it actually gets into like what Pepe said, like neo-Nazism, accelerationism, where they have these concepts that basically the white race is in peril and they're doing what they have to do, and they want to overthrow the government and basically insert a new world order, in which case they are secure.
Can we also toss in Scientologists in that mix just because?
So, another important aspect of this is, I would say, like, the children, for whatever reason, a lot of these groups are actually, like, kind of obsessed with it. A lot of them are pedophiles. A lot of them actually specifically. So this group, Telegram, is under another group. It's like an umbrella. It's called the 764 Network. That's, like, specifically really well known for basically having children take videos of sexual acts of themselves and then blackmailing them to get them to do various acts, whether it's acts like these where they harm other people, acts where they harm animals, acts where they harm themselves. And they radicalize these kids into these people that you're like seeing today, you know, these mass shooters. So
damn, man,
back to the swatting calls. So back to the swatting calls. So it starts with swatting calls, fake 911 calls. They're starting to get these points on this leaderboard, right? You get more points the crazier things you do. So I'll say it's not 1,000% sure, but there was a shooting in Minnesota on Lake and Stevens Street in Minneapolis, in which case 2 men were shot, but there was no suspect. It's possible that one was related. Then that was on the 23rd. On the 26th, the day before yesterday, there was a shooting at 3300
I can't think of the street name, but there's a shooting at 3300 something right outside of another Catholic school, in which case 7 people were shot and I believe 1 was killed. It's heavily possible that that one is related, so I'm kind of pointing out like how things are progressing because they're getting more points on the leaderboard in these groups, right?
Should we add in kids doing like car theft as one of the examples? Basically getting kids to be recruited into doing part of these acts.
Yeah, car theft and like just severe beatings or like animal cruelty. I mean, those are other examples. So anyways, on the 27th now, we get to the shooting, in which case 20 people are injured, 2 are killed, or 17, I apologize. And this person could have killed more people. Obviously, like they only used 2 magazines out of like the 5 to 7 that they had. They also had 3 pistol magazines and they had a shotgun. From my understanding, that was not used. And then they got away. Actually, to be specific, yesterday they did get away. But instead of driving off, they stayed there, walked around in a park, and then killed themselves. When they do these bigger acts, this is where you get into like the Satanist ideology of it. They consider themselves, they call them a saint. They anoint them, quote unquote, as a saint. And that's why Samantha Ruppnell is like a great example of that, where she references somebody in like Turkey who killed a few people at a gay bar as a saint, because in these groups, whenever they want like notoriety, some strange reason, doesn't quite make sense within the holistic point of view, but they want notoriety, they get clout, quote unquote, and they become these saints. So the higher you get on the leaderboard, the more people you kill, the higher chances of you becoming the saint in the group. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I just think it's important to like know, because for whatever reason, like I said, they don't share, like a lot of these cases are heavily connected, and it's not really hard to like, I guess, find out from just like reading. But it's important to know that these are like terrorists, like real terrorists.
This is fascinating to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, this is absolutely fascinating because
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. And if this is happening, I just could imagine foreign governments leveraging, this is a new kind of troll farm, if you really think about it. We have a similar thing, this whole vigilante thing going on here in Calgary, where the gangs are getting little kids to kind of pose as, to try to find out sexual predators. This is in Calgary, Alberta. And we have a lot of very conservative people, conservative Christians and conservative Muslims here. And they're really, I don't know anybody that likes sexual predators, but there's been a couple cases, I think 3 this year, where kids under the age of 14 were luring sexual predators. And just last week, one kid got picked up in a van with no windows, and their friends followed him around, and they brought the cops in and they arrested the guy. So this kind of vigilante, for whatever cause, whatever reason, going out of your way, doing crazy shit. Whether it's
can I add to that here?
crazy.
So I own residency in Alberta, so they're actually attached to the ICE unit, the Internet Child Exploitation Division. The only reason why I know that is my husband does K-9 training for the RCMP. So I know exactly what you're talking about. 2 of the cases were actually attached with law enforcement, with parents' complete involvement. So it's not complete vigilante. However, I know what you're saying, but I just want to make sure, like, the case you're talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about. The ICE unit was part of that. It wasn't just kids for the hell of it.
So I have a question to those that are, because like again, this is all fascinating to me. I did not know this was going on. Thank God my kids are grown. So why actually going on? They would be like, hold on a moment. What the fuck is my kid doing? It's like, no, I didn't ask you. Hold on. I didn't ask you. I asked like the people that are in the U.S. that know this. You just found out. You're in Calgary. You don't know this. So, like, who knows this?
Brad, someone in Minneapolis. These are the same people that the police force left loaded guns inside their cars during the very first night of George Floyd protests. The cop car gets broken into, and so because they use the claim from the police, go get the loaded gun that someone broke the cop car because they just wanted to cause damage to the cop car, nothing more than getting a gun. They released tear gas indiscriminately to everyone. Same people. So, I'm not sorry.
Brad, I was gonna drop your cast.
Thank you. Brad, I just want to say thank you for asking that question because I didn't know that either, and it makes a lot of sense because now I'm thinking like these are not like normal questions as we thought before. Probably there is something to it that is a network that they can look at. But this is really fascinating news for me, and thank you, I'm Saint, for saying this, and also Brad for investigating.
Yeah, thanks for this room, Brad. I mean, this is fascinating. The same shit's gonna end up happening in Canada for shit, so it's not completely off topic, definitely.
I agree. It's something, excuse me, Mr. Finley, I'll go right straight back to you, sir. Something that's interesting, and it goes back to a full circle of what someone had brought up earlier, and we've only had this room open for an hour, which is the parent being removed from the actual family, the parents not being actively engaging with their child. So these young teens in particular can engage in really deep dive search onto their tablets, onto their computer screens within this community. So it kind of does tie into it. I'm opening my eyes to it as well. I'm the same. I would love to do a room on this topic just to open the ears and eyes of parents that may have young teens. I'm going to add you as a friend right now, and I would love to chat with you about this. Go ahead, Mr. Finley, and thank you.
So with this group specifically, because I've heard of it before, but from my understanding, it's like very fringe and like only a couple of cases here in the States, because it's not just here in the States that this group has had influence on. There's like other instances in other countries, but it's like very fringe, and it's like the connections aren't there to say that there's a pattern to it that it requires a response. I think again, there's only been like 2 people that are loosely connected to this particular online group, as far as I understand.
Could you go into more detail about what you understand about?
So it's been mentioned. So I study criminal justice still, and I read a lot of stuff like by the Violence Project, the Innocence Project. There's different groups that I read a lot about, and I've heard this, like whenever there's a mass shooting, once the dust settles and like the facts come out, not in the news facts, but like the facts come out from the organizations, they talk about, what they've investigated, et cetera, and they write about this stuff. Like it's been mentioned, right? But it's not that there's a clear, it's not been mentioned enough that there's a clear link between all of the school shooters here. There's only been 2 in which this has been loosely mentioned. And when doing the Madison is one I can think of off the top of my head. I forget the other one, but I know the Madison shooter, because that's when I used to be in law enforcement in Wisconsin, so I still follow a lot of stuff there. And so the Madison shooter, and I forget the other one, but the Madison shooter for sure. But there's one other one, but I can't remember the name of it. But if you guys are really interested in like really digging past this, and I too got off of the white male train when I started digging into even like shooting, like mass shootings, because he begins to understand the narrative and what draws attention and what does not, which is why we shape our minds around this. But again, that's also why I have the thesis that this divestment in boys is kind of creating all of these problems, because there's uptick in youth crime amongst young men. Obviously, school shootings is a problem. Dropout rates of young men is bad. Reading scores are bad. It's just bad all around.
In the Minnesota area, we kind of set a giant middle finger to the federal government for funding because it came with so many strings attached that they couldn't run the schools the way that they were. And so then the federal government said, okay, we're going to discontinue all of your government grant foundations. So Minnesota just got hit with every government-funded non-for-profit was unfunded. So add that to the mix of this current time.
Yeah, so just to clarify, whatever facts or lack thereof that were just shared. So December 16th, 2024 in Madison, Wisconsin, what he's referencing, Natalie Samantha Rupp now. Telegram is also related to the January 6th incident in 2021 that happened at the riot at the Capitol. There was an incident March 1st in Waukesha, Wisconsin with Nikita Cash that was related to the terrorist organization known as the Order of Nine Angles. May 18th, 2025, Los Angeles, California, Guy Edward Barkus. January 22nd, 2025, Nashville, Tennessee, Solomon Henderson. July 28th, 2025, New York City, New York, Shane Samora. And to be specific in global incidents, because this isn't just over here, there's May 20th, 2025 in Pirkkala, Finland, where I believe he was 15 or 16, went to school and videotaped himself stabbing his schoolmates. Then there was another incident, the one that Natalie Samantha Rupp now from Madison, Wisconsin referenced, August 12th, 2024, that happened in Eskişehir, Turkey, from Arda. I apologize, I have no clue how to pronounce that. But just to be specific, these are some incidents that are actually related based on literally the manifestos of the people who did them and their social media accounts of like the past year alone.
So I'm just going to say this real quick. Hold on. So as I'm deep diving while listening to S&T and Joe and a couple others, I even found that I guess apparently this is real enough that Frontline did an expose on this along with National Geographic and other entities are starting to do exposés on this. Like BBC is now going to pick this up. ProPublica is picking this up. So now I'm like, I feel really dumb. I had no idea this was going on. I mean, you know what? The way it comes across, I probably would have just threw it out there as a conspiracy theory or some other crackpot kind of far-reaching thing like Martian mobiles take over DC.
It's a new culture of violence, and violence has evolved over centuries.
So to be clear to S&T's point, there is a larger group that I am not familiar with. I'm speaking specifically to school shooters in this particular group. That there is a larger group, and I also did mention that it's not just in the States. I did mention that it's global.
Let's hear it from public media, because actually this is where I first, maybe not first or second, I had heard of Telegram, and I know that Telegram, one of them came from Telegram, which I've sort of been a bit suspect of. So I was taking my suspicion of Telegram, and actually NPR did something on Telegram. And I was like, hold on, Telegram, or they looked talking about Telegram, so that's why I watched it. So NPR actually broke one of the stories about Telegram. They also treated it, I think it was 4chan is the other thing that's also you could look up. But yeah, let's hear it for public broadcasting. NPR did do a really great expose on this a while ago.
Wait, why would we want to fund them? Let's cut funding.
In my home in British Columbia, Amanda Todd, I don't know if you guys remember this story. She's a 15-year-old girl from British Columbia. And what happened is that she died by suicide, right, in 2012. And so this was an early case of online manipulation. She was being prolongedly harassed by this dude from the Netherlands, right? So she posted a video in September 2012, right, of her using flashcards saying that she was exposing herself, her body to by webcam to a stranger. And he said, if you don't send me pictures of you doing all these weird things, then I'm gonna it was a sextortion case and cyberbullying. And it was this Dutch guy, Aiden Kohan, this Dutch-Turkish guy. He was in Netherlands, and he was already convicted multiple times for online sexual extortion. And they actually brought this motherfucker to BC here, and he's in Canada now. He's got 13 years in prison. So, I mean, this kind of online manipulation of young people, it's just getting worse because the technology is getting more sophisticated.
Right.
Hold on, because so before anyone goes, hey, welcome, Cedric. I'm not going to berate you. You can have all sorts of opinions up there. I don't like as long as you can back it up and support them. But I'm just really fascinated currently. I just went to the State Department, and I shit you not, this is on here. The Department of State is designating Telegram Collective and its 3 leaders as specifically designated global terrorists pursuant to EO 13224 as amended January 13, 2025. So this, ladies and gentlemen, was actually instituted by Biden's administration and codified over by the Trump administration. So 2 separate opposite administrations have carried this over. It goes through, Telegram is a transnational terrorist group that primarily operates on the social media and digital messaging platform Telegram. The group promotes violent white supremacists, solicits attacks of perceived adversaries, and provides guidance and instructional materials on tactics, methods, and targets for attacks, including critical infrastructure and government officials. The group also glorifies those who have conducted such abhorrent attacks. Attacks or attempted attacks by Telegram users motivated and facilitated by the group include the October 22 shooting outside an LGBTQI plus whatever bar in Slovakia, a July 2024 planned attack on energy facilities in New Jersey, the August 24 knife attack on the mosque in Turkey, the September 24 DOJ charged 2 U.S. Telegram leaders with 15-count indictment for soliciting hate crimes, soliciting murder of federal officials, and conspiring to provide material to support terrorists. Additionally, the State Department has designated 3 leaders of Telegram as SDGTs, pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Zero Daniel Armani Ferrari is a Telegram channel administrator. Ferrer is a Brazilian national residing in Brazil. He'll never leave there. Nola is a senior member of Telegram, is located in Croatian national residence in Croatia. And Hendrik Wall Mueller is a Telegram channel administration. He's a South African national residing in South Africa. South Africa will give your ass up. I believe they will. So yeah, this is like some real shit. Why didn't we hear about this? That's a really good point, Brad. Why haven't we heard about it?
It's a fucking pie trap. It's got no head. You cut it off. This is some rats.
Yeah, it's decentralized for sure. I apologize.
No,
I think what's crazy is that like this is what we're supposed to be focusing on. I think both sides of the aisle can definitely get together on this and try to like figure what this shit is, because like I don't know why it has to like be one or the other, but this is crazy though. This is the first time I'm hearing this. I'm kind of shocked that this isn't like mainstream knowledge. So thanks to I'm the Saint for that. Also kind of ironic because the cult also venerates the saints, and you have I'm the Saint on it too. Just
local Republican. It's actually not mainstream though. That's actually what's so what we're talking about is that I first picked it up off of Telegram and NPR, and then I'm saying this works on this, and then we're picking this up off of other channels. But the major broadcasting stations are not broadcasting this. I only found it on NPR as far as in articles on stuff like that, or on Telegram.
So when people say that why haven't the news been talking about this, one of 2 reasons why. One, if this became mainstream media coverage, then A, you're going to legitimize them, or B, you're going to drive them underground.
Option C, you're going to glorify it. It's the same reason why.
That's what I mean by legitimize.
Yeah, it's the same thing as to why the human trafficking operations take place. It's not broadcasted because what we don't want is for people who are sick fucks to get off, right? Exactly. On seeing the victims and the cases and the information. So you generally would have to have nowhere to look to actually see the court case and the entire operation from beginning to end. So I think that the moment, you're right, sorry Adrian, you're correct. The moment you legitimize it and you bring it to surface, you're indirectly recruiting.
Exactly.
Exactly. And then there's VPNs and there's all sorts of different ways of hiding exactly where you're living. I mean, it sounds like these guys are pretty committed to the cause and they've been doing it for a long time. That's why we know who they are. But if you have crazy kids using the internet to do crazy shit, if it's a one-off, good luck trying to find out who they are. Like, you know. And the other thing is that, you know, how much control do you want over the internet, right? Control, like, even all these massive social media companies or internet companies, whatnot, they can't have total control over everything. Like, it's a hard problem.
Well, that's where they flourish. One of the reasons it's flourished so much on Telegram is because it's very unmodified or moderated. Yes, Telegram is independently unmoderated, so that's why it flourished so well on Telegram.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, a lot of social media is like controlled by somebody. Like, a lot of the internet is already controlled, so I don't know why you couldn't just, you know, filter the kind of messages and information that is being, you know, going through your system and just stop that from happening. Like, it's completely possible. I'm just saying that it's possible because someone was saying that, like, you can't stop it, and that's the point I was making in the chat, that I think some people, you know, always bring up this counterpoint of, like, not being censored or, like, you know, someone not having too much control over the internet, which they already do. They can, you know, stop you from saying certain things already. I don't know why some people are like, want to, you know, at the risk of allowing this kind of culture to continue, like, they just want to protect some kind of, like, free speech thing, which is, this even isn't a free speech thing, you know, things on the internet. So yeah, I don't know. I think people should get over that, and things that are obviously influencing a certain kind of outcome. I think it should be okay to censor that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, if I was the leader of a very, let's say, North Korea, very unfriendly country, and I wanted to create a whole bunch of problems, but I didn't have tons and tons of money, man, you know, recruiting very mentally unstable teenagers is not a bad idea. It's a cheap way to rip apart the culture of, you know, it's asymmetrical warfare at its highest. It could be asymmetrical warfare. I'm not saying it is at this moment, but
Well, you also have the administrators of the platforms, and I think, I'm not sure if this is, as to my knowledge, Telegram is founded and still owned by a foreign national, I think, maybe Russian, I think he's Russian. So, yeah, so there's a certain amount that can get through because Russia has very different, and also him as the owner has, I guess, a very low moral code. But no, if this was in the US and this was like Instagram, it would probably get censored. But no, this is from a Russian Telegram and from a Russian owner, and it's kind of interesting actually how the shooter had Russian written, although incorrectly, in English on the guns. That's a little bit creepy actually, but
so I want to go.
A lot they are foreign owned, that causes problems.
So I want to go back to this Minnesota school shooter. So we're saying that this Minnesota trans shooter, because apparently they were trans, and that's got to be the highlight talking point. But apparently this shooter, the school shooter, is somehow connected to this organization that I'm now watching. Like, I got to pull documentaries and research on it, and I guess apparently they're responsible for the Christchurch attack. So somehow it's correlated to this.
Yeah, so again, on their rifle, which I may even have a picture of, I'll look, but in the video that they posted on YouTube, on their rifle, they had painted the name Rupnell, Samantha Rupnell from the Madison, Wisconsin attack onto their gun. So, and an example of what I was saying about the Saints culture, that girl,
Samantha Rupnell committed a heinous act, in which case hit their leaderboards, and so they revered her now as a saint. And this person specifically looked up to Samantha Rupnell, thus putting her name on their gun.
Right, it's like these crazy fucks in Europe who say, like, in the name of, I don't know, what is it, ISIS or something, they kill someone. It's not as if they're organized insider member of ISIS. It's just that they go online, they spend all this time in their parents' basements, they get inspired by them, and then they do shit, and they want to claim association with them. It is a loose association. To what degree or not, well, that's, debatable, right? Under how much influence, it's probably a case-by-case sort of thing. But it is one of these things where the intentions of the individual person is terrorism. And they may claim to be, part of this terrorist group, but they may have never been to, ISIS, they've never been to Iraq or whatever, Syria. And so it is one of these things where, crazy people with lots of bad ideas meet each other, give each other worse ideas, and then claim association.
I just don't. So I just want to, anyways. I don't like giving. I'm not even trying to give like personal opinion any of this. I just think the facts are important. I'll just give an example. I brought up March 1st in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Basically there was a boy who killed both of his parents.
Waukesha.
Thank you. I have no clue how to say it. Waukesha, Wisconsin. He killed both of his parents, and during the trial, referenced the Order of Nine Angles. So this group, also known as the O9A, they're actually like heavily organized, and they have like roots back to like the 1970s. And this group specifically goes out of its way to have its recruits rise through its ranks by basically infiltrating political sectors, law enforcement sectors, basically to help them do the things that they are doing. And this is a global organization. One example is, I think it was 2020. In 2020, there was a person in the U.S. military, Shandon Simpson, who was found to be like one of the people that was in this O9A order. So to like basically give like a visual concept, there is a large umbrella known as like the COM network. Under that umbrella, one of the groups is like the 764 network, but there's other ones like the Ottawaffen division, groups where they have arrested some of the higher ups, just like Telegram, they have arrested some of the higher ups, yet we still, over the past year, have had multiple occurrences where people are tied to this network and committing these heinous crimes. If we're like on Clubhouse right now and we're all in this house and we see each other every day, and we hold true to these ideologies, I think like, for example, we know how people on Clubhouse historically over the past 5 or 6 years have planned huge events, have done like things, you know what I mean? The social media networks that they're using are simply like this but encrypted. Discord is just like this but encrypted with better text form. Another one is Signal. Was it last year that they were mad at the president because those military plans, they were talking about them on Telegram, and they invited the journalists and they screenshotted them? Like, these are encrypted networks that a lot of people are using, that basically these people are using them to keep this violent information that they're sharing amongst each other safe without obviously getting caught and arrested. They're sending out, like books, zines, programs, whatever you want to call it, on like how to make poison, how to make bombs, how to properly kill somebody, how to properly plan, something like this, in which case to like route yourself into an area and get these are like things that are actually like, in my opinion, in some cases, very well organized, depending on the person. And I would say this from the evidence of you have the people who are just calling 911 with fake information, and then you have the people who are actually starting to commit these acts, and then you have the people who are doing like these bigger events of terrorism.
So, I understand all that, but here's where I'm drawing, like, based on what you cited, and then what I'm reading, because, like, I'm just completely fascinated, and then what I'm watching, like, just quickly on clips here, everything goes, it's white supremacy. However, I'm going to carve this one out. There seems to be, it does have this, like, nationalistic tendency. Not going to discount that. But I'm confused as if the leaders, not all of them, they're not all white. That's an amazing part. And none of the people in this seem to be, like, I would say white supremacist, but it's labeled as a white supremacy. And I mean, I think the reason why it got missed and why people aren't aware of this actual being spread, because this is actually calling, like, I'm looking at, like, chats that they managed to, extras from court cases. They're showing, like, target your church. Like, that doesn't come from, like, white supremacist groups. This is something far beyond that, I would say. Like, am I missing something, or is this just the way the news media is trying to label this? They can't figure out what this really is, or am I missing?
I mean, there are white supremacist groups that hate Christianity, so I wouldn't say that that's contradictory. Like, I'm not saying most of them, but there's a big section that think Christianity is like a foreign religion that is not European. So, again.
So yeah, for the 764 network, which houses Telegram, is actually heavily influenced by that group that I referenced earlier, the O9As, or the Order of Nine Ingles. And I think I posted a short link on them in the chat, but I would do some research into that because that kind of answers your question. So this specific group is one of the Satanist groups that I was referencing, and they actually are heavily against the Western. When Pepe was up here earlier and brought up accelerationism, accelerationists are extremists who want to, in this order of things we're talking about, who wants to basically have a new world order. This group, the Order of Nine Ingles, which heavily influenced all of these groups, is Satanist, and they are heavily against Judeo-Christian values, and they feel like our government and system in the Western world is too influenced by these Christian values. So if you saw the video, for example, from the Minnesota situation, you saw, like, on the gas canisters it said Jew gas, just to kind of like tie it all together. So they have like this concept that I actually was just reading about it last night, but basically they believe that they're going to basically destroy the government here, and then at some point they're going to usher in this new world order of white supremacy. Then we're in like a phase where there's an aeon, so like a god that people worship. So they're considering America the aeon right now. This is where we're getting to like the Satanist concepts, right? So like everybody in the world is worshiping America, this aeon. Once that falls, a new aeon is brought in, but they're considering it like some time in relation to like its Imperium. I didn't fully read on it. God forgive me. I did post one of the leaks. Something about colonizing outer space, and also like when the Imperium thing comes, it's supposed to like bring them joy and happiness. So as far as like the white supremacist aspect, I'll just say no. I don't think you have to be necessarily white to be a white supremacist. Because Solomon Henderson was most certainly black, but was definitely citing things from white supremacists and like using a lot of that language. I think that this is just like, you know, these groups who have these ideas and these goals and are radicalizing children. If that makes sense, like that's pretty much essentially what's happening. That's who they're recruiting.
You have a fascinating cat, Saint. This is crazy shit.
So, Saint, I'm watching Curtis's video. Thank you, Curtis. Curtis put a video in the chat for you. Those of you that want to watch the shooter's video from Minnesota. It's eye-opening. Be cautious that you're not watching it in a place that, like at work or something like that, or around your kids, and don't stream it to your TVs and be dumb about it. It's disturbing. It's actually something that I would be terrified of, and if I'm scared of it, you should probably be a little bit afraid of it. I'm blown away. I did not know this. I think this is a hate group. It could be white supremacy. Fuck them. I don't really care what clan they want to call themselves by. I don't really give a shit. If they have Casper conventions and Target bedsheet sales, I don't give a damn. I'm just fascinated that I never knew about this till today. And everything you said, saying I'm cross-referencing and checking, and it seems to be accurate what you're saying. So I can't say this is just some sort of conspiracy theory or some kind of rabbit hole. I would never condone this. This is not something in my wheelhouse. I'm actually kind of disgusted that this has not been brought up a little bit more and been more precisely correlated, especially when after the incidents you cited. I have an issue with this. I have another issue, like as I'm diving through, I can see why people would have been chosen to ignore this, because I'm watching this. The Young Turks, they're doing, the neo-Nazi lady, where they trans man on Benjamin Carolello, talking about how dangerous this woman was because she's the voice of Telegram, but then finding out she's later discharged of it, and she wasn't connected to it, but they were like going on because she was blonde hair, and they went down this race thing. I'm like, I don't know. I can see why people like just don't pay attention to stuff that we should be talking about. This should be something that we know about. This should be something everybody knows about, especially parents with your kids online. I'm massively confused why we don't.
I want to leave, so I just want to say quickly before I go. So I came in here. I didn't see any rooms like talking about it, but I work with the BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and so like basically what I'm like sending are just like, you know, public links that I found, because I just literally went back to work 3 days ago now. Yeah, yesterday was Wednesday for me. And like literally like emails hopped in, and then this happened yesterday. And so these are like just the immediate things that like my research brought me to, that are public. The information I'm sharing to you is like public stuff that I can like actually give people that I just think is important, because it's something that, you know, the news is obviously like not informing people on, and they're targeting kids. You know, a lot of these groups, exploitation. It's not anything in reference to gender, or, you know, there's boys and girls. It's not anything in reference to political ideologies. As you see, when you pay attention to the Minnesota one, for example, it doesn't make any sense. You know, a lot of people will be like, okay, this is a trans person on the left, but the person's like citing this Republican guy, but at the same time it's killed Trump. Like, these aren't anything that I would say are like held by any defined lines outside of these people specifically like reference their hatred of humanity and humankind, and they are enjoying the concept of getting notoriety from killing people in their early 20s. They're in their teens. They're 16 years old to, like, you know, like, it's important important for people to kind of just be aware, especially if you have kids who you know what I mean, are on video games or who you're hearing referencing like specific stuff. You know, parents are getting charged now for Samantha Rucknow's dad got charged, the one from Madison, Wisconsin. I think that may have been the first one. As they should, right? Because now who's about to tell these, you know, for instance, yesterday, 20 people or 17 kids injured, 2 dead. Like, you know, people are looking for somebody to fall. Like, what do we do? So,
would you mind? So important. Would you mind like reaching out to KK? She wants to definitely. I do too. I think everybody that normally hangs around it, we tend to find things that we don't know a lot about. We want to do something more informative. I would love it very much if you would come to another one of our rooms. We'll do this on domestic terror or whatever label we come up with, and we can sit down and really truly interview you when you have more time. We can do it on a weekend. But if you could reach out to KK or myself, I would love to sit down and just have this like really in depth, a little bit more information, and we can put up KK's got Spirit Fingers. She does this like whole PowerPoint where she's got all the links, and she does her whole thing. And we got like a psychologist, we've got teachers, we've got police, we've got military personnel and others. I would love to have you kind of help us walk through this and kind of be able to see this. I really truly am genuinely being sincere about this. I'm not trying to be troll. I don't give a shit about clout. I don't care if there's 5 people that are. I'm just genuinely very curious about this, and I promise I will do as much research as I can before you come in, so I don't come in completely dumb and you're trying to baby walk me or spoon feed me everything. But then we can get to the guts and the meat of the substance right away if you'd be willing.
I think it's like a new era of terror that most parents are not aware of, that our children are exposed to, that we need to really understand. Just like parents are not used to or aware of, these new types of drugs per se. It could be laying right there on the counter and you would not even know that something potentially dangerous for your kids. So just even that knowledge will be good. So yes, I'm the same. I will definitely, we follow each other now. If you could send me some information and I'll work with you, we'll figure out a schedule, but this is great information. Brad, can you do a quick reset, please? Since I'm sure your crock pot is about to explode.
Oh yeah, that broke already. It's now, it went from ERR and now it's broke. So I'm just going to throw it in the oven and we're going to try this thing. I put it at 475, hoping it'll cook fast.
You do not cook lamb at that temperature, for crying out loud. Bradley, that's it. I'm going to have to fly down and cook you 2 weeks of food. Excellent.
You need a Brad cooking insurance to help your life insurance in your house.
Brad needs life insurance.
I think
Brad needs insurance. He needs to put himself in a bubble, like a self-protective bubble.
I guarantee the seat coverage is of the.
Perfect. Is it mutton or is it lamb?
It's lamb. I didn't shoot this one.
Okay, so it's not mutton. All right. Well,
did you say this one?
Brad, why are you cooking lamb in a crock pot? First of all, did you marinate your lamb before you even put it in a crock pot?
Mrs. Clark, baby, I tried this with him. No, ma'am.
What marinate?
Okay, there is no butter, there is no rosemary, there is no garlic, there is no salt or pepper. I know you're white, but you can't be that type.
He's the middle-aged white dude. Do we expect him to be
Brad, I know you got some Worcestershire sauce.
Alright, Mrs. Clark.
Mustard and soy sauce.
If I heard him right, he's actually in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota. I'll give him a little credit. They really don't have places up there.
No. Brad's not there.
I know.
But Brad is certified outdoor, so he's an outdoor cat kind of a person. Indoor, he doesn't know how to do things, and he needs a special insurance to break it.
Brad, go grab a little cedar tree, grab some cedar sprigs, and add that.
Are you trying to steal this lamb meat?
No, I tried to make this shepherd's pie thingy. I got the meat. I threw the meat in there. I threw the potatoes in there, and then I threw the peas on it, and I was supposed to cook it in that says easy recipe. You don't even have to peel the potatoes. You can just throw them in there.
If you wash the potatoes before you cut them and put them in there,
You're supposed to cut them?
you're supposed to wash them.
Oh. Yeah, no.
Oh, Brad. Oh my God, Brad.
So, like, yeah, and then the crock pot says error on it. I don't know what I fucking did wrong. And then now it's just a blank screen. And
Do you have any liquid inside the bottom of this crock pot?
No, that was the first. That was the other one.
Okay, it was probably erroring because it like got too hot, and that's the only reason why the crock pot will error. So if there wasn't any water inside of the crock pot or liquid, it will do that.
I think I put it in there. I did it on the first one. I did it on the other one. Crock pots with like displays on them?
Okay, we can have Brad's cooking school.
Mine has just enough.
Can you reset the room, Brad, without lack of cooking skills? So we have some new people on stage that may want to speak on the actual subject.
All right. So pull your headphones away from your ear. Turn down your volume. For it, she's going to get it, and hopefully you can hear me. Marshall, can you hear me? JK?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Political Compass, your one-stop shop for news and things going on in the world, where we have discussions and we learn things. We actually have back and forth discussions. We value all opinions from all across the aisle, and every topic that is brought up on our stage. However, you must stand firm. You must be tough. You must validate your opinion. And don't be afraid of criticism. We actually want to have a back and forth with you. This is a biased conservative house. I make no qualms about that. I hide nothing from it, but I do welcome all differing political opinions. We do not discriminate based on race, gender, or fucking sky daddy issues. I don't care about any of them. All faiths are welcome. All races are welcome. All sexes, particularly those of women, are definitely welcome. We care about what's going on in the world. We want to cover the news. No, not everything Trump does is perfect. I still think he's better than Kamala. I still think he's better than the Democrats' plan going forward right now. And with that being said, make sure you listen to the mods. There's two queens in the house. That is KK and Patricia. If either one of them does not like you, you have problems. I can't save you. Don't back channel me. Marshall is our historian, our legislative genius. He will sit there and call out us if we go astray or get some facts wrong. He's our information highway. We learn from everybody. I'm fascinated today. Today's topic was on the Minnesota shooter today, and of course the Scotland Queen Mary of Scots, the Scottish girl and her axe and knife. If you haven't found that one up, Google Scottish girl with axe, and you will find an entire fascinating thread. I just loved all the memes. But with this, we also learned today about Paragram, and something I was not really formally aware of. And I think we're going to have further room. So please follow the club, follow speakers, people you like, and come back. We try to do this about 1 to 4 every day, or at least in between, and usually on weekdays. But we're going to do an expose on this. We're going to deep dive into this. So we're going to gather some information. We're really going to try to provide some information to people and maybe draw a big crowd so people can be aware of what's going on, what this is about, so that you can protect your kids. That's the overall goal. Is some of us have to actually stand up and protect the world. With that said, carry away. Do whatever where this new discussion wants to go. KK, I don't know where we're at right now. I'm just still fascinated and floored and still trying to figure out this fucking thing.
Okay, so this topic can go several different directions. One direction we were discussing earlier before we went down this Telegram conversation is, what is if there is a singular factor to determine who could be a potential shooter per se. We were talking about race, we were talking about gender, we were talking about the trans community switching from one to another. We had some stats given. If you're just joining the room, you can scroll up, and everyone gave some interesting stats. So if the stage is popcorn style, please allow those who newly joined the stage to speak first, and then I'm going to mute up, and I just want to get your thoughts on what you think of the Minnesota shooter, what you know about that that shooter, and if there's any defining factors that you feel like could have prevented all of this going on.
Yeah, so put in my first thoughts being that I'm probably the one on the stage that's the most recent out of the K through 12 system, so I probably know the most about it, at least in recent times.
That's just because you're 12.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Like, I'm so sorry, but all the drills and all the safety preparations that we do, I mean, if you guys read statistics earlier, I'm hoping that one of them that was read is that the majority of the school shooters don't come from outside the school, they come from inside. It's the students that end up doing it. So, for example, when we go through all these like dumbass school shooting drills that we have to go through 24/7, quite literally all we're doing is just giving the game plan away to the shooter. That's all it is. It's, hey, the shooter's going to come from one of you guys, and one of you guys apparently who's smart enough to operate a fucking gun and have a whole detailed plan out of how you're going to kill people is going to be too stupid to realize that when the classroom lights are off, that it means that people aren't in there. Then that's what all of a sudden that's what it means. Not that it's fucking off and everyone's huddled up in the back like a giant firing target to spray and pray in the back of the classroom corner. Or here's all the exit routes. Guess what? Now the shooter knows the exit routes too. So he knows exactly where to take you out from there as well. And like that's a big factor, I think, that whenever people go into these safety discussions or they go into even more things, like for example, the arming teachers and all that bullshit that they want to go through there, even though statistically you can add on more, adding guns to the situation doesn't necessarily make it more safe, especially when those teachers or the people that are armed civilians don't have training in high pressure situations, don't have military training, don't have police training, and even some of the police, when they do have training, choose still to not do anything. We saw that during Uvalde. So like, there's a ton of things where we see people with training and without with guns that even when they're present at the situation, I'm pretty sure from 1982 to 2012, out of all the mass shootings that happened there, less than 1% of them were stopped by somebody who had a firearm on them as well during that time. So do I know what the solution is? No. But do I know what one of the solutions isn't? It's adding guns. That's not a solution. And thoughts and prayers haven't fucking worked for the last 30 years in a row. So that one's not doing anything either. What needs to happen, at least in my opinion, America needs to start caring more about children than they do about their gun culture. The moment that we stop caring about gun culture more than we care about the lives of people, or we care more about people than the right to have a tool that lets us play God, then maybe we'd be okay.
I do have a question.
That tool doesn't let him play God though, because you can't carry that with a gun.
But you saw the taping out.
I hear a lot of people talking about gun control and different things like that. And it makes me really wonder, like, if we actually got off to things about gun control, what type of gun control would you want? Like, what type of laws would you want to see implemented that you feel like would make a difference in this case?
Yeah, sure. I don't want anybody, and call it ableist, I'll double down on it. I'll stand on it. I don't give a fuck. Anybody with some type of mental disorder, get the fuck away from a gun. You don't need one. If I can't have the mental disorder going into the military in order to do so, you can't have one to own a fucking gun as a civilian. I'm okay. If the military can realize that, so can like regular civilians. I don't think that's a huge fucking step to take. On top of that, when it comes to what's called evaluations, et cetera, I think that people should have to renew their gun licenses. I think that people should have to renew their psychological tests. Because, for example, one person may be okay mentally to handle a firearm during 1 year. In 5 years' time, something crazy could fucking happen to them where they develop something where they're no longer able to do so, right? So I believe in the same way that people have to get licenses renewed for multiple different things, so should gun licenses, and so should the test to see if you're mentally fit to carry a gun as well. That would be one of the most basic ones that would end up curbing a lot of shit that we have to deal with right now. Call it ableist all you want, I'll stand on it because it's safe.
No, I agree with you. I think a lot of people have been saying that in order for people to buy certain rifles, certain pistols, I know depending on where you live now, you have to have a pistol permit and different things like that. So there are states that have licenses in order for you to own, in order for you to conceal carry, and do different things like that. I think like even in certain states, if you're under a certain age and you decide to buy a pistol, you have to have a pistol permit, which you go to your local sheriff department. And yeah, you can't, in certain states, you can't even buy one unless you're 21.
Yeah,
right?
this county required a pistol permit.
I'm sorry, Doctor, what did you say?
This county required a pistol permit of the shooting. The county specifically requires a pistol permit.
I think.
Yeah. So, and then too, for the, I think the bigger part here, and I agree with you, is the mental
mental. And this is where it kind of gets tricky. You're going to.
Is it just me or is she matrixing right now?
Yeah, you're matrixing. Okay. So unless, and I agree with you, this is going to be one of those things where unless the state or the federal government puts something in place for people to take a mental test to ensure that they're capable of carrying, that's going to be the tricky part. Because that's the reason why earlier, and I don't know if you were here, I asked the question of when he went to get his gun, because as far as I know, if you have any type of mental disorder on record, you cannot purchase a gun.
Correct. It's already illegal under federal law.
Yes, and in this case, he was not seeing a doctor. He was not going to someone that would have been able to say, hey, surprise, surprise, this person's mentally unstable. Let's make it to where they can't get a gun. Like I heard people saying he was struggling with his sexuality, but even though he was struggling with his sexuality, that's not cause, unless we're going to make it law and cause to say, if you're a person who struggles with your sexuality and jumping between if you want to be trans or not, you have to go to a medical professional and then get that documented and then, put that in a way where you're no longer able to access guns. That's one thing. So I do think that type of mental test is going to be a hard one to get past, because now the question becomes, who do you deem mentally stable and who you don't deem mentally stable?
It's not just that. It would fit the definition of an undue burden. Now, there's already an existing federal law in the books which allows the federal government to argue, right, if you're schizophrenic and it's on record, right, like, you can't go buy a gun in most states.
Also, if you have a history of DV, you can't buy a gun too.
Right, but I'm not necessarily speaking on this, history that's already been there. I'm speaking more of, you need a test on site in order to get that. Not bring your medical history, et cetera, et cetera. Before you need to go to it, you need to go get assessed before going ahead.
Yeah, one of the problems is that the court calls stuff like that an undue burden. There's a balancing test the court does with rights. And one of those tests is a reasonable person undue burden test, right? And the question is it an undue burden to have to take a mental test to be able to access a right? That is the question the court would consider. Given that it's more conservative, it might side conservative, but that would be the essential question at hand.
I understand that. The opposing question from the moral perspective, at least to me, goes, where's the undue burden of the amount of people dying every single day, especially children, from this shit?
Well, that's a different argument. March, I thought in this thought experiment, we were, and I could be wrong, I thought we were not using the Second Amendment as our major state right, because I'm sure in all his proposals, mine included, we would abolish the Second Amendment, and gun ownership would be a privilege, not a right. Certainly under the framework of the Second Amendment, there are a gazillion hurdles.
Well, if you can get it passed, I'm not gonna, if there's a campaign waged to change the constitutional amendment and I'm on the losing side, I'm not gonna bitch about that. I just don't. You fight a hard campaign for what you believe, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So I wouldn't exactly be that way. More what I meant was we either think all the constitutional rights matter or we think none of the constitutional rights matter. The important part about rights is that they can be limited. The Heller test in 2008 said limited or fundamental but not unlimited. And the most recent, the Bruin test, rewrote the standard from the 1790s to the 1920s or something. I say all of that to say that it is a constitutional right in that way, and that we can't.
Is it a right?
We can't brush the listed right to the side simply because we don't necessarily like it. The right passage is what you propose, which is a constitutional amendment. That's completely within line of the system, how you're supposed to actually do that, right? There's an amendment process. And like I said, if we change the amendment in a perfect world and I'm on the losing side, not going to complain about it. Fair's fair.
I think once the boomers lose power.
Sorry.
I think once the boomers, and I'm aware of how the amendment process works, and I don't disagree with you, Marshall. I'm a gun owner, but I'm very much anti-Second Amendment because I think that the floor is so low for gun ownership in this country, and too many idiots have guns, and they're making the responsible people look like they're endorsing the idiocy, and sometimes the responsible.
There's a guy, Mr. Finley.
Hold on, Marshall. Let Finley finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And sometimes the gun owners do endorse the idiocy because the fear is the slippery slope fear, and I think that that's where we get it wrong. This idea that if you do this, then they're going to do that and that. And certainly, and we've seen this with gun rights. Certainly, there's a point at which you can put the brakes on this imaginary slippery slope, and that is a big problem because again, even a lot of law enforcement folks will agree there are certain things that are quote unquote common sense that we can do that's pushed back against, and one of those things is like the handcuffing of the ATF to freaking get the handguns out of the hands of the idiots. Like we handcuffed them from doing that because we fear the government overreach, and I think that in and of itself is kind of.
If I can jump in and say.
Wait, hold on, Ms. Clark. I'm going to let Marcia go because you wanted to respond to that, and then I'm just going to interject for one sentence, and then I'm going to hand it right to you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clark, you can go first.
Wait, I thought he's going to say something. All right, so we'll do this. I want you guys to think on this. I am not saying that there is a gun problem. I'm not saying XG may have where did he go? Oh, he's still there. I'm not saying he may have some sense to his argument. I'm saying listen to his argument. Also, for those that are pro 2A, like who own multiple firearms, like I do, I want you to recognize this moment because once you give up a right to the government, you no longer get that back. You will never get that back. It's like asking the government to start a program and thinking they will end. So be cautious about your wish to end, modify, or do things and fiddle around with laws and constitutions and giving that power to the government and saying, here, let me turn this back. But go ahead, Mrs. Clark, please offer yours.
Yes, and for me sitting up here as an avid gun owner myself, when I think about turning gun rights into like gun ownership into a privilege, you now have an exclusionary. And with that exclusionary, who gets to decide who gets to own guns and who doesn't? Why, what, where? Because even when we talk about gun laws, and both me and my husband have been sitting up here in a vehicle talking about it, I remember most of the gun laws that even exist today realistically were in play to limit Black people. I encourage everybody
give that right away, that like it's never gonna come back. Like once you allow the government to do something, they don't go backwards. Like look at everything the government has done. Have they ever truly reversed alcohol things that they made?
Look at the building of the presidency. The
Alcohol
president has become ever more powerful over 250 years.
Yeah, when Major Park finished, I'll respond to the alcohol comment.
And shit like that. Like even to I think it was Billy talking about the ATF about like people handcuffing the ATF. Stop it. I'm like the ATF is fucking like the ATF be on bullshit. They making up rules because they feel like it that are not laws, making people felons because they just woke up on the wrong side of bed today. Like if like people talk about people don't like the ATF, if they was actually doing what their fucking job was, nobody would have an issue. But they come up with bullshit rulings out of no law and just go fucking with people. Like they pulling up at people's houses like, let me see all your guns. Like for what? Why? That's not your job. Like do your job. Why you over here creating new rules that nobody nobody voted for it? Like come on now. Like and then too, even when it comes to the Second Amendment, it's there for a reason. Without the second, what guarantee you gonna have a first? What guarantee you gonna have a 13th, the 14th, the 4th, whatever amendment? Like there's no guarantee you can have any rights at all without the second. That's the whole purpose of it.
So can I say something to that? Yeah. So Finley, you brought up to Mr. Park's point of the prohibition. You should. One of the key things, I hear this a lot when we have these discussions. Look up what the rules and regulations were for alcohol and distribution in the breweries and the number of breweries and all that stuff, and how their taxation was actually what was probably the most beneficial to our economy. That prohibition happened, then they lost substantial income, like massively crime went up and all this stuff. Then they said, hey, we lost things significant, we're going bankrupt, and people are still fucking drinking anyway. Now all of a sudden they bring back prohibition, but they regulate the hell out of it. And they do a lot of different things. Like you should actually go see what goes on in terms of the alcohol authority and what they allow, who oversees it, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, that 3-letter agency, the ATF that makes up rules. See what they do for alcohol and the tobacco. Same thing with curbing tobacco. You can't grow a tobacco plant in your backyard thanks to our federal government. It took away your right to do so. Only 3 states allow you to grow, I think it's 4 plants in your backyard for personal consumption. When before, you could actually just grow tobacco in your backyard. You technically can't anymore. You cannot have your own still in your house. Like all those little beer makers and portable at home, like the breweries and stuff. You can't. You have to make sure you're within the regulations of your state and your county, and that you pay the associated stamp or tax or tariff in order to produce them. So these things, like, yes, what I'm saying is once you give up that right and you say the government come in and fix it, I'm not with XG on this one. I understand it, but I have a hard time blaming the tool. I have more of an issue with the person, and I don't think just ending and banning guns is going to be a solution that works. I don't see it, because we're watching other struggles occur, and what we'll go down to is we're now talking about knives, and those are going to get banned, and then we'll ban those like they're doing in Europe and Scotland, and we'll see that progression going.
So again, I understand that, and again, I'm not against regulation. I'm the last person to talk about regulation because I'm not definitely for regulation. I work in I think the most regulated industry in the world, but so I'm not against regulation. I think we're pretty safe. And if we had regulation, but we can't do it because of the Second Amendment. I'm not against owning guns. I'm against idiots owning guns, and that's not being with the idiots. That's my problem. But the problem is because of such lax regulations, and the fact that even though like town A, and again, let's use Chicago example. Chicago has very strict gun rules, right? Like very strict. But 15 minutes across the border in Hammond, Indiana, person-to-person gun sales are totally legal without a background check. So if I were a bad actor, I can just legally go across and not do what Chicago's tough for, so go across the border. Or I go 90 minutes north of freaking Wisconsin, same thing, very lax rules. That's another problem that we have with gun rules in this country.
The moment you cross that border, you might have committed a felony.
Nope, not a felony. So
You can. Show me the law that says I can't go in Indiana and buy a gun. First person sale. So
you can't.
Okay, so but that's my point. That's my greater point. I'm not against regulation.
But I live in Illinois. Even if I wanted to go buy a gun from a gun store in Indiana, I can't even pick the gun up in Indiana. They have to ship it over the border to a local gun store where I pick it up at.
No, I said person to person, not licensed dealer, person to person.
No, people do it illegally, but it's not illegal. I mean, it
I'm saying
is a problem. Let me finish.
Last time I bought person to person.
It definitely is a.
What you're describing is exactly what I had to do. I bought person to person. Thank you. Please continue.
Can you let Hakima finish? I think his audio was a little bit fuzzy and you talked over him. Hakima, can you go ahead and finish?
Only if you guys hear me, but come outside for the wind. Can you?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Now, it's definitely a problem with guns coming from Indiana, but it's not people from Chicago going and buying the guns legally. It's people in Indiana buying the guns, but all you need is a driver license to buy a gun in Indiana. Then they are bringing the guns to Chicago, selling the guns. Well, it's not the way you describe it. It's not illegal to just go buy a gun and bring it to Illinois. Like someone said, that's a federal crime. But not saying you can't do it because what's odds of you getting caught. But that's not the normal way it's happening. And like I said, it's definitely not illegal.
Can I say something to the point about the government? So I know, like, of course, there's a gun conversation that always comes up. Like, I don't really understand what the point is there. Like, what can you do against the government right now? Like, the government can still, I mean, from my perspective, I guess a more left perspective, I think the government violates people all the time, right? Police, like, they can pull you over, practically do anything to you, and what can you do back? Like, as it stands now, like, you're already living in a country where the government can do whatever they want to you. So I don't understand what back on that. Like, is there going to be some, like, ultimate day of a showdown where now you're going to have to use your gun to protect yourself against the government or something? Like, I don't understand what the pushback is on that. Like, it's just a matter of just, like, having a more sane and safe society and doing it in a way where, yes, you get to keep your guns and also keep it out of the hands of people that shouldn't have it. Like, I don't think it's a right for people who intend to kill people unjustly to have guns. Like, certain people should not have guns. Like, that's not how it has to be. Like, it can't be like, well, it's a human right, so everybody should have it. As like a foregone conclusion.
So, Cedric, I'm gonna give you, like, I encourage you to look this up, and it's no, like, source. Like I said, I'll look all sides, and I have my side, and I could be wrong. However, I'm gonna have you look up the Battle of Athens, not the one in Greece. I'm talking about the Athens, Tennessee, where a group of civilians, particularly veterans, were pissed off about the oppression of civil rights, the oppression of, voters and Democrats holding a demagoguery, and those civilians waged war in the town. They went and shot to the point where the governor was like sending out the National Guard going, what's going on here? And these veterans pushed back. The multiple, and not just veterans, but the civilian population, because they were armed, pushed back and drove away these crooked politicians that were doing a lot of BS. It's a really fascinating tale in the U.S. And there's many other stories that are kind of similar to this. The bonus pay revolution is another one for World War I vets. You should look at that one. That's another time when Americans have taken arms and kind of pushed back against the government and sought to seek refuge, and actually have won in some of these cases. So it's not just like, they couldn't defy it. They did. But furthermore, people often leave this up because they're urban or suburban centric on their view. Yes, the majority of people live in very close-knit urban populations, and I agree with you. This is probably a source of problems. However, people forget the giant landmass in the United States, and they forget that there's not only two-legged predators, but oftentimes there's not help out in the rural areas. Like, help is not coming within 5 minutes. It takes a half hour to an hour. You are on your
you're on your own, and you have to defend yourself against four-legged critters, as well as the two-legged kind that come out there and say, hey, we're gonna mess around here because guess what? I can do this and know that I can get away before the police even come to the area to start their investigation.
With all due respect, then how does Australia survive that?
Australia really doesn't. If you actually go into the bush, Australia manipulates its numbers and manipulates it, but they have no problem glossing over the fact that they just like to murder fucking indigenous tribal people, black people in that
Oh,
region.
no, don't get me wrong. I call them out on that all day. When they do the Aboriginals, it's terrible, but at the same time, the argument is fighting against the wildlife. The Australians have had guns banned since '94, and they've survived the outback for I don't know how long now.
But they also give carve-outs only to certain people, like what Mr. Clark.
Yeah, like my buddy Harry, Brad. My buddy Harry's got that, and he has to keep the gun and the bullets in separate safes, which just to me like doesn't make any sense. Like, what fucking use is a gun if it doesn't have any bullets in it? So there was a question posed about, essentially like, what do a bunch of hits with AR-15s and lever-action rifles going to do to the federal government? A prescient answer is consider Afghanistan. Those people were largely supplied with small arms, a few Stingers they were able to keep from the Soviet-Afghan War of the 1980s, and IEDs. And they managed to hold off one of the largest military invasions in its history for about 20 years. Right? Like, it's not that you can't do it. A lot of people will probably die if that ever came to it. But it is possible. I like also.
Marshall, granted, the terrain. Correct me if I'm incorrect on this, but the terrain is definitely a factor there, Marshall. It's not just the fact that they have
One of the biggest factors. Same thing with the jungle.
The terrain.
Same thing in Vietnam. It was the terrain.
Yeah, and it had a lot to do with the terrain. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, where I live, when I go to the ranch, I'm like 40 minutes away from police help. And if I'm going to go walking around my land, I take a pistol or a rifle. I take a pistol and a rifle. A pistol in case I run into rattlesnakes, and a rifle in case I run into packs of hogs. Like, they're invasive species in Texas, and they really are little destructive critters. And so that's like a common thing. I also, at least for my money, I think suburbs and rural areas view guns a little differently. I'm going to use Dallas as an example. Dallas is full of a bunch of hoity-toity people, the people my grandmother called dime store cowboys. The folks who get the gun and got to put it on their hip, and it's an appendage, and it's so cool, look at me. Versus rural areas, like where Brad's from and where I'm from, where if I'm looking in my safe and I need to go kill a nil guy and the hog, I need two different weapons for that. A nil guy needs 308, and they're invasive species here too. And like to take a hog, I need a 223. And they're viewed more as tools, like a shovel or a rake. I realize that's not exactly like a one-to-one comparison, but that's, at least where I live in Texas, that's the thing I've noticed is like one of the biggest differences between gun owners in big cities and gun owners that live in rural areas. Right? Like it's primarily one views it as an appendage and the other views it as a shovel or like a pick.
I know you spoke to my point, and this is and this kind of gets to the hard part, because don't get me wrong, I agree with y'all when we say certain people shouldn't have guns, right? Certain people, or the crazies, or the idiots, right? But this still goes back to how do you determine who is the idiot and who is crazy, right? Because even me sitting up here, I can sit here and look down the road at Jim Bob, who sits there and chews cud and cuts and spits, and he talks with a real deep Southern Creole accent, and I know he can't read. Does he lose his access to guns? On the other hand, is he now an idiot and has the right to not carry his gun, even though he's living out in the woods where the boars, bears, and possums and stuff are? And this once again goes back to who is determining who's the idiot,
who's crazy and who doesn't have the right. Because, like I said, we can sit here and talk all day about certain people not having guns, but who are the people that get to determine what those people are, what they look like, how they speak, and how they look? And I have yet to get the answer.
So, if you have regulations, right? Really, like rural America, and we had a rifle, right? The critters, right? That we really use. So you could classify certain weapons, right? For certain usage, right? So, for example, I am pro people owning guns to protect their houses. I am pro that. Because again, lived in the middle of nowhere, or not really middle of nowhere, but you know what I'm saying, right? Rifles are a thing, right? Especially being in the rural South, when racism was a thing and white people were really crazy, they, you know what I'm saying, they would knock you up. You needed a rifle to make yourself off from the crazy bastards, right? The racism, right? And so I'm for that, right? But as a law enforcement professional, I do not like handguns in urban areas. I don't care who's carrying them. I hated them. Hated. Because at any given moment, all I needed was one idiot, right? Thank God it never happened. That's all I needed. And that's all I thought about when my city, encouraged concealed carry, and kind of changed the rules, and then did open carry, right? That's what I thought about. So you can definitely have regulations saying that, for this situation, that situation, that, and you can do licensing, right? Renewals, like, this is what regulation looks like, right? As a pilot, not all pilots can fly my plane. You have a certain type of license you can fly my plane, right? But any private pilot can fly a single engine road jumper, right? It's all regulation. It's not a bad word, but it's not whatever. So, I think we already have identified which people are going to raise them. So any kind of regulation, you can always ask this question and set aside. I feel like it's a bit of an empty question, and it seems legitimate, but it's like that we don't have any kind of regulation for anything because, well, somebody deciding if they have a bias, so, whatever it is. Pertaining to this conversation, I think I don't really see where the bias would be, especially if you're worried about racial bias. Of course, I think that can always play into everything. Racist people get racist biases happening, or that their lives are, involved in. So they have a racist person involved in the decision making that they might inject something into that. But if we focus on the type of profile that we're discussing in this conversation, like someone that glorifies violence, thinks, chaotic violence is a good thing. Anyone that's showing any signs of that online and expressing those kind of things, maybe we'll try to have other processes added to it where they take a deeper look into the individual, or someone like that, and they start taking actions towards obtaining weapons, and they seem completely serious about this way of thinking that using these type of weapons to kill people is a good thing, or it's something that is like some kind of amusement or something. I think it's fine. It might not sound totally solid, but every single one of these people that do end up killing a bunch of people with guns do tend to express some of these or show some of these signs of expressing these kind of ideas. So I think there should be at least one way of targeting the kinds of people that should happen.
So you're saying that we need to go out and hire a completely new force that goes into social media of every single American, flags them, puts them on the list, are there people where they get a notification? Hey, you hear this post about protecting your home, this person violently defended their home, but you were very much advocating for the violence against the person who lived in. So therefore, we're going to put you on a list and then you can purchase the gun.
So you're totally the source, and we're going to do this. Yeah, because I just
I'm talking about, as he said, on social media. There's plenty of videos where I did not interrupt you. If I said online and I said could not be me because somebody ran up on me in the middle of the night, I would roll them so full of holes and I would shove a sprinkler if they have and leave them and water my front lawn. Does that mean that I can lose the right to carry my gun? I was correct. Only about this violence. I'm not going to be afraid to say it. This part get on the tax every day. So we just don't argue with me and this when they put their hands on me, when they put me in your face. Stop arguing with people and tell them to back up, leave me alone. Does that mean that I have the right to my gun rights? Because I openly express violence on this afterwards.
No, that is so fast. What you just said, like, someone just speaking to you and you just like, shoot, that is crazy. I think that that's something that you actually say and that you would actually do something. I would say that not necessarily rises to the level of someone being insane or something too crazy. These are people that express that type of violence where they are initiating it, right? They're going after people that are just living their everyday lives, right? It's not like any kind of a defensive sort of scenario or anything. So no, I'm not saying anything that can be twisted or misconstrued as, oh, you're a violent person or, you need more violence. It should be, we have to be more, my company, we have to be more specific.
On it, on this. The judgment's being made already. It's how law enforcement operates, and you have AI that's tracking social media. So what you just said, and if you say that kind of comment over and over, there are trigger words that are tracked and are flagged, and it gets flagged. And yeah, that's in your future, and that's the future that's happening, and what law enforcement is using to try to catch terrorist threats or to try to catch where hate cells and problems permeate. And more they're relying on AI for things like chat rooms and social media. If you're posting something like that or you say something that's highly aggressive, it will get flagged. I mean, whether you like it or not, that's the future of how they are intelligence gathering. So just realize that. Also, I wanted to add to the conversation that not all these people necessarily show mental illness. And I put this in the chat. I mean, the worst shooting we've had in the United States, the biggest shooting where over 500 people got shot and 58 people died, was not a guy that had any terrorist threats, no political agenda at all. The only thing that finally came out afterwards was that he had retreated somewhat from his girlfriend and his family, and he was had wealth, and he was using a lot of his money to play poker slots. I mean, that's about it. But not all of them are something you can catch in advance. No one would have had him on the radar, and he wasn't posting dangerous or hateful or aggressive statements online. But they are definitely looking for that now, and it's AI generated. It's how law enforcement tracks.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just basically agreeing with that point of view. And I wasn't necessarily saying that like it's gonna solve the whole problem, but you should at least start somewhere, right? You should at least make the effort to reduce these kind of things. And I think sometimes there are obvious signs that for some reason get ignored. Like I don't know why they, don't stop some of these people from getting them.
They just are going to go on the radar of law enforcement. That's just what's
going to happen. Stop them when they proceed to act on it.
Yeah, intelligence is out there. They're also going to track people that threaten the government. I mean, again, it's trigger words. It's computers that find this, and their algorithms that track.
But they can't just track it. That's what I'm saying. They need to act on it.
I've been trying to get in for a while. Abby, that sounds good. It just seems like we need a little bit more of a uniform unified depository for the flags, or for the trigger words and the flags. It seems like they're a little bit compartmentalized, when it comes to school system,
I'll make
military.
you feel good about it, Holly. I'll
Okay.
tell you where it is. There's 79 fusion centers in the United States. And Google the word fusion center and read what they are. And they actually are tracking counterterrorism and tracking cyber issues. And the fusion centers are a combination of FBI, your local law enforcement, DHS. Sometimes they will bring in ATF. I mean, it's the whole point of the fusion centers happened after 9/11 when we realized that our intelligence gathering wasn't coordinated. So now there's these coordinated centers, and a lot of them in urban cities. But Google it and read about them. So is it perfect? Absolutely not. There's tracking also that's done, by private enterprises as well. I mean, the technology is there, guys. The technology is there, and it's tracking hate, it's tracking extremism, and hopefully it can track these horrible posts when it comes up and just put it on the radar. But
They used it during COVID as well. You have to remember, they used it during COVID as well.
Absolutely.
And that was across, so that's why the danger is like Meta. How much do they right? How much can they muddle, tamper your voice?
Is there some way? Hold on, I'm not done. I wasn't done. Is there some way? Let me just ask you more questions, Abby. Is there some way to combine that with the whatever software or depository that the gun shops use to do the screening or to check people?
Well, that would
Can we make it so
interesting, isn't it? That because it's ATF that really oversees that, but it's interesting. There probably is. Remember, everything is still within the confines of what our law is and what our surveillance rights are. And there's issues as to whether stuff gets collected outside of the government and then forwarded on as tips to the government. I mean, there's some of that happening as well. But the technology is definitely there to do it. And that's a question you might have with your member of Congress or something.
State senators. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the last question I have for the room: does anyone know? Maybe it's not out there yet, but do we know how many minutes he was shooting for before he shot himself?
I don't know. I'll look it up right now for you.
Okay, I couldn't find it. The reason I ask is I'm always curious when these things happen. Like at what point? Because I know I saw somewhere where some parents, some fathers, supposedly were there, and that they blocked his access to get in, and I was a little confused about that. But I'm just wondering, was anyone at this school or at the church grounds carrying? Because my kids go to a small Christian private school, and there are individuals who work on site who always carry or have access quickly to guns, but you don't know who it is. They keep that a secret. But it's just hard for me to envision, how many clips was he able to get up? How many before nobody had a gun? Nobody was able to intervene with a gun. That's the part I'm curious.
Well, it's a couple things. Number one, it's been so long since I've been to church, a Catholic church, where this would have happened. Something tells me they might not even have anybody that's carrying. I could be wrong.
They wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, the Catholic Church, I just wouldn't picture them allowing it. But then, two, he was firing from the outside, from, it's my understanding, a narrow opening. And I think it was so narrow that he couldn't even necessarily see who he was hitting. So I guess that would be...
I was just going to say, so there was reports this morning that he tried to go through the front door, but he was stopped by some adults, and that's the reason why he then walked on the sidewalk in the windows that you're speaking of, Pete. There's those 4 single windows with really narrow openings. That's
those are the 4 that he went through. But yeah, that's what the reports were saying. It was stopped by the front door.
To answer you, we put plate glass. We plate on the synagogues now. I mean, that's one of the things we've done nationally is we've plated our windows and our glass. I mean, we've retrofit our facilities exactly for this. So, and it's very different. And I think you're going to see the Archdiocese make some significant changes. I actually was talking to someone where I live that they were meeting with Metro, where I am, to start changing people going to church. But for us, we have I can't go into synagogue without metal detectors, and there's definitely people that are there to protect. The significant amount of guards, and then private, plainclothes. But you're going to see that with more places of worship than you're used to seeing now.
And I was just going to say, like, even if somebody was was made out of brick, but it didn't sound like you really, especially with the handgun, you'd have an opportunity to hit them from inside the church. It was just a really shitty situation overall.
I don't. Maybe someone can help me that is in gun speak. Last time I held a gun, I cried. Sorry, I just did. But they said there were more than 100 shell casings found. So what does that mean? Is that a lot or little?
103 mags.
That's just like over three magazines.
Yeah, he fired 3 magazines if it was an AR. He may have got 3.5, maybe if it was over 100. It just depends on the number of the casings, and it depends on the number of weapons he had with him. So that's all that means.
He had 3 weapons. It says there was a rifle, and then there was a shotgun, 3 shotgun rounds, and then we also had a handgun, but a bullet got trapped and it jammed in the chamber.
So he stovepiped his handgun, which is a blessing, because you can see that then that wasn't proficient ability to clear that. That's usually just a slide and sweep back. And then you have your AR. It sounds like the AR platform was the one that was primarily used, and he went through 3 mags on that. He had an extended mag, which generally
he did have one. Oh,
he did?
What looked like he's holding it up as it had the writing on it. It looked like a 60-round magazine.
Then he did 2 mags.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to act cavalier about it. I'm very practical on it.
Holly, I'm scouring and I'm not seeing any update or information on how long he was actively shooting. Just the round.
Okay. Stovepiping means that the round that's being ejected somehow gets locked in to the slide mechanism, and it will not trigger another round to be ratcheted in or split into holding from the magazine on the pistol. So you just have like a shell casing that's jammed in there, and you have to sweep it back. You have to pull it back, clear it, and sweep back with your hand. And then you'll slide it a couple times, and it's just following with the ejector. It happens with shitty ammo a lot of the times, and improper gas pressures that aren't able to do a full extraction of the shell from once it's been fired.
As far as 30 rounds, I mean, I could do that easily under a minute, well under a minute. I mean, if he just has like a mil-spec trigger, like a standard trigger, like you'd use in the military, I mean, that could have really quickly, like.
So you think it could have been minutes?
No, I would guess it didn't even last 2 minutes. You know,
wow.
You can fire rounds off really quickly. Do you have some triggers they have a much lighter pull in travel, so you can rounds a lot quicker, but I'm just guessing he had just like a mil-spec, like a standard trigger, which you can easily do that in between a minute or 2.
Not that it matters, right? Because the whole point is to inflict as much damage as you can in a small amount of time, and then when you can no longer, for whatever reason, off yourself, unalive yourself. But in that time, depending on the weapon that you have, it could be 1 minute, it could be 5 minutes. People are gonna lose their lives quickly and horribly. So, it is what it is. But Abby, I was gonna say that Palantir, part of their project is to they're going to aggregate data from every platform, whether it be social media or just any online web that can be traced to your IP, that can be traced back to you. And so their algorithms are going to do more than just look for keywords. They're also going to look for like patterns. Where have you said it? What type of social media do you use? Right? Where are you making these statements? Are you in a room that has? Because we know that there are whole quote unquote online communities that hype each other up to do these mass shootings. The black kid who shot up his school, I think it was earlier this year or late last year, the one who called himself a Nazi. He was a part of a online chat group and, very much encouraged. What was that, Pennsylvania? I don't remember.
I don't know if you were in here earlier. We discussed this. There's a whole new thing. We're not going to go down there because we spent a lot of time talking to that and getting. We actually have I guess I would say quasi pseudo expert who actually works in this field. He's going to come back. He's going to get in touch with KK. And we're actually going to do like an expose and a deep dive. We're going to have where's my other guy? What's his name? Pete or whoever. He's going to come back, and we've got a couple other people that are going to go. It's called Telegram. I didn't know about this, but we're going to hold an expose on that and a deep dive in it. So I don't want to go too much back down this because we spent like a good hour having this guy explain the high level, and we're going to get more interested as we go.
I can tell you, as somebody who's spoken with these people years ago, I just call them accelerationists. Most of them are neo-Nazis. Like, these guys are batshit fucking crazy. Like, we'll save it for the other one.
Yeah, I definitely, and if I can find one that is part of that group and bring them on, I definitely want to hear them. I want to interview them. I'm not afraid of them. Like, I would love to do a lot more to them. I promise I'll hug and cuddle them and call them George as I put them quietly to the great beyond. But I do want to interview them. I want to find out more. I'm curious as to why this only in January 13th of 2025 was given the designation of a terrorist group, and that we actually know who these people are and where they're hiding in 3 separate countries, where these leaders are, and we haven't done anything to extradite them. And both administrations, Biden and Trump, have recognized the fact that this group is very much a problem. So we're going to deep dive. Don't worry. Tune in, follow the room, people, and we're definitely going to have this expose, and we'll be advertising it once I get some more notes together and KK does her spirit finger thing. We're going to get this going.
So there was another mass shooting, 1 dead, looks like 6 shot, the day before this in Minneapolis. It was in broad daylight, in the middle of the day. Suspected shooter fired approximately 30 rounds. Holy shit. Jeez. Just the day before.
But the ballistics, it's not the same person, right?
No. I'm reading right now about the story. Police arrived at the scene. They found a man dead.
Yeah, in Minnesota, everyone just adds up. Minneapolis and St. Paul, it used to be beautiful. It was the St. Paul Winter Carnival was great. The Jazz and Blues Festival, one of the best I've ever been to. That's the shit show now. As somebody from Minnesota, I'll tell you, Unless you're going up to Boundary Waters, Grand Marais, it's beautiful there. Split Rock, Goose Falls, Two Harbors, Bemidji. Even then, I'd be careful around Bemidji. There's no reason to go to Minnesota. I mean, and it's a shame because it is literally so beautiful. You could go see Walnut Grove. Go ahead and go enjoy it. You'll be shocked at the culture that's there, which is all Hmong, like literally mountain people who came down from Asia. The whole town is nothing but Hmong, and they celebrate Laura Ingalls as if she was like the founding saint of the Wild West and America itself. They put on pageants, they restore homes, they have artwork, and the food is fantastic, and they do a whole lot. But the whole town is Hmong. It's fascinating. You can go see Plum Creek. It's literally all in Minnesota. It's beautiful. The Mars Factory Spam Museum. It's all great. However, it's just since Jacob Fry and a lot of leftists really have involved, I really haven't fostered that sense of community. When I first got there, it was all green, beautiful, and people tended to smile. There was problems. I'm not discounting it. Like the cops are assholes. Like I'm just going to say that, but. There was like I said, like people took pride in where they were from. They took pride in their parks. They really had a lot of gripes about how civic leaders needed to start cracking down on a lot of things. And then COVID happened, and those poor people, it was most of the loudest ones were the ones you wouldn't think. They were saying, please send in the cops, please stop this, please. And now it's a shell. And I've taken people up there to show them. One of the famous ones was Greg Santel off this app, and he came up and he went, this is horrifying. I've seen Minnesota. I've seen Minneapolis. He goes, it was 5 years ago. It did not look like this. It's a burnt hulk of what it was, and this is what you got. So if you go up north, or maybe go a little south and just go visit Walnut Grove and have fun.
But Brent, what does that have to do with mass shootings, though? Like Sandy Hook, I'm sure, was in a beautiful well-off community, and many of these shootings are in well-off communities. Like, what does any of it have to do with it? Like, I don't believe that this is a problem that you have to be in a trailer park to experience. You can be on the upper rung of the socioeconomic ladder.
Where are the majority of these shootings happening?
What do you mean? Like,
what type of schools are these happening in? Because someone didn't pick this up. We went from white Christian nationalists.
What were Parkland? What type of schools?
What type of schools? Where are the schools located at? Are they urban schools?
We know that's no.
Okay. So why are there not mass school shootings in urban schools? They're easy targets.
Have security measures.
There you go. Bingo, there's start one. Well, they have security measures.
Right, but also there's shootings at Target. There's shootings at church. This shooting was a shooting inside of a church. I mean, it was students who were a part of the school, but don't forget about the synagogues. I think the last.
Okay, so now you're moving in everything. You just went from schools, and I told you where are the vast majority of the schools shooting? Wait, hold on, stop. Where are the vast majority of school shootings happening? They're happening in soft target-rich areas, such as suburban areas, because the PTA wants the look of a great school, but they don't want to spend money on security measures. They'd rather spend $150 on a new high school football stadium than give the kids band, art, and security protections. You don't want to spend it. Everybody wants the last thing they spend on is to be secure, which is fascinating to me in America, because over in Europe and other places, the reason you don't have a lot of violence in the schools is because they actually invest in security. They have measures in place.
They also
look at what France do.
They don't have weapons on the scale of the United States. But and also, we don't want to pay for anything hardly with tax dollars anymore. So, I mean, all of the things that you mentioned, to change.
I just got through telling you.
I'm
Go ahead, Finley. Go ahead.
One quick note about the soft targets. So Florida schools, because we had a couple school shootings down here. There's deputies at every school, including the one in which the deputies failed to respond. Also, Florida State, which is a major university, Go Noles, also they have campus police, and there was school shooting. I think Virginia Tech is the same. So, but I wanted to make sure again that it's not just security at urban schools because they have shootings as well. It's the randomness of the school shootings that is happening. And again, I think it's this idea that it ain't gonna happen here out of this group. That's what I think.
So this is such an easy problem to fix. After 9/11, our government crazy. There's about 90 public schools in the United States. There's about over 8 million unemployed veterans. Veterans who are trained veteran already took an oath to lay their life down for our country. Put 2 fucking guards in every school. 2 unemployed veterans in every school. Have a staff of 5, let them rotate for lunch, whatever. This ends tomorrow. There has to be political motivation to take care of this problem. The fact that we're still discussing this problem in 2025 actually my bothers me.
I'm just curious though, like there's officers here in Florida, Andy, and we still have school shootings. We have deputies at almost every school. We still have school.
One of the other things to note is as new school facilities are built, they're built with security measures taken into the architecture. So it's interesting because, Brad, you're right, they're softer targets, but in actuality, a lot of the newer schools probably have, in the physical location, vestibules and areas to deter the entrance or to go through certain security measures that you probably don't have in the urban schools. Yet it's interesting they're penetrating and getting through.
So no security system's ever 100%. Right? Hold on. In my experience, I have witnessed this, that people pay the least amount for security. So I don't know what the guards are making in Florida. I'm assuming 30 to 40K. Maybe they're making
deputies. They're sheriff's deputies.
I don't know what they're making, so that means nothing to me. But my point is that I just watched Texas putting a $150 million high school football stadium. Now they've got programs. It's a big freaking school, but they've got programs, and they complained about it. And I sat there and I said, that is a massive target environment. It's a huge school system. And I go, so I'm confused. Like, what upgrades did you do to security? And when I looked, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything proposed except for like one additional guard at $33,000 a year part-time, which I said, that's not going to cut it these days. Like, I'm sorry, we live in a more modern world with all the advancements in technology, not even just taking guns out of the way, but just like looking at what you have going on. Like, we removed the responses to bullying. Like, bullying never left. We never changed bullying. We don't need to bring bullying back. It just never left. What we changed was how we were allowing people to respond to bullying. Instead of going knock that guy back on his feet or girl, now all of a sudden it's you have to use your feelings and you have to repress all this rage and anger and humiliation you have, and we'll work it out through drugs and puppy love and Skittles. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. You have to ask one of them. I just think that we took a wrong turn somewhere. And if you're really serious about protecting your schools, you need to get rid of hollow core doors. There's already been a study out there. $250,000 would actually increase the odds of you having survive a shooter attack in your school. And it was $250,000 per school across the U.S.
Brad, did you see
surveillance? There's also laws. You have to look at your state because not all the states allow certain surveillance. License plate readers, facial recognition. Some states have a ban on it, but for the states that allow it, if you've got a car that's like circling a little too many times around your school, AI picks that up, and AI can, just as you were talking about, can see patterns, but they can also something seems out of the ordinary, they have plate readers, and they can track it. It goes right into your Metropolitan Police, and they're going to investigate it. So, but not all states.
You there? You in the Matrix, Abby?
In the camera?
You in the Matrix, Abby?
Yeah, we heard not all states, and then you went on silent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
So
all
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So not all states have it legal to have plate readers and facial recognition. For the states where it's legal, you have surveillance, and you have between AI and regular surveillance. If a car is circling around a school in it too many times, or in an abnormal way, they're going to pick up on it, and the cameras are going to trigger a dive into reading the plates. And again, it's not all states allow this. The same thing with facial recognition. You're going to have, if someone is in the perimeter or the curtilage of a property and their face pops up on the camera, that's going to be triggered into facial recognition. If the person is then ID'd as someone either with a record, or they're even going to look at if someone has tats on their neck that are white supremacist tats, or I don't know, you come up with something. They're going to look at their surveillance videos, but they'll use facial recognition. It's not in all states. Like in Florida, where you're talking about, you can do this, but you can't do it. I think like Illinois, you can't do it. My state, it's probably the number one state where you can, because we've had this, because of our industry. But you should look at your state laws and how much they can protect vis-a-vis the plate readers and the facial recognition.
Brad, did you see on the news, I think it was last week or the week before, this happened in Seattle, right on the ocean front, where that guy pulled out a gun and shot the vet that was in the wheelchair because he said that he was doing some type of stolen valor shit. Did you see that?
Yeah, I briefly saw it. It came across it. That's a whole different scenario.
No. It really isn't, because my point is, if you observed the response of the children, there were several children in the frame, right? If you observe the response of the children knew exactly what to do, right? To get the hell out of the way. And again, I think that we're trying to do all of this brainstorming, and people want to act like they're going to do any type of problem solving at this point, where we lost the plot years ago. And we've already, produced a generation of children that are already almost war torn in a way. They know I don't know if you've been listening to these kids describing what they went through yesterday. They're not shocked. They know, because they've heard the story. They're familiar with it. This is the norm. And I feel like we got to stop jerking ourselves off, trying to feel better about it, and accept that that's kind of what we've chosen as a society. And this is just kind of what it's going to be. This is what it's going to be.
So I will say this.
You're not going to protect your children from not only being shot, but I feel like, you're talking about trauma, robbing children of their innocence, exposing children to extreme violence. Like in real life, people talk about the video games, but we're talking about live and in color in real life. And we can't act like this is not the norm, and that we didn't choose this.
So I come from a generation that was doing duck and cover drills for nuclear war with our desk. The desk from the 80s and the early 90s was sufficient enough to withstand nuclear blast. I think we should bring those back, because if they could handle nuclear bombs, what the hell, man? We just use those.
paneled white van with no windows on the back, I was probably the target they were looking for. Because I walked around with a house key around my neck on a string. Not even a chain. We were so broke we could only afford string. And God help you if you lost that fucking thing. So yes, I grew up in a generation that was scared. We had to immediately walk home. We didn't have cell phones. No one gave a shit. The only time your parents knew who they had kids was when the news came on and it said, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? That was their, like, oh shit, I have kids? Okay, so there's a little tongue in cheek in there, but that's literally how I grew up. And I'm going to tell you something, like, every generation has this fear. Like, we had kids that thought bombs were going to go off. They thought Russia was going to invade. We had movies. We had media. We had news coverage that was inundating us with, like, we're all going to be, what was that movie, Red Dawn or something? Patrick Swayze, a whole bunch of kids, like, fending off the entire Russian army. Like, we were all going to be that. We were like, yep, I'm going to have my ear pierced, a handkerchief on my thing. I'm going to look like the boss with a cap folded in my back pocket. And I'm going to kill a whole lot of Ruskies. That was literally how we grew up. So I get the point. Yes, I don't want kids to be traumatized, but kids are traumatized every generation.
Brad, we train, so I hate to break this to King, but we train our kids what to do with active shooters. We have drills with them. We now have this new initiative with the summer camps because the summer camps were so at risk. So we have to put in, and those are exposed. If you ever went to camp where they're located, they're usually remote. They're on lakes with access, public access, and we have to train the children. We train them at our community centers, at our schools. We used to just have to train the staff. Now they have to know what to do, how to evacuate if there's a bomb scare. However, what Brad is saying, when I was a kid, we went under our desk for fear that the Soviets were going to bomb us. We had these drills in public school, so it's not.
If you go to all schools, you'll see the radiation signs. Yeah. There's a door. It'll have radiation. You'll fall off.
I was here.
They usher us down there. It's on a cookie down in a green uniform. Yeah, hold on. They ushered us down there with some janitor in a green button-down shirt and green pants, and he was like, "Come in here, kids. I'll protect you." And we're all like, "Who gave this guy permission to like collect 40 fucking kids and huddle us in the dark in some fucking room in the basement of a high school?" We were like living Freddy Krueger's nightmare. Like that's how I grew up. So I get the trauma on the kids. I understand it, and I wish I could have just said, "Hey, it's going to get better," but there's going to be a new trauma. Like, you have an online threat with kids today. That's what's actually plaguing you. It's not the gun violence.
Right.
It's the incitement to it online, which apparently is a triggering thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's a cultural thing. Like, we have to examine why is it overwhelmingly boys? What is it that we're doing wrong with raising men? Because clearly we're doing something fucking wrong, right? Everybody in agreement with that? We're doing something wrong if we're creating mass shooters who go to school when they graduate saying, life's too hard, I need to shoot up everybody.
People murdered back in the 80s too, like the murder is not new. It's the scale of the impact that a person can make with the type of arms they have available to them now. Like we saw presidents be assassinated. We saw that, right, on TV, right?
But it's not the weapons.
How many of us, if we're going to sit in any type of empathy for our children, how many of us, when you went to school and we did not only nuclear drills where we got at the table, but we had to do severe weather drills. I'm not stupid. Like, I know that you can't really shield a child from potential catastrophe, and catastrophes happen. But this is not a natural disaster. This is not a natural disaster. It's a norm, and I think that again, like people always take for granted shit that they never had to go through.
But what is the difference between
our generation was not being mowed down in churches, in shopping malls,
but I'm going to say this. I'm calling bullshit on that because literally I could go from the country's inception and foundation to say that that's bullshit where kids were not afraid. There's various groups that have came over here that were imported, that were enslaved here, that had to worry about other groups and be deterred. America is not for the shame. Stop. Mute up. Thank you. Other people are going to talk, and not just King. But I'm telling you right now that kids, since America's start and inception of a country, have been plagued every fucking generation by some trauma that has existed, whether it be savage Indians, as they quoted back in the day, to fear of black people, to Russians, to Asians. You would be shocked at the number of kids that have to go through every generation there's been trauma. Anti-Semitism, the fucking Germans, Japanese were going to kill and eat their kids. Like, that shit really went on here, and every kid grew up under the banner of it. So, I'm going to go to Pete, but every kid gets it.
Yeah, so fuck it. Yeah, like, all right.
King, I already said Pete's going to
We
go.
already saw. Go
Can
ahead.
I go after the next guy?
So I was just gonna say, I just find this all ridiculous to listen to. Okay, in the 80s, especially for like 1987, the types of firearms you could get is actually the availability was a lot easier. A lot of the guns were a lot easier to alter and turn into machine guns and that kind of stuff. And I would say, yeah, okay, the school shootings seem to be more of a thing now. But it's not because suddenly we have different types of weapons that are more lethal. That's not the case whatsoever. And even then, yeah, there's more school shootings. But if you were to look at when homicides and gun violence reached their peak, it was in the late 80s and early 1990s. And the whole meme about meth wreckers in schools happened mainly in urban high schools, because these kids were shooting each other at school and after school. So I guess you kind of deny that there is a problem with the people, as opposed to everybody wants to look at the guns, I think, but why is it that we have this problem now and didn't before?
So I agree with the idea of there is an issue with how we're raising boys. I've said this a few times. That is an issue, but this specific issue of school shooting is on the rise, and we figured out the 80s violence, right? You deal with gangs, you get these, young guys either back on track or you put them in jail, right? We figured it out. We've not added a particular bad actor, right? And that's a problem. But I will say this, and I'll say it 30 times. Like, you cannot underestimate the fact that there is a problem with our boys. There is a major problem with our freaking boys. And we gloss over it like, yeah, the girls. But we gloss over that major fact because they're not only shooting up schools and violence, dude, there's a uptick in youth crime in a lot of cities. A big uptick. And it's only going to get worse if we don't deal with these young men and get them on some type of path.
Thank you. Go ahead, Blake.
Well, I have agreed with, some of the points that family and people make. It's like, look, we actually did not figure out gangs and stuff. We understand them a little more, but we haven't figured out how to deal with gang crime. The same kind of crime that we're dealing with in our cities, our inner cities right now, with young men with nothing to do, running around, stealing and killing. That's the truth. It's our sons, it's y'all people's sons up the streets, it's everybody's fucking sons out here doing this stuff. And the difference between now and then is actually some neighborhoods were actually safe in the early 80s. If it wasn't touched by crack cocaine and gangs, you were able to go on some blocks and some people understood, especially even the kids knew, like, that's not a block we can play on. Like, we can't hit licks over there. That's but now it's no holds barred. Like, whatever the impulse is at the moment, that's what's going to happen on the streets. And the people who are unarmed and unprotected from them are the same people who are unarmed and unprotected when somebody does a specific type of crime in which we freak out about. Oh,
mass shootings. Now, what we fail to understand or we keep ignoring is the statistics that we have for the amount of mass shootings in America are all grouped in a bunch with the ones we deal with more often, and that's, young black male shooting up like 3 or 4 people, pulling up on the ops, as they say, might hit 3 or 4 people, half of the targets were innocent, had nothing to do with their squabble. So that's the kind of mass shootings we usually deal with, and those are the numbers that are being clumped in for somebody to be able to make a national statement saying that mass shootings are on the rise in America. It's like, no, the same kind of shootings have been going on, and we've never figured out how to deal with that. But these school shootings and shootings at airports and stuff, it's just the same symptom of, it's not about trying to take the weapons from people. It's trying to figure out how to get more people to understand that nobody's coming for you. Nobody's going to fucking save you. You are the ultimate beginning and end and responsibility for the protection of you and the people you are responsible for. Yes, we have laws. Yes, we have policemen. Yes, we have authorities. But at the end of the day, they have shown and proven that they show up when the crime has already been committed to solve the crime of your murder, your robbery, your rape. That's what happens when you depend on a system. So it's not to blame victims, but until we get the same attitude we have about protecting money in America as protecting our kids, saying statements like maybe the kids should not be held up in an unarmed fashion. They shouldn't be held in a single place, a single location, unarmed, without any because we protect our money like a break-even. Don't think you're going to just place that has loads of money or anything that's working that, like, the problem is right in front of your face. You're scared to protect kids. You want somebody else to protect them. That's
You're right, and we protect our guns.
Thanks.
More than
Hold
we
on just a
protect our
second. Excuse me.
kids.
Can I get back in the queue, KK?
Not yet. Hold on, excuse me.
Great case.
Okay, not right. Thank you. Just a minute, please. We're going to be closing down the room soon, and I want to just give last call for anyone that's in the goo that wants to come up and speak. Now's your chance because we're going to turn off hand raising. Also, before we let Mr. Finley and Queen also start have a share, I want to give an opportunity for those who have been on stage that has not spoken yet, like Annie and Jules and perhaps Mike, the opportunity to speak. Flash your mic or come off mic if you want to speak now. Okay, great. So ladies first, let's go Annie, then Jules, please. Go ahead.
Good evening to everybody on stage and in the audience. I live in Arizona. I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I was a victim of gun violence, which is why I'm a fan of the Second Amendment. All of my husband and I's children have gone through a school district which was recently, within the last 5 years, implemented armed security. So in addition to having a school resource officer provided by the city, which is grant funded, they work at each school, they work in conjunction with armed security that is taxpayer funded, that was spearheaded by a retiring police officer, and that's what the foundation was built on, with a group of veterans, and it was voted on, passed, and funded. It is possible. Force must be met with equal force, and it has to be done immediately. That's the only way we're going to protect our kids. Love y'all.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you. I have a history in the military community, and even some of my friends that are retired or out, they have done that. They did that a couple of times all across the country. They kind of just set up a presence known, just to be like, if it just kind of that force of presence then might deter any future issues. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I agree with everybody, what you're saying, but I think the root problem, the FBI said today that the Minnesota school shooter was a person with a hate agenda. You can't say no, of course. Duh. He has a hate agenda. But you have to look at what this country is doing. We're bringing in people that have an American hate agenda. Whether they came in through the borders, they have no respect, they hate America. Whether we're bringing in college students from other countries that hate America, spit on America. College professors are coming in from other countries that can't stand America,
Jules,
hate America.
are you talking about immigration right now? Because we're talking about the school shooting in Minnesota.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
talking.
just making
I'm talking about this person had a hate agenda. Is what the FBI said. We have a country full of hate agendas. We elect members of Congress with a hate agenda. George Soros wants these things to happen in America. He hates America. So this child or this transsexual, whatever, was got the agenda of hate because it's drilled into him. Just like it's drilled into the other haters I mentioned for America. And that's why it's happening. You know, you have to respect America. You can't hate America. If you want to live in America, you can't just hate America. And with guns, everybody's blaming the guns. Of course, a person like that should not have had a gun. And we could see till tomorrow it's not going to happen where they're going to be prevented from getting guns. But we got to get the hate that's being taught all around the world about America. And just look at, I don't want to bring the Middle East into it, but I'm going to. When you have countries that teach their children hate from within their schools, within their whole lives, they're going to have hate in their heart. And they're going to show that hate in their heart one day. And that's why I think the movement started. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, you're on stage, hasn't spoken yet. Would you like to come off mic and offer a share? Mic 1, mic 2, mic 3, mic 4. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Finley. Mr. Finley's on the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind Blake that being shot and being in an environment where you're going about your business and being shot, like whether you're in a church or whether you're in the Target or whether you're at school or the university, like it doesn't matter whether you're talking about people on the street that are shooting, like on the street. You know, like the guy in Seattle pulled out his gun and shot that vet in the chest, or on the street, on a crowded street, right? Like, it doesn't matter. So that's why it's all grouped together. Mass shooting is mass shooting. It doesn't matter what neighborhood it happened in, unless you're suggesting that it's normal or acceptable or
no,
I don't know. So that's why. I mean, the answer, in my opinion, in my opinion, the answer, the remedy for all of the above would be the same, right? But that's never gonna happen. And so, you know, I'm at Brad's point, you know, it's like, fuck it. Every generation has to, you know, some of us have to duck, you know, we never know when, you know, you'll be a part of that generation that, you know, really has to duck when you go to lunch. Which I did, and I'm grateful for that. You know, I didn't have to duck. Because, you know, there was violence, but I was able to take a lot for granted, and I'm very grateful that
check.
Yes. Yeah, am I here? I don't know if my
Yes,
microphone's
you're
working.
here, you're loud and clear. Rock it up.
This thing, I voted already. This thing trying to break in the vote. I'm just saying anything. So, the difference is the problem is the one category is taking and providing the perception that we are getting shot up in our targets and our schools and our churches in a ridiculous rate. As if this is the normal thing you're going to have to deal with as an American, is getting shot up at the CVS or getting shot up at school, when in fact that's not the more likely case of you being shot in America. The more likely case of you being shot in America is, one, cheat on your wife, two, go to the hood. That's how you get shot in America in the most case. But like the shootings on the street, Queen, we have a solution for it. We don't want to do that because we have to go out and target a certain demographic of people. When you totally hard in a certain area,
right? Like we can.
No, not at all.
No. Homicides at nearly the same rate as young people.
Okay, so y'all are cool. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not okay with this is the difference. I'm not okay with it, but let me tell you what happens, and what we've all known for a long time is certain things you cannot do in the suburbs that people do in the city. It's just certain. Listen, until the demographic from the city comes to the suburbs. That's just the truth.
Up in the suburbs.
We all look. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. No offense.
A guy shot his wife.
Excuse me. Blake, are you finished or no?
No, I'm just going back and forth. But I don't mind. We just run back and forth. If it's okay.
People that are trying to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We can't.
Yeah.
It sounds muffled.
Yeah, I'll yield.
Queen sounds like she made a fort in her living room, and she has bad acoustics in it. Blake, you sound like you're standing on top of your car in a parking lot. So that's the problem that we're having here. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that we can't hear. Yeah, Queen sounds like she's in her living room and she's inside. Okay, go ahead, Blake, and I'll let you guys get back to work.
I appreciate that. I didn't know that.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Blake, and I'll let Queen go back and forth with you.
Yeah, she's preparing, waiting for the next shooter. But the thing is, Queen, like when you go to the quote unquote hood, I'm just gonna use that as what we gonna call it.
Blake, you're in the matrix now, Blake. Blake, you're in the matrix. We can't hear you.
In the quote unquote. Oh dang. How about now?
You're still choppy.
You're still a little choppy.
Sorry.
Barely.
How about now?
Yeah. Okay, try this now. If not, then I'm gonna hold on and okay, you got it?
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, when you go to the quote unquote hood versus going to a decent suburb, here's the start, and I'll start with the more minor things that are indicative of the problem of the quote unquote hood, and that is you're gonna see ridiculous amount of loitering in places where people want and need to spend money and people need to make money. You're going to see people loitering and causing a tad bit, usually a minor but enough amount of a nuisance to make people not comfortable to live and pay rent in places to landlords. You have people more likely to destroy owners' property in those areas. You're going to see littering. You're going to see garbage all over the fucking place. This is coming from somebody who's from there and does live there.
You know, I've chosen to go back to the city to take a stand on my little patch of grass. I don't own anything, but I'm renting and I'm working. I'm working in that city. My customers are in that city, so that's where I'm working at. But so I don't want any comments about, oh, you from the burbs. I grew up in both sides. So the deal is, when you go to the quote unquote hood, you're going to see trash all over the place. And people say that's not a big deal, but that's indicative of the bigger problem. You don't care about where you live. You shit where you lay. People in the suburbs, a Karen will actually curse you out for throwing a soda bottle on the ground.
Oh, Karen,
And a nigga who did it, who just moved into the neighborhood, is going to curse Karen out for getting in their face and being rude. Yes, you might have came at you rude, I guarantee you, but I bet you've seen 3 times as much rude in the hood than Karen can ever bring from Shaquana. I'm just saying. Now listen, she's gonna be a bitch, she's gonna be annoying, but you're gonna go back and you're gonna tell your mom. And your mom's gonna come out and fucking go back and forth with Karen. And there we go, is a missed opportunity for an alliance in the neighborhood in which we both need to live. In the suburbs, the police do harass people at night if you don't look like you're from there. You know why? Because they ain't about to play that shit over there. It's always been the saying, when we knew about a certain railroad track that we don't want to cross at a certain time of night. And it's not because we're going to get hung for being black. It's because if we come up in there acting like a nigga versus being a black man who is a person who got a place to be, that's the difference. So whatever you want to say, the suburbs have had a more better reputation at dealing with snuffing crime out at the root versus in the quote unquote hood. You just let shit go. Because within those same cities, you don't even have to go to the suburbs. You can just go to a certain neighborhood in the city where more affluent people or more working class people live, and they kind of keep their neighborhoods clean. They kind of watch and be nosy when strange people are walking around who don't look like they've been there before, look like they're on the way to somewhere in particular. You know, people ask questions. Hey, what's up, man? Where you going? You know? But in the hood, do it too, depending on what neighborhoods you go in, but it's for more nefarious reasons. You go in anywhere in LA that you don't belong, somebody's going to say, where's that you from? So those are the differences. That's the differences. And we know how to deal with that. We just don't want to do it because what is going to end up happening is you're going to have county jails full of young black men, and people don't like that.
Real quick, excuse me, Mr. Finley, I interrupted Queen before and Blake, so we're just going to start wrapping up this room here in just a moment. Queen, do you want to go back and forth with Blake just one more comment, then I'm going to go to Mr. Finley and we're going to shut it down. Just really slow, please, ma'am.
Yeah. So, that was an interesting spiel on how we're all different because of the color of our skin. But I'd like to offer a place of commonality, something that we all seem to share and all have a problem with, and that's keeping our kids from being shot. So we can talk about the grass. I really wasn't here to talk about grass or sighting or any of that dumb shit. I was here to talk about the lives of children. Being a parent
Mr. Finley is going to be our last speaker, then we're going to go ahead and close down the room. If you are in the audience and have a pink ticket, please join the house is pinned up to the top, the political compass. And if you have any room suggestions, flood Brad's DMs. Send him the most random, stupid shit you can ever find, to include how to use a crock pot. He just sent me a text and he's eating burnt slop now, so Brad is not living his best life. So, Mr. Finley, and then we're gonna go ahead and close.
So I was just gonna say that to earlier comment that Blake made with respect to gang violence, we did figure out gang violence. Gang violence is no longer these turf wars that we had in the 90s in which random people were getting killed. Now the stuff is more targeted because it's those that are involved. That is a different problem, not the same problem we had in the 1990s. Number one. Number two, yeah, this comparison between neighborhoods. The only reason that I live in an upper class neighborhood, the only reason our neighborhood is not in shambles is because we pay people to come in and cut grass and pick up trash. Like literally, these rich people don't pick up after their dogs. So yeah, no, that's not it's not a hood thing. People in the hood, quote unquote hood, don't have people to pay people to come pick up the trash. That's the reason why it's like that. So this idea that's the reason why the criminals that you're making that breaches is wild at best. But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm totally gonna leave it.
Alright, I heard KK and find that funny. And this shit is just ruined so much for that fucking
Well, that's what you get. There's a thing called orders, sir. And like TV dinners, frozen.
I could have just cooked it outside and took the fire outside in the yard and cooked it. Eggs, that would have been fine.
Thanksgiving. So Brad, do you want to close this out then, please, sir?
Yes. I want to thank everybody for coming today. Thank you so much for entertaining my afternoon and bearing with the abusive treatment that KK has lavished upon me so heavily. We thank you so much as always. Please make sure you follow us. We're going to be here usually on the afternoons. We'll figure out a schedule and we'll get better with the topics, a little bit more nuanced. We're shaking the rust off. 1 to 4 Central Time. If we need to, we'll open it up a little bit earlier to get you East Coast cats in. But we're going to try. We're working with this, and hopefully you enjoyed today. Come back tomorrow and see what else we got in store. Is there anything else, KK?
No, sir. So I'm going to go ahead and close the room in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
first contestant on Ask a Christian. Yay. Or not. Good morning. How are you? About to hop in the shower for a minute, so. Sure, makes sense. Join the room, then read it.
No, I just saw that. Dude, that was what was up at the marathon yesterday?
I've been doing that more, like, since I'm not working on, spinning my wheels on websites and all this extra stuff. I'm kind of like lost out in space floating around. So I'm like, well, what do I need to do with my extra time? So while I'm regrouping, I'm like, I'll just keep talking on Clubhouse. So yeah, they've been extra long marathon hangouts.
True. Yeah, I didn't mean for the SDA thing to get out of hand yesterday, man. That went on for a long time.
Well, I guess it's human nature at this point. Like, we like to punish ourselves because, I do it. I do it too. It's like, I'm not talking about this. And then someone asks a question, and 10 hours later, I'm like, oh, I guess I am talking about it. But did you notice this? This has got to be an example of something. Like, the Calvinist and non-Calvinist got along with hardly any opposition whatsoever. All it took to accomplish that was 2 SDA people and a King James only cultist. So peace can be had between the 2 factions.
Well, this is true, but at the same time, like, the non-Calvinists did behave themselves. Like, I don't care to get into Calvinism with people, but when they say crazy stuff or they make little snidey comments, like, I let some of the snidey comments slide yesterday, but like, overall it was peaceful because the aggressors decided not to aggress.
Well, you know they'd say that about your side.
Oh yeah, I know. But I think
if everyone just takes it on the chin, peace could be had.
That's true. All right, I'm gonna hop into this shower, play yourself some music, or actually, you know what you should do?
He's making that music. Yeah. What should I do?
So there's a brand new Robert Gottfried out. It just came out yesterday, or maybe a few hours ago. That's about revolutions and Christianity, and it's really good. It's only 20 minutes long, and it goes into a lot of stuff about the American Revolution that you probably didn't know, and the establishment of religion with the federal government and all that jazz. And then it goes into the French Revolution and a compare and contrast between the American Revolution and the French Revolution. It's super interesting. You should check it out. I mean, if you got nothing to do before people start coming in.
Oh, I'm playing Fortnite. It was here for like 2 seconds. Mike?
All right, well, I'll hop back after a minute.
All right. Anyone else watching the replay, this could be your time to shine. Get here early, ask all the questions you want. Oh, hey, Luke. Good morning, Luke. What's up, Luke? How are you? How's your day going?
I just got my first break, as usual. How are you guys? What's up, good?
Just got here, just getting started.
Okay. Yo, what's up with the podcast, man? Who do I have to call to complain to?
I don't know. I was just telling Chris, it's like it already feels like a whole job to be like, oh man, I gotta like copy and paste and edit, put it back up there again, and it's like, I don't want to do another YouTube channel. And it's like, well. And then also it's been like, very unorganized. Like, it's been going like 9 hours. But it's also, not really had structure, but it never has structure. So I don't know. I'm like, well, how much staying in my lane do I need to do? And then what even is my lane? So yeah. It's like, do I just stay here and do like extra long hangouts like the Google Plus days? But then, people can see them on replay, which I have started doing again, but I'm kind of regretting it because I'm like, I don't want to be like fighting and political, and then half of it is fighting and political. Hey, Michael, morning. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. What I need is probably someone who's good at this stuff with structure and stuff like that. That can, I don't know, do all the stuff you want done. Lou, you want a free job?
I wish I could. I really do. I really wish I could.
How are you, Michael?
Well, doing everything I can to avoid work.
Yeah. And it's like, the last thing on that, it's like different groups seem to like different things. So like, Rumble, it's hard to get any traction at all. YouTube, I can't really tell what they like. And then BitChute, it's like that was actually the biggest audience of listeners. But I think they really liked all the political conspiracy theory stuff, which is super interesting and entertaining. But I'm like, how much do I want to go out of my way to get us all on some kind of list talking about like conspiracies that are probably true? No one's getting paid. So it's like, let's just talk about stuff that's like sensitive topics and not even the gospel. So I don't know, that's where I am. So
not even the gospel.
We're talking about conspiracy stuff, like aliens under Antarctica, things like that. See, I just did it again. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to be Floki.
You're having a mental crisis right here, live on air.
Dude,
Great.
I think so. Oh my gosh. But hey, if this is the extent of it, and I don't have to like go buy a Corvette or anything like that, I guess that's okay. Yeah, if the extent of midlife crisis.
If you're gonna have a midlife crisis, at least buy a Porsche. Come on.
I can never do that. You just call it a Porsche.
Because that's how it's pronounced.
I know. And then there's people like, yeah, I got a Porsche. There's people that's like, you mean a Porsche? I'm like,
Yeah, that will land me in jail because I will slap that person. It's hysterical because when my wife and I were in Germany for our honeymoon, so we went to Germany, we rented a 911 there, drove to the Nürburgring, drove around the Nürburgring, and stuff like that. And there was a guy there that was like, oh, this is really cool, look at all these Porsches here. And the side eye that he got from everybody was just like insane, and he immediately felt like a small person. It was interesting, and like he expected to hear that music, that kind of like
I'm sure not the guy who like buys a Porsche jacket and doesn't have a car.
Yeah, what's funny is that gets railed on a lot. So almost every year when we're not away, they do basically the tutor, or they keep changing it from tutor to like IMSA and all these different things. Anyway, the sports car challenge at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, just east of us. And the years that I do go, I buy tickets for the Porsche Platz, because Porsche always has a big thing there. And they had like if you own one, then you can get people like the guys from Porsche Motorsport. Like if you the first year I was there was a guy who had a GT4, and he got the guys there to hook up and tune his ECU. And he went from, so that car normally has 490 120 brake horsepower. And this is a guy that I keep in touch with. His name's Erwin. And so the Porsche Motorsport guys, they tweaked his ECU, and he took it to a place and put it on a dyno, and it was 505 horsepower after they tweaked it. And like just amazing. But I don't want to get my warranty voided, so I don't do that.
Yeah. Wait.
That brings a question. Should Christians buy expensive things? Should we be doing that as Christians?
There's no reason not to. I mean, if you have, follow Romans 14 convictions. I mean, the Bible clearly, you see poor people, you see rich people. If people love, we know the answer. If people are in love with their money and treat it beyond just a tool, that's very problematic. And I think if you have a vulgar display of wealth that you're like, yes, I have billions of dollars, I have every nice thing, my toilets are made of gold, and you're zipping past every hungry homeless shelter doing nothing. I mean, that probably says something you want to check and do a heart check on. But no, if you're like, yeah, man, I'm a Christian, I'm moderately wealthy, I have nice cars, I like nice cars. That seems fine. I'd say, be generous with giving and stuff like that for people that need it. And it's like, no, I don't know anyone that needs it. It's like, have you tried looking? Or are you like, nope, I was driving so fast, I didn't see. Yeah, I drove so fast on the way to work that I didn't see a single person needing money. It's like, slow down to 60 miles an hour and see if there's someone maybe you could hand out a gift card to. I don't know. But no, just having wealth and nice stuff is not in and of itself a bad thing. Do some good with that money.
Hey man, I like to say, act your wage, right? Be responsible, and no matter where you at in your life, give. And giving doesn't mean money. It could be time, it could be space, it could be anything. Amen. Good answer, Nate.
You would have said the same thing.
I just did.
And then there's Michael, who, I'm sure is generous than many Christians, is more generous than many Christians, because he's, talked about him and I guess his giving fund or whatever.
So
I don't have a fund, I just give money to charity.
I don't drink, but how much, what is drunk? What does that mean? Is that subjective? I know you can drink as a Christian, but how much is too much, I guess? Is it a buzz? Is it I don't know. What is that? What do you think?
I think it's got to be somewhat, the line to crossing it has to be somewhat subjective.
Or is it,
it's.
I'm sorry, or is it your conscience that's leading when you're too much, when you're doing too much? I gotta go, but that's my question.
Yeah, I would say that too. I'd say objective drunk is when people are drunk and passed out. You're like, yep, there's no question, they're blackout drunk. That line, yeah, would be Romans 14, your conscience, right? Because some people will be like, well, when I stumble after every sixth step, that's getting close to the line. It's like, no, when I stumble after 2 steps or whatever, I don't know. However they mark that, and then it's as you get more and more tipsy, maybe your line of where am I actually drunk at? You keep kicking that down because you want to keep drinking. So it's like, oh well, if I was just starting off this way, I'd say this is probably getting close to that line. I should stop. But since I'm in a happy buzz, I'm going to say, that line, we're going to move that line a little bit further. And then later that night, when the room is spinning, you're praying to God that you managed to wake up the next day. You're like, yeah, I crossed that line probably 5 hours ago. I'm sorry. So, having been in this position 4 times is probably good. The Bible is not bad advice when it says work out your salvation with fear and trembling. So, I would say that is your ultimate guide.
Yeah, it's interesting. There are legal positions, right? If you're going to get behind the wheel, I don't know what it is in the U.S., but in Ontario, it's 0.08, right? That anything higher than that, completely subjective. So, I mean, how many times have one of us come across somebody that's like, are you feeling okay? Oh, I'm totally fine. Meanwhile, they can't. Yeah. Meanwhile, one eye's going in one direction and the other eye's going in a different direction, right? I'm okay, right? So, I mean, I would say that unless you're talking about, kind of the quote unquote, legal standard, then I think it of course, it just becomes totally subjective. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why, we make sure that, if people are coming over to our place, because, we'll constantly, but we'll regularly have, people come over and stuff like that, or whatever on a weekend or something like that. And, I've got a liquor cabinet probably sufficient to kill everybody listening right now. But I so rarely drink myself, but it's like, are you gonna, it's like, are you guys sleeping over? We've got space for 4 people, right, to sleep over. So you guys can, let one rip. Like, I don't care how much you guys drink. Everybody else, there's an understanding that if you come to my house, that you, and like I have this rule, like you put your keys by the front door, and I'm the one that, if you're leaving, I'm the one that judges whether or not you can drive. And it's only been one time where I feel like, nah, man, I'm not gonna, and I've taken, like, it was like, okay, we gotta get out of here. I went up ahead of them and took their keys. I'm like, I'm not getting your keys. I don't want to have that on my conscience, saying, this guy drinking, he killed somebody or something like that.
Yeah.
What are the legal ramifications in the U.S. if somebody comes and gets just ripped drunk at your house and goes and leaves?
You mean for the person who lets them?
Yeah. I'm asking out of ignorance. I just don't know if there is a legal ramification for the homeowner.
I don't know that either, because I mean, depending how forcefully they try not to let them leave, you could be looking at kidnapping. So I think on top of that. So I mean, I don't know. I just don't know that. Felix, how are you?
I'm all right. Just listening. You guys were talking about levels of drunkenness and stuff.
Like Lou asked the question, biblically speaking, what would be considered drunk? Because the Bible says, you can drink alcohol, but don't be drunk. So how would you know when you're drunk? Is that a conscience thing, or how do you decide that?
Well, doesn't that depend on the level of tolerance of the person?
That was one of the things we were talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I would say I have such low tolerance that a dose of Maywell, which has 10% alcohol, will have me tipsy.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, Felix. Like, my tolerance is next to nothing too. And so, like, when we go down south, the bars open at like 10 a.m. and I'm drunk by 10:15. I have one drink and I'm done. Like, I'm already like, whoop, yeah, I would not get behind the wheel right now. But it's interesting you say that when you talk about like conscience and stuff like that, because you reach a point where you're like, yeah, I got a buzz going on, but then you kind of hit that tipping point where you're like, no, I'm fine, right? Right? And so it's curious that you see that switch over, right, where you go from consciously aware to not aware anymore. You're like, yeah, like this person's so gone, they don't even know how gone they are.
So back when I was a Christian, or as some people say, thought I was, that was actually about around my college years as well. And so the college youth group, air quotes youth, the college youth group that I was a part of, we had a standard. It was the gospel test. And if you could kind of like express the gospel without any sort of problems, you were still okay.
That's interesting.
You know that what Michael just said right now reminded me of when Jesus turned the water into wine, and they brought out that water turned into wine, and the host of the party, I guess I don't know how to say it
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what made me think of that when Michael said that.
Yeah, wine in general, like wine, I don't like wine. I understand that, there's people that, a good bottle of wine, this and the other thing. And I heard somebody say once, the best bottle of wine is the one you really like. And there seems to be this, this kind of conception that, unless you spend X number of dollars, on a bottle of wine, it's probably not a good bottle. And yet my wife enjoys this. She likes rosé. And so this one bottle of rosé, I guess if we worked at it in your money, it would be less than $10 for the bottle. And it's her favorite wine. And yet there's some people who be like, it's like, it's not vintages, it's not, BQs, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's obviously garbage. It's obviously swill, right?
I've heard some things, I don't know if they're true or not, but some of it makes sense. Like how people would say about the vintage, they're like, it really only matters for like Italy and Europe, where not every year has like a good amount of sun because it's cloudy a lot, so the grapes don't get, I guess, how proper grapes should be. But they're like, if you're getting something from California, it doesn't really matter because they have plenty of sun every year, so every year should be fine. That was one thing. The other thing is, someone said if a price point would be around $15, and their reasoning makes sense. I don't know if it's true or not, but they said if it's under $15, they are probably splitting it and adding things like sugars and stuff like that to make it taste better. But they're like, if you just want pure wine, they said like look for things above like $15, so it doesn't have like extra sugars and I guess stuff like that. Again, don't know if it's true, but kind of makes sense because a lot of whenever I was drinking, it's like I was definitely a budget connoisseur, so it's like $6.99, wonderful. And it was very sweet, very good. Probably mostly sugar, but yeah, I just got so sick of, I don't know if it's the sulfates, and people were going to give me advice right now. I've heard it before, I promise I don't care, but I'm not trying to drink anyway. Like I've been there, done that, probably more than a lot of people. And when I was younger, it was no problem. Spiritually, it's probably a problem, but it was no physical problem. You're younger, you bounce back up. But in my older years, it's like there's just a really good chance. It doesn't matter what it is, wine, alcohol, beer, no matter what it is. There's probably like a 60-40 chance that I'm going to take one drink, immediately get this feeling that's like, you're going to have a headache, and I'll have a splitting, pounding headache the rest of the day, and it's awful. And I have no idea why. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. I'm convinced it doesn't have anything to do with the quality or anything like that, because I can do the exact same thing 2 different days and have 2 different results. So finally, I think like last New Year's, the day after was, I think that's the last time I had any alcohol to drink, and I would think I'd like to keep going on that path. So it doesn't even matter that, well, the Bible says you can't drink. Well, yeah, but do I want to take the chance of getting a splitting headache? So that may be the bad reason for stopping. But still, for me, that's kind of where I am. So I'm like, I just got so sick of like awful headaches and high percentage chances of getting those headaches. Basically, if I looked at a bottle of beer. So I'm like, no, man, I'm done. I've got enough headaches. I don't want any more of that.
But what's that line Chris Rock said in one of his videos once? You can drive a car with your feet if you want to. That doesn't make it a good idea. And yeah, like I think it's true. Like when it comes to so we're coming into we're gonna start to come into cooler weather soon, much to my wife's chagrin at least. And so I start this is when I'll put like beef stew in the slow cooker or something like that for the day, right? Beef stew at night, and I use the cheapest bottle of red wine I can find for beef stew. I just want the flavor of it. And I've never had to spend more than, like you said before, like $6 for and it usually doesn't come in a bottle, it comes in a box, right? And I use I get usually 3 rounds of beef stew out of it. So I'll make up then I'll put a couple in the freezer and stuff like that. And it's the cheapest bottle. And I don't even let my wife see what I'm using because I think she'd be like, oh, I can't believe you're using at least use this one. And she's never complained about my beef stew. So.
water and wine. And to be honest, I was like wondering, I'm like, is anyone gonna ask a question about Jesus? Oliver, even Merlot or bourbon. I was part of a bourbon club for a long time, and like sometimes was fine, no problem at all. Other times, I'm like, after round one, I'm like, the headache's coming, and sure enough, headache came. It's awful. Like, doesn't matter what it is. But hey Betty, hey Sheep, what's up? How are you guys doing? I was saying yesterday, Chris came in here first. I was saying, did you guys notice how like the Calvinists and Arminians got along? Okay, so how the Calvinists and Arminians got along brilliantly yesterday. No one like really started to fight. And like all it took was 2 SDAs and a KJV cultist to make that happen.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yesterday there was that guy that I don't want to say grilling. It sounds really harsh, but that this guy came in and I think he addressed something I said or something. It might have been random. He addressed something that somebody said, and I think it got Chris's hackles up right away. And he started asking me questions. And when he got to SD, and Chris was like, "Oh, but it didn't get terrible." So
it lasted about 4 hours. I think you.
I had to go. Yeah, I appreciate the time.
It was about 4 hours or more. The 2 of them came in. He got a buddy, and it basically turned into Ask an Adventist. And then after that, a KJV only. Hey, so you're welcome. KJV only guy came in, and it's so weird. Like it bugs me so much when people get these pet projects, and it's like, okay, you say you're a Christian. What is the main thing we need to know? Well, the Nephilim, you see. No. Okay, guys, you're a Christian, great. What would you tell someone if you have 5 minutes to share the gospel? Grab a King James Bible and wait. Why? Because it's the official English word of God. All the others have been corrupted. Okay. How much do you think that? Totally, you cannot use the ESV. Oh, okay, wrong. No. So it bugs me for their sake. Like when they say they're a Christian and it's like they have all these like kind of side pet projects, which maybe we do too. It's like how beholden to those are you? If someone else says like I'm a Christian, I love God, I just use the New American Standard Bible, and you're like, oh, you can't do that. Well, that's where it would be a problem. So I mean, the guy yesterday, he kept being like, I'm KJV only. No matter how much you guys argue against it, it makes me more sure of my position. But right, well, no, that's not our position. Like if you want to only use the KJV, fine. But the issue everyone here was having, I don't want to talk about that because it's not here. CEO, I invite you up if you're not here.
Not here.
It takes a while to update. Anyway, so it's like our position is apparently this church is teaching him that the King James Version is the only acceptable English translation by God, and it's so good that it can even correct some of the original autographs, like the things we actually believe are inspired by the Holy Spirit, like the Hebrew, the Greek, all these other things. I'm like, oh, that's a problem. It's like, you just don't want me to use King James. It's like, no, use King James. We have no problem with that. The problem is saying King James has magical abilities to correct the things we actually believe are inspired by God. That's the problem. And no matter how many times you said it, it's like, I'm just right. You guys are arguing so hard against KJV that I know I'm right to use it. I'm like, use KJV. That's not the problem. Anyways.
Wait, not to change the topic, but sorry, go ahead, Michael.
No, all I was going to say, just be like 2 seconds, is that, even if you speak to quote-unquote prominent apologists, for example, Matt Slick will tell you that the NASB is a very good translation. And so if you want to go from, people who you would say are, experts are very well informed, this, that, and the other thing. What I've heard from other people, for example, Kip Davis, who's a Canadian biblical scholar, and stuff like that, he would say that the NRSV, the New Revised Standard Version, is probably the best one of the ones that are available. I found that the KJV only people are probably the least open-minded about that kind of thing, where they'll be, like you said, Nate, kind of dogmatic about it.
It looked like that. Just like that, we're talking about the Bible again. Win for Jesus. Okay. What were you? Steph, what were you saying?
Look, just real quick. The church is not just spewing rhetoric. I don't know what corner of suburban America you live in, but the church is like one of the. I think it's still the Catholic Church alone is still the top contributor of philanthropy as far as organizations in the world, and in fact, in world history, nobody has given more money or manpower to help the poor or whatever than the Catholics. I mean, even just in New York State, Catholic Charities is like the largest contributor to rental assistance. So this is not anyway. Okay, you should look up those numbers. Have we talked about this Minneapolis shooting already, Nate?
No, and I mean, I don't know. It's like just as like I don't want to get political. Like everything's like so juicy. It's like the apple hanging over us. It's like, do we? And it's like, as much as I know from like the headlines, I haven't really investigated. It seems like yet another trans shooter had a problem with Catholics and went to kill a bunch of them. I mean, am I wrong? Is that what you uncovered?
Okay, Steph, go ahead, and then I have to say something about it.
I just found out about it this morning, but I did read the manifesto that he'd written and like all this other stuff. But yeah,
what's the paraphrase of the manifesto?
It was actually really creepy. Well, it wasn't a manifesto; it was the suicide letter. It was actually really creepy because it was incredibly like sweet and sad. It was like all about how much he loved his family and asking his brother to forgive his mother and make up with her because she was a good person. And like I don't know, the whole thing was just like really sad. And then apparently at the end it's like, also don't read my journals unless you really want to. But it's like I'm aware that I'm about to throw a wrench in all of your lives, but I've got to do this. Like it was just really, 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 really sad.
So it's all about love and forgiving others. So why did he have to shoot a bunch of people?
I don't know. Well, I haven't read any of them. I guess the manifestos are written in like a secret code that he developed, so they're still working to decode this. Yeah, I don't know. But like written on the magazines for the gun is like, "Where's your God?" and "This is for the children." And there's one that says "Jew gas." I don't know what that's about. Free Palestine, whatever, all the usual stuff. But it's just like, okay, yeah. So this guy, this kid who's 23, his mother worked as a secretary at this Catholic school. The kid attended the school for 1 year, and it doesn't say, I didn't see which year. And then wrote all this stuff, apparently a couple years ago, petitioned to change his name from Robert to Robin, and then had planned this whole thing, and then went and shot up the school. 2 kids died. 17 people were injured. I think 7 are still in critical condition, but everyone else is expected to survive. Just like horrific. And then weirdly, 2 blocks away, like an hour before, was a completely unrelated shooting at an intersection in the same part of town where another person died.
Yeah, to the point earlier of Christian charity, imagine if they then, instead of murdering people, would have focused on running a food bank. Just saying. CEO, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, so the coping on this app last night was pretty ghastly. I was in a room where we were like, yeah, so the Republicans just want to focus on him being transgender, but it's just another biological white male doing the shooting.
Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, they're confused now. So in the room last night, they were confused about whether they wanted to go with this was a biological white male or this person's gender pronouns need to be respected.
So if they don't shoot a bunch of people, they're totally a woman. If they do shoot a bunch of people, they got right, it's a dude.
Correct. Yeah, yes.
Wow.
But that was pretty much what happened. Yes.
That's absurd. I mean, while it might be fair to say that historically that may be the case, that's a really unfair characterization. And I would have stood alongside you if I had been there. See, I would have stood alongside you to ridicule that individual or individuals.
So it sounds like it was many.
Because that's just dumb.
Sean, welcome. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Good morning, everybody. The sickness of this whole thing is we got 2 dead children, 17 wounded children, 3 wounded teachers. I don't care if the person was black, white, Latino, Asian, transgender, LGBTQ, whatever.
or did someone
No,
else?
he took his own life. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean the mental health gap, I think, is that like he writes this note trying to say like, you know, Mom, don't blame yourself, I forgive you, pretty much, as though that's going to help after the actions that were just taken. Like, of course she's going to blame herself. So it's really strange that he thought that that was going to make a difference, and then he went through with this anyway.
It's terrible.
The letter was just so sad because I was expecting to see some crazy stuff. And there was nothing crazy in the suicide letter except the line that was like, but I have to do that. Like, I have my mission and I have to do it. The rest of the letter was just like advice to the family and talk about how much he felt supported by his mother and by his friends and how much he loved his siblings. And was like, you guys have, the whole letter was just, you guys have always loved me and always supported me. I've always felt so accepted and respected by you. Like, as I was reading the letter, it's just like, what happened here? It didn't, the puzzle pieces don't fit together. Why does somebody who feels this loved and accepted by their family go out and do such a thing? It's actually really eerie. It's like more comforting to see someone write something completely out of their mind. I don't know.
I mean, I would wonder, like, you know, getting medication or stuff like that. There's so many questions. Like, I wonder if this could be a cause. Where I wonder, it's like, yeah, that is weird. I mean, just taking what you said, it's like, hey, Bob, hey, love you, you did great, no complaints at all. I'm gonna go shoot up your work now. That
was pretty much it. Yeah.
Hey, Rod, what's up? How are you, Rod?
You're smart. I want to say real fast. Okay, so we know we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So the race of the person that's committing the crime is not that important because we're really fighting against we're in spiritual warfare. But I will say, from time to time, we can't help but recognize the race of the person based on the crime that's committed. Like, you know, it was this drug raid, you know, this and that. This guy had on his grill and gold. You might say that was a black person, but if it was this or that, then that was probably white. But see, that we don't want to get too involved or too deep in that unless we're like trying to, you know, protect our family. Hey, you know, be careful in this area, whatever. But my main point for wanting to come on the stage is just to say that, you know, I agree with you guys. You know, I thank God that, you know, that we as believers recognize that, you know, we as Christians, we're not in that just the physical warfare against race. And that's the sad part about it, because, you know, I go to these rooms and these black, well, they don't like being called black Israelites. The Israelites, they're spinning it and keeping the race war going. And it ought not be. Some of my best friends are white. Most of my best friends are black. It doesn't matter when you have a love of God. And that's the part that I'm glad that I'm seeing you guys are pushing and defending the faith every day. That's pretty much it.
Thanks, Rod. Thanks for sharing. Sean,
I was just gonna say, I think the race and gender only matters in the sense of you're trying to help understand what the person's life experiences were. So I think that's the only way that it matters, not so much from a pattern perspective. I mean, but like on the flip side of it, we can all admit, like, if this had been like a Japanese woman who did one of these, we would all be shocked, right? I mean, like, let's not pretend we wouldn't.
That is true, but also relevant here is like that a trans person is shooting up a Christian institution. Like, it, you know, this is all like, okay, one of the sightings, or the guy had like written, I guess, all over the magazines of the gun, and then had released some information on YouTube, and that's what people are kind of combing through or whatever. So one of the events that this guy had cited was the Buffalo shooting at the Tops,
which I don't know if you guys remember, that was like a white dude who shot up a Tops in a black neighborhood, claiming.
I remember that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's also relevant. Like the white guy shooting up the Tops in a black neighborhood, saying that's because that's where the black people were, is relevant. A trans person shooting up a school full of Christian children and in a church is also highly relevant, right? Like this isn't like. I don't know, okay, there was a shooting 2 blocks away or whatever, 2 or 3 blocks away on the same day that they're saying is completely unrelated. And that was like not racially motivated. It looked like someone was shooting on a corner in Minneapolis, like shooting into cars, right? Like that. So I don't know, was it a personal vendetta? One person died from that, but it's like that doesn't seem to be like, were they trans? What color were they? This was a thick person shooting at cars. So we're not so like interested. But when it's a trans person shooting up a school or an angry white guy shooting up a Tops in a black neighborhood, this does seem like it's worth talking about somewhere, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, what that statistic, right? There's something like there's 3 or 4 quote unquote mass shootings in the United States every day, and yet I think Stefan, the thing we said is completely right. Like so here's 2 shooting events a few blocks away from each other, but only one seemed to garner attention. Yeah, why? Well, because it seemed more controversial. Isn't this one that's going to be more, provoking in some way to talk about, right? Yeah, I think that there's a lot of truth to that. But I think it's easier, and it's also when you're talking about a group of people, right? If you can put them in a group, then it's easier to other that group, right? Oh, it's these people did X, these people did Y, these people did Z, and it's easier to malign it's easier to malign a group than it is an individual.
Well, this is where it would be, and I hope I don't have to talk about this forever, but it's like where some people, on the other side usually, would want to assign hate crimes, where, crime is crime, you don't need to add the word hate to it. We get it, it's already a crime. But for people that want to add hate crimes, this is kind of where it goes next level into that territory. Because if someone like, you said the other people shooting stuff, if it's someone who gets drunk at a bar and just goes to shoot people, and there's no other reason than they're mad and drunk, maybe someone offended him, yes, that's bad, that's already a crime. But if you have 2 like known opposing groups, for whatever reason, race, religion, creed, whatever reason, and then someone of one group goes and like does this kind of thing to another group, it's almost like an extra level. I mean, crime's still crime, but that's where people would get the extra emphasis and where it gets national spotlights, right? Like so I guess that's the reason some garner more attention, because it's like, oh, they weren't just mad indiscriminately going after people. It's like they seem to have a very special animus towards this other opposing group, and I guess that's why it gets the attention, because out of all things being crimes, this one has a little extra something to focus on. But to Rod's point, yeah, I mean, the biggest point is from the Christian view, the eternal perspective. Yeah, this person did a bunch of bad stuff, and hopefully the kids were already believing in Jesus, so they're in heaven. They probably wouldn't change a thing now. But as far as the remainder of the parents and the wounded and things like that, there's a whole spiritual probably crisis unfolding. Like, why did God let this happen? Does God love me? How do I know this? Why would a good God do this? And then they'll read the Bible and they'll get their heads right. But then the person that did this act seems safe to say they're not proclaiming Christian views. So if they're rejecting Christ, doing this evil stuff, their eternal state is very bad. And then half of the grumpy Christians do it. That's what they deserve. It's like this is where I don't want to carry water for evil people. But the point is, any loss of life is unfortunate. And they're like, even that murderer? Yes, because it's unfortunate that murderer had to be a murderer. Get it? And they're like, oh, you mean if that guy hadn't killed a bunch of people, that would be unfortunate? Yes, the whole thing is a tragedy. So it's a tragedy that they had to be in that position and do that thing in the first place. But since they did, now they're in a very, very bad place for all eternity, spiritually speaking. And that's like the ultimate tragedy, because there's like no do-overs. So it's just awful all around. But
yeah, I agree. It's awful all around.
Happy to say.
Yeah, I think the last thing that I would say is if it's fair to say, like, so everybody remembers, the Pulse nightclub shooting from Miami a few years back, right? Okay, if it's because that was instantly labeled as a hate crime, right? That was like in seconds, people call that a hate crime. Was it? Probably. But if it's fair to call that a hate crime, then it is also fair if some person ran into, like a Christian school or a church. I didn't read any details about where this actually happened, but it was, people of faith that were murdered. If it's fair to call one a quote-unquote hate crime, it's also fair to call the other one a hate crime. And that's something that I think doesn't get pointed out. Like, it seems, and this is coming from someone firmly on the left, it seems that the left is more prone sometimes to look at something that happens and goes, hate crime, because both things can be true.
Yeah. Well, I think it kind of exposes bias, right? Because if they want to call one thing a hate crime and they don't on the other, it's like, gee, it seems like exactly the same, except a couple key differences. But Sean, were you saying something? Is that you, Sean?
So,
yeah, go ahead, Sean.
So, let me say this. Before my daughter was murdered in April by that coward she was married to, the Lord had given me a word. And He said it's not about black, white, polka dot, or green, but it's a spirit of murder over this country. And everybody want to make it as somebody's crazy, they lost their mind. That is not true. People open up the door and let that demon in. And it goes back to the word that someone shared earlier. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and rulers of darkness in high places. We just got to quit saying people are crazy. They're not crazy. It's not about what religion you are. It's just downright a spirit of murder. And nobody's praying against it. Everybody want to run right here where we live at. The church folks running right here not worried about their feet being shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. They want to run right here and dance and shake their tail feathers to the song "Boots on the Ground." And you can't fight against the enemy when you operating in the spiritual realm. I mean, when you're operating in the natural realm. We just got to realize that what it is. It's not about a color. It's not about a Democratic or Republican or independent. It's a spirit of murder. And what are we gonna do about it?
I completely agree. The foundation is spiritual rot in the game.
So, I'm curious, Nate, what you think about was NET, New English Translation. My brother, who went through LCMS seminary, he has developed an affinity for the NET, and he showed it to me. And I don't know, I think the NET version is pretty good.
I am not very much familiar with that. Does anyone else? Sean, Steph, or you?
Oh, but weirdly, this came up yesterday.
Oh, damn. That's crazy. It's like blazing hot over here. It's like 80 here in California.
We've had some nice weather here. Our high has only been like 80, but it's kind of been hovering in the 70s.
Yeah, it's been gorgeous.
It's been nice.
I just avoided another, you know how you have friends on Clubhouse that don't always get along? Well, that's the case in real life too. I guess I consider Clubhouse to be IRL too. Yeah, I don't mean any disrespect. But a neighbor came, like, there's two neighbors that constantly have a contingency, and it's like, guys, just leave me out of it. Just leave me out of it, and they just consistently are. One of them tries to egg me on, like, oh God, and she calls the other one crazy. She's like, that crazy. Did you hear her yelling yesterday or whatever? I'm like, I didn't hear nothing. And it's just kind of the same, where it's like, fight your own damn battles and leave me out of it. Now, we were talking about how, like, if somebody was started to pile on to, like, MG or something like that, there's sometimes when you gotta let people kind of fight it out so that they have an understanding, or that you can't, the worst thing you can do is really just squash the argument or squash the discussion, even if it gets heated. And a lot of people have a tendency to do that when to women who are getting heated or getting, they're like, well, she's getting just really emotional, whatever. And I think that's not a productive thing to do, because everybody has feelings and everybody feels strongly about stuff sometimes.
Oh, I used to get so pissed off when I get kind of raised up, get my energy up a little bit, and someone's like, oh, you've been hurt. Who hurt you? Oh, you're so mad. Who hurt you? Oh, dude, I hate that. People say that to me. It's like, nobody hurt me, motherfucker, and don't gaslight the room that I'm hurt. I'm not hurt, fucker.
Why are you so mad? Why are you so emotional?
It's your issue. You got the issues. Yeah, I just had to, it's not pretty when somebody does that. I'm like, don't do that to me.
Or, what I used to, my pet peeve was when somebody goes, how do you really feel? Like, you say something, how do you really feel? It's like, I don't know. I feel like you're fucking passive aggressive. That's what I think. That's how I really feel.
Note to self.
How do you really feel? Well, okay, so how do you really feel? The passive aggressive way of saying, I don't like your energy, basically, is what it is. If it's coming from somebody who's funny, then that's one thing. But if it's coming from like a douchebag, it's like, no, shut.
I just know I'd be saying that sometimes. Why don't you tell us how you really feel about that?
Oh, see, that's totally not so good.
I know.
Because you're trying to call out the facts. Yeah, I know. It's like you're calling them out on it. It's like, let it be. But you're like, no, how do you really?
No, I'm the queen of passive aggressive.
That's totally not so good.
I will say it.
But if you did it to me, I would just laugh. It's kind of for somebody that I'm not comfortable around, right, or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
I don't rise to that crap anymore. I'm like, oh, please don't make me annihilate you today. I'm lazy. Hi, Holly. Hi.
I'm back.
Hey, little lady. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I'm glad to see JB back. I missed him.
Hey, I go to the hallway and check for you, JB, every day. But I'm glad you took that time for yourself. Like, you needed it, and by not reacting, we're talking about not reacting, right? By you taking that time off, you were able to not react to it, and it diffused. It diffused hardcore. Like, that's the way you do it. And I get it.
Well, thank you, Michael, but that's not true, because my name is brought up in nonstop. The only reason I know this is because people who I tell, hey, listen, I'm taking a few days off. Don't text me with the gossip that's going on the app. I don't care. It got to the point, Mike, no bullshit, I had to block somebody who I like because they just want respect on the man. Dude, I don't give a fuck what people are saying. And honestly, I could care less. But like, dude, if I ask you just leave me alone for a few days, just let me be. I'm okay, I promise. And you know what? The last few days, man, I've had a great few days with some really good people. So, and I appreciate all you people.
That's great.
I had a conscious thought. I actually dawned, I felt like I wanted to text you and see how you're doing, and it dawned on me that, like, he's doing okay. Just give him a space for now. Like, he'll come back. That's how I literally had that thought a couple times.
Well, sure. You said our mics sound really good? That's good.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's like levels to the quality or the clarity of the mics on this app. And obviously signals and different things affect that. I'm a tech, so I get it. But I'm always curious to what kind of mic everyone's using.
Mine's just an iPhone 15.
Oh, so you're using the speaker on the iPhone?
Yeah, that's it.
Cool. So I'm being lazy right now using my Jabra headphones, the ones that are bone induction, they don't go in ears, they go in front of ears. And I don't think they sound very good from what I've been told. So I switched to the iPhone usually just to be polite to all the listeners usually. But,
that's pretty good now. I think when you raise your voice or you get more powerful, it cuts out with the Jabra.
Okay, yeah, I agree. From what I've heard, that's true. But I'm glad it sounds good enough for now because my wife hates Clubhouse and she'll let me be on it if she doesn't have to listen to it. So
Unless she's listening to me.
She likes to.
down and they were talking back and forth, like, hey, you know what the thing is? It's a little laundry room or whatever, you know, in the middle of the conversation or something. But dude, I could not get over how fucking weird it was to think about what it would be like if my wife was even remotely interested in Clubhouse.
Right.
She's not. Like, it's two completely different worlds, and the two shall never meet. You know, she just would never ever do it. It's like that. Oh my god, it was so weird to have a wife that liked Clubhouse or to be that kind of social. Because my wife is not social like that at all, and I am. So it's like I have to find my outlets, you know.
Yeah, same with me. My husband tried, like, in the early days, I kept pinging him, like, come in here. He'd be in my bedroom, you know, and then I'd see his face pop up in the down below. He would just, like, disappear very quickly. Like, it's not for him.
My wife would never, ever come on here. I just know her. Like, it's like, you couldn't come up there. It's just interesting. I can't imagine having a wife that was like that. Akima, I just realized what your PTR was. I kept seeing it and kind of like, I wanted to look into it. I'm like, oh, I'll look at it later. Because I didn't immediately notice what it was right away. But then I saw it, then I recognized what it was. Like, oh, I bet that's Trump's hand. And then I like clicked on it to look at it, and it's the Hope poster with his hand, and that cracked me up.
That's what Hope looks like.
That's very creative. That's pretty damn funny. People's creativity never.
Wait, I don't get it.
It's Trump. Okay, so Trump's had this like giant bruise on his hand now for like a month at least.
Oh.
He keeps covering it with makeup, but recently he went out without makeup, and it's all like nasty blue. Like, it's messed up. He has vein problems. That's why his ankles are really swollen too. He has vein disease. But anyway, it's a Hope poster, like the Obama poster, but it says like fuck that hand, and it says Hope, which is really just harsh, but it's funny, hilarious.
They should have put a Hope with the shame.
Mike, you better watch it. People be accusing you of being unpatriotic.
No, we discussed what it takes to have proper patriotism today. We had that conversation. Hours.
Yeah, I look forward to getting to that old man age where you bonk your hand and then you got like a permanent purple bruise mark that lasts for half a year. That's great.
It is weird. It's weird how long it takes to heal. I had large veins were ripped from like some of my. I just had like blue, like blue small spots. It was like a very thin skin, and they look like. I mean, they want sort of. I mean, they're just a color thing. They're all people be like, oh, that's on my legs, you know. And I'm subconscious, so I went to the vein clinic, and they removed my large vein, so they can go in there and they can burn it out. Okay, so the large vein actually they cut a little incision in your groin, and then they stick it. See, that's the part that actually is your little tiny fine vein where the big vein expands at the bottom of my groin. They just need shots for the slippery stuff. And it's kind of like breaks basically. It's kind of makes them dissolve. And you know, they give you like 100 shots, which totally sucks. The big part is the down got burn on my outfit. That actually didn't hurt that bad at all. But essentially, so you got veins that support your muscle. So veins that support your muscles are on the inside of your legs. So anything on the outside is basically not necessary. So they took all my veins out. And where I'm going with the story is that they didn't warn me about two things. One, if you get a blood transfusion, they need the large veins on the outside of your leg, apparently. And they never told me that. So it's likely I would have a problem getting a blood transfusion. And they never told me that. And number two, I didn't realize that if you remove all the veins on the outside of your leg, when your leg gets hit, like say you hit your shin on something and it opens up, the skin breaks or something, it takes forever for it to heal because you don't have any like blood source right there at the surface. So it's like multiplied. So it's just kind of like getting old and how long it takes to heal. Even worse if you like have, vein disease, which is basically what Trump has as well. That's why this
ankles are swollen. You have to get those removed if you wanted to fix that problem.
That's crazy. I didn't know about all the vein stuff. Never knew you could remove veins.
Yeah, I literally have veins on the outside of under my skin on my legs. Like my legs look normal, but on the inside they just don't heal.
And man, it is important to know how to know what DVT is and be aware of that. That is something that can take you out. I had a client who had DVT.
Wait, what is that?
His leg was deep vein thrombosis. It's clotting, it's blood clot in the leg, and it can travel into the lungs and brain. It's takes about anywhere from a year to a year and a half to fully recover from. But the symptoms are typically the left leg, and it will basically swell almost twice the size of your other leg.
Oh,
the skin will feel really tight, and there'll be a lot of heat. And you go, why is this one leg? And it's usually the left side. But if you have one side that does that, you get it treated immediately. Like, don't even waste time.
Well, if one of my legs double in size, you better guarantee I'm a doctor. I'm not gonna sleep with that shit.
You don't want to have the Lizzo leg. You might have one Lizzo leg.
I think people die of that being on long plane flights sometimes. Like if you have one starting and you go on an airplane for a long flight or whatever, it can make it really bad. Like somehow, and then the clock breaks, it goes to your heart and it gives you a heart attack. What I had is called a large vein disease, which is what Trump has, which is why his ankles are like that. It's basically the blood, your heart, when it pumps the blood up to your feet, when it comes back up, you have little trap doors in your veins that shut behind the blood to help it keep moving up. And if those trap doors stop working properly, then the blood doesn't necessarily all come back. It creates holes in your legs, and it will break through the capillaries and skin, or it'll make your ankles fat. They didn't have that problem. Or give you guys no space to go down. That's all because the blood just because the trap doors in your veins are functioning properly. It's not deadly or anything. Like he's talking about is deadly, what Sean was, but blood vein disease is not deadly. It's just more unsightly and annoying.
I had a friend of mine take a long flight. He's going from Miami to Vegas. They wound up developing a clot, having a stroke.
Yeah,
this dude, no bullshit, was the healthiest person you could ever meet. Into all sports, working out. It just hit him. Got the clot, and now he got.
It's so weird when healthy people. I was just watching the documentary about The Biggest Loser. That documentary, the show that used to go on about fat people losing weight. One of the trainers on there is super healthy, and now he was on the documentary. He had a heart attack, a massive heart attack last year, and he was like one of the healthiest dudes ever. And just like he's in his late 40s, he just had a heart attack out of the blue. So I'm not sure that it really matters. A lot of that is so hereditary, you know.
Yeah, that was wow. Yeah, that was crazy. I remember following because I used to follow his Instagram because The Biggest Loser was pretty inspirational in my my early on fitness career. Like what inspired me and got me into working out. Because I'm going, if these people can do it, what the hell's Mike? If you know what I mean. But I liked the show. It was terrible to hear about some of the things that went on there and some of the things that happened. But I wish Jillian would have been on there, but I guess she just was like, fuck that show. I don't know what the real story is behind that. That Jillian Michaels did not want to partake.
Yeah, they didn't make her sound very good. And she acted like she was really good friends with that guy you just said, Bob, I think you said his name was. She acted like she was really good friends with him on the show. And he said they were good friends in real life. But when he had a heart attack, he said that she's one of the only people that never, ever followed up with him. She never talked to him at all afterwards.
Yeah, I could do yeah. I don't know how many people know what we're talking about, because it might be just a one-on-one conversation. Does anyone else know what we're talking about? Anyone familiar with that show, The Biggest Loser?
I didn't watch the show. I just watched the documentary.
No, I never seen the show, but I know some chick from the 1,000-Pound Sister, or whatever that show is. She just died yesterday or today.
Oh, did she?
Bro, how do you, like, respectfully, to anybody who watches these shows, like, what's the point of watching these shows? It's like a car crash.
It is like, well, that's the point. It's a car crash. I used to watch my 600-pound life sometimes. It's hideous. Like, they make them be totally naked and they fall in the shower and they're just atrocious.
Hey, JB, was it the sister that she had to cart into the van and take all the seats out in the middle for her to get in?
I couldn't tell you which sister it was. I've never seen the show, but I'll find out a lot of opinion in the chat, dude.
All right. I'm wondering if it's the two sisters. The two sisters with the smushed faces that are so hideously, they're just really, really ugly, and one of them lost a lot of weight. Is it one of them who's like, the one who's like she's going to warn on her forehead? Yes. Is it one of those two? Oh, those girls are so ugly. Oh. I mean, even when she lost weight, she's ugly.
I can imagine living a life like that.
Dude, there was this guy in a 600-pound life one time. The doctor's like, how do you get your food? Because, I mean, these people eat incredible amounts of food. Holy shit. It's unbelievable. And he literally has a bucket. He lives in an apartment, and he lays on his bed and can't move, and he's by the window. And he has a bucket on a freaking string that he lowers down for the freaking delivery guy to stick his food in the bucket.
Welcome back, JB.
Yo, what's up? How you doing, Adams?
Pretty good. Just wrapping up the tail end of my work day and decided to take a walk and welcome you back. So I'm glad to have you back, and yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but I'm definitely not going to make this a daily habit. You know, I don't know, man. I got to touch. I was at the beach the other day. The fucking beach still exists. I can't believe that. You know? And I live in a beautiful part of Brooklyn, contrary to what people say. So I'm just enjoying it. And I have to say, man, I don't know if anybody knows this guy BB on this app, the Jewish guy. If you guys know BB, man, please tell him I said hello. He's a real one. And that dude will always have my loyalty no matter what.
I love BB.
I like him too. It's been pretty clear. The last 2 weeks has really made it clear to me the people that are decent human beings on here and the ones that are fucked up. And the people that follow the fucked up ones are the ones that the people that don't want to be around the fucked up ones.
Everybody is blocked. Nobody in this room, but everybody is blocked.
It's been really interesting. I've never had a week that offered so much clarity. I mean, it seemed like a lot of people were down the middle and they were kind of back and forth a lot of times. It's hard to tell like where they were coming from. But it really flushed out.
Well, you know, Mike, always surprised. It always has and always will surprise me. People won't take the time to discern from the truth and from a rumor. Right? People just run with these fucking rumors, man. With no basis, no reality. Just say, if he said it, it must be true. Mike Moon has a full head of hair. It's true. I'm spreading that rumor.
16.
Can I say something really quick? I'm legitimately nervous and scared. I would appreciate out of respect for me if you guys don't bring that in this room. I just know. I really sincerely appreciate it.
Welcome to Politics. I'm sorry, we have a great guest today. Congressional candidate John Kitover. How are you doing today, John?
George, I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm doing real good too. I see you got the whole campaign and headquarters going on.
But I don't think a lot of folks, I've got a lot of YouTubes going, Instagrams.
Reassurance, it will remain clean in this room.
I love a drama-free room.
Yeah.
How many people can say, I'm being serious, that they have Clubhouse, what's the word I'm looking for? They have Clubhouse, PTSD.
Clubhouse, PTSD. I try to do a lot of mass communication for the campaign.
Why don't you use a term that's more befitting, like Clubhouse fatigue?
Well, I took a few days off. I'm not fatigued. I recommend it to everybody. We have John Kitover here who's being really quiet.
Who's quiet?
Lots of.
We let him elevate the room sometimes.
We played a copyrighted song today, just turned on. JB, did you hear about that whole concept?
No.
So John was bitching apparently, and this is what I think I heard this right. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's bitching because he records everything and uploads it to YouTube. Well, if you have more than like 30 seconds of a copyrighted song, then YouTube will delete his video. So if you don't want him to be able to record what you're doing, you just pause for 30 seconds and play a song on here.
Is that true?
It's not the record. Like, it doesn't stop the recording. It stops the live stream.
It stops the live stream.
It's not a live stream.
No, I thought it just made it so it couldn't upload to YouTube. You're talking about it actually stops the live stream.
It stops the live stream, yes.
So that's true, JB. That's crazy.
Still record, but it does stop the live stream.
Well, it would fuck him up too, though, if he records it and uploads it, because it does search the uploads like for copyrighted songs. YouTube does, for sure.
Yeah.
But it stops the live stream. That's funny.
Yep. We were just messing around. Somebody, human, I think it was, came up and played a Disney track. Everybody was like, what the hell is going on?
That's great. Don't live stream sabotage.
I should have known. That's what it is. I don't know the rest of it.
Everybody's thinking there's something positive to say.
Honestly, I'm just grateful for the presence and the peace.
I'm thinking about
No,
it now. Pretty neat. When I first read Certainty's name on here, for some reason I read it as Certainty.
I think so.
Back then, because I thought it was what tape was, but I was like, he's tape.
Oh no.
That's all right now. No. That's crazy.
I was thinking it was all cute, like certainty. And you're like,
No, I mean, my brain went immediately to what tape is.
oh my god. Okay, that's alright.
I won't call you that anymore.
I was going to say stir, but I can't even say stir because it's dog. Dog goes by stir now.
So it sounds like a good time for a little background on my name. So at about 14 years old, the older guys that I was hanging around said that I carried myself like a young man, and I was starting to do music around that time. So they started calling me Young Sir. Eventually I dropped the young, they started calling me Sir, so forth and so on. So that's my childhood nickname is Sir. And when I started getting on philosophical and everything else, I changed it to Sir.
It's creative, I like it.
Yeah. I kind of want to call you Pink, though, but I won't.
My mother just calls me Darnell. She won't listen. So.
Your mommies are different. And dads.
You can just call me Susan.
You need to tell what is his name. You need to tell what is his name. Yeah, you need to tell him to call you. Just call me Susan.
No, BB's the one that called me Susan one day.
Oh, is that?
It's like, oh, Susan's here, and he made a poll. Don't talk that way because Susan's here. I'm just like, oh my god. It's a new name every day.
That's kind of cute.
So why do you guys call this space the Muff? Educate me.
The house owner named it, and it depends on who's present on what the answer to that question is. It can be earmuffs.
just enough.
Yeah, essentially fits on.
For some reason, I found that sexually offensive comments 99% of the time work as long as there's a comical approach to it.
Almost everything works if there's a comical approach. If the other person has a sense of humor.
Yeah, I've tested it on here with the worst joke I know. I know a really, really inappropriate joke that I told on here a couple times. And I got a couple people laugh, but most people just feel completely uncomfortable.
Oh, I wish you. I love really terrible jokes, like dirty and horrible.
Maybe I should type it to you eventually.
Well, just say it. Funny. It won't be funny tonight. Yeah, just say it.
Alright. Oh god. It's even hard to say out loud. Okay. My wife is nodding no right now.
I kind of think maybe you should listen to your wife.
Do you think so?
I do.
No.
Mike text it to me, I'll say it.
Are we recording?
People are always recording.
Well,
You can remove recordings down, so you're done.
What's that? It's a joke anyway, my god. Even Louis C.K. is back telling jokes.
Yeah, he'll make it back.
I'll make it back. Okay. What's the best thing about taking a shower with a 9-year-old girl?
What?
oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't, no.
You could slick her wet hair back and make her look like a 6-year-old boy.
Yeah, your wife was right.
Yeah, she.
Yeah, my mouth is kind of open. Yeah,
I told you it's the worst joke ever. See, here's the deal. This is the deal with humor. There was a time when Louis C.K. was the top of the humor chain, okay? And this whole generation of people that are about 15 years younger than me came out, and they completely redefined what's funny and not funny. So now, inappropriate things are not funny because they're inappropriate, but inappropriateness had nothing to do with humor, like 20 years ago. In fact, it added to humor. But humor is an evolving, ever-changing thing. And so things that were funny 20 years ago can be the opposite of funny today. So, but when you age, your brain doesn't always upgrade itself with the newest operating system for the decade that you're in. And so things can remain funny in your head that are no longer funny around you. So making fun of that subject, of that topic, is basically there's no joke anymore you could ever make fun of that topic with. But there's a time when you could make fun of anything and everybody would laugh. There's a guy named Stephen Lynch that had a whole career on.
Well, Mike, let's be real. I think once cancel culture got involved with comedy, that just put a muzzle on a lot of people.
It did, and you could argue that part of being a patriot is ignoring cancel culture at your own cost, right? Like it's, look at Louis C.K. Like, perfect example. Like his humor is completely inappropriate. If you go to Stephen Lynch, he's got these little goofy songs he makes with a guitar, and they're hysterical, but they're incredibly wrong. And so I don't know. I just think humor is interesting. I don't know. I just think it's interesting.
It is. There's certain things that I always forget his name when I'm trying to talk about him.
Jerry Seinfeld?
Oh, yeah, I love Seinfeld. Of course I love Seinfeld. But who's my British man?
Howard Stern?
Ricky Gervais.
Oh, Ricky Gervais, yeah. He's
Ricky Gervais. Okay, he's my favorite comedian. And, some of his jokes they go far. I don't know if you ever heard the one about the cancer kid on the... okay. And not everyone finds that. I've watched it in a room with my family with their, little woke girlfriends. And the girlfriends are, and my brother and I are just dying laughing. And they're like, they don't get it.
And if you think about the structure of a joke, right? The reason that
joke is funny is not because of the topic. The joke is funny because it doubles down on its inappropriateness. It lays down something highly inappropriate, and it adds to it and one-ups it in a way that you can't even imagine it.
Mike, do you know the Aristocrats joke?
If you take any subject and double down like that, I mean, it does become a joke.
Do you know the Aristocrats joke?
What, John?
Do you know the Aristocrats?
Yeah.
You want to hear the Aristocrats?
What's he talking about? It's a dirty joke.
It's a documentary movie called The Aristocrats. It's with Gilbert Godfrey.
Yeah, I don't find Gilbert Godfrey funny.
I find him annoying.
Yeah.
Oh my God, did you see him?
Well, that's the point, silly!
Did you see that?
I was just gonna say nowadays, Richard Pryor would be canceled, Eddie Murphy would be canceled. Sure, we grew up with that. What was that Richard Pryor, man? If you don't like that for him, I didn't know Andrew Dice Clay is still in business. I saw him in a show about 2 years ago in downstate. That dude was amazingly funny.
Yeah, he was. No, I was gonna say, so Gilbert Godfrey, it's on YouTube, you can see it. Howard Stern had him on his show several times in the old days. But Gilbert Godfrey had this thing where he would go into the employee break room where they had free donuts, and he would lick all the donuts, but he wouldn't tell anybody. And he did this several times, and then he got caught on camera doing it and pissed off Howard Stern on the show. There's a video on YouTube of him doing it behind the scenes, and he lifts up parts of the donut where you never know that it's been affected, and he'd lick around it and stick it back together again. And he did that to all the donuts. He ruined the whole fucking box of these donuts. He's just an asshole.
No, that might not be real, though. Maybe they staged all that.
What's that, John?
Maybe they staged all that just for content. Like, that's how next level the Howard Stern show is.
One
of the things that we can't overlook is the fact that women comics today, it seems to be successful, have to be so raunchy that it's kind of a turnoff for me. I'm prude, quite frankly. And
You're a prude? I heard you put out.
These female comics are just, they say the raunchiest things. It's hard to believe, really.
I don't find females that funny, I'll be honest. There's very few female comedians that I find real. I actually think Ellen DeGeneres is hilarious. I think her stand-up is actually hilarious. I've always thought she was hilarious. Her bit about losing her eye after running into the sliding glass door. Yes, I think she's very bad. But there's
Roseanne Barr, now that's funny.
John, your microphone is broken on that one.
Roseanne Barr is really funny.
That's the thing about comedy too. It's also about who it's coming from. But you know who's the funniest to me is not
Howard Stern.
Judge Judy.
That's Howard Stern with a wig on.
Do you know how much Judge Judy makes a year? Good boy of mine.
30 million. 30 million.
She was making like 80 million or 100 million or something like that.
Right. She makes all upwards of $45 million a year for that one film.
amazing.
It's crazy how much she makes.
She's brainwashed women all around America to make them think that they're all Judge Judy too. It's not true, ladies. There's only one Judge Judy.
She's like never get it back.
Red Fox is my favorite of all time. And next to that would be Robin Williams. I bet you know what? Robin Williams will be hard to do a documentary on. Can you imagine someone trying to do Robin Williams?
The Fisher King.
Really good.
So on one of my upcoming podcasts, I'm going to have one of the writers from Mork and Mindy on the show.
Mork and Mindy.
Executive producer, but I think Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor in Stir Crazy, that was the kind of film that would get me choky from laughter, hysterical.
Well, doesn't Clownhouse tickle your feather just as much, JCSpodcasts.com?
Not like the way you arouse me, Mr. Congressman.
Really? Well, I can read a poem if you like.
Yeah, sure. I can do it. I like them in Stir Crazy as well as See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
Oh yeah, yeah. See no, it's true. See no evil, hear no evil. And it's funny. Just to drop one more name really quick. Kelly LeBrock. I interviewed her once, and I've come to know her a bit. And I said, "What is your fascination?" I didn't say it like this, but like, what is your fascination with these Jewish guys? Because I think she dated, or no, I don't know if she dated, but I think she might have been interested, or Gene Wilder was very interested in her, and like, it's very interesting because he's not a typical Jewish comedian. It's far from it. A lot of them are just really raunchy, and my tribe comes up with some crazy stuff, but I do think Gene Wilder, Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor just get me choking for sure.
Think about how weird it is that female comics almost exclusively talk about sex. They talk about the vaginas. That's all they talk about. To the point where my daughter, who really is turned off by anything about sex like that, she's 18 and she just thinks it's just annoying as hell how sexualized the world is. To her point, she's like, I don't like female. I don't think any female comics are funny because all they talk about sex and just gross. They're doing that, but the guys that were doing that before them were all Me Too'd. Like Louis C.K. did that. He talked about dick and masturbation, this and that. Me too. But then the girls come in and they talk about their vaginas the whole fucking time. And it's like the only thing they can joke about. It's really weird.
I have trouble. I mean, God forbid this is a first world problem, but when a hot female comic talks about sex, I wonder how different that might impact the male demographic versus when a less conventionally attractive female comic gets on stage, because it's very interesting. I mean, one of them, what's her name? Whitney
Cummings.
Whitney Cummings is not an unattractive gal.
Right. No.
When she does some of her shticks, her shtick is kind of funny.
Yeah, there's a
research of what I've researched. Women can really say anything and get away with it.
There's this woman comic. She's got a Netflix special right now. Actually, she looks like a big lesbian. She's got an awkward build and she's buff.
Australian? She's Australian?
No, she's not Australian. She's like New Jersey. Her stick is kind of like a New Jersey chick. I'll just find her name. But she talks about, her vagina and this and that. And when she does, it really grosses me out because she's so unattractive. And that's her shtick, is about being like obnoxious and gross. But for her, it doesn't hit the same as it does when a hot chick like Whitney Cummings does it. It's different. Like, I don't think either one of them are very funny, but she actually kind of really grosses me out. I'll find her name one thing. She was on I swear to God, she was on America Got Talent one time or something. That's where she got her start. Something like that. I'll find her. Hold on.
By the way, Kelly LeBrock used to be married to Steven Seagal. They used to live nearby in the Solvang Gilson area of California.
He's a fucking weirdo.
He was abusive to her.
He's a fucking weirdo.
That was the word around town.
That was the nature of the interview, was talking a bit about we brought up Ron's name up, but I'm careful because she's got a whole thing with this. She was also one of my
say something like this.
Will you please give talk about a woman who was like weird science, like all the teenage boys who found out that they had that anything could get them aroused, it would be Kelly LeBrock, and that would be sensational.
Yeah, and I always thought Kelly LeBrock was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I guess I just only like the lesbian female comedians now that you mentioned that, because I love Ellen DeGeneres. there's an Australian, what's her fucking name? Oh, Hannah Gadsby. I think she's really funny. And then there's Tige Notaro. She's like,
I like her.
she's funny. And then I didn't realize that she was lesbian, but Kate McKinnon, the first openly lesbian cast member of Saturday Night Live, I did not know she was lesbian. Do you know what I'm talking about? She's like really funny.
Kate McKinnon's lesbian too. Yeah, I knew those chicks. Well, Tig Notaro's lesbian as fuck, dude.
Oh yeah, she's funny. Oh, Jane Lynch, hilarious lesbian. There's a lot of funny lesbians.
So if I may, I just want to throw off topic. I just want to say really quick. I saw a photo of Megan Trainor today. My lord, like she never. Speaking of arousal, I have never, she was a little bit heavy set and not my type, and now she looks.
You don't like heavy set women, Dr.
Yeah,
Jordan?
now she's destroying her pancreas and she's beautiful. Look at that.
What is it about a thick, buxom woman that you don't like, Dr. Jordan?
She's fucking dying on the inside, but she's gorgeous.
Well, yeah, I mean, it didn't occur to me that it was pharmacologically induced, but she looks fantastic.
I got a question for the moderators. How many days are you guys going to spend on Clown House in the Muff? This is unbelievable. The Supermod team is taking over in the Muff. You guys are really putting together some great shows, everybody, in the Muff. Wow. This is the song that doesn't end. This is amazing serendipity, Mike. Wow, you're really holding it together in the Muff?
John, you might want to switch.
Oh, it's not manic. I'm just trying to talk. Everybody talks. I'm just trying to say what I'm thinking.
Congressman, your teleprompter is malfunctioning.
You can't hear me? What do you got to mute up? I'm just saying, I've been recording in the Muff for, it seems like many, many days now in serendipity. It's like, wow, this is 40. You must be getting paid 40 hours a week here. I'm saying you guys are on Clown House 40 hours a week. You're about to hit the 40-hour mark tomorrow. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, this room lights up, Pockets. Rude. Hey, Pockets. Hey, Dr. J and everybody. Gosh. Mike, will you check your back channel real quick?
For some reason, I don't know how to fucking look at it. Where do I find it at?
Okay.
I see. I go out the hall. No, not the hallway.
Hit the arrow and go to your chats. Yeah.
I see it. Okay.
Hey, why did you give out your friend's personal information to JP?
Oh, hey, look, it's little Pee-Pee, the new Pete. The new Pee-Pee. His name is Pete, everybody. Look at that cool PTR. He's undercover. Pee-Pee.
Yeah. It was too soon. The back channel was too quick. Serendipity got my phone.
Wow, Pee-Pee tried to infiltrate undercover. That was an undercover Pee-Pee named Pete.
No, Robin, we knew he was down there.
She knew who it was. I don't know who it was. I've been following. I've been keeping up on his shenanigans.
I think it's funny though, he has obfuscated himself from Pee-Pee to Pete. This is honestly the funniest game.
I've seen you in a long minute. What's going on?
So how many people, when you come here and you speak all day long, know that I'm like very urgently live streaming and cutting every hour or 2 hours? But like this in the Muff it seems to be fully automated now, and has its own chillism effect happening.
Let's be honest, John. This in the Muff is the most like normally healthy, pleasant room that I've seen in a long time. That's why I'm out here for all week.
You just told a joke about raping a child in a shower who was 9 years old or 6 years old.
Yeah, it's a fucking joke that I prefaced by the worst joke I know.
Go back, watch the live stream. I don't think you're gonna like listening to your joke.
John, if you can't understand the value.
I'm just saying, when you say pedo jokes on my YouTube, you could kill my YouTube income.
John, are you interrupting a mod? We have rules.
Oh, there's rules in this house. Which rule is it? I forgot already.
You know what? You're like a bastard redhead stepchild, John. it's so hard to love you. Like, you make it so fucking hard to love you.
Oh, BB's here, but he's on the phone. I don't get to hear my nickname for the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about rule number 5, Mike. My bad.
Exhausting. I can't find that comic that was talking about. I'll make you looking for it.
So this morning we recorded MAGA, aka Isaiah or the GOAT, and I gotta tell you, when you capture the GOAT live, on Clown House, and then he looks at your live stream and he's like, "You're all being live streamed." Like it, it causes his mind to, start vibrating.
That's what you want.
People are very worried about getting captured, and put into YouTube.
Hey, BB.
Shanini, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not much. I was just wondering how you guys are doing today. Is it Shanina or Shadiqua? I'm not sure today.
I don't remember. I can't remember.
It's actually Surrender.
Shadina? I don't know.
Susan? No, Susan.
No, Susan today. Susan's retired.
I like the no season.
Rafi, Rafi, I got a question for you. Dr. Jordan said earlier that he doesn't like fake buxom chicks. Do you believe that, or was he telling a lie?
When did I say that?
I don't go to the YouTube live. You can hit replay because is your memory not working? You just said that.
You're gonna do very well in Congress.
You said that about one fucking woman, not the whole world.
Well, geez, Dave, don't take it so personally. You're just like a dancing optimist robot.
Wait, hold on. John is a prime example of like don't ever get past the mark.
Exactly.
Just
John, let's observe the ambience of the room. Your mic is really, really loud tonight.
Oh, I know. I can read a poem if you like, because I know that my thoughts when I speak are probably not appreciated by a lot of people.
We don't want to hear a poem with your mic the way it is, because it's not peaceful. Your mic is not peaceful, so you can't read as peaceful poems. Yeah, your mic creates a hostile environment. I like the passive aggressive, John.
That's total projection. You guys are projecting on me.
Fantastic. Like, why is your mic so fucked up, John? Like, you know better than this. You're the one that fucking has 60 phones and pays attention to fucking recording shit. Like, you're supposed to be the expert in this, bro. Make it sound better. Figure it the fuck out. You're shit.
All we want. Oh, we went to switch up.
no discharge anymore.
I'm just waiting for someone to play 30 seconds of music.
This is a new flight. Can somebody read the rules and regulations of the aircraft?
Yes, would you like the aircraft spiel? All right, give me one
I
second.
love it. It's funny. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and do like Mon and go
Can you describe how the stewardess is dressed and everything? Like,
she's wearing a cute little navy and white suit, BB, just for your pleasure.
I thought she was wearing
stewardess will be providing a message to the passengers of this aircraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard in the Muff, providing services to Procrastination Island. We ask for your full attention as we review important safety information and rules for the house. Ensure your seatbelts are fastened and in the upright position. All carry-on baggage must remain stored in the overhead bins of your brain. Seriously, we don't want to hear it. Your seatbelt fastens by staying on mute while others are speaking. We can only hear one of you at a time. To
To release said seatbelt, make sure it's meaningful, brief, and avoids the use of the N and K words both on stage and in chat. Please expect turbulence, which can occur unexpectedly and regularly. In the likely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will not be provided, but we can pretend they'll drop from the panel above you. Place it over your nose and mouth and breathe, for fuck's sake. If the going gets tough, you're welcome to get going. Please secure your own mask before assisting others. There is one exit on this aircraft located in the top right-hand corner. Exercise your personal discretion. If needed, a low-level moderator may guide you out to the halls. Better luck next time. NMF regulations specifically prohibit doxing, threats of violence, and keep families out of your mouth. Safety information can be reviewed on the house description page for additional details. We will be monitoring compliance before, during, and after takeoff. Thank you for flying with us, and we wish you a most pleasant journey. There you have it.
Serendipity question for you. Did you drink water before or after, or how'd you do that whole thing?
Neither.
Well done. Well done.
She's a professional, bro.
That's right.
Come on, baby.
And it's Shanae.
Shanae for one, but she didn't even take a breath, and she read that whole thing out. Professional.
No breath.
Next time, I think if anybody wants to ask a question, you can press the overhead light. There's a button there, and you can ask for a stewardess to attend you.
Oh. We strive for customer service excellence.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. Lie to you.
How you doing, Amy?
Good. I threw my hat in just now for the Board of Education. They're appointing someone because someone resigned, so I threw my hat in. So we'll see what happens.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
So will they do an election, or are they just going to appoint somebody?
No, so as shady as it sounds, right? One of the guys who's a trustee was a lawyer. Suddenly his law firm somehow got the contract last year while he was serving to represent the Board of Education. So now somebody pointed it out and he said, oh, you know what, I need to resign. So he resigned effective September 1st. So they send out an email, write us a letter, give your bio, give other things, and tell us why we should appoint you, and then we'll make our decision if we want to appoint you. So I wrote my letter and gave my bio and my other details, and see what happens.
You know what I say to that? Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading your way. I hope your hat reflects everything you wish for, my friend.
Alright, London and BB scenes.
BB, what's your go-to karaoke song?
I don't know. It's usually Whitney Houston. I'm giving all my love. Like all my love for you, I think it's called. I forget now.
I love that. Whitney Houston, huh?
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
Yeah, I can reach those high notes. So. You guys ever see that Instagram? It's like an ad for like weight loss. And then the bride gets waken up in the middle of the night and chased down the street with a guy with a crowbar.
No.
So she gets woken up out of her sleep, and there's a guy with a mask and a crowbar, and he's chasing her down.
Is sort of irrelevant, but I can put ideas in there and get ideas back that are interesting and worth thinking about. Especially in the process of self-inquiry, I find it the most powerful tool I've ever run into. Gurus are nice, but you don't have access to gurus very often.
people can be very narcissistic, but what seems like narcissism could be ADHD, or it could just be, some other kind of thing that has nothing to do with it. Whereas, somebody that's narcissistic could be, dangerous to be around, for instance. Not necessarily, but could be. So, I had an interaction with a person, and I was unclear if it was definitely just ADHD, lack of self-awareness, or is this person narcissistic? What are signs? And being able to plug in a specific story and being able to dissect, well, this is what narcissism would look like in that situation, this is what ADHD would look like in that situation. Then I was able to kind of see it laid out and be like, okay, maybe I'm making a little too much about nothing. They're probably fine. So yeah, it was kind of a tool in that way. Not self-inquiry. It wasn't self-inquiry. I guess it was self-protection, but still, yeah.
Well, like I say, all I can say is I have found it to be the most powerful tool for self-inquiry that I've ever found. And I'm just stunned by the impact it's had on my own thinking and the way
I talked to his story as well.
What feel like you took away from it that you wouldn't have necessarily in another situation, like with a therapist or something?
I'm not sure that I can. Yeah, it's hard. It's something that's emerged over a period of months of conversations with it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to answer that question. I'm still trying to sort this all out and figure out, how it works.
Well, I'm just, you made the room, so I'm trying to ask your question.
I'm just here. I've got as many questions as anybody else, but I do have I've had some experience using this thing.
I was just gonna say there's reason here.
I'm training it. I don't think it's
interesting.
Calories a day. Still had this upper hand disadvantage. You got pushed to lose 240 fucking pounds. You can't blame the show because you gained the weight back. They didn't feed you afterwards. But now they're trying to say that because they lost this. That one guy was arguing they should have had an aftercare program, put it on a meal, gym membership, and the whole thing. Because he's more concerned that the show made billions of dollars, like the brand. I think it would be a fucking hit if they brought it back out. Personally, people need to be responsible for their fucking own actions. Everybody wants to blame somebody for something they've done. I don't get that.
I think they should bring it back, but this time say, shot or no shot, pre-Ozempic and post-Ozempic, and just see who dies at the end.
Why you're white boy gonna die from Ozempic?
Well, maybe not. Maybe Wegovy. They'll actually diabetes that it doesn't help.
What's the difference between Ozempic and Wegovy?
One has a nicer theme song.
No, but why? No, just the gentleman said. I said, do you think they'll die from Ozempic? He said no, but maybe Wegovy. But why not Mounjaro or any of those things? I don't think
from all of that, I just don't know how good all of these are. There's so many side effects to these.
Would you rather die fat or skinny?
Depends how big my casket is.
No, I know, but at the same time, I hear these complaints about people that are complaining about it. I see this girl Amy halfway size on Instagram, and everybody's beating the shit out of her because she's lost a crazy amount of weight, and she's bragging that she was on Ozempic. I think good for her. It's either that or die from obesity. Why not use something to lose weight? Who cares? I think she did something great for herself. I don't know.
She did not do something great for her.
Why not?
Because
she lost weight.
I don't think they understand how unhealthy it is
weight that fast and what it's doing to your other organs in your body. Wegovy and Ozempic are a huge risk of pancreatitis. It's really destroying your pancreas, so you're able to lose this much weight. Losing that much weight this fast is not healthy.
But you don't really lose that weight that fast. You lose 15 to 20% of your body weight. So people that are over losing weight, it's not from that drug. It's because their mind has changed.
Well, at least for me, it's because it's cheating. Like you're taking a medication to lose weight. Once you stop taking the medication, unless you're going to take it all your life, you're going to have the exact same health problems you did in the first place.
No, but the whole thing is it's training your mind into thinking differently about food and thinking differently about like conscious decisions.
No, it's not.
And you can,
no, it doesn't.
No, it does not.
Okay. So the point I was trying to make was it's cheating because you've done none of the work, and when you stop taking it, because people have to stop taking it.
But you're still doing the work, guys. You're still doing the work. You're still putting the fork in your mouth.
They're going to gain again the weight they have already lost. Because they didn't correct their diet. They didn't correct their exercise regimen. They just took
Then you wouldn't lose weight, though, guys. I don't think you really understand how Wegovy and Ozempic and all that works. If you eat like a pig, you're still going to gain weight. You're not going to lose weight because you're on Ozempic.
That is true. You don't eat when you're on it. To BB's point, I have heard, I've read some articles about people that are struggling with different types of addictions, that it's having like a really positive effect on their addiction because of something that it does to, there's some part of the brain that it turns off that mechanism. So I've heard that like a lot of alcoholics have gone on it to break their addiction to alcohol and stuff. So I don't know, but I have heard a lot here lately about people talking about it. It is like screwing up their pancreas.
Yeah, all it does is just slow your digestion. That's all.
There's a bunch of class action lawsuits against all the companies right now.
Younger girl, younger son girl.
There's better ways to do that. I lost 110 pounds without any of it. So it's hard, but it can be better. I was still clear of all of that.
Yeah, it leads to serious digestive issues, and it's literally slowing down your digestive system. That's all it's doing. It's making you feel like you're empty, so you'll feel a little bloated. You'll feel like you're full, but you're empty. So your digestive system starts literally eating on itself, and your organs start shutting down because you're not getting the full nutrients that you need because your body thinks it's full. It just slows your digestive process down, and it's
like a chemical rubber band around your stomach that people get to curb their appetite and stuff like that.
It's like cocaine.
You lose weight on coke.
It takes away your appetite. People have definitely models do coke to all, at least the models that, they come out and say, coke and crackers.
Just so you know, people know I like Coke Zero. Just so you know.
It's not real coke anymore, no.
Okay, I lose weight and I get hungry.
My manager at work is on fucking Ozempic, and within like 2 to 3 months, she is tiny, and now she has like kidney stone. She got a bunch of shit going on in her life now, or her health, and she looks good. So as long as she's happy. Holly, everyone is doing it. It's so sad. And some of it's not even legally done. These people got like backdoor doctors they got on their payroll that they're just getting for.
Well, I mean, the problem is doctors. Well, doctors now are actually like I have a friend of mine. He's a PCP, right, primary care physician, and he 90% of his business is weight loss. I said, so what do you do? He's like, they come in, I get them, I weigh them, I put them through this machine thing, whatever, and then I prescribe them one of the weight loss drugs, but I put them through the regimen, like say, you have to do this, you have to lower your fat, you have to do this, that. And I'm like, Okay, and they make a ton of money doing that. And then they charge for like a separate session and all that. But because they have the medical license and they can prescribe this drug, they're minting money doing that, getting 3 times the patients they would have before. Incredible.
Yeah, they get commission on their write-offs on all those prescriptions that they get.
That's called drug dealing. It's a fine line.
Did you see now that the DOJ arrested, what was it, a little over, 100 to 200 healthcare professionals that were scamming through false procedures, false medication, charging for codes that weren't real, and there was like over like $6 billion now, like in it, not just a few months ago.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's great.
Are we still talking about his epic?
I'm on healthcare, but we can.
Well, I can tell you one story about Ozempic.
People need to be responsible for their own actions.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I have a client who has diabetes and she takes Ozempic. So the weight loss isn't just that secondary kind of benefit that goes with it. But her doctor misprescribed her the Ozempic under weight loss instead of diabetes, and now she has to cop out $500. I said, you need to go ahead and change that for diabetes, so your insurance will cover it. But that was crazy because now they're just defaulting, thinking it's for weight loss when it was originally used for diabetes.
But you guys think that those people that are suing, I think it's like $2 billion in lawsuits, like don't people need to be like responsible for their own actions? And like you went on it for a certain thing, you wanted to lose weight, now there's complications. Everything's got a complication. Walking outside, there's a complication. You could get hit by a fucking bus. Are we gonna sue? Who we suing?
Well, what's important when you prescribe someone medications, you need to do regular blood work to make sure that they are all right with the dosage you're giving them. A lot of doctors aren't doing blood work checkups on these people, so they're not catching like, oh shit, your shit's shutting down, your pancreas is shutting down, you got pancreatitis, you got stage 4, pancreatic cancer. They're not doing these blood work tests. They're not checking. These doctors are overworked, bro. And they're not doing the checkups.
I agree with you, pockets, but don't you think people also need to be aware and also say, yo, doc, I want regular blood labs done on me, and I want to be on top of my health instead of relying on the doctor to be responsible for your own, you know what I mean? Do you go to the doctor if you're feeling a pain, right? But how about those people that don't go to the doctor until they feel the pain and they haven't seen a doctor in 5 years?
It is.
And then they go and then they. But
when you have a doctor, though, it's not. When you have a doctor, you are signing information. You're signing PTP switch forms. You are putting your life in the hands of that doctor. It's not on the patient to remind ourselves we need to do blood work. So there is a form of malpractice happening, with the not being on top of things and trusting, a person who's not a doctor, who doesn't have a degree, who's not informed on everything and anything. That's why we go to doctors, so they can do these things. Hey, I got to get you in for blood work next week. Don't forget. You know what I mean? Because we're not doctors, we're trusting in these providers. So there is a form of malpractice when they're not doing their part and making those calls and scheduling them.
Danny, Joe, welcome to the stage. Did y'all want to add anything? I know y'all can't. Hello. Hey. So, I guess, I've seen the class action lawsuits against those. Is there something that's leading? Because, originally, all of the medical talk around those drugs was, really positive. Is it overusage of them? Is it...
No, people feel that they got to be on it for the rest of their life, because they probably do, because they don't have self-discipline, and then they don't have... Listen, the best form of weight loss you could ever do is, and it's an easy task, do it in front of yourself right now. Take your 2 arms, and maybe by your stomach, you push forward. That's you pushing the fucking dinner table away from me.
I'm sitting here trying to do like, what you fucking.
What we do is people don't want to be responsible for their own actions, and they want to be able to blame somebody their whole life and have this victim mentality instead of choosing to be a victor. You could be a victim or a victor, and I do believe it's your responsibility to look after your healthcare. Because you can go to a shit doctor, sign all those papers, and still fucking die. Or you can educate yourself on certain things and say, listen, I have this, I have that. You know, how can I make myself feel better? And what can I tell my doctor to do? Because you have some doctors that don't like to prescribe meds, and you have some doctors that are drug dealers. You have some that are into holistic care. And at the end of the day, it's your body. I can't rely on like anybody in this room to say, I want to make sure you keep me healthy for the rest of my fucking life.
Right. Yeah. It always comes down to accountability, doesn't it, y'all? Always.
Absolutely.
She's right though. It's like a form of malpractice not to test people's blood when they're on that shit.
One question. Are you still living?
Sorry.
Who said that? Mohammed. So you come into a room to show how fucking highly uneducated you are, and the first thing you say is, do I suck dicks?
Right.
Well, I don't think you heard the whole introduction if you wanted to enter this aircraft.
He's in the game.
What a tool.
A funnier answer would have been, my name is actually Captain Sucks on Decks, get it right.
So that's like me right now saying, I want to sue Clubhouse because Mohammed doesn't know how to speak to me properly.
Or better yet, you want to sue Shanae.
Shanae, Shadika, Susan Sarandon, everybody with an S. But
right?
Shanae, Susan Sarandon is like the biggest anti-Semite on the planet.
The biggest.
Is she?
Yes.
Don't call me Susan TV.
No, you got Susan, but not Sarandon.
That was my least favorite name anyway.
I know.
I think I'm drawing on Shanae.
What? That doesn't even fit you.
I think that's why I like it.
More like a Sharon.
It's my alter ego.
I think Serendipity is a great name.
Aw, thanks. Me too. It's one of my favorite words, one of my favorite movies. It just fits.
I was just gonna say, did you see the movie?
I love the movie.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually changed my name because there are like a million of me on the app. And
yeah.
every time I went into a room, my name would come up and it was like, who are they talking about? Oh, not me. Never mind.
There's even one that used to go by Sicilian Pasta, which was also weird.
Right.
What's up, Moose? What's up, XG?
You.
Hey guys.
What's up, Serendipity? Mike MG, how y'all doing?
Good, what's up, welcome?
I was not just blowing smoke up your ass earlier. I happen to love you as my little liberal representative.
Oh, shit, you're making this moose blush. Did you see a moose blush? It ain't pretty.
I do love you being here.
Oh my gosh, not Serendipity with one of her stray dogs again.
Eeyore, is that you?
It's a stray moose, not a dog.
Can I ask Moose a question? What do you think about Momandami?
You know what? I don't even have a dog in that fight. I used to live in the Jersey, New York area. I haven't really been following it closely, but, I'm going to take the fifth. I like to upset the system, I suppose, but...
Amazing.
I don't know.
Every Democrat is given the same words. What's up, Jake?
You probably aren't old enough to remember the late late 70s in the Bronx.
No.
That's coming back to New York City with the greatness when Mandami was.
Well, look, Mondami, I mean, a lot of Indian people will tell you this. His mom is famous for, like, Meera Nair. She made some Mississippi masala, which had Denzel Washington and some, crazy, like, Indian chick or whatever who was in there and stuff. So, like, oh, she's amazing. What a great thing. Well, it was a cultural revolution. She did Namesake, which made Calpan famous and all that. But she's also, like, a raving lunatic in some of her policy. She wants... if people who are in India who know her political point of view, she actually left India because she was trying to push Sonia Gandhi to become, prime minister, and the country was like outing her pretty much. So anyway, those are
This dude comes from a family that's worth multiple millions, and he's living in a rent-controlled apartment. Yeah, that's a problem.
Well, I mean, look, JB, it's kind of like
He's just a man of the people.
Oh, hold on. It's just like all the Democrats. This is the scam they do. Bernie Sanders. The millionaires need to say becomes a millionaire. The billionaires we need to. Okay. Then you find AOC who talks about. Then you find that if you actually look and you actually research, which people don't do, she grew up in a privileged school, but she goes, I'm a girl from the Bronx. From the Bronx, I grew up over here. And then you look at it, you're like, no, she grew up in a privileged home. I was waiting tables. Yeah, you were waiting tables to make extra money, but your apartment was paid for by your parents and your family who lived in a very luxurious area, which is where you grew up. I mean, you can look it up. What's that? Benny Johnson did the whole video.
She grew up in West.
And say, but you won't admit that. Just like Obama leaves out the part where he grew up in. Where did he go? Now I forgot. It wasn't in Thailand.
Kenya.
Kenya. No, not Kenya. Indonesia. Right? So those things, I mean, look, I'm not talking about where he was born. I'm saying he was raised for part of his life, and actually a large portion of his life by Mr. Sotero. The book, Hope from My Father, is a book about a sperm donor who he never met. He became, and he admits it later in life, of course, after he's president, or after he's eligible for re-election. He admits it, says, I never actually met my father, but he's raised by Mr. Sotero, but doesn't even invite, like, it's just, why are there all these weird things that are just not allowed to be asked or known? Look at Crockett, Jasmine Crockett, right? She acts like she's from the hood, and she knows all this stuff, and then you actually research and find out she grew up in a very rich neighborhood. She actually is very well articulate. She's never talked the way she talks now. And you can actually watch videos. In fact, Benny Johnson put one on, I don't like Benny Johnson so much, but he put it on X. And he actually did an investigative report on it. He actually interviewed people that grew up with her. And these are like legit people that she's actually talked to. And I said, yeah, I don't know why she changed her accent and why she did all that stuff.
I actually know her. She's best friends with my other girlfriend. She actually talks like that.
I don't know. Let me ask you a question. Let's see if you're going to be honest. Was Fred Trump a known racist?
Was Trump a known racist?
Fred Trump, his father.
Oh, yeah. He was a known racist. Absolutely.
So they all have skeletons in their closet.
Of course they do. But all that is like, in other words, that's known. Like that, like it's one of these things where reporters ask him those questions. Other than, like, find a reporter that's gone to AOC and said, tell me about your Westchester upbringing. Find someone that's gone to Mondami and said, hey, don't you live in this? Yeah, you'll find candidates opposing them that talk about it. But find me someone that does that and asks them and forces them to explain how growing up in Westchester makes you a Bronx girl. Right? How you grew up in that. Like, when will that, and those are the issues. So find me someone who asked Barack Obama when he was running for office about the time in Indonesia and all that stuff. And hey, Mr. Sotero, where is he? By the way, Mr. Sotero basically died and never got to visit the White House. But a book was written about the guy who abandoned it. Amazing. That's the problem, is that when politics becomes about profitability and notoriety is where we have the problem. speaker before Kevin McCarthy, not Kevin McCarthy, Paul Ryan, right? You talk about Paul Ryan, right? I mean, this guy, if you look at his background and how he was raised, he actually, I mean, his parents took part in Social Security. The guy wants to get rid of it. Like, these people are very, they don't have to answer these questions. And, you know, it's pretty sad. I mean, you know, so I just, you know,
This is why
I don't know how
restaurants
you look
states
at
are bad.
they're all
Anything on
I think
state
it's important that we
take that drive by and now look like
now
a little
the
oil.
only thing
When
is,
you're steering on
I'm
state,
going to ask more questions
built
about
into
this.
the paint, get it top of my tape. And I'm cooking a ribeye steak. While this is resting for 3 to 5 minutes, this will be done. Wait till you see this. While these onions are searing, I like to take a little bit of butter and some thyme. Just throw it in like this, guys. We're going to salt and pepper these onions here, which is also going to add more flavor before over the steak. Give these onions a little bit of a flip here, guys. Let it get more color on the other side. Or we put it to the side, guys. I'm sure most people go wrong with doing tasting. So you just put butter and thyme and garlic and you leave all that fun. Maybe a little bit of water in there. Pour it like that.
I didn't get it before you. Why would we get it?
Get all that fun. Look at that automatic.
It's incredible
I'm
how
going to take some of that heaviest cream I can find. Dish it off just like that, guys.
Our presidential nominee, and thankfully he's gonna deliver on them.
And let the residual heat of the clad stainless steel pan work here. Go ahead and take this time out. I like big chunks of time.
I mean, I'm a Trump supporter on most things, but come on.
Absolutely gonna love
Let's
this
not
thing.
call cap.
This is why we're
What was I going to say?
I don't know, but I sure hope you weren't about to make excuses for Trump.
Well, I wasn't. I was just about to say, we should also say all these people are talking about how bad Trump was, and yet not a single one of them released anything related to Epstein, and they're all gaslighting everyone right now. Why don't we call that out? Hey, you're saying that Trump is Epstein was-
Because by virtue of calling that out, you're like not taking accountability for the fact that that is something he said he would do that he wouldn't.
And the reason they're not calling it out is because they didn't campaign on a promise of releasing them either. So they have
Exactly.
an obligation.
Actually, Elizabeth Warren and others all were on the campaign trail. We're going to take this rapist. We're going to take this
President.
They talked about this.
With me.
Oh my God. All right, you can do it.
I love
No, but I'm just, hold on. Can I at least?
Yes.
Sorry, go on. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Naveen.
Okay, so again, let me say it properly so you guys can be quiet for a second, okay? I believe Donald Trump lied to us on releasing, okay? Can we get that off the thing there? Now, in addition to that, there are politicians that are telling everyone wrongfully that Donald Trump was on the list. My question is, if he was on the list and there was 4 years to release that information, and you saw that, and you know for sure, because Eric Swalwell says he knows for sure. So does others. So does Adam Schiff and others. They know for sure. Then how come you didn't say, hey, Merrick Garland, please release this information? That's all my point is, sir.
Worldwide fucking pandemic. That's probably why. They were more concerned with dealing with the worldwide pandemic than they were with dealing about an Epstein file. So
last year?
No, I don't believe that's true either.
Because some of them on the list as well.
No, they were more concerned about Russia.
Hold on, Hakeem was right. No.
I wasn't talking Sean D.
Hakeem was right.
No, I said, go ahead, Naveen.
No, Hakima, you are 100% correct. All of these people, I mean, Hakima, you and I disagree many times, but I agree with you a lot too. He's 100% right. These people are on the list. That's what I'm saying. Like, Donald Trump is, I guarantee you, on that list, but I also guarantee there's other people who are on that list too. And Donald Trump should have released the list, and the main reason he didn't release the list is because his fucking name is all, pardon that language, his name is all over it. Okay, so, and we should be clear on that. But these other people know he's not going to release it. So they say, hey, let me use this as an opportunity to try to go at him, but never answer the question why they didn't ask the previous guy to release it if Donald Trump is on it.
Naveen, he's on the list of predators who raped underage girls on Epstein's Island.
Wait. Before you go, here's the thing. I don't really. Here's my thing, Naveen. Oh my God, I just freaking completely lost my thought. the list is full of a lot of beneficial, mutually assured destruction across both ends of party lines. And I'm not even necessarily ticked that Donald Trump chose not to release the list. What pisses me off is that instead of nutting up and being a man and saying, I know it was a campaign promise, but because of the nature of the information in the list, what the fuck ever, I'm not going to release it. Instead, he literally turned it around on his supporters and said, fuck you, I guess you ain't my supporters no more if you can't just accept what I'm putting out here on Twitter. Lame. Horrible move. I'd have had a hell of more respect for him for just nutting up and being honest with the American people than to turn around and try to gaslight us. Why the fuck y'all still talking about the evidence? Like, we're all stupid. That was the most ignoramus thing he could have done, and that is my issue with Donald Trump. He wants to sit here and act like, what? What are you talking about? Why are you still talking about the list? Isn't that like years old drama? Like, he didn't think anybody was expecting that list. Shut the fuck up. Don't insult my intelligence.
I mean, and you're right. I mean, there's no argument beyond that. So, I mean, you just said it perfectly. But at the same time, I'm just saying we should also be able to call a spade and say, hey, everyone has a vested interest in protecting this list and making sure it doesn't come out. Because, by the way, members of Congress have also seen that list. And we know Adam Schiff leaks a lot of information, but yet he ain't leaking that list, and that's incredible. And he didn't leak it when he had his own attorney general in there, and he's not leaking it now. So I'm just saying, like, there's we gotta also call that out. But you're right. The way Trump did this is disgusting and probably disqualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing of it is, I think when you make excuses for it, when you say, well, yeah, but everybody else in Congress is X, Y, and Z, like, it sounds like you're brushing aside the accountability piece. And that's the point I'm making. Sometimes you just have to say, yeah, fuck you, Trump. You didn't keep that campaign promise. Yeah. You don't have to make excuses. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah, but you can. But that's the problem that we keep having, Senator. We keep blaming Trump for everything, and we never. We should say, yes, Trump is wrong. There's no point in saying he's not when he is. But at the same time, you should also be able to call out the others. What I'm not hearing from you is calling them out, saying, what are these guys doing? I'm hearing you saying only Trump is at fault 100% when Congress also has.
Because he's the only one that made that made the promise. Trump has the only one who's held accountable for not doing so. Because he's the only one who's promised to do so. He's the only one who's president at the moment. Like, he has the biggest mouth, serendipity nailed it. Like, he's literally flashing back at his supporters. Like, it's always been about him and nobody else. His favorite thing in the whole world is a mirror.
And the thing of it is, he was ticked off because he likes to use his power of social media influence to move his base in the direction that he wants to move his base in. And he's a fucking brilliant media mastermind, because you know what? When he came out and he said, what are y'all talking about? Why y'all carrying on about something that's so old? This is dead news. When that didn't work, he tried the tactic of attacking his supporters. When that didn't work, he flooded the news with other bullshit junk. Do you hear any of the news I was talking about the Epstein files anymore? No. He just keeps throwing.
Like, media mastermind, I wouldn't say so. I think his base is just dumb enough to consistently eat up.
No. He is absolutely a media mastermind.
XD, how are you, Turner?
From the back, Monica. Fuck you, bitch.
Politeness here for the mods in the month. If you're too immature, you can see yourself out.
Hey, Monica, I think it might be time to do a little stewardess spin. Y'all should hear her. She's really, really good at it.
I really can't right now. Sorry.
Darn it. Ugh. She's so good at it.
I have a question. So, I'm a little bit confused as to, I can definitely understand where serendipity is coming from as far as, the Epstein files of Donald Trump. But
it's also very strange to me that the Anthony Weiner FBI files didn't come until, you know, the very, very, very end of that election, you know, before Trump came into office. Who was the president back then? Obama. So it's very, very, very interesting that Obama didn't release those documents towards the very, very, very end of his presidency, but then people want to give Donald Trump smoke for not releasing documents that, quite frankly, I don't believe his name is on in the same like kind as people believe that his name is on.
I agree with you. I don't think his name is on it in the same like kind that people are insinuating. And honestly, I wouldn't even have put it. But that information has passed through so many hands. I think that it's probably intentionally guaranteed a mutual destruction between the parties. Like I don't disagree with you. I think the ultimate issue is Trump made a promise, and then rather than just nut up and say, hey, I can't make good on that. I thought I could. I can't. Whatever reason you want to use, nut up on it and take the L. You know, he turns around and he gaslights his supporters. I think that's the key difference there.
But from what I understand, it's not him that's holding up the release of that information. It's the court. So, I mean, is he supposed to violate the court order and release classified documents?
He violates the rule of law 24/7.
Releasing classified documents to the U.S. public is a completely different issue.
Yeah, don't be an apologist. I think everybody has to be, what's the word, thought about on their own merits. Everybody has to be ruled, you know, we have to make up our decisions based on the merits of the person,
Yeah, and the thing of it is, I do like to hold Dems accountable for the things that they do, but I can only do that in good faith when I'm willing to look at the things that my party does that don't please me either. I think playing this game of everybody acting like their party is the perfect party and the other one is the big bad evil, I don't think that helps us have good discussions.
I actually did a replay a few minutes ago about the left's apparent heroizing of bad characters. The Luigi Mangione guy, who is treated like a superstar, and he killed an innocent father, husband, working class CEO who worked his way up into that position. Victor Davis Hanson had a video on it yesterday. I brought it to the muff in a replay.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that the average person, and I'm not talking about the fringes of politics on either side, but wouldn't you say that the good middle center of people who are reasonable, Monica, denounce Luigi Mangione's actions, and what we're hearing is the loudest parts of the Democratic side that, you know, that are just the loudest parts. I mean, I feel like they're very small in numbers, and I feel like they're very fringe.
So Nick, just kind of a related example, and just to prove to you that all these politicians lie severely, but there was sexual harassment claims in 2017 with the United States Congress. Nancy Pelosi went around the country helping the House win the midterms in 2018, which was huge. Okay, and she talked about releasing the sexual harassment files of and record of every single member of Congress. Till they never released and brushed under the rug. Why? Because her own party was in it and never held accountability for it. Nobody asked her again about it. She talked about it all the time. People cheered it. AOC cheered it. Others cheered it. Said, you know, that's what needs to happen and all that. And then won their election, and then they shut up. So, but the point is, their base isn't as passionate as saying, hey, you didn't release it. Maybe they're okay with the rape claims that against some of these, congressmen who, there's insane claims, both Republican and Democrat. What I'm saying is that these people say this kind of crap, and Trump is supposed to be different. I get that, and he should be, and I've said it. Like he should have released it. There's no excuse But I'm just trying to give you a point of view that, you know, the same passion, the same Democrats in this room will say, wow, my party hid details on women being raped and in Congress, and oh my God, they need to do it. They just let it sweep under the rugs and shut it up.
Pelosi could say that because she owns the media, and she knew nothing would come of it after.
And like I said, I mean, we can play the tit for tat game for sure. Naveen, what were we saying and what were we doing when that was going on with Nancy Pelosi? Or is this something that we dug up later in defense of what the Dems are saying? By the same token, you know, that's why the Dems are saying, oh my God, y'all support a pedo president who rapes people and is a convicted felon. I mean, I don't know. I think in the vein of like having the discussions, you have to quit playing the tit for tat game.
But just to be clear and transparent on that is Republicans didn't play the game challenging her for doing it because Republicans were terrified she was going to release it. They didn't want to say to her anything about it because they were freaking out on the list. So they didn't come and say, you know, because a lot of the claims were against Republicans. She was trying to claim all the claims were against only Republicans, which is why she was winning. But no Republican really came out in 2018 and told her to go and do it. They even asked Trump about it. He's like, oh, whatever Congress wants to do. Like he sidestepped it as well because he was president at the time. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, those are things that, you know, are people just didn't release. But the difference is that our party didn't go in every day try to tell people, oh, Nancy Pelosi, she's allowing this kind of stuff to happen. We just stay quiet because we're, you know, people on our side were actually on those things or whatever, but they just stay quiet on it. And maybe that's the reason why we lost. That's what people say. I mean, who knows?
I mean, just like her stock portfolio, you want to see that too. But all of Congress has that same bullshit going on. This is the price of a corrupt Congress. You can't accuse and prove the other wrong because you did the same shit. Now we're all sick of it.
Well said, 100%.
Apparently not sick enough to pay attention en masse. Like the true, Naveen, you know this to be true. The true folks who are getting involved are doing a sacrifice of their time. The last check on a bad government is citizens calling, mailing, being obnoxious and annoying to the staffers. Not being mean to them, but hounding them. If you had more people like that, you would have more response in Congress. But there is not enough of a societal check on Congress to push it to do what it wants to do, i.e. things like giving up its prerogatives to the executive. But instead,
I disagree, Marshall, in some ways, because there was an outcry from the public regarding things like immigration in local communities, and you know the president didn't do his job and Congress didn't do theirs. So I think what happens oftentimes is
you know, I'm not blaming the current Congress. I'm saying Congress as a whole.
Correct.
Over my lifetime, abdicated a lot of its authority to the executive branch.
And you're 100% right, because Congress has moved from legislating to trying to be an arbiter of enforcement, if that makes sense. I know it sounds weird, but because they're saying, okay, well, we don't want to pass some. You get what I'm saying? Sorry.
Naveen, you didn't answer my question earlier. You believe Trump is on the Epstein list.
Well, I don't think he's on the list for the stuff you said. I said his name will be named in the files, whether it's on the planes or whether it's going somewhere. The question is, we don't know what list it is. Did Epstein write a list and say, here are the child molesters and here's the right? Here are the people who raped you, right? Or is it a list of people that flew on his plane or on a log? Whatever it is, I'm saying whatever it is, he doesn't want to release that has his name on it, right? And we know his name is on things like logs and all that stuff, but it's I mean, from what I saw, it's publicly available. It's a trip from, you know, Mar-a-Lago to New York City, right? But again, right, is there more? Could there be more, like on a trip from Miami to somewhere else or something?
3 times. The flight logs have been out. This is not news. 3 times Trump flown on the Lolita Express, and I I think 2 of the 3 times his wife and children were with him.
There's
Hardly a trip one would make with their family.
So there's a couple of laws.
And never to the island.
Well, there's a couple of laws that are missing, but secondly, do we even know what the list is? I mean, is there an actual Epstein list? Like, do we have any verification from the previous administration or from the lawyers in the Obama administration or
I guess that's why I'm pushing back so hard on you, Naveen, is because you keep saying, yeah, I'm sure he's on the list, I'm sure he's on the list.
I'm sure he's on the list, correct, because I think he's on the list.
No, not a list, the list.
What is
the list of predators that
Who determines that? Who knows that does he actually keep
what I'm telling you that you're not hearing is when you say, I'm sure he's on the list, people think you're talking about a list of predators that assaulted young people, mainly girls. And I wish you would be more impeccable when you're saying he's likely in the Epstein files, but that does not indicate his guilt of being a predator of underage women.
I'll use that terminology moving forward.
Well, that's a little awkward, so I admit that. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're giving credence.
But do you understand what I'm saying too? Is that who's defined? It's the media and the Democratic Party that have defined what they believe is the Epstein list. But
That's right.
anyone actually
That's
know
right.
that there is?
Bingo. There's nothing, and there's no evidence of anything. We're in fucking America. A list by Epstein made up for the papers is bullshit. Can we get that straight? Can we get that straight? That a list made up by Epstein is like a list made up by the Democrats about Trump and Russia.
Made by Epstein was good enough to get Ghislaine Maxwell put in prison.
Yeah, it's not like he talking Jules making
You don't get to pretend that the Epstein report is something that you need to release to your base, and then when multiple national security officials tell you you appear in reports, to like slow walk that shit. Like, no. If you said you were gonna release it, release it. It's not that fucking hard.
And if you can accuse him of being guilty of anything, you'll wake
I
up.
didn't say he was guilty. I said he promised his constituents he would release the report.
So he fucking lied. Where do we go from here?
Actually, he said he would. Hold on. He said he released the
I
list.
want my president to have a report. In what universe do I want my president to lie to me? And in what universe should that president be Donald Trump? After what universe?
What universe do you live? Do you think presidents don't lie to you? Come
No,
on.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Republican Party lit up the Democratic Party on that very issue.
Okay.
And now when it comes to us being consistent and having that same level of behavior, you're like, nah, the rules don't apply. No, the rules fucking apply. It is what it is.
Well, and I mean, like, if you're gonna say, so what, he fucking lied, well then when Biden pardoned Hunter, and we all pitched a fit and got our panties in a wad because he gave Hunter a pardon when he promised he wouldn't, we probably need to shut the fuck up too.
Well, at that time I said he's going to pardon Hunter. You knew that was a lie. Just like you knew this was a lie. This list isn't coming out.
You don't
There is no
say it's a lie simply because the administration has retracted from its original point, which is that it was lying to the Democrats until they want to reveal it.
Marshall,
Is there a list?
what is he doing?
Yes, you bald-faced lie to your constituents like that, and then not expect something. You saying it's fake is gaslighting like a motherfucker. You are gaslighting because the administration no longer wants to release that report for whatever reason. We can speculate all we want.
Maybe it's me, Marshall. I never gave a shit about the list because any list that they showed meant nothing.
You're missing the point. You can't be a party that lectures the Democrats on telling the truth when you decide you're not going to tell the truth.
No, I didn't. I'm not going to say. I think he should. I think he's wrong.
What use is telling people to be truthful? What use is lambasting the Democrats for not telling the truth?
if when it comes to our thing, we don't hold the same energy and the same rules. I'll tell you what it says. We don't believe anything we say we believe. What we believe is the pursuit of power for power's sake. That's disgusting. It is something that tears down republics. Because Marshall about addition.
Let me put it in perspective here. Let me put it in perspective. I believe he should release the list because he said he would.
If there is a list.
He would. Yes, he should release the list because he said he would. But that's not the same lie as the borders are closed. Well, what are you talking about? The borders are closed.
It's Donald Trump's presidency. I don't know if anybody has rung that bell for you, but it's Donald John Trump in the White House, not fucking Joe Biden.
Right. But you're comparing it. I think he should release the list. But because he didn't want to, or for whatever fucking reason, I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Well, that's great that you don't care, but those of us that also helped to put him in office and that try to support his presidency, when he attempts to gaslight us and imply that, like, what are y'all talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Are we still talking about Epstein? When you attempt to gaslight your own supporter base, so far as to tell them you are former supporters, you are not MAGA. Like, I'm sorry, that it's just blatantly wrong.
Well, I think it's more of a chance that he doesn't want to release the list. More of a chance that Bill Clinton's saying
about releasing a list while spending a decade lighting up the other party about not telling the truth. This is why I didn't vote for the guy. He is self-interested. He cares about himself more than any president in the United States history. Buchanan was the worst president. But this guy puts himself first in a way I'm not really fucking comfortable with, and is able to twist his supporters into
Marshall, humor me. Who'd you vote for?
pretzels.
Who'd you vote for, Marshall?
To a set of behaviors which they lambasted the other party for 10 years.
So, Marshall, who'd you vote for?
You don't get to tell me that our party simply gets to gaslight.
He voted for Chuck Norris, Jews. He voted for Chuck Norris.
No, that's not my point. Like, I work on campaigns on the Republican side. I don't do it because I want people to lie. I don't do it because when we say we want people to tell the truth, and then when it's our turn and we don't, I do it so that when we get power, we guide in the exact same way we said they should.
Hope you have the same energy for Bush. You have the same energy for him.
You know,
it's not so much that, it is the blinding light of some of his supporters who think he walks on water, who wanted him to release the files, and now that the files are not released, all of a sudden that shit's a lie. It is a pretzel contortion that is nowhere near principle.
Okay, so couple of things. I think we're contorting something here. The thing that the question I have is, he promised to release the Epstein list, okay? And he didn't release that, okay? That's clear, okay? And he lied by releasing the list.
Well, wait a second. The list or the files?
Hold on, that's what I'm trying to get at. So, if you read everything, he says he's going to release the list, okay? This is the presumption. I'm going to ask this question to Marshall or Serendipity or others. Has any of the previous administrations or any administration or anyone who locked up Epstein the first time, second time, third time, verified that there is such a list that's there, that someone has? Because they arrested him in 2008, I believe, and then the Obama administration, nobody's actually verified that a list exists. So does it exist, and is this a play? Now, this could be more nefarious, Marshall. Hold on, Marshall, this could be more nefarious. Hold on, watch this could be more nefarious. Is it something that Trump created to energize the base, knowing that there is no list? Because remember, he was president before, and there was no list, right? And so he conflated the files and lists, knowing that he can't release. I'm just saying this hypothetically, because if there was a list, right, there would be evidence. There's so many court hearings. There's so many things that have happened that the list, like, we would know that, yes, there is a list, but someone is just hiding it or
ledger to convict Ghislaine Maxwell. They used his ledger to convict her.
Correct, but that's a ledger that we have publicly.
It's a ledger it's a thing full of client lists. My point is that you should not gaslight an entire other party and your base by saying you're going to release it, and then when it's too politically unfeasible, like going back on it, all the while promising people that you're going to be a steadfast leader. Steadfast leaders don't flip flop like that. Like I didn't vote for Trump, but like that bothers me to me.
Yeah, and
It bothers me that he's unwilling to be truthful about it. And Marshall, because he told his own constituents this.
And Marshall, the last president that really bothered me was one where he ran a campaign, the last Republican president where he ran a campaign talking about, these weapons of mass destruction and how he's going to destroy them and how he's going to ensure that, America is safer and he's going to eradicate these people, and told us that made us believe that Saddam Hussein was a terrorist and he was somehow responsible for what happened, and ran his whole campaign on and promised his constituents it would be a fast war, he'd get us out, and he would minimize death, and he would get Bin Laden. But he didn't do it. So I hope you had the same level of anger and piss off. And he blamed his base. And by the way, he went against his base who was supporting McCain at the time when they came out challenging McCain for the ineptitude of the George W. Bush administration for continuing the war, which helped propel Barack Obama to win, for continuing the war. When they went at him, he said, they just don't understand. They just don't understand. And they'll realize later history will be on my side on this. He went on the Today Show and other places. So I hope you have the same amount of zeal against him to say, how could he do that and alienate his entire party and people by insulting.
Hold on, Exy. Marshall, when you reply to Nadine, answer this question too, because then I have one follow-up point. Marshall, do you believe that Trump is your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
Of course not.
Then why do you expect him to be perfect?
Monica, I don't expect him to be perfect.
He closed the border. He closed the border when Biden and his administration said he couldn't do it. He closed the border.
Monica.
Look.
Voted for him.
I'm not happy either. And he's not perfect. And we know he's not perfect. He's flawed. And Putin just attacked the UK. Might we have some global concerns? That is annoying is not getting
live deflection, Monica. That's impressive. Live deflection in progress.
I didn't hear Marshall imply any of. I heard Marshall say that he expects more, and I think we're entitled to expect more from our politicians. I don't think he said he expected perfection, but there are certain things like to not acknowledge certain behaviors is completely obtuse and thinking. Like there are some things he's done wrong, and I think Marshall expects perfection at any given time. I think he's arguing what he's frustrated with.
Well, you know what you should be frustrated with? The fact that the previous administration had the list and the files, and if there was anything,
why am I believing today's nonsense on yesterday's president?
Because
can we take a minor break from the whataboutism Olympics?
Can we just take
a whataboutism? Just take a union break, brother. Take a union break.
It's not
If we're not talking about fucking Joe Biden, can we not mention the last presidency? We're not speaking about it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Everything is always a constant rubber ball deflection onto the past administration, as if they are somehow still currently responsible for anything right now, even though they have no fucking power.
But yet, XG, the gag is that we apparently have the TDS. We're the ones with TDS complaining about the current president. But these guys cannot stop with their dysfunctional BS with their 37-year-old man who did 50 years of service.
Okay. Hold on.
Unbelievable.
Why doesn't?
We're not gonna turn this into a big. No. Let me just say, because top left. All right, we're not gonna turn this into a bunch of whataboutisms. We're not gonna turn this into a bunch of gaslighting of each other. Like 10-4, we get it. Moose XG, like you're sick of the bringing up the Biden administration when the Biden administration is not in office right now. 10-4, point received. We don't have to be ridiculous. I'm also frustrated because I'm frustrated with my own party because I feel like we could play this, but what about this? And but what about that? And we could go back for decades and decades about all the whataboutisms. And I struggle with the fact that I support the majority of the things that Trump has done in his presidency. Like, I voted for him, I support Trump. But he has done some things that I feel like were particularly egregious to his base who put him in office. And I don't understand this mentality of defend him no matter what by, but what about this? Why didn't they release it? Well, number one, nobody else campaigned. No other president campaigned on the promise of releasing the Epstein files. No other president campaigned on the promise of, I'm going to give you people transparency. You know, there's so much deterioration in the trust of the people and their government right now. These were big campaign points for Trump. I'm going to give you transparency. I'm going to do this, X, Y, and Z. And then you do the opposite. Like, I don't understand why it's so hard to just take accountability for that and say, yeah, it sucks. Unfortunately, he played the politician role.
And I said, I agree with that, what you said. But it's this is a nothing burger. This is from a party that we're going to release the P tapes. And, you know, you gotta go. You can't say to me who fucking made up a conspiracy about Russian connections with Trump. You can't say that.
What the hell does this have to do?
We're not talking about Russia. Jeez. Because you're still making up conspiracies about Trump. You can't stop.
You're missing the point. We're not talking about 2016 or 2018.
I know.
To be that year.
I know.
We're talking about what's going on now.
That's right. What's going on now is
a lot of me that we can't get a consistent conversation about the executive that currently sits in the office. Instead, we have to have all sorts of other reminders that the Democrats are shitty. Hey, guess what? We're Republicans. We compete against him. Oh, we're done. Like, we don't need to continue on with, like, what boils down to a whole bunch of talking points that aren't helpful to anybody and just seem to act as a catharsis to those who want to not find fault where there's fault to be found.
Hey, I'm okay with changing the subject into we're almost in World War III, believe me. But if you guys want to insist that Trump was humping little girls, I told you so.
Nobody has said that. Nobody has said that.
What do you think it's going to be? What list? What are you looking for? Tell me.
Dude, I don't care if it's a proverbial list that you slap on your refrigerator with a magnet or whether it's actual financial files that tie people to whatever. Like, it's semantics at this point, okay? Like, nobody gives a shit. And we already said, we've made it very, very clear. Some of us believe that while Trump is absolutely in those files and tied in those financial connections, none of the conservatives on this stage, I don't think, really buy into the fact that Trump was diddling little underage girls, okay? That's not the point at all. And it's a nothing burger to you, but transparency in our government is not a nothing burger to me. It's a very serious burger. And so when you platform on the premise that you want to give the people transparency, by God, stand by your word and do it. Don't sit there and then turn around and gaslight your own base, you and me and half of the other people on this stage, and tell us, what are you talking about? Like, why are we making such a big deal out of this? Y'all just need to let it go. Don't do that.
Well, okay, that's a good point. Fair enough. I think there's people, the Democrats, that want to find the dirt.
put that aside. If you're talking about if there's anybody more interested in the financial data from that Epstein Island, it would be me. I'm an ex-IRS guy. I'm curious as hell on how Epstein made his money and what shenanigans went on for him to make his money. So I think for that, I'd like to see it too. But I know I'm never going to see it. So that's why I'm not getting crazy about it. For the people who want to see dirt, that's one thing. For people, I think it was Marshall who mentioned they want to see the financial aspects of it. Hey, I'm right up there. I want to see it too. And he did.
No, what I said was he should do what he said for his constituents. He argued on transparency. One of the constant criticisms leveled at Donald Trump is that for whatever reason, he lies through his teeth. Do you know what saying you're going to release a bunch of files and then not releasing them gives the impression of? That you're lying through your teeth. And nobody believes you. And that's the exact
Marshall
thing we
Wade
fucking
don't
need.
say who was releasing anything. Provide a
During the campaign, he said he was going to release the Epstein files.
provide the receipts. He never actually said that.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'm driving right now, but yeah, I'll look it up.
He actually never said that.
I don't think he said it
My point is that he made it clear to his professionals that they were going to release some of that information, and he decided not to. Like, the reason I get irritated by it is because as a Republican, they decided that
He definitely said it in
Provide the receipt.
Can I finish?
Okay, I'll show it. I'll play it too. Just let me get it. I'll show you the video.
I think the best you're going to get is that he said he'll leave it up to his attorney general.
On Rogan, he actually said, "Yeah, we'll look into that." He did not say we are. If you can provide that,
He said he would.
Go ahead and link it. Go ahead and link it. They'll be.
He hesitated, but he said he would do it.
Let's have it.
Yeah, just let me know.
I posted it in the shot, so if you
All right. Hold on a second. I will stream it to the room. Hang on. That way we can all listen to it together. Now, when this video clip gets done, when this video clip gets done, we're going to give the floor to Elle first, and then we will open it up, but one at a time, please. We can't hear multiple people speak all at the same time. We're not getting anything. All right, so give me 1 second.
Hakima's trying to talk all the time, so I think we need to let Hakima say something.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
I did a lot of it. Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I guess I would. I think that less now because you don't know, and you don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff in that whole world. But I think I would.
So there you go. He said he would.
Your Honor, the people rat. Well, no, I thought I got to go first. So if you heard him, what he was saying, I think I would, because he understood that he didn't have the legal authority to actually release it himself.
By the way, are the files classified in the first place?
The man said twice that he will release it. He halfway trying to backtrack, saying because he don't want to hurt a few. He don't want to hurt a few people, but then he confirms again that he will. Because he's been quiet. And actually, I'm glad you said the victim. That's the list we need to talk about. And that because fuck the claim that we hear from the victims, including the 13-year-old that said that Trump and Epstein raped her. She filed multiple lawsuits saying that. I would like to know more on the woman who just killed herself in May, right in the middle of the whole Epstein scandal. And Trump admitted that Epstein stole from him from Mar-a-Lago. And now all of a sudden she commits suicide when she's on video saying that she would never kill herself and she's going to fight this to the end. But right in the middle of the fucking Epstein scandal, in May of this year, she somehow commits suicide. So I want to hear from the fucking victim. Like, fuck the list. That's the list we should talk about, the victim list.
As soon as the judge clears that, it should be released. But as far as I can see, there's been multiple roadblocks put up.
The judge probably on the list too. That's right.
Could be.
Well,
Who knows?
I mean, it's also interesting because actually Fox cut out the parts where he said less so. They just kind of said yeah and left out everything else.
Oh, okay. Are we done?
Oh, isn't that pleasant?
I think I rest my case.
I don't know what point. I mean, I heard him waffle because he understood that he didn't know if he could.
So he said
I heard him answer the question multiple times.
So he said JFK, yes. He said 9/11, yes. He said Epstein, yeah, but less so.
Right, because he explained why.
And he has no power to release these files anyway. It's controlled by the DOJ and the FBI. Even the Attorney General can request, but he has no power to release them. He's no seal.
He's not obstructing our releasing those files.
Didn't he direct the DOJ to request the judge release them and the grand jury testimony?
Yes, Monica, that's my whole point. They're blaming this man for these files not being released, and he doesn't have the authority to release them in the way that they would like. The judge stopped him from doing that.
So I just want to ask you this, Adams. Is he not claiming credit for why JFK files are being released?
I don't really care about JFK. I mean, you guys with your tinfoil hats, because I don't give a fuck. JFK died before I was even fucking alive. Okay, nor did he affect any type of economy that I experience as a living person today. Okay, you guys want to get your dick wet on these freaking dick-riding conservative conspiracy theories? Why don't you pick up a book? And let's focus on policies and actors that are involved, still alive today. Stop bringing up old shit.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Exactly why we're talking about Trump.
Yeah, I still can't see, Adams, why you're not addressing the point that Trump said he would release all this stuff, and all of a sudden Epstein is special.
Let me ask you a question. Would you feel inclined to take a microscope and look for tits on an ant?
Yeah.
Because that's as much as I give a fuck about the JFK files. I don't care. I do not care.
I know the answer to the question because it was required that in 2017 that they eventually be released. He had clearance to release them. See, there's the difference.
A president can declassify whatever he wants to declassify. Not stuff that's sealed. Not stuff, right? I would definitely not stuff that's sealed by a judge. But other stuff.
That's the shit we want. That's the shit we want, right there.
Yeah, Trump is.
It would look like we could at least get some of the FOIA. Nobody's getting anything about Epstein.
Was anybody in this room FOIA?
To request that.
Criminals, and we should stop both parties. We're going to keep it fitting one over there, and then we're going to keep being fucked by all these fucking pedophiles.
You know, this is funny to me. The man released documents on the Martin Luther King assassination, and y'all were upset. But then with this shit, you know, you guys are ready to lose your assholes over some shit about JFK. It's crazy.
He tried to defame Martin Luther King. He did not release nothing.
Martin Luther King is still alive. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Still not releasing Epstein files.
Well, yeah, but there was a little bit of detail added to that, which is like, if they're sealed by a court, he can't release them no matter what he wants to do, because sealing by a court means you have to have a federal judge to unseal it. It means the executive doesn't have the power to unseal it himself.
So you don't think that the Martin Luther King files came out because he could potentially still be alive?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You don't know that he got assassinated. For all we know, listen, I'll tell you my theory. Martin Luther King got tired of black people depending on him, okay, and ran off with that white woman that lives in Florida. I I guarantee you. Martin Luther King is still alive. He got tired care of black people, especially black people that didn't appreciate him. Okay, it took white people to give a Martin Luther King Day, and black people did not do anything in front of those white people to make sure that that black man was honored. So he said, fuck it, I'm going with my white woman.
Flippers, he was well before your time as well. Why do you care about him, but you don't care about JFK?
We don't have a JFK holiday. We don't have a JFK holiday where I'm missing out on earning potential, okay, because shit is closed over a fake of a holiday. Listen, Martin Luther King is still alive. Prove me up.
We have President's Day.
I can prove it because, you know, he still has children that are alive and they can tell you. And then you can go to the monument in D.C. and that's just reiterated. The grandchild will tell you. And they'll probably punch you in your face because that's a sensitive topic to think that their loved ones are not resting.
I'm not making a conclusion from being having any sort of guilt whatsoever. It just seems to me that if he is innocent, that him being so desperate to avoid releasing the Epstein files and calling his own base fake news for wanting them released, because he promised it, does seem to be pretty suspicious. For someone who said, yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
You lost the battle here.
I'm sorry, no. I did not hear a promise to release it. I'm sorry, it did not.
Yeah, you listened all three.
I listened just like you. You didn't hear that either.
Yeah, and he said, yes, I did must so.
He swore on a stack of Bibles,
Yeah,
right?
he swore on a stack of Bibles. I promise never fucking came out of his mouth. But
Right.
Well, and like I said, that doesn't really address my issue with Trump anyway. Listening to the clip, I agree he said yes, and then I agree he tried to walk it back. And ultimately, due to the pressure of the public, he made an attempt to release it by requesting that the judge release the files, and the judge declined to release them. I'm not necessarily sure that that was unplanned, but either way, it doesn't change the fact that he totally gaslit his constituents and the people that put him in office, and that's my biggest contention with him.
They said it did, but I want another one. Trump said, yeah, I release it, but I got to be careful because we don't want to hurt some names. What names? How do you know, if you haven't seen this list or any of that, how do you know, if all this shit is sealed, what names are you talking about that you don't want to hurt? Clearly that he know way more than he said. That statement alone that you know.
I think that's entirely a possibility. I think that's entirely a possibility. I mean, the thing of it is, these elite, billionaires, they run in circles. I think that's entirely a possibility, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to me because, like I said, I'm pretty sure those files are full of mutually destructible information on both sides of the aisle. I think it would be egg on the face of all of the American people. I don't even know that releasing the Epstein files at this point, number one, would be accurate because so many people have had the opportunity to manipulate and play with them. Number two, that it would be beneficial for us on a global scale to release the files because I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be shit ton embarrassing for a lot of entities globally. But just own that. You can say, you know what, I thought I could, I can't. You can own that. Don't turn around and particularly the people that put you in office, gaslight them and act like they're fucking crazy. Why are you still talking about this shit? I mean, that's my big issue with them. You ran on transparency and then you're going to turn around and turn on your base? Who the fuck does that?
Do you think he got one vote from saying that he might release it? I don't think he got one vote.
I think transparency is a big issue to a lot of people in this country. Yes, I do.
It is. You're right. I don't disagree with you, but I guess it's up to a judge to release it.
You know?
Hey, Jude, I definitely think he got some votes because a lot of his supporters wasn't thinking about him on the list. I don't know why, but they was thinking about it. Exposed a bunch of Democrats, people like Bill Clinton and things like that. So yes, I do think people voted for him because of that list. They was going to shame Democrats.
Well, I think the list was tied into the assassination of the Kennedy brothers and Martin Luther King. It was, let's release it all. Let's, show it. Let's be open to everything. Sometimes you can't. And the Kennedy brothers, what conclusions came out of those lists? There were so many conspiracy theories on who killed Kennedy, who killed Robert Kennedy, and it's still going on. People saw Sirhan, people didn't see Sirhan. I mean, I was alive when Kennedy was killed. I was by the television set. I heard the rumors. I saw live on TV Jack Ruby get killed. Or Jack Ruby kill Oswald. And then the rumors started flowing out again. We're never going to fucking find out the truth. You can say what you want.
I mean, I think really just that this is kind of the problem this got is that Trump created his own, based on conspiracy theories, and then is now complaining that it is now, he's now having to deal with conspiracy theories being made about him while you started it, bro.
Yeah, it's true. There's some truth in that. I'm not going to say no. But don't you think they want us talking about this? That's the whole thing. Both sides want us arguing and fighting, but we're not going to know the fucking truth about this. And maybe he's protecting Bill Clinton for whatever reason. I don't want to see anything happen to Bill Clinton. I wasn't a Bill Clinton fan.
If Bill Clinton raped the little girl, if Bill Clinton fucking raped the little girl, I want something to fucking happen.
Absolutely.
That's right.
With Donald
Me
Trump,
too.
same thing with the rest of the motherfuckers. What are you talking about?
Well, if Bill Clinton raped the little girl, I agree with you. But then think of the little girl. She's gonna have to testify. This shit's gonna be hanging.
What? Are we really talking about we don't care about holding pedophiles accountable?
So hold the pedophiles. I want the pedophiles to be held accountable. But in this world, a lot of pedophiles are in Congress and all this shit, and nothing's gonna happen to them.
Yeah, because people like you think it's okay, and we need to stop believing it's okay. If you believe that Congress is full of pedophiles, I mean, we all should work together to get all these fucking congressmen and senators out of fucking office, including the president and anybody that's connected to this shit. Like, what are you talking about?
I agree with you.
There's nothing we can do. It's crazy.
But it's amazing if you had this energy the last 4 years. Just think what could have happened.
I did. I had the same energy the last 10 years.
It's only Biden could have had that energy.
If only we could ever focus on the current administration at hand.
Like I said, if only you don't
have we know, XG. You don't have to hear.
Put the room channel. What about ism? What about
Put the kings of it. I don't know what you're talking.
The name of this room is whataboutism. Whataboutism. That's it.
The whole world is. What about controlling?
That is the point that I was trying to make. Is in order to stop having the whataboutism conversations, I personally don't care what the Democrats take accountability for because I want to be better than that. And as long as you continue to keep having the whataboutism conversations, nobody's actually really talking. All we're trying to do is one up each other.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really the thing. It's just Republicans don't have the right to call themselves the party of law and order. They don't have the right to call themselves the party of other brushers.
I know. Red bad, blue, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
I'm saying the Republicans don't mean anything. They used to have these rights to call themselves this. There was a time.
Republicans were never law and order.
both parties are corrupt. It's just a degree of corruption we're arguing against.
Yeah.
What's that line from The Godfather? We're both part of the same. Oh, come on. The line of
Yeah, if it's not that memorable, it must not be that great of a line.
No, I said, hey, I'm too old to remember every line I ever heard.
The line that comes to mind is same corporation, different divisions.
No, that's not the one. Pacino said it. We're both part of the same hypocrisy. He was talking to a politician.
Queens, Staten Island, or Long Island?
Neither.
I hate New York.
New York, something.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. There was a poll that was recently done, was collected by CNN that showed that 45% of the world considers Trump to be a greater threat to world peace, while only 17% consider Kim Jong-un, and it was like 9% consider Putin.
You know what I think is interesting?
Yeah, I don't pull it up.
You know what I think is interesting? That the Democrats just turn a blind eye to these transgender people that they groom and then make them go crazy, brainwash them, and then they go shoot up schools with little kids. That's what I think is crazy.
And you're right about that.
I'm just amazed as to how.
And then they point all the fingers to the conservatives, to the Republicans.
I'm just.
But no one's talking about that.
When apparently, whenever it's a white straight person, it's never because of their skin.
When has it been a white straight person?
You Mexican.
When has it been a white straight person? I know like the last 4 shootings have been transgender.
Yeah, how about the last 3 decades?
Who cares about the last 3 decades? We're talking about now.
People got you.
We're talking about now.
Now you want to say this?
Now you guys want to just turn a blind eye, right? When it's a transgender. Hello, any Democrats out there? Any lefties? Hello?
What are we supposed to do?
Not